Chapter 1. Traversing the Douluo Continent, meeting Tang San. In the tranquil village of Holy Spirit. As dawn gently breaks. On a hillside not far from the village, two young boys sit cross-legged, facing the rising sun, as purple mist wafts in from the horizon. The boys fixate intently on the distant sky, their pupils shimmering with a purple aura. In an instant, the tendril of purple vapor retracts and dissipates, causing their gazes to brighten slightly. This practice is known as the purple extreme demon eye. With the first rays of sunlight emerging, the purple mist vanishes. At this moment, Li Xian blinks and slowly exhales a breath of turbid air. "I'm ready, Tang San. How about you?" "I'm ready as well." Tang San lowers his hands and exhales deeply, then turns his gaze towards Li Xian, his eyes bright and transparent, harboring a hint of a gentle smile. "That was a bit quick." Li Xian stretches his neck, which feels slightly sore, and with a crack of his knuckles, he stands up. Beside him, Tang San rises as well. If anyone were to overhear their conversation, they would surely find it perplexing. For such a composed tone emanates from two children who appear to be merely 5 or 6 years old. The boy on the left, with short black hair and a healthy wheat-colored complexion, is none other than Tang San, the renowned Tang San, while the slightly taller boy on the right, with fair skin and striking features, is named Li Xian, who is not from this locality. To elaborate, Li Xian hails from a water-blue planet, having traversed here with memories intact to Holy Spirit Village. He never expected to forge a friendship with Tang San. Li Xian is not unfamiliar with this world. He knows it to be one where individuals can level up as everyone awakens their martial soul at the age of 6. The martial soul is of paramount importance, influencing the entire life of a soul master. A good martial soul, coupled with a decent innate soul power, ensures a smooth journey in cultivation and a promising future. However, awakening a martial soul that cannot be cultivated would be disastrous. Li Xian is aware that Tang San possesses the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer as his martial souls. Yet, he remains uncertain about what his own martial soul might be. Since his arrival, he has never seen his parents. Although Holy Spirit Village has produced a soul sage, most villagers possess martial souls that are deemed useless for cultivation. As for Li Xian's parents, whom he has yet to meet, it is likely their martial souls are not promising either. Thus, as the martial soul awakening approaches next week, Li Xian feels a tinge of anxiety. The thought of awakening a worthless martial soul is rather disheartening. Nevertheless, amidst his worries, Li Xian harbors a glimmer of hope. After all, as a fellow traveler like Tang San, he believes that his martial soul awakening will not be too shabby. At the very least, it should be a cultivable, albeit weak, martial soul. Clenching his fists, Li Xian muses, "If only I could awaken a hammer." "Li Xian, how is your cultivation of the Xiantian skill progressing?" As they descend the mountain, carrying the firewood they collected, Tang San turns his face slightly and inquires softly. Due to their shared experience of rebirth, it is fortunate that Li Xian has become good friends with this wise little man, Tang San. Tang San generously imparts to Li Xian the Xiantian skill, the purple extreme demon eye, and the Xian jade hand, which he practiced in his previous life. However, this is not without cost. It is worth noting that Tang San regards his memories of rebirth as his greatest secret. Anyone who knows them could face dire consequences. He is so generous only because Li Xian once saved him during an unforeseen incident. Because of this bond, Tang San is able to be so magnanimous. "According to your estimation, I should have reached the 5th layer of the first realm, though it feels a bit slow." Li Xian responds. The Xiantian skill resembles a form of internal cultivation method, capable of strengthening the body and nurturing the spirit. Li Xian understands that in this world, the Xiantian skill is essentially referred to as soul power. He has attained level 5 soul power. To achieve such speed in just a year of cultivation is quite impressive, Tang San praises, surprised. Unlike him, who was a genius in his previous life as an inner disciple of the Tang sect, Li Xian faces no difficulty in recultivating a skill. In just a few short years, he has smoothly reached the pinnacle of the first realm and is now on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, for some reason, I cannot seem to break through this bottleneck. As Tang San laments this, he lets out a helpless sigh. He has been stuck at the first realm for quite some time. Do not rush. I believe this is related to the cultivation of your martial soul. We will find out once you awaken your martial soul next week. Li Xian reassures, patting Tang San on the shoulder. He knows that Tang San's inability to break through the Xiantian skill stemmed from his soul power reaching level 10 without having absorbed a soul ring. Cultivating as a soul master involves passing through specific thresholds every 10 levels. Correspondingly, to surpass these thresholds, one must hunt soul beasts at each stage of completion to obtain a soul ring. Soul rings signify the strength of a soul master. 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, or even 100,000-year soul beast, the longer the lifespan of the hunted soul beast, the higher the quality of the absorbed soul ring. Having traversed to this world, Li Xian is well acquainted with its fundamental aspects. However, while he knows certain settings, he is unclear about the ultimate plot, as he has not read the conclusion. As he shifts his gaze back to Tang San, Li Xian feels a strange sensation. If memory serves, it seems that Tang San's reputation takes a downer in the end, yet at present, he perceives no issues with Tang San. Soon enough, a week passes. Holy Spirit Village arrives at the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day. Bang, bang, bang. On a fine morning, two figures stand at the door of a wooden house, one old and one young. Tang San, your grandfather has come to fetch you, old village chief Jack calls out, accompanied by Li Xian, standing at Tang San's doorstep. Perhaps fueled by his disdain for Tang Hao, old Jack deliberately knocks harder on the door. Village chief, is Tang San really not going? Li Xian inquires, puzzled. Well, the village chief stammers. He had informed Tang San about the martial soul awakening last week. However, that day he was rejected by Tang Hao and shown the door. Now, the village chief is uncertain about the specifics. That good-for-nothing Tang Hao, with his current state, is still hindering Tang San. It is truly infuriating. Old Jack curses, his face contorting with anger. They'll call him. If necessary, he'll sneak Tang San away, Li Xian suggests, understanding the village chief's temperament. He gently taps on the door, intending to call Tang San out politely. Creak. At that moment, the wooden door swings open, and Tang San emerges on his own. Sorry to keep you waiting. Li Xian, Grandpa Jack, let's go. Tang San greets them with a polite smile. Inside, a deep and heavy voice resounds. Go on, don't delay lunch preparations. Tang San immediately turns around to respond. Old village chief Jack is momentarily stunned. Then a smile breaks across his face. He ruffles Tang San's hair and leads him out. Come on, Tang San. It seems Tang Hao has come to his senses. The martial soul awakening is a significant event that cannot be postponed. Li Xian casually drapes an arm around Tang San's shoulders, joining him. I thought you weren't going, he remarks. How could that be? Tang San scratches his head, instinctively shutting the door behind him. As the door closes, Li Xian catches a glimpse through the crack a disheveled, middle-aged figure, dressed inappropriately, with his face obscured by unkempt hair, drunkenly slumped over a table in the dark, chaotic room. Is that title Douluo Tang Hao? The Spirit Hall, a colossal entity, has its branch set up in the village. Every year, the Spirit Hall sends personnel to various villages, providing free martial soul awakenings for children. As they walk, the old village chief gives Li Xian and Tang San a brief introduction to the Spirit Hall and some points to note. Tang San listens calmly. Li Xian, on the other hand, reflects inwardly. Great powers tend to monopolize resources, restricting the cultivation of the lower class. Yet the Spirit Hall does not follow this path. Instead, it assists the weak, offering every child an opportunity to cultivate. Such an approach is beyond reproach. Without the Spirit Hall, countless potentially gifted children in Douluo Continent would miss their chance to cultivate each year. This year, 9 children from Duhun Village will undergo martial soul awakening. Under the village chief's guidance, Li Xian and Tang San arrive at the Spirit Hall just in time. By the time they arrive, several children are already queued inside. Li Xian spots a strikingly handsome, tall youth standing before the children, his gaze directed towards them. The youth exudes an extraordinary aura, radiating a subtle air of nobility and pride. After exchanging a few pleasantries with village chief Jack, the youth immediately turns to take charge of the proceedings. My name is Su Yuntao. I will be conducting your awakenings one by one. Do not be afraid when I summon your martial souls, he states, the moment village chief departs. To Li Xian's surprise, Su Yuntao speaks with a gentle demeanor, completely devoid of the arrogance typically associated with someone of higher status. Chapter 2. First encounter with Su Yuntao, martial soul awakening. Su Yuntao retrieves 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball, arranging them in a hexagonal formation. Spirit of the lone wolf, manifest. He then utters a low command, enveloped in azure light. As his form begins to change, his eyes glowing a deep green, fingers transforming into claws, and his body expanding. 2 circles of soul rings spiral upwards from beneath his feet, one white and one yellow. Is it the soul ring? Li Xian's eyes widen with excitement. The first boy to awaken his martial soul was startled and instinctively wanted to flee. Don't move. Su Yuntao swiftly grasped the child. I've already stated that I will release my soul power. This is my lone wolf martial soul. In the future, if any of you are able to become soul masters, you will also be able to wield the same abilities. Upon hearing this explanation, the boy ceased his struggles. In the room, numerous children gazed at the transformed figure of Su Yuntao with eager expressions, their eyes sparkling with newfound interest in soul masters. Tang San's gaze was fixed, while Li Xian looked on in anticipation, his tongue almost slipping with excitement. The adage, seeing is believing, rang true, as the visual spectacle of the martial soul manifesting before him left him somewhat stunned. Su Yuntao morphed into a towering lone wolf, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. Before him, Li Xian could sense the immense chasm of power that separated a soul master from an ordinary person. Martial souls were indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Su Yuntao's hands moved rapidly, manipulating the crystal ball, which transformed into a golden radiance that enveloped the child before him. The boy, now shrouded in light, gradually calmed, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. Golden light began to surge into his body, causing him to tremble slightly, as if he wished to cry out, yet found himself voiceless. Su Yuntao commanded him to extend his right hand. With a quivering palm, the boy reached out, and instantly, a multitude of light points burst forth, coalescing into a scythe that floated within his grasp. The scythe appeared ethereal, yet undeniably real, gently oscillating in the air. Li Xian blinked in disbelief. The boy's palm truly held a scythe, as if it had been materialized. However, Su Yuntao frowned. An equipment martial soul, a scythe? It might barely serve as a weapon. Let me assess your soul power. If you possess soul power, even with an equipment martial soul like a scythe, you can still become a battle soul master. The boy, feeling somewhat lost, cast a timid glance of inquiry at Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao handed him the crystal ball and gestured for him to extend his hand. The boy extended his tender little hand, placing it alongside Su Yuntao's claw on the crystal ball. After a moment, the crystal ball remained unresponsive, and Su Yuntao's disappointment was palpable. You lack soul power and cannot become a soul master. Please step aside. Li Xian observed as the boy walked away, dejected, his hands anxiously clenched together. Could it be that the unfolding events mirrored the storyline he was familiar with? Would only Tang San be able to manifest soul power in the end? Next, the awakening of martial souls continued, and the same scene played out repeatedly, with more than half of the children in front of Li Xian having already taken their turn. Regrettably, their martial souls were predominantly farming tools, devoid of any beast-like qualities, and all exhibited a complete absence of soul power. When the 7th child stepped forward, it was Li Xian's turn to wait. Xiao San, why don't you go ahead? Li Xian cleared his throat and pulled Tang San forward, hoping that the child of destiny might yield better results. Tang San did not object, showing indifference to such matters. Meanwhile, after helping the 8th child complete their awakening, Su Yuntao's expression bore signs of fatigue. This time, the awakened martial soul was no longer a farming tool. A delicate blue grass emerged in the girl's palm, gently swaying. Blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao's brows furrowed slightly. This common wild grass, found abundantly in the village, was incredibly mundane. Aside from its resilience, it offered little else of value. With no offensive or defensive capabilities, even if one possesses soul power, cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. This is a quintessential useless martial soul. Su Yuntao's subsequent words were cold and unfeeling. Is that so? The girl's gaze dimmed in response. The blue-silver grass martial soul typically yielded a soul power of 0 upon awakening. For an ordinary person to awaken such a martial soul essentially meant they were fated to remain distant from the path of the soul master. Next, after the girl departed, Su Yuntao immediately turned his attention to Tang San. Li Xian felt a void before him. Tang San was already standing at the center of 6 black stones. That was quick. Feeling his heart race, Li Xian watched as Tang San began his martial soul awakening. As expected, with Su Yuntao's soul power urging him on, Tang San's body was drawn, and his martial soul soon appeared before the eyes of all present. The explosion of light momentarily dimmed the surroundings for those in attendance. Su Yuntao was slightly taken aback, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful soul energy. However, once the dust settled, disappointment quickly washed over him. In Tang San's palm appeared a blue grass, identical to that of the previous girl, martial soul, blue silvergrass. Yet, in his fatigue, Tang San failed to notice that in the other palm, a black hammer gently swayed, floating in his small hand, emanating a formidable aura. Li Xian raised an eyebrow upon noticing this change. Tang San immediately clenched his fist, concealing his palm's secret from prying eyes. The 6th child. Had Li Xian not been aware of the situation, an ordinary observer would have easily overlooked it. Another useless martial soul. Su Yuntao felt profoundly disheartened this year. Yet again, no child from Shenghun village had successfully awakened a martial soul. The recent disappointments left him feeling rather disillusioned. It is worth noting that if the children here had successfully awakened their martial souls, he would have been able to claim rewards from the Martial Soul Hall based on their achievements, and he could have formed bonds with these earnest children. It can be said to be a win-win situation. However, Tang San's martial soul is blue silvergrass. What use is there in cultivating such a martial soul? Uncle, you haven't conducted my soul power test yet, Tang San reminded upon seeing Su Yuntao dismiss him. There is no need. I have yet to witness anyone with such a useless martial soul possess any soul power, Su Yuntao replied, shaking his head in utter disappointment. Please, let me try, uncle. Seeing Tang San's insistence, Su Yuntao sighed lightly, contemplating that this child seemed genuinely remarkable. Very well. As he spoke, Su Yuntao handed the blue crystal to Tang San. Following the methods previously taught, Tang San meticulously executed the actions, placing his palm upon the crystal ball. In an instant, the room trembled violently. Subsequently, a dazzling blue light illuminated everyone's vision, rapidly spreading throughout the room, as the blue crystal emitted a faint azure halo reminiscent of a precious gem. Heavens! It is innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was astounded. After the awakening of a martial soul, one must possess a soul power greater than level 0 to cultivate. However, the amount of soul power is generally related to the martial soul itself. Typically, the stronger the martial soul, the higher the accompanying soul power. Importantly, the higher the innate soul power, the quicker the postnatal cultivation. Innate full soul power represents the pinnacle achievable after martial soul awakening. Over here, upon learning of his innate full soul power, Tang San quickly regained his composure and inquired, Uncle, what is innate full soul power? Su Yuntao patiently explained. Every 10 levels of soul masters corresponds to a title, Soul Master, Great Soul Master. The so-called full soul power refers to the maximum value of soul power attainable after awakening. Can innate soul power only reach level 10, never higher? Indeed, once a soul master surpasses a decade, the soul power reaches its limit. Without obtaining a soul ring, no matter how much one cultivates, it cannot be enhanced. Is that so? What a pity, it is truly unfortunate. Even if your martial soul were a farming tool, it would still be far superior to blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao gently patted Tang San's tender shoulder, his face reflecting deep regret. He racked his brain, unable to fathom how one could cultivate with an innate full soul power blue silver grass martial soul, which possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, and has virtually no room for growth. It can only be said that awakening such a martial soul is a stroke of misfortune. What a shame. Su Yuntao shook his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tang San appeared contemplative, returning to his place with a calm expression on his youthful face, undeterred by the fact that his martial soul was blue silver grass. Well done, Xiao San. As long as you can cultivate, that is already commendable, especially since you are at full capacity. Li Xian approached him, offering words of encouragement, feigning a celebratory demeanor despite being fully aware of the reality. Hiki, you too. Do your best, Tang San replied with a smile. At that moment, within the confines of the room, only Li Xian remained who had not awakened his martial soul. Not only Su Yuntao but the other children also blinked their eyes, directing their gaze towards this direction. Su Yuntao's focus was solely on the last remaining child. Beckoning him with a gentle wave. After casting one final glance at Tang San, he turned his attention to the handsome boy lingering at the back of the group. I hope you can bring forth a delightful surprise. Upon being summoned, Li Xian immediately approached. He walked to the center of the 6 black gemstones, where Su Yutao stood before him, beginning to channel his soul energy towards him. Suddenly, Li Xian was encircled by the rotating gems, their luster flowing into his body as his soul power guided them. Li Xian quietly activated the Xiantian technique, and without waiting for Su Yuntao's signal, he had already spread his palm open. Feeling the subtle warmth emanating from his palm, it seemed as though something was on the verge of breaking free from within. It was coming. Li Xian, overwhelmed with anxiety, closed his eyes. As the radiance converged, his body trembled violently, and in the next moment, a vibrant green seedling emerged, floating forth from the palm of his hand. Chapter 3, Golden-Purple Duo, Lotus Leaves Touching the Sky. A delicate, bright green blade of grass rapidly sprouted from Li Xian's palm, resembling an expanse of lotus leaves reaching for the heavens. The leaves spread across his hand, while the stem ascended, continuously giving rise to tender new shoots, each segment climbing higher. Once the tender stem reached approximately half a foot in height, its tip abruptly split, branching out in 7 or 8 directions, with each stem adorned at its end by a few pale yellow blossoms. These flowers flourished with vigor, their surfaces glistening like crystal. From a distance, it appeared as though Li Xian's palm had blossomed into a tapestry of embroidery, slowly rotating and shimmering with light. The buds nestled within the stems were poised to bloom, resembling tiny flower buds, their gently unfurling petals swaying gracefully, releasing a fragrant aroma that enveloped the air. Each blossom comprised roughly a dozen petals, and upon closer inspection, the petals appeared fuzzy, reminiscent of a bee's hindquarters, interspersed with hues of purple. The flower's core rose above the bud, its pinnacle radiating a soft, golden glow. Each flower bud seemed divinely crafted, a seamless embodiment of nature's artistry. Su Yuntao, witnessing for the first time the colossal manifestation of a plant-type soul master's martial spirit, was astounded. While plant-type martial spirits were inherently instrumental, it was customary for a soul master's manifestation to appear as but a single flower or blade of grass. Li Xian's martial soul evidently belongs to the latter category. Yet its manifestation is so complete that Su Yuntao momentarily fails to react, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Not far away, Tang San's expression shifts slightly, as a purple aura envelopes his gaze, directed toward the flower nestled in Li Xian's palm. Observing the delicate blooms at the apex, which are faintly opening and resemble golden-purple chrysanthemums, Tang San's countenance reflects deep contemplation as he rapidly ponders the implications of this sight. This is, Li Xian gazed upon his martial soul and, upon realizing that it manifested as a cluster of grass, felt an overwhelming chill settle in his heart. As a child raised in the Holy Soul Village, it was indeed unsurprising that his martial soul belonged to a certain type of plant. Moreover, from the appearance of this particular flora, it bore a striking resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass, categorizing it as an exceedingly difficult martial soul to cultivate, often deemed worthless. To think your martial soul is actually Mingmu Chao, Su Yunao remarked, his tone surprisingly gentle. He recalled the various martial soul encyclopedias he had perused and quickly identified the grass in Li Xian's palm, which closely resembled a type of weapon martial soul known as Mingmu Chao. Mingmu Chao? Li Xian paused momentarily, then inquired, Big brother, what is Mingmu Chao? It is a type of grass, Su Yuntao replied, his words devoid of embellishment, followed by a slight shake of his head. The continuous awakening of martial souls had left him feeling somewhat empty, and after a sigh, he continued, Mingmu Chao, also known as Ju Ming Zi or grass Ju Ming, is somewhat superior to blue-silver grass, as it can be utilized in traditional medicine. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuntao added, if one can cultivate it, developing into a food-type support soul master is not out of the question. Come, let us test if you possess soul power. Being the first individual he encountered today with a martial soul of some distinction, he offered his advice with a gentleness that aimed not to discourage Li Xian. Mingmu Chao is quite common in rural areas, much like blue-silver grass, flourishing in fields everywhere. However, as a weapon martial soul, it is rather rare. At least during his tenure at Nuoding, he had yet to encounter it. It was precisely due to its rarity that he engaged Li Xian in conversation, for otherwise, he would have deemed it a waste of breath to discuss such a weed-like martial soul. My martial soul is an herb? Li Xian's youthful face displayed a moment of bewilderment, while a tumultuous feeling surged within him. He comprehended Su Yuntao's intention as a martial soul. The clear sight herb possessed medicinal properties, which could facilitate his progression towards becoming a soul master, offering a modicum of practicality. However, What Su Yuntao did not disclose was that the clear sight herb, akin to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, bore no offensive or defensive capabilities and was devoid of any potential for growth. In essence, it could be considered a semi-defunct martial soul. Li Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, retracted his martial soul and approached the blue crystal. He gently placed his small hand upon it, and in an instant, brilliance erupted as the crystal sphere brimmed with soul power, the azure liquid within swirling, nearly filled to the brim. Innate level 6? Quite impressive, Su Yuntao sincerely praised, increasingly convinced that Li Xian's martial soul was of a herbal nature. After all, herbal martial souls tend to align with the food category, and it is rare for food-type martial souls to possess high innate soul power. Awakening a pseudo-food-type martial soul at innate level 6 indicates above-average talent. If you heed my advice and pursue a path as a food-type soul master, you too could attain the achievements I have reached today. Your name is Li Xian, is it not? Have you considered coming to the martial soul hall? While the two conversed, Tang San approached from the side, giving Li Xian's shoulder an encouraging pat, his gaze radiating motivation. Meeting that encouraging gaze, Li Xian nodded gently before responding to Su Yuntao with a question. Big brother, aside from joining the soul hall, do I have other options? Of course, that is your prerogative. You may also consider attending the Nuoding Junior Academy. However, as far as I know, there is only one work-study position available from Holy Soul Village this year, so you must think carefully, as the tuition fees are quite steep. Furthermore, for certain martial souls with potential, the junior academies in the Tiando Empire also open their doors, offering decent benefits. The prerequisite is that your martial soul must be rare. Su Yuntao's expression was laced with a knowing smile, the implications of his words unmistakable. Li Xian's martial soul is somewhat rare, yet it has not reached the level of being considered precious. As a weapon-type martial soul, it is incapable of cultivation, and as a food-type martial soul, it appears somewhat ambiguous. Conversely, the martial soul hall would not hesitate to welcome a child with potential as a food-type soul master. Coincidentally, I have an opening for an intern, and the Martial Soul Hall's Junior Academy is located in Notting City. As for the benefits, you need only to know that they far exceed those of the Junior Academy in Notting City. Su Yuntao extends an olive branch. On one hand, Li Xian's martial soul is one he awakened, allowing for a closer bond, and on the other hand, it is precisely due to its rarity. If he could provide the Martial Soul Hall with a pseudo-food type soul master, it is likely that rewards would be bestowed from above. And this would also be a commendable choice for Li Xian. Thank you, big brother, but I would like to return and discuss this with the elders first. Li Xian spoke candidly, offering no definitive answer. Of course, I shall return this afternoon. Ponder carefully, the Spirit Hall's Junior Academy does not accept just anyone. Today, only 2 children awakened their martial spirits, and the innate soul power referred to by Su Yuntao naturally pertained to Tang San. With a sudden call, Su Yuntao summoned the village chief, Old Jack, who had been waiting anxiously outside. Master, how is it? Are the children in our village faring well with their martial spirit awakenings this year? 2 are capable of cultivation, one of whom possesses innate full soul power. Alas, his martial spirit is the blue-silver grass. Otherwise, your village would indeed be fortunate this year, Su Yuntao remarked, delicately wiping his face and hands with a handkerchief as he made his way outside. Old Jack, recovering from his initial shock, gasped. What? Innate full soul power? The blue-silver grass? A profound disappointment etched itself across his wrinkled face, mingled with a trace of reluctance, as he hurried after Su Yuntao's retreating figure. Master, is there truly no way to cultivate the blue-silver grass? What do you think? As the 2 exited, the spirit hall was instantly vacated. Li Xian and Tang San exchanged glances, both recognizing the mirth in each other's eyes. After a brief pause, they burst into laughter simultaneously. You have a worthless martial spirit, Tang San teased. And you, how much better are you? Li Xian retorted. Li Xian and Tang San playfully tussled as they made their exit. In stark contrast, the other children indoors huddled together, their wrinkled little faces etched with disappointment, each lowering their heads in unison. Li Xian and Tang San possess the potential for cultivation, yet they are destined to remain indistinguishable from the masses throughout their lives. On their way back, Li Xian and Tang San revealed their martial spirits to the village elder, Jack. Upon witnessing the state of their martial spirits, Elder Jack sighed deeply. At a loss for words, Tang San, endowed with innate full soul power, should theoretically have an unlimited future in his cultivation. However, he awakened a worthless martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, which is truly lamentable. Li Xian is indeed commendable. According to Su Yuntao, he possesses the potential for cultivation and can carve out his own path. Yet, the astute Old Jack understands that the journey of a food-type soul master is fraught with challenges. Lacking combat prowess will inevitably impose limitations on Li Xian's future, capping his potential. This year, the village has finally produced 2 children capable of cultivation, yet both seem to have their own issues. With a sigh, Old Jack feels a deep sense of helplessness regarding this matter. However, he quickly reassesses the situation after all. It has been years since Saint Soul Village has seen any soul masters, and now there are 2 emerging at once. What reason does he have to feel disheartened? Reinvigorated. Old Jack manages a smile, maintaining a gentle demeanor in front of the children. Xiao Xian, your situation is somewhat better than Xiao San's. I have heard from Master Su Yuntao that you may pursue the path of a food-type soul master. He recommends that you seize this great opportunity to attend the Junior Academy of the Spirit Hall. Do not let it slip away. At this moment, Li Xian cast a glance at Tang San, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face. Before Tang San could voice a response, old Jack continued to offer his counsel. Do not think that this would be unfair to Xiao San. I am aware that you two have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. However, you must understand that Xiao San's father is rather irresponsible, and their family is not particularly affluent. The expenses associated with soul master training are considerable, and this year, there is only a single scholarship opportunity available in the village. If you were to study at the Wuhuan Temple's Junior Academy alongside Master Su Yuntao, Xiao San would be able to secure that spot. In this manner, both of you could pursue your training without conflict. What do you think? Old Jack then turned his gaze back to Tang San, who smiled and nodded in agreement. He did not deny that his own circumstances were indeed challenging. However, Li Xian had been left a considerable inheritance by his parents before their departure. Even if there were no scholarship opportunities in the village, he still possessed the means to attend the Junior Academy. If only I could accompany Xiao San as well, he mused. Li Xian wore a smile that was both enigmatic and sincere, suddenly uttering a thought. Having grown up alongside Tang San, he found his friend to possess a kind heart and a genuine disposition, making it difficult for him to part with such a companion. Furthermore, their bond offered mutual support. Who wouldn't desire to be in the company of a destined child? Elder Jack, the village leader, chuckled softly. I know what you were contemplating. However, little Xian, the primary academy of the Spirit Hall is located in our city of Notting, so you will still have the opportunity to meet with Tang San. He continued, moreover, the Spirit Hall boasts considerable resources. Just imagine, with Master Su Yuntao's guidance, you will not struggle with your training there. The food system soul masters require a guide, and the Spirit Hall will be immensely beneficial to you in this regard. Such an opportunity lies before you. Do not let it slip away. Additionally, starting from a higher point could ensure mutual assistance with Tang San in the future. Tang San wrapped his arm around Li Xian, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. Indeed, Li Xian, do not worry about me. Go with peace of mind. Though the Spirit Hall offers superior conditions, I believe that with diligent training, I will not fall too far behind you. Upon hearing such resolute words, Li Xian felt a silent understanding within himself but refrained from rebuttal. After all, it was evident that his father was a titled Douluo, and his mother was a 10,000-year-old soul beast, blessed with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Who could possibly compare? Nevertheless, despite recognizing the disparity, Li Xian was not entirely resigned. A surge of warmth surged through him as he recalled the information that had just crossed his mind, and he instinctively embraced Tang San in return. Then let us compete. Haha, splendid. The two friends exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with determination as they gazed into the distance. While smiling, Li Xian suppressed the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Casting a disbelieving glance at the revelation that had taken shape in his mind, a clear message read, Spirit Awakening successful, Time Stabilizer activated. Host, Li Xian. Soul Power, Innate Level 6. Stabilization Duration, 10 years. Chapter 4, The Time Stabilizer, a Pact in Notting City. The village of Shenghan was modest, and after escorting a few children along the way, Elder Jack found himself left with only Li Xian and Tang San. Many parents had accompanied their children today, leaving only a handful absent. Among the two remaining, one had an indifferent adult at home, while the other had been solitary since childhood, prompting Elder Jack to ensure their safe return. However, what Elder Jack did not realize was that Li Xian and Tang San required no such guardianship. Though they were but 6 years old, their souls bore the maturity of adults, making them nearly equal in capability to him. That will be enough, Grandpa Village Head. I can return by myself, Li Xian declared. I can too, Tang San added. At the base of a large tree at the village entrance, Li Xian and Tang San waved goodbye to Elder Jack, and before he could react, they had already dashed away. Hey, those two children. Elder Jack watched as they swiftly disappeared, sighing in resignation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he called out to their retreating figures, Tang San. Do not forget what I instructed you. Discuss it with your father when you return. Tang San's voice echoed back. Understood, Grandpa. Despite this, Elder Jack's expression shifted as he recalled Tang Hao's demeanor. No, I must go in person. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Tang San ran off together, with Li Xian being pulled along by Tang San. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Tang San abruptly halted, leaving Li Xian bewildered and questioning him. What is it, Tang San? This sudden behavior was uncharacteristic of the usually composed Tang San, prompting Li Xian's curiosity. Forget that for now, Li Xian. Release your martial soul and show it to me once more, Tang San urged, his excitement palpable as he grasped Li Xian's hand. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, slightly turning his head. He understood Tang San well enough to know that he wouldn't be so fervent without reason. Is there something amiss with my martial soul? With that, Li Xian summoned forth his humble herbal martial soul, emitting a soft sigh as he did so. It's just herbs, and this particular one is quite common. Indeed, it resembles it closely, Tang San exclaimed, gripping Li Xian's wrist tightly, his gaze fixated on the glowing martial soul in Li Xian's palm. His eyes were drawn to the golden-purple flower atop the herb, and he gasped in astonishment. Li Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that his martial spirit possessed some extraordinary qualities? What was it that had left Tang San so astounded? What had he truly disowned? Li Xian inquired cautiously. Little San, what troubles you? Is there something extraordinary about this martial soul? Indeed, Tang San replied with palpable excitement, a reaction that startled Li Xian. However, this fervor was fleeting. Soon, Tang San's expression shifted, and he fell into a deep contemplation. Changing his tone, he continued, Yet, I remain uncertain. Li Xian, your martial soul is quite unique. It must be more than merely the bright-eyed grass. Oh, Li Xian's gaze was filled with curiosity as he awaited Tang San to reveal his thoughts, realizing that his behavior had been rather peculiar. Tang San managed to conceal his earlier lapse with a smile. Li Xian, he began, I once perused a tome that chronicled numerous exquisite flora. Within its pages, there existed a chrysanthemum that bore resemblance to your martial soul, yet it is not referred to as Mingmu grass. What, then, is it? Li Xian inquired eagerly. Tang San's eyes drifted to the ground, a slight frown creasing his brow. I can only speculate, while it bears a striking similarity. There are subtle differences that elude my certainty. I must caution you, Li Xian, never to regard your martial soul as merely a food-type martial soul. It is far more intricate than that. Li Xian wore a perplexed expression, realizing that after an extensive discourse, nothing substantial had been conveyed. You are truly peculiar today, he remarked, addressing the mistress. At this moment, Li Xian has come to the realization that Tang San has certainly perceived something, though what Tang San comprehends remains unknown to him. Moreover, Tang San himself is uncertain whether his martial soul truly aligns with his aspirations. While Li Xian harbors hope, he is wary of nurturing excessive expectations. After all, a formidable martial soul is invariably accompanied by a heightened innate soul power. And Li Xian is acutely aware that his possession of 6th-level innate soul power is a consequence of the blessings bestowed by the Xian Tian skill. Li Xian's innate soul power was cultivated through his own efforts. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since so much time has passed, I can't quite recall. Your martial soul is a complete plant, while all I remember is a single flower, one that bears a resemblance to the blossom within your martial soul. After a pause, he added, It's been a long time. You're only 6 years old, yet you speak as if you've lived for ages. Li Xian chuckled knowingly, then inquired, So, do you remember the name of that flower? Qirong Tong Tianju, Tang San replied calmly, a profound yearning hidden in his gaze. Upon hearing those words, Li Xian was instantly left in shock. No way. Wait, is that flower really powerful? Li Xian is not unaware that this martial soul bears a resemblance to that of a certain title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. However, based on his vague recollections, he recalls that the martial soul of Zhu Douluo is not of this nature, but rather singular in form. Yet, what distinguishes his martial soul is that it is a complete plant. Tang San continued, expressing his uncertainty, stating that while the flower bears some resemblance, it is explicitly described in literature as a celestial treasure, far surpassing the simplicity of the Mingmu grass. Li Xian promptly extended his palm towards Tang San, urging him to observe closely. Take a good look, Xiao San. My education may be limited, but do not attempt to deceive me. I cannot be mistaken. As he drew nearer, Tang San felt an even stronger conviction. In his previous life, as a prodigious disciple of the Tang sect, he possessed the remarkable ability of photographic memory. Although the plant in Li Xian's palm appeared unusual, the blossoms it bore were undoubtedly among the finest celestial treasures, the celestial golden flower. However, as a celestial treasure, the celestial golden flower blooming in clusters would be a rare blessing from the heavens, not something commonly seen. This led Tang San to recall the village chief's mention of a mutated martial soul. Could it be that Li Xian's martial soul was the mutated celestial golden flower, thus allowing the celestial treasures to bloom together? If that were the case, it would be extraordinary. Tang San elaborated, the celestial golden flower is a neutral celestial herb. Consuming it enhances one's fortune, invigorating the limbs, and promoting the flow of blood through the 8 meridians, and it can cultivate an indestructible body. Its flowers possess an essence of utmost rigidity and warmth, thus leaning towards the attributes of metal and fire. At this moment, Li Xian felt a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Tang San's unwavering certainty left him somewhat bewildered. As a wielder of a celestial-grade martial soul, he could not fathom how his innate soul power was merely at level 6. Xiao San, regardless of the circumstances. Your assertion brings me a glimmer of hope regarding my martial soul. Might it be possible for me to cultivate it in the direction of martial prowess? It should be feasible. However, my knowledge regarding martial souls is rather limited. I believe clarity will only emerge upon entering the Soul Master Academy. Tang San replied candidly. Thank you, Li Xian expressed, and at this juncture, he refrained from further inquiries. He could only hope that Tang San's judgment was sound. If his martial soul truly was the wondrous Qirong Tong Tianju, it would indeed be extraordinary. It is worth noting that the plant martial soul nestled in his palm was a complete entity, with one end adorned by at least dozens of budding flowers. If all these buds were Qirong Tong Tianju, the potential strength would be staggering. As they parted ways, the two engaged in further conversation, agreeing to reunite in Notting City. With that, Li Xian and Tang San went their separate ways, each heading home. Su Yuntao had mentioned returning in the afternoon. Upon arriving home, Li Xian did not rush to tidy up. Instead, he eagerly closed the doors and windows, shedding his shoes and socks to sit cross-legged on his bed. Taking a deep breath, he turned his focus inward, making a subtle adjustment, and the words time stabilization device materialized before him. A golden finger? Why is there no explanation? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian found no answers from this suddenly manifested ability. Nevertheless, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Anything he had come into contact with could be subjected to the stabilization of time. Li Xian grasped a nearby pillow with both hands, attempting to summon his abilities. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, and a soft white glow began to emanate from his arms, enveloping the entire pillow. In the blink of an eye, the wheat husk pillow began to age. Its surface fabric turned a dark yellow and cracked, releasing a musty odor. Startled, Li Xian quickly released his grip. It was as if a decade had truly passed. Could it be that my power accelerates the aging of objects? Li Xian, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, grasped the pillow once more and repeated the previous action. However, this time, nothing transpired. A few words surfaced from the depths of his heart, akin to a warning. It was revealed that when soul power breaks through to a new stage, the reset count would refresh. It turned out to be a one-time occurrence. Li Xian speculated that only upon breaking through to the 10th level and becoming a soul master would his ability to alter time be refreshed. However, given that it was referred to as a time modifier, the potential of this extraordinary power must surely extend beyond mere limitation. Could it be that my soul force is subject to alteration? With this question lingering in his mind, Li Xian closed his eyes and focused his ability directly on the meager soul force within him. Yet, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Li Xian opened his eyes in disappointment. It appeared that his golden finger could only alter the objects he came into contact with. As for his soul power, which pertained to his cultivation, such an abstract concept was difficult to modify. How wonderful it would be if he could gain 10 years of cultivation in just 10 years. Wait, if the target of modification were himself, could it be possible for 10 years of cultivation to truly exist? Li Xian remained undeterred. The soul power within him resembled a lifeless entity, devoid of the capacity for transformation. This transient force, dwelling within him, belonged to the essence of the heavens and earth. Even with an addition of 10 years, it would still be soul power, unchanged in its nature. Conversely, if he were to immerse himself in cultivation and dedicate 10 years to this endeavor, what kind of results might ensue? His heart burned with fervor as he drew a deep breath, promptly suppressing his agitated spirit, intending to validate this notion. Thus, with a tranquil mind, he activated the Xiantian cultivation technique, embarking on his practice upon the modest bed. Instantly, spiritual energy began to circulate, penetrating through the crown of his head and into his small frame. After a while, Li Xian slipped into a semi-meditative state, at which point he allocated a fragment of his consciousness to solidify the duration of his cultivation. He determined the time frame to be 10 years. As a milky white aura emanated from within, a tingling sensation enveloped his entire being, imparting a profound sense of physical growth and a surge of spiritual energy. In his mind, time flowed like a river, with the sun and moon cycling through their phases. Li Xian remained in a state of stillness, relentlessly practicing the Xiantian technique. As his body gradually evolved, eventually, at a certain moment, his soul power reached its zenith, rendering further cultivation impossible. Li Xian emerged from his practice, his consciousness gradually returning to full awareness. Upon opening his eyes, a trace of weariness flickered within his gaze, as if a year had elapsed. Ignoring the emptiness within his body, Li Xian immediately examined himself, and with a jolt of surprise, he discovered that his soul power had indeed reached level 10. Chapter 5. The Xiantian Treasure Record and the Moonlit Evening. Li Xian was in exceptionally high spirits, momentarily forgetting that he was still in bed. He suddenly clenched his fist and rose to his feet, swinging his arm in the air, reveling in the formidable power bestowed upon him by the profound energy within. At that moment, a tearing sound echoed, and Li Xian glanced down at his shirt, noticing that the seams of his coarse fabric shirt had split under his arms, creating a small tear. Furthermore, as he looked down at his trousers, he realized that what had once fit him perfectly now seemed significantly shorter. Li Xian's gaze flickered momentarily, and in that fleeting instant, he grasped the underlying reason, a wave of trepidation surging within him. As he established a timeline for his cultivation, this physical form simultaneously bore the burden of that temporal adjustment. In essence, a year spent in the realm of the mind equated to a year of growth for this body. If a soul master did not encounter stagnation every 10 levels, requiring soul rings for progression, he might truly experience a decade within the confines of his mental sanctuary. His body had grown considerably. How would he explain this to everyone? Furthermore, he resolved to refrain from such impetuousness in the future. An unbidden whisper of concern echoed in his heart, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He recognized that he had become somewhat hasty. Since he possessed a unique advantage, he could afford to validate it gradually. Although he had elevated his cultivation to the 10th level this time, Future breakthroughs would inevitably extend his cultivation timeline. It is imperative to understand that the path of a soul master is fraught with obstacles, should he find himself stymied in cultivation. Truly spending decades or even centuries within his mental realm, he would emerge as an elderly man. Caution, utmost caution. After instilling this warning in his mind, Li Xian hastily discarded his torn garments and retrieved his father's old clothes from the wardrobe, donning them for the time being. Overall, the enhancement of soul power was indeed a fortuitous development. The adjustment of cultivation should be regarded as a contingency during times when other soul masters could not advance. It would afford him the possibility of a final stand, yet it must not be squandered recklessly. His father's attire fit surprisingly well in this modest Shahan village. The clothing bore little embellishment, and the simple white linen robe was both gentle and comfortable, allowing for ease of movement. Subsequently, Li Xian prepared a meal, consuming a simple lunch before engaging in further cultivation. The soul power he had accrued gradually stabilized within him, after which he began to tidy up his belongings. Due to the stepwise nature of his cultivation, he encountered no issues of ethereal instability. After all, he had genuinely traversed a year in the realm of the mind. Before long, the room was stripped bare, with items that could not be taken stored neatly in the wardrobe. As he surveyed the empty chamber, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. He had not anticipated leaving Shahan village, the home he had inhabited for 2 years, prior to awakening his martial soul. He had not contemplated the life of a soul master. He had prepared for the worst, even accepting the possibility of living as an ordinary person incapable of cultivation, content to spend his remaining days alongside friends like Tang San. Now, however, endowed with the capacity for cultivation and having activated his unique advantage, Li Xian's aspirations soared. The world of soul masters across the continent beckoned him, offering a place of significance. To reach the pinnacle, this had become his sole objective. In the afternoon, a horse-drawn carriage rattled over the cobblestone road, arriving at the village entrance. Shortly thereafter, the village chief, Old Jack, approached with hurried steps. Knocking on the door of the Li residence, Li Xian had been waiting for quite some time. After gathering his luggage, he followed the village chief outside. Old Jack, with his hunched figure, hurried ahead, anxious not to offend Su Yuntao, a soul master of considerable stature. He incessantly encouraged Li Xian, oblivious to the subtle transformations occurring within him, which brought a sense of relief to Li Xian. Upon arriving in Notting City and enrolling in the Junior Soul Master Academy, his foremost task would be to seek a mentor to assist him in acquiring a soul ring. Once he obtained the soul ring, explanations for his enhanced physique and increased stature would be readily available. At the village entrance, the coachman, noticing the two approaching, leapt from the carriage and bent down to assist Li Xian with his luggage. Inside the carriage, Su Yuntao had been waiting for a considerable time. To Li Xian's surprise, there was also a girl seated within. The young girl, of a similar age to him, possessed delicate, youthful features. What captured attention most were her large, dark eyes, clear and transparent, reminiscent of autumn waters reflecting the sky. Dressed in a formal black outfit, slightly creased, she sat upright with an earnest gaze. When the carriage door opened, her eyes instinctively turned towards Li Xian. "Oh, you have arrived, Li Xian," she said, as Su Yutao rose to his feet and ushered Li Xian into the carriage. His large frame necessitated a slight bend, making it easy for Li Xian to board. However, this action inadvertently bridged the distance between them. Rather than harboring any disdain for Li Xian's humble origins, Su Yutao extended his respect, which, in turn, slightly enhanced Li Xian's favorable impression of him. "Is everything packed? Have you bid farewell to your family?" Su Yutao inquired. "Yes," Li Xian replied. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement and then obediently sat beside him. Feeling somewhat hesitant to approach the girl clad in black across from him, Su Yutao smiled and glanced outside the carriage, noting that only Old Jack had arrived. His expression shifting slightly, he refrained from asking further questions, settling back down and greeting Old Jack. "Thank you for your hard work, village chief. I will take this child with me, and once we reach the academy, I will ensure he dedicates himself to his training. Unfortunately, Li Xian won't be able to return this year. If there are pressing matters, you can find me at the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City." "Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. Little Xian, make sure to train diligently over there. Do not become complacent. Your grandfather is eagerly awaiting your return for the new year." Old Jack's hand, which had been waving goodbye, fell gently, and his eyes grew misty. Li Xian had spent a period of time in his home during his early years. It could be said that the village chief regarded Li Xian as his own child. "I will, Grandpa Village Chief," Li Xian assured earnestly. Li Xian felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He had spent 6 years here, surrounded by people who treated him with kindness. To claim that he felt nothing would be a falsehood. "Li Xian." At that moment, a clear voice rang out from a distance, and the petite figure of Tang San came running towards him. Li Xian's expression shifted subtly. He had not yet had the opportunity to inform Tang San. Having bid farewell earlier that morning, he contemplated heading to Notting City first and meeting up with the young man there. "Here, take this," Tang San panted, handing over a neatly wrapped package resembling a book into Li Xian's hands. He then added, "Do not forget our agreement." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. "Fine, Seeing your persistence, I shall acquiesce. Farewell. With a slight wave of his hand, the carriage gradually set off. And the village along with the village chief's figure began to diminish in his sight. After passing several intersections, only the scenery remained outside the window. Collecting his thoughts, Li Xian sat quietly, patiently awaiting the monotonous journey to Nodding City. Due to his earlier dismal mood, he had not yet taken the opportunity to examine the items Tang San had given him. However, Li Xian had already surmised that the package in his hand was most likely the Xiantian treasure record, transcribed by Tang San, which detailed the use of hidden weapons and the subsequent cultivation methods of the 6 external skills of the Tang sect. Logically, this should have been handed over to Li Xian long ago, but at that time, Tang San had requested Li Xian to join the Tang sect, which Li Xian had disregarded, causing the delay until today. Now, with Tang San voluntarily bestowing the treasure record upon him, Li Xian, feeling a moment of softness, consented. The Tang sect, who would have thought he would one day become a part of it? The Xiantian treasure record also contained records on medicinal texts, sect regulations, and the crafting of various hidden weapons. Li Xian understood that Tang San's act of handing over this item indicated a profound bond of friendship. Just mastering Tang San's extraordinary techniques for hidden weapons would grant him significant power, not to mention the knowledge of herbal medicine and poison crafting. Suddenly, a bright gaze fell upon him, causing Li Xian's heart to flutter. He set aside his thoughts and glanced back at the source of the gaze, only to find the girl in black clothing averting her eyes. A brief silence enveloped the air. Throughout the journey, Su Yuntao had been conversing with the girl, while Li Xian had been distracted, failing to pay attention to their dialogue. Moments ago, Su Yuntao had lifted his teacup to clear his throat, and in that instant, the girl seized the opportunity to sneak a glance in Li Xian's direction. Noticing their interaction, Su Yuntao chuckled softly. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you to Yueshi. The lad beside me is called Li Xian. His martial spirit was also awakened by me. Unlike your martial spirit, his martial spirit is the Cassius seed, and he is likely to become a support-type soul master in the future, given that your villages are in close proximity. Remember to look out for one another once you arrive at the academy. Go ahead and greet each other. You." "Hello." The girl in black raised her head, her snow-white gaze meeting Li Xian's. Her pair of clear, large eyes left a profound impression on him, perhaps sensing that her actions were not sufficiently friendly. The girl named Yueshi awkwardly extended her hand, a timid smile gracing her face. "I am Li Xian." As for Li Xian, possessing a mature soul, he perceived Yueshi as a child wearing open-crotch pants, casually reaching out to gently shake hands with her. However, the moment their palms touched, a sensation akin to an electric current surged from their hands, followed by a chilling wave that spread throughout Li Xian's body, causing his eyes to widen as he inhaled deeply. What is happening? Yueshi also sensed something, her posture straightening, her eyes widening further. What is the matter? Su Yuntao asked, slightly taken aback as he observed the two in a state of hesitation, his tone filled with curiosity. "Are you reluctant to let go after merely shaking hands?" "Oh, it's nothing." Li Xian was the first to release his palm, gently stroking his fingertips before gradually retracting them. Opposite him, Yueshi hurriedly averted her gaze. Su Yuntao calmly remarked, "I forgot to mention, Yueshi possesses a mutated martial soul, which manifests as a shadow. I have never encountered such a situation before. Her innate soul power has reached level 6, just like yours. Yueshi, I have reported your condition, as I mentioned earlier. Each unique martial soul must go through a process and be recorded in the archives of the Martial Soul Hall. Upon arriving in Nodding City, Master Matthew will oversee these matters, and your cooperation will be required." "All right," the girl Yueshi timidly replied, stealing a glance at Li Xian as she spoke. Having grown up in a village, this was her first journey away from home, and at merely 6 years of age, her demeanor appeared quite restrained. Even though curiosity about Li Xian bubbled within her, she dared only to observe him furtively. It was only at this moment that Li Xian began to pay earnest attention to Yueshi. She wore a slightly oversized black dress, her long, dark hair braided and arranged at the sides of her face. Her eyes were dark and bright, resembling 2 large grapes. Perhaps due to her years spent playing in the village, her complexion was a healthy wheat tone, and the fair skin of her exposed neck hinted at a naturally pale hue. However, if asked to rate her appearance, Li Xian would only assign her a score of 6, as she had yet to fully blossom. Her features were delicate, but lacked the allure of innate beauty. What was that feeling just now? Li Xian leaned against the window of the carriage, reminiscing about the sudden surge of soul power that coursed through him when he made contact with Yueshi. Soon, he began to contemplate a certain possibility. It is said that soul masters with similar attributes yet opposing martial souls can merge their soul powers. When harnessing this combined essence to activate a skill, it is referred to as a martial soul fusion technique. Yueshi possesses a shadow martial soul, characterized by its darkness, while Shaoxin claimed that her martial soul contained the extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum, embodying utmost rigidity and brightness, which inherently opposes the dark attribute. Could it be that he and this girl share the potential for a martial soul fusion? Chapter 6, The Division of Martial Souls. Master Matthew. Half a day passed as the carriage traversed the mountainous terrain, finally arriving in the bustling city of Nodding. The streets were teeming with life. This town, Situated at the confluence of the two great empires of Tiando and Xinglua, though modest in size, boasted a myriad of shops and was frequented by countless soul masters. Li Xian dozed for a while, and upon awakening, he found the carriage had just entered the city gates. Yushi was peering out, her tiny hands resting on the window, watching the throngs of people retreating behind them. The sky was dimming, and the faint glow of lanterns illuminated the distant, hazy streets. A gust of wind swept through, inexplicably invigorating Li Xian. Have we arrived? Su Yuntao ceased his feigned slumber, opened his eyes, and extended a finger to lift the small window for a glance outside, a gentle expression of relief gracing his features. After such a lengthy journey, even a soul master like him felt a touch of weariness. He had spent the entire day awakening the martial souls of the village children, scarcely pausing for rest. Let us proceed to the martial soul hall, Su Yuntao instructed the coachman from within the carriage. As you wish, master, the coachman replied, pulling the reins as the carriage made its way towards the heart of Nodding City. Li Xian speculated that they were to proceed to the Spirit Hall for registration before heading to the Nodding City Primary Spirit Academy. Feeling hungry, Su Yuntao took a brief moment to rest, and his spirits were considerably lifted. He clapped his hands together jovially and inquired of the two individuals before him. Yushi nodded, only to immediately shake her head, her gaze ultimately resting on Li Xian. Li Xian did not speak falsely. He was indeed hungry. Since Su Yuntao had brought them to Nodding City, it was likely his responsibility to take care of the two. Moreover, dining was of little consequence for soul masters. And Li Xian was not being disingenuous. The carriage came to a halt before a roadside stall, where Su Yuntao exchanged several copper soul coins for a few servings of cold pancakes. Standing before the vendor's cart, Su Yuntao's gaze wandered, and then he approached a nearby stall selling candied hawthorn, purchasing several portions. The wheels of the carriage slowly turned as they resumed their journey. Inside the carriage, Li Xian and Yushi held the cold pancakes, which resembled a type of multi-grain crepe, with a cool, smooth exterior and a filling of cucumber, crunchy peanuts, tofu skin, and various condiments. The quantity Su Yuntao had purchased was substantial, certainly enough to satisfy the children. Brother Su Yuntao, you are truly kind, Li Xian mumbled while eating. Su Yuntao merely smiled, saying, we must reach the academy before nightfall. You may eat a little now, and once we arrive, I will treat you to something splendid. Opposite him, Yushi opened her small mouth, nibbling on a bit of pancake, and as the cucumber slipped from the crepe, the girl hurriedly reached out to catch it. Li Xian cast his gaze, smiled, and looked at me. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth wide, and with one end of the cool pancake, he stuffed it into his mouth. He then took a bite, causing his entire mouth to swell into a round shape. Li Xian struggled for quite some time before managing to take his first bite, and he patted his chest vigorously, nearly losing his breath in the process. Opposite him, Yushi couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth as she chuckled. However, her manner of eating was rather audacious. Her small mouth quickly became glistening with grease. She was no longer so reserved. In contrast, Su Yuntao maintained a much more composed demeanor while eating. He chewed his food almost silently, his attentive gaze fixed on the view outside. Clutching a candied hawthorn in his arms, he wore a look reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Li Xian found it difficult to comprehend why Su Yuntao chose to purchase such food, while it certainly sufficed to stave off hunger. Consuming it made it challenging to maintain decorum. For instance, as he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, a sigh escaped his throat, inadvertently manifesting as a series of burps. Burp, burp, burp. You rascal! Su Yuntao interrupted his reverie, his previously delightful mood marred. A large hand descended upon Li Xian's head. Who burps in 3 segments? Yushi burst into laughter. Unable to contain herself, she let out a chuckle, and 2 streams of snot flew forth like fluttering butterflies. In a flurry, Yushi panicked, and upon witnessing this, Li Xian promptly offered her a tissue. Su Yuntao, with a darkened expression, shook his head in silence. What a mischievous child. It's only been a short while, and you've already led the well-behaved Yushi astray. In the distance, golden rays illuminated the surroundings, casting a warm glow as the clouds turned crimson. The horses whinnied, finally halting before an imposing structure. After a few individuals disembarked, Su Yuntao paid the fare and instructed the coachman to deliver their luggage to the primary Martial Soul Academy. Subsequently, Su Yuntao led Li Xian and Yu into the Martial Soul Hall. Li Xian craned his neck, gazing up at the colossal structure of the Spirit Hall. The edifice, adorned in hues of blue-gray, was composed of 3 grand tiers, featuring a domed roof and square columns. Above the entrance, an emblem of a sword was intricately engraved, while the steps leading to the door were meticulously carved from white jade. Upon arriving in this world, Li Xian had never encountered architecture of such grandeur. Master Su, your efforts are commendable, remarked a female soul master as she approached, bowing respectfully to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring about Master Mathuno. The master is in his office. Understood, Su Yuntao replied, intending to escort the 2 individuals to the office. At that moment, his gaze brightened as he noticed a woman of striking figure and exquisite features emerging from an office on the 1st floor. Cici. Upon seeing her, Su Yuntao swiftly made his way over. Please take these two children to find Master Mathuno. He is aware of the particulars. Oh. The woman began to speak but was interrupted. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Yushi found themselves unexpectedly left in the hall, both feeling somewhat bewildered. Brother Su, what is happening? However, upon witnessing Su Yutao laughing and engaging with the woman, and retrieving snacks from his pocket, Li Xian suddenly grasped the situation. Love is akin to a tempest. Li Xian shook his head and said, Elder sister, please provide us with the location, and we shall make our way there ourselves. Is that acceptable? The woman before him was evidently pressed for time, and she promptly relayed the whereabouts of Master Matthew's office to Li Xian before darting away with clasped hands. Yueshi, feeling anxious, quietly approached Li Xian and stood beside him. Shall we seek out Master Matthew on our own? It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Li Xian casually remarked, this is the Spirit Hall, a place of great significance in the entire Nodding City, frequented by soul masters and nobles alike, ensuring a safe environment. Following the woman's directions, Li Xian ascended to the second floor and subsequently located Master Mathuno's office. He knocked gently. Li Xian gently knocked on the door, waiting outside with Yushi. After a few moments, an elderly voice resonated from within, inviting them to enter. Allowing himself to be led by her small hand, Li Xian took Yushi inside. The office was imbued with a soothing fragrance, while a cool breeze wafted down from the crystal stones embedded in the ceiling. Master Ma had a keen appreciation for comfort, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and refreshing serenity. Li Xian led Yushi to stand before Master Masiano's desk, respectfully stating, Greetings, Master Masiano. Brother Su Yuntao has sent us to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Masiano straightened up, gazing at the two before him with a warm smile. Oh, did you come here on your own accord? Hee, I have heard about your matters. It must have been quite the journey. It was not arduous. Brother Su Yutao is occupied with other affairs, Li Xian replied. I see, Masiano said, his expression softening as he regarded the two young ones. His eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, both of you possess a robust spiritual power and commendable talent for cultivation. We warmly welcome you to join the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Master, does entering the Soul Master Academy equate to joining the Spirit Hall? Of course, replied Matthew with a smile. And please, do not call me Master. If you don't mind, you may refer to me as Grandpa Matthew. Given my age, it should be quite fitting. Grandpa Matthew. Yushi obediently called out. Ah, good child, Matthew responded, his wrinkles gathering together in delight. Come now, I shall take you for your assessment. It is late today, but I will arrange for you to enter the academy tomorrow. As he spoke, Matthew led the way, guiding Li Xian and Yushi out of the office and along the corridor. At this moment, Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that entering the Soul Master Academy would mean joining the Spirit Hall. The unexpected turn of events left him at a loss. However, he realized there was no point in voicing his concerns. He couldn't very well say, I remember that the Spirit Hall will face troubles in the future, so I do not wish to join you. He could not guarantee what might transpire in the future, and besides, if he truly did join the Spirit Hall, once he became powerful, he could potentially avert those issues. With this thought, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. In the corridor on the second floor, Matthew continued to lead the way, stating, Su Yutao has already informed me of your circumstances. Li Xian, you possess the Soul Master Herb, with innate soul power at the 6th level. Yushi, you have the Shadow Soul, also with innate soul power at the 6th level. You two children have exceedingly rare soul abilities. I have never even heard of them before. Once you arrive at the academy, I will arrange for experienced teachers to guide you in this regard. By the way, we will also need to conduct another test of your soul power to ensure that there are no issues with your admission. Yushi nodded. While Li Xian's eyes brightened, he had yet to inform Su Yunhao of his soul power reaching the 10th level, and now he urgently needed to acquire a soul ring. He had been troubled about how to broach the subject, but an opportunity had now presented itself. He could devise a casual excuse to appease Matthew. After all, he could not afford to delay in obtaining his soul ring. At the end of the corridor stood the room for testing soul power. 3 doors loomed ahead, each inscribed with a plaque. A sword was depicted, pointing straight down, its blade glinting with a cold light, the hilt shimmering silver, devoid of any impurities. The emblem of the sword Li Xian immediately thought of a title Douluo skilled in swordsmanship, known as Jian Daochanshin. If memory serves correctly, the Spirit Hall is divided into 6 tiers, each corresponding to a distinct emblem or a combination thereof. These emblems derive from the renowned titled Douluo of the present world and consist of the sword, ghost, chrysanthemum, dragon, tower, and hammer. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City should be the lowest tier of the Spirit Hall, bearing a singular emblem, while the subordinate halls above it possess 2 emblems. Matthew led the two into the leftmost chamber and pushed open the grand door, an ancient aura instantly enveloping Li Xian. The room was lofty and spacious, its walls adorned with black crystals. Standing within, he felt the pull of the Shintian skill, invigorating the soul power coursing through his meridians. Matthew approached the center of the room, marked with symbols, and gestured, Yushi, come forth and summon your martial spirit in this central area. Yushi stepped forward, seemingly apprehensive, yet Matthew remained patient, waiting by the side. Focus your mind and calm your spirit, he whispered. Gently raising her hand, Yushi took a deep breath and, albeit somewhat clumsily, began to channel her soul power from memory. Suddenly, the central area of the spirit hall erupted with brilliance, the crystal floor radiating a sacred light that enveloped Yushi. As she was bathed in this luminescence, a layer of black aura began to swirl around her. The hand suspended in midair was shrouded by the black glow emanating from her body, continuing to harness her soul power. It appeared as though a substance akin to black quicksand gradually coalesced in her palm. Slowly, a shadow resembling Yushi took form. This silhouette mirrored her, with long hair cascading elegantly, stretching its neck gracefully, its faceless visage now gazing at the onlookers, as if infused with life within her palm. Maying! Master Matthew exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 7. The apprehension towards evil martial spirits. Yushi lightly tapped her toes, the sacred radiance rippling beneath her. Within that pure and immaculate light, the black quicksand material within her was also in motion, particularly around her right hand, which was almost entirely enveloped in darkness. In her palm, the shadowy figure stood tall, its arms gracefully suspended at her sides. Li Xian's visage was illuminated by a radiant glow as he fixated on the martial soul nestled within Yueshi's palm. His pupils constricted slightly, as if his very essence were being drawn in. Do not look. Quickly close your eyes. In a moment of peril, Master Matthew positioned himself protectively before Li Xian, channeling his soul energy to halt the force surging within Yueshi, swiftly extracting her from the epicenter. As the martial soul entered her being, Yueshi felt her strength wane. Her once bright eyes dimmed momentarily, and her delicate form staggered forward a few steps. What happened, Master Matthew? Li Xian regained his senses, shaking his gaze as if he had momentarily lost himself. He could only recall the fleeting moment when he cast a glance at Yushi Wuhan. Master Matthew's countenance darkened, his eyes sharp as blades, as he looked down upon Yushi. With his right hand, he conjured a massive soul power, nearly crushing her arm to the point of bruising. Hiss, it hurt. Yushi yearned to break free. Yet her strength paled in comparison to that of a grand soul master who had devoted his life to cultivation. After struggling in place for a brief moment, fear began to manifest on her face. Grandfather Matthew, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so angry? Li Xian hurriedly approached and separated the hands and arms of the two individuals. Although merely 6 years of age, his well-developed physique allowed him to stand before the hunched Matthew, only a half-head shorter. Nevertheless, had Matthew chosen not to release his grip, Li Xian would have stood no chance. At this moment, the elder retracted his hand, his white brows knitted tightly together, and his eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. The spirit hall cannot accept you. Return home, Yueshi. It would be best if you never pursued cultivation in this lifetime, Matthew stated before turning his back. Yueshi, with her small face pale as a ghost, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably. Li Xian's gaze flickered. The moment Yushi unleashed her martial soul, it seemed to come alive. By the way, Master Ma, what does your remark about the shadow phantom signify? Grandfather Ma, you just mentioned the shadow phantom. May I inquire what it is? Furthermore, why did you abruptly state that Yushi cannot cultivate? Li Xian directed his gaze towards the retreating figure of Matthew Nua and inquired. After a prolonged silence, Matthew Nua turned his eyes back, letting out a heavy sigh, and conveyed, "It is not entirely impossible, Yueshi. Do not blame your grandfather. I too was momentarily taken aback by the prowess of your martial soul. You should be aware that in this world, martial souls are classified into 3 categories: defective martial souls, ordinary martial souls, and supreme martial souls. However, ordinary martial souls may undergo mutations during the process of inheritance, and such martial souls often possess extreme capabilities, with a small fraction being particularly perilous. In that case, can we not classify a more formidable mutated martial soul as a supreme martial soul? Li Xian inquired. Theoretically, yes, but it is fundamentally improbable. Matthew Nuo replied with a shake of his head. Firstly, mutated martial souls are exceedingly challenging to cultivate. During the awakening process, many children do not possess accompanying soul power. Secondly, mutated martial souls tend to be unstable, making it difficult for them to be passed down to offspring. This type of martial soul typically manifests only in the first generation, while supreme martial souls can be inherited within a family. By your reasoning, both Yueshi's and my martial souls are mutated souls, which means they cannot be inherited by our children. Li Xian recalled that just moments ago in the corridor, Mathuno had mentioned that his martial soul was a rare variant. He pondered the meaning of danger. How could a martial soul be perilous? Mathuno fell silent for a moment before sighing. It's rather different, although your martial soul is indeed uncommon. Records from the Spirit Hall indicate that such souls have appeared in the realm of soul masters on several occasions. When I refer to extreme variant martial souls, I mean those whose essence is inherently dangerous or those whose cultivation requirements have deviated, relying on the consumption of soul power, soul rings, flesh, or even souls for their training. Such aberrations are fundamentally flawed. Yushi's martial soul exemplifies the first category, which the Spirit Hall designates as a malevolent martial soul. Upon hearing this, Li Xian understood that the mutation of a martial soul was not necessarily a fortuitous occurrence, as many would tend to evolve in a detrimental direction. It could be said that his martial soul was merely a hereditary variation, whereas Yushi's martial soul had undergone a complete transformation. These situations are not equivalent. Li Xian pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Grandfather Ma, could you enlighten us on why Yueshi's sinister martial soul cannot be cultivated? What dangers lie therein?" Yueshi lowered her little head, unaware that her martial soul was deemed malevolent. This year, she was the only one in the village to awaken a martial soul capable of cultivation, much to the joy of her parents. And the villagers regarded it as a fortuitous event. Now, however, a master from the martial soul hall claimed that her martial soul was of the vile kind, leaving Yueshi in a state of bewilderment as she buried her head further down, her eyes becoming red and swollen. Ma Ziyuno let out a deep sigh. According to the information currently available from the martial soul hall, evil martial souls can be broadly categorized into several types, including corpse control, spirit manipulation, beast mastery, demon exorcism, evil summoning, and blood transformation. The path of cultivating an evil martial soul is fraught with peril, and the martial soul itself harbors inherent dangers. Yueshi's martial soul falls into the category of evil summoning. As we witnessed earlier, her martial soul possesses a fundamental consciousness, and she is even capable of enchanting the souls of soul masters. Child, I do not wish to cause you harm. This power is something you will struggle to control in the future. Yueshi nodded, her small hands rubbing her eyes as tears flowed uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xian felt a tinge of discomfort within his heart. Yueshi and he were among the few children in the vicinity of Shahan village capable of cultivating. Having awakened her martial soul and soul power, she had come to Nodding City for training, and her family must surely feel a sense of pride. Yet now, she was informed that she could not continue her cultivation, which must also bring her great sorrow and disappointment. Li Xian retrieved a tissue and approached Yueshi, gently patting her to comfort her. "Grandfather Ma, is there truly no way?" Matthew's expression was complex. If there exists an external force to control this power, the evil martial soul can naturally be cultivated. However, my concern lies with Yueshi's tender age. She is easily susceptible to the assimilation of shadows, making it arduous for her to maintain her true self during the cultivation process. Then, why not find an external force that can be controlled and remain by Yueshi's side? Li Xian inquired tentatively. Such things are not easily found. Upon hearing this, a look of helplessness flashed across Matthew's face. He spoke slowly. To suppress the malevolent power within a martial soul, one must possess a substance that is even more sinister or be a soul master of formidable strength. Even though I wish to assist Yueshi, it is challenging to achieve this with my solitary power. In order to suppress the cultivation of an evil martial soul, one must at least be a soul sage. However, in this small town of Nodding, how could such a person possibly appear? Matthew continued. The spirit hall undoubtedly has many soul sages, yet they have always rejected evil martial souls and malevolent soul masters. My heart aches to say this. Had it been anyone else, they might have already expelled Yueshi from the spirit hall. Li Xian's eyes sparkled as a thought crossed his mind. Undeterred, he mused, "Grandpa Ma, as you mentioned, if there exists an evil martial soul, then there must certainly be a righteous one as well. If we could locate such a martial soul to accompany Yueshi in her training, perhaps we could resolve the peril associated with her martial soul." Ma Xunua expressed a hint of confusion. "Are you implying a supreme martial soul of the light attribute? That is essentially the notion I am conveying," he replied. Li Xian was unable to discern which type of martial soul could be classified as light attribute, and he was even more ignorant of what constituted the highest grade martial souls. His assertion stemmed solely from the belief that his martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, possessed a solar essence that might suppress the shadowy martial soul of Yushi. The expression of helplessness on Matthew's face deepened. "Li Xian, I can comprehend your desire to retain Yushi within the spirit hall, but your notions are exceedingly naive. Soul masters who possess such martial souls, once discovered, are invariably taken under the wing of nobility or royalty. To find a light attribute martial soul of that caliber is no simple task. Moreover, I may have underestimated the gravity of my earlier words. You may not have grasped their full significance. Yushi's shadow martial soul is classified among the elite even within the realm of malevolent martial souls. To subdue such a nefarious force is a feat that even most top-tier martial souls cannot accomplish." Matthew's tone suddenly escalated, his demeanor taking on a resolute edge. He had only expressed his thoughts thus far out of compassion. It was an undeniable fact that Yushi could not cultivate under his guidance. Though he felt remorse for the child, the harsh realities of martial soul regulations left him no alternative. In fact, he even intended to seal Yushi's martial soul to prevent her from secretly cultivating and jeopardizing the world of soul masters. With this thought, Matthew inhaled deeply, his previously benevolent expression transforming into one of stern resolve as he strode purposefully toward Yushi. "Master, wait. My martial soul has yet to be tested. There may still be hope for Yushi. Is this truly the course of action you wish to take?" Upon witnessing this, Li Xian immediately positioned himself in front of Yushi. The resonance between his soul power and that of Yushi captured his attention profoundly. Furthermore, Both he and Yushi emerged from the same village, which deepened his reluctance to see her returned. Li Xian, step aside. My grandfather is not in the mood for games. Matthew's demeanor exuded a stern and frosty aura, which did not waver despite Li Xian's obstruction. Li Xian understood that a mere thought from Matthew would result in his expulsion, an inevitability he could not withstand. With this realization, he had no choice but to withdraw. However, he immediately proceeded towards the center of the Soul Palace, hoping that the activation of his martial soul might prove beneficial. Meanwhile, Matthew, towering over Yushi, hesitated for a moment before inhaling deeply. If he did not act decisively, he would be endangering Yushi. Once her phantom martial soul matured, it would be beyond her control. Returning home to live as an ordinary child seemed the only solution. Matthew summoned his soul power, gently placing his palm atop Yushi's head. She stifled a sob, offering no resistance to her fate. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, she allowed Matthew to seal her martial soul. Overwhelmed by despair, she burst into tears, unable to contain her grief. Wait, Master Ma. At this critical moment, Li Xian called out to Matthew without hesitation. Upon reaching the central area, he immediately unleashed his martial soul. As the sacred light enveloped him, a tempestuous and searing force erupted within the room, illuminating the walls, ceiling, and floor with blinding radiance, momentarily obscuring Matthew's vision. In the heart of the chamber, Li Xian stood tall in a white linen robe, his palm raised, from which sprouted a half-foot-tall verdant plant. Its tender leaves were small and round, the stem ascending in sections, and atop its peak, 30 to 40 golden-purple buds swayed gently, shimmering in the sacred light, their brilliance surpassing that of before. Matthew, who had intended to seal Yushi's martial soul, was rendered speechless at this sight. A. Supreme Martial Soul. Chapter 8. The Astonished Matthew. The radiance conjured a gust of wind, tousling Li Xian's hair as he marveled at the immense power his martial soul had summoned, causing all the spirit stones in the room to emit a dazzling glow. Li Xian was unaware that within the soul testing hall, every brick and stone was inscribed with soul stones capable of assessing the quality of martial souls. As he recorded his martial soul, the soul stones within the hall were simultaneously scanning him. The moment the top-tier martial soul manifested, the soul stones would activate. And the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more intense the radiance emitted by the stones. Matthew was profoundly shaken by the scene before him. Retracting his hand from Yushi's head, the elder murmured in disbelief, a top-tier martial soul. This is undoubtedly a characteristic exclusive to such an elite soul. Li Xian, what martial soul have you truly awakened? Wasn't it supposed to be the Kasha seed? Ah, Su Yuntao did mention it. At this moment, Li Xian was equally bewildered. Had he foreseen such a profound reaction, he would have restrained himself. The earlier response must have been triggered by some mechanism within the room that detected his martial soul, just as the third party had mentioned. The budding blossom emanating from his martial soul was indeed a celestial-grade medicinal herb, the wondrous Tang San chrysanthemum. Li Xian no longer harbored any doubts about this matter. Su Yuntao. Oh, Su Yuntao. How many more times must this lad demonstrate his lack of discernment? Master Matthew's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment, a blend of excitement and indignation, leaving him uncertain about which matter deserved his focus. The mention of Su Yuntao provided an outlet for Matthew's pent-up feelings. How audacious. He mistook the malevolent martial soul for a mutated shadow martial soul, while he regarded the supreme martial soul awakened by Li Xian as mere food-type Kashitora. What am I to say about you, Su Yuntao? Meanwhile, on a bustling street in Notting City, Su Yuntao, entwined with his partner and basking in the sweetness of the moment, suddenly sneezed, frowning as he pondered whether he had caught a cold. On the other hand, Matthew set aside thoughts of Yushi and hastened to Li Xian's side, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of a treasure hunter. He gazed at the half-foot-tall plant nestled in Li Xian's palm, his eyes widening as they were drawn to the blossoms that bloomed forth, momentarily lost in thought. A supreme martial soul, undoubtedly a supreme martial soul. Such a virile aura, reminiscent of some legendary elixir. Wait. I feel as though I have seen this flower before, yet I cannot recall where. Li Xian earnestly wished for Matthew Nua to discern clearly. If the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum had any relatives, he would then comprehend the true name of his martial soul. However, as the soul stones within the grand hall flickered, Li Xian discovered that the soul power within him was rapidly depleting. The already tenuous soul power struggled to sustain the manifestation of his martial soul. Grandfather Ma. I cannot endure any longer. Li Xian grasped his palm, and the martial soul vanished before his eyes, as various phenomena extinguished. Matthew No was captivated, gazing intently at the martial soul, and upon witnessing this, he momentarily froze, a look of lingering fascination gracing his face. It was indeed a supreme martial soul, one that had never before manifested. Matthew No was certain that this martial soul transcended ordinary top-tier souls, and judging by the radiant aura it exuded, the bloodline of the martial soul appeared remarkably stable. Should it be nurtured in due time, the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly witness the rise of a new noble lineage. That fellow Su Yuntao was mistaken. Li Xian, your martial soul is certainly more than just a simple lucid grass. To my knowledge, it should be some form of celestial herb. Once I return to investigate, rest assured, you shall soon learn its true name. Li Xian had already discerned half of the name, yet at this moment, His thoughts were consumed by Yueshi. Grandfather Ma, do you believe my martial soul would aid Yueshi in his cultivation? If I were to remain by Yueshi's side, could he perhaps remain in the spirit hall? In response to this inquiry, Ma Xiaonua was momentarily taken aback. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Based on the aura emanating from the martial soul just moments ago, that particular plant was imbued with pure yang energy, which would undoubtedly suppress Yueshi's martial soul. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that, while ignorance may have been bliss, now that he was aware that Li Xian had awakened a top-tier martial soul, how could he possibly allow such a precious talent to cultivate in proximity to the malevolent martial soul? Absolutely not. Upon observing the turmoil in Matthew's expression, Li Xian immediately discerned his thoughts, prompting a sharp chill to seep into his voice. Grandfather Matthew, are you concerned about the influence of the moonlit martial spirit on me? I must inform you that Moonlit came here alongside me. If you do not permit her to remain, then I shall depart as well. Coughing lightly, he added, What are you contemplating, young one? I harbor no such intentions. Upon hearing Li Xian's inclination to leave, Matthew became flustered. At over 80 years of age, he was acutely aware of his dwindling prospects in life. The appearance of a child with a top-tier martial spirit was an opportunity he could not afford to let slip away. Your martial spirit possesses the attribute of light, and is indeed a supreme one. Had you not mentioned it, I might not have noticed, but it seems it could suppress the malevolent forces within the primary moonlit shadow martial spirit. Haha, Li Xian, you are truly a kind-hearted child. Matthew gently ruffled Li Xian's hair. His words were both encouraging and sincere. At this moment, he realized that he could not harm Yushi under any circumstances. Conversely, in order to retain Li Xian, Yushi had unwittingly become a bargaining chip. However, Matthew, a person of great stature and integrity, would not exploit this situation to engage in any sordid dealings. His primary concern remained the safety of Li Xian. In light of this, it seems that Yushi may indeed be allowed to stay, correct? Li Xian approached Yueshi, gently wiping the tears from the girl's face, and then smiled. Do not weep any longer, Yueshi. You may remain here. How fortuitous it is that my martial spirit can assist you, allowing you to cultivate as usual, just like everyone else. With tears still glistening in her large eyes, Yueshi blinked, her expression filled with gratitude. She had just witnessed the scene of Li Xian unleashing his martial spirit and was still somewhat in shock. Thank you, Li Xian. No need for thanks, we hail from the same place, and it is only right that we assist one another. Li Xian offered a gentle smile, using his palm to wipe away the final tear on Yushi's cheek, as his fingers brushed against the girl's delicate face. An indescribable emotion surged from the depths of his heart. A cool current flowed through his arm and into his body, reinforcing his belief that Yushi's strength could indeed complement his own. The poles are not merely repellent. At certain moments, they can also harmonize. Matthew approached from the side and suggested, I can allow Yushi to stay. However, Li Xian, you must consider this carefully. Her training will require your constant presence, and there can be no room for negligence. If you cannot commit, it would be tantamount to jeopardizing her. Suppressing the evil martial soul is far more complex than you might imagine. Li Xian chuckled, remarking that if his martial soul could not exert dominance, it could hardly be deemed a top-tier martial soul, could it? This, indeed, holds some truth. Matthew was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Li Xian's assertion. Indeed, possessing a supreme light attribute martial soul, if it fails to suppress the power of an evil martial soul, would only serve to negate the martial soul's prowess, wouldn't it? Oh, by the way, the intelligence report from Su Yuntao today mentioned that you possess innate soul power at the 6th level, correct? Having recalled this, Matthew immediately inquired further. Li's expression was one of a smile that was not quite a smile. I was somewhat uncertain. Grandpa Ma, why don't you assist me in testing this? Without needing any prompting from Li, Matthew promptly dashed off to procure the soul power crystal. Upon his return, he held in his hand a cerulean crystal orb. Its familiar appearance allowed Li to immediately recognize it as the very object Su Yuntao had employed during their soul power assessment. Matthew's face was alight with anticipation. For a top-tier martial soul typically manifested alongside innate, full soul power. Although Li's martial soul had emerged in an anomalous manner, possessing soul power generally indicated it was at its maximum level. Come, place your palm upon it, Matthew instructed as he took charge of the soul power crystal. Responding to his words, Li placed his hand atop the orb. Even before the crystal made contact with his palm, it radiated a soft, ethereal glow. This luminescence, while not overwhelmingly potent, corresponded appropriately to Li's soul master level. However, as Li released his soul power, the crystal began to shimmer with an intense brightness. The brilliance surged forth, illuminating the entirety of the orb from within. Indeed, full soul power was truly full soul power. Matthew's thoughts were validated, and a profound surprise illuminated his countenance. In contrast, Li remained remarkably composed, although his martial soul was of the highest caliber. Without the Xiantian skill bestowed upon him by Xiao San, it should not have possessed accompanying soul power. Furthermore, his 10th level soul power had been cultivated solely through his own diligent efforts. It appeared Su Yuntao was not only short-sighted but had also grown lax, without supervision. Even the most fundamental tasks could be mismanaged. While Matthew was filled with elation, he simultaneously harbored a deep frustration. How could Su Yuntao have misidentified Li's martial soul and failed to accurately gauge his soul power? The difference between level 6 and full soul power was astronomical. Was he merely idle? Li Xian noticed Matthew's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, when awakening his martial soul, his soul power was at level 6. If Matthew were to blame Su Yuntao, a dispute between the two could easily lead to trouble. Li Xian cleared his throat and promptly said, "Grandfather Ma, actually, when I awakened my martial soul this morning, my soul power was initially at level 6. However, upon returning home, I sensed a continuous increase in my soul power, seemingly due to my martial soul. By evening, my soul power reached its maximum capacity. I believe my brother Su Yuntao did not make an error in his assessment." "Is that so?" Ma Zayuno responded, momentarily taken aback. "How peculiar. It seems that even the most exceptional martial souls possess aspects yet to be thoroughly understood." Ma Zayuno would never doubt the words of a child. In his perspective, this might indeed be the legendary phenomenon of martial soul nurturing. By sharing this insight, Li Xian garnered even greater respect for his martial soul in Ma Zayuno's eyes. That particular elixir was undoubtedly associated with a high-caliber martial soul. To reach the pinnacle of your soul power, you will need to acquire soul rings to continue your cultivation. Li Xian, tomorrow, I will personally accompany a few teachers from the academy to the Soul Beast Forest to assist you in hunting soul beasts. For tonight, make sure to rest well after returning home." Li Xian nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Ma. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Now that you have joined the Spirit Hall, you are one of us. Assisting you in hunting soul beasts is our duty as elders." Matthew then turned to Yueshi, saying, "I apologize for the earlier incident. I was unaware that a top-tier light spirit was present, and I regret that you had to endure such discomfort. I shall make amends for my rudeness. Furthermore, while I permit you to remain in the Spirit Hall, it is imperative that you stay close to Li Xian at all times. In your future training, you must heed my counsel, report any issues promptly, and maintain honesty. Do you understand?" "Understood, Grandpa Ma." Yueshi sniffled softly and lowered her head. Simultaneously, she glanced at Li Xian, recalling the peculiar warmth that enveloped her when his palm brushed her cheek. It was a gentle heat, undeniably comforting. Chapter 9. The Primary Soul Master Academy. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to escort you both to the Primary Spirit Academy. You will stay in the dormitory that has been prepared for you. Do not dwell on matters too much. Try to rest early. I will come to see you tomorrow," he assured. "Got it, Grandpa Ma. Thank you." Li Xian nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, I have a few matters to attend to. You two can either wait in my office or in the hall." Having exited the soul power testing hall, Matthew hurried along, his hands trembling with excitement. The appearance of a top-tier martial soul had not graced Nodding City in many years, and this event needed to be promptly documented and reported to the higher echelons of the Soul Hall. Matthew understood that a promising top-tier martial soul held immense significance for the Soul Hall, and this matter would undoubtedly attract attention from above. The Soul Hall was never stingy when it came to children with potential. The allocation of training resources was remarkably generous. Li Xian was currently studying at the Soul Hall Academy in Nodding City, and the branch would also reap benefits from this. As for Yushi, Matthew felt rather at a loss for the moment. However, he was not overly anxious, for Li Xian was merely a Navi child who placed great value on friendship. As his soul power grew, he would eventually recognize the importance of cultivation. By that time, Yushi would no longer be seen as a companion, but rather as a burden, and it would be only natural for him to forget her. In Matthew's eyes, Li Xian was but a child, unable to comprehend the terrifying nature of the evil martial soul. He had already resolved that when the relationship between Li Xian and Yushi diminished in the future, he would promptly expel Yushi, seal her martial soul, and send her back to her village. Meanwhile, Li Xian held Yushi's hand as they returned to the office, where they quietly sat and waited. Yushi, visibly shaken, bore traces of tears upon her cheeks, occasionally stifling sobs, and felt restless in this unfamiliar environment. Fortunately, with Li Xian by her side, she felt somewhat reassured. Struggling with her words and having only just met Li Xian, she harbored a sense of gratitude that she found difficult to articulate. Embarrassed by her clingy behavior, she averted her gaze, unable to face him. Li Xian noticed these subtle details but remained silent, striving to maintain a tranquil atmosphere to spare Yushi any embarrassment. They waited in the office for approximately 15 minutes when the sound of high heels echoing down the corridor caught Li Xian's attention. Rising to his feet, he soon saw a young and beautiful woman push open the office door and step inside. "Hello," the woman said, glancing around the room. Just as she was about to inquire, she paused upon realizing that only Li Xian and Yushi occupied the office. "I am Roro, and Master Ma sent us to fetch you. I apologize for the wait." The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a black short skirt and a blue blouse. Her short, jet black hair was neatly styled, and Li Xian quickly discerned that she was likely a teacher from the Junior Soul Academy. "Hello, Sister Roro." Li Xian gently took the hand of Yueshi and rose. Before them stood the young and tender teacher, who, having spent years engaging with children, radiated warmth that was evident upon her face. Her exquisite features struck Li Xian as somewhat familiar, resembling a woman who was close to Su Yutao. "Come, do you have any luggage?" Allow me to assist you. It is quite late, and we must return before the lights go out. The teacher, Ro, bent down to grasp the small hands of Li Xian and Yueshi. But Li Xian intentionally withdrew his hand. Su Yungtao's elder brother brought us here. Our luggage has already been sent ahead. Oh, I see. You must be Li Xian. How impressive. Ro remarked, then turned her gaze towards Yueshi, who had her head bowed. Recalling what Matthew had mentioned, she forced a faint smile. Yet words eluded her as she stifled them, her grip on their hands becoming somewhat awkward. The carriage awaits below, we should hurry along. With that, she casually released her hold, ruffled Yueshi's hair affectionately, and briskly walked ahead. Upon witnessing this, Li Xian grasped Yushi's hand and smiled. Let us proceed to the academy. Indeed, they arrived at the academy of the initial Soul Hall in Notting City. The distance between the Soul Hall and the academy was approximately 10 kilometers. The Soul Hall was strategically established in the heart of the town to conveniently serve the Soul Masters, while the geographical requirements for the academy were less stringent, allowing it to be situated a bit farther away. After approximately 30 minutes in the carriage, the group alighted. Subsequently, Ro hurried to the gatekeeper, conversing briefly with the attendant before returning, her hands laden with 3 or 4 substantial bags. These were, in fact, the belongings of Li Xian and Yushi. Li Xian was somewhat astonished. Although their luggage was not extensive, it collectively weighed around 20 kilograms. Ro effortlessly carried the heavy bags. Calling out to the two to catch up, Li Xian understood in his heart that teacher Ruru must also be a soul master. Soul masters possess soul power, which enhances various physical attributes through continuous cultivation. As he led Yueshi forward, Li Xian simultaneously observed his surroundings. The entrance to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy was spacious, and upon entering, one side revealed a playground. The teaching building in the rear, adorned with flickering lights, boasted a 3-story structure. It was quite late now, and the teaching building was enveloped in darkness. Li Xian heard the lively sounds emanating from the playground, where an array of children engaged in various activities, from playing ball to running. Ro, noticing the situation, smiled and remarked, Nottingham Junior College comprises 6 grades. And those are your seniors. You are still quite young. The academy mandates that younger students maintain ample sleep. This is not your designated activity time. Li Xian nodded, his gaze surveying the students on the playground. From their mannerisms, it was evident that Nottingham City Junior College did not foster a high-pressure environment. Everyone appeared relaxed and unrestrained. Yueshi, too, was observing the playground. Having left the spirit hall, her spirits lifted considerably. She was captivated by the playful interactions among the students until Li Xian gently tugged at her, prompting her to regain her focus and catch up. The college itself was modest in size, reminiscent of an elementary school from her previous life. Ro walked ahead, providing Li Xian and Yueshi with a general overview of their surroundings. Behind the teaching building lay the cafeteria, while the dormitories were situated a bit further back. Although it was a junior college, the institution mandated separate accommodations for male and female students. However, for the newly admitted first-year students, regulations were somewhat lenient. To facilitate management, the dormitories were clustered together, albeit with separate rooms. As time was already late, when Ro led Li Xian and Yueshi to their dormitory, the management staff could only provide them with a single key, instructing them to share a room with second-year students for the night, with arrangements for proper accommodations to be made the following day. Upon receiving the key, Ro's expression was tinged with apology. I'm sorry, little ones. With the recent commencement of the school year, the dormitory situation is quite tight. You'll have to temporarily share with the upperclassmen. I'll escort you there first, and then I'll head to the cafeteria to fetch your dinner. It's quite all right, Sister Ro. Li Xian felt little out of place in the lower-grade dormitory, which was likely a mixed accommodation, and the atmosphere was inevitably somewhat boisterous. As the key turned, a room that still glowed with light opened, revealing the gentle teacher Ro placing the luggage of the two newcomers on the cabinet. Li Xian and Yushi followed her inside, immediately greeted by the pungent aroma of instant noodles wafting through the air. This was a 6-person dormitory located on the first floor, and the 4 students within seemed taken aback by the sudden arrival of Ro and her companions, their playful antics abruptly halting. One boy, around 7 or 8 years old, who was lying on the lower bunk, instantly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Teacher Ro, what brings you here? He cheerfully grabbed a chair and placed it behind her. The other 3 boys promptly stood up as well. Wang Xiaodong, I've brought 2 new students who just enrolled. They will be staying in your dormitory for the night, Ro informed them. Upon hearing this, the boy named Wang Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with understanding. Got it, teacher. We happen to have 2 empty beds. Since the younger students are shorter, I'll make some space for them. Saying this, he rolled up his bedding and moved it to the upper bunk, then approached Li Xian and Yushi with a friendly demeanor, leading them toward the beds. Teacher Ro, let them stay here. It's no trouble at all. Ro gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a sense of relief. Well then, they're new here, so I appreciate your care. I'll head to the cafeteria now. Please get along well. Understood, teacher. Rest assured. Wang Xiaodong busily retrieved bedding from the cabinet, thoughtfully assisting Li Xian and Yushi in making their beds. Upon noticing that Yushi was a girl, his actions became even more considerate. I can manage myself, Yushi stated, taking the bedding from him, signaling that she could handle the small tasks. Wan Xiaodong laughed and replied, "Oh no, that's not acceptable. You just arrived. It's my duty as a senior to take care of you." With that, he playfully pushed them aside, leaving Li Xian slightly taken aback. At the doorway, Roro observed this scene with a faint smile before departing with ease. Master Masayuno had entrusted her with the care of these two children, and with no available rooms, this was the only solution. Fortunately, Li Xian seemed to get along well with the older boys. Once Roro left, the students in Li Xian's dormitory began to slow their movements while preparing the beds. Wang Xiaodong cast a glance at Li Xian, particularly noting his simple white attire, before carelessly shifting his gaze elsewhere. He then turned his attention to the graceful Yushi, offering a warm smile. "Junior, where do you come from?" "I'm Wang Xiaodong. 1 year older than you, you're senior." As he spoke, he took the bedding from Yushi and shook it lightly before laying it on the mattress. Yushi remained silent, her gaze drifting past Wang Xiaodong to Li Xian. "Junior, I'm talking to you. Why the shyness? I'll tell you. I'm the boss of this dormitory. If anything bothers you, feel free to come to me. Also, don't be fooled by the fact that I'm only 1 year older. I'm almost a soul master. By the way, do you know Teacher Roro?" Yushi shook her head. Observing this, Wan Xiaodong's eyes twinkled with thought. Meanwhile, the other 3 boys approached and inquired, "Dong Ge, what is the plan?" "I'll take care of this. You all help the juniors." "All right." Li Xian, having received little goodwill from a few individuals who insisted on offering their assistance, felt quite helpless as they clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. After a day of travel by carriage, he was weary and could only think of eating and resting once Teacher Roro delivered the meal. "What are you doing?" At that moment, he heard the voice of Yushi from the bed behind him, prompting him to turn his gaze in her direction. Chapter 10. Departure to the Soul Beast Forest. Yushi was clutching her luggage tightly, while Wang Xiaodong raised both hands, his expression one of innocence. "Oh, I'm sorry, Junior. I merely intended to help you organize your belongings. It was not my intention to intrude. This, I can manage by myself," Yushi replied, holding the backpack she had brought from home. Wang Xiaodong quickly apologized and continued to assist her in making the bed. Just then, Yushi approached him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Li Xian, may I stay here? Can I sleep beside you?" Li Xian, known for his forthrightness, pondered for a moment before leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear. He then gently patted her shoulder, and she obediently settled onto his bed. Across from them, witnessing Yushi's choice to remain by Li Xian's side, Wang Xiaodong's displeasure was palpable. Feeling slighted despite his efforts to assist, he angrily tossed the bedsheet onto the mattress and shot an irate glance at Li Xian before walking away. The other 3 boys noticed the tension and approached Wang Xiaodong, who then wrapped his arms around them as they moved to a corner. Sensing their ill intentions directed at him, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly, but he was too fatigued to dwell on it. He plopped down onto his bed, propping himself up with both hands to relax. Turning to Yushi beside him, he spoke softly. "It's rather inconvenient with only you as the sole girl in the dormitory. Once Teacher Roro returns, I will discuss it with her. It will be all right." Yushi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Xian's attention was drawn to Wang Xiaodong and his group, who had formed a circle to deliberately obstruct his view. While they approached the cabinet where he had placed his luggage, accompanied by the sound of rustling, Li Xian furrowed his brow and immediately rose to approach them. "Are you rummaging through my belongings?" The luggage he had brought from home was now opened by Wang Xiaodong and his companions, with clothes scattered haphazardly. Wang Xiaodong turned his face, a smile devoid of warmth on his lips, and said, "Not at all. I was merely trying to assist my junior in finding some toiletries. You all seem quite fatigued. Such assistance is only fitting." Faced with such unabashed audacity, Li Xian could only remain speechless, responding coolly, "Teacher Ruru will return shortly. If you wish to continue searching, feel free. I will inform her." Wan Xiaodong was taken aback by the news of Teacher Ruru's impending return. His expression shifted as he turned to instruct his accomplice to cease their actions. His demeanor grew noticeably colder as he cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian, then huffed disdainfully as he made his way back to his bed. A quarter of an hour later, Teacher Ruru returned with a boxed meal. Li Xian, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, merely informed her of Yueshi's inability to stay in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Ruru's expression turned troubled. Before their arrival, Master Mashuno had already detailed the circumstances, including Yueshi's formidable martial soul. Particularly recalling Master Mashuno's warning, Teacher Ruru felt a certain discomfort as she regarded Yueshi. Gently biting her red lip, she hesitated for a moment before apologizing. "I'm sorry, Yueshi. Something has come up at home, and it's truly inconvenient today. I regret that you must stay here for the night." The arrangement had initially been a request from both of them, and seeing Ruru's refusal, Yueshi naturally had little to say, merely lowering her head. She was no fool. How could she not sense the disdain others held for her? Li Xian opened his mouth, finding Ruoro's reasoning rather tenuous. He speculated that it was likely related to the incident involving the Yueshi evil martial soul. Before departing, Ruorio deliberately called Li Xiaodong over, cautioning him to treat the junior students with kindness and not to bully them. Wang Xiaodong, with a solemn promise, patted his chest, assuring Ruo, "How could we? We will certainly take good care of our juniors." Well then, that is acceptable. Once Ruoro left, Yueshi had no choice but to remain. Li Xian dragged over a desk, temporarily using it as a dining table. Their meal boxes were plentiful, and the fare was quite sumptuous. The meal brought by Ruoro included scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and several pieces of braised pork, dishes that Li Xian seldom had the pleasure of enjoying. Moreover, feeling quite hungry, he indulged in a hearty feast, disregarding appearances as he devoured his food with fervor. Having learned from the day's earlier lesson, Yueshi dared not glance at Li Xian during the meal. She covered her nose and ate cautiously. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted them. Before their eyes, the light in the dormitory was extinguished. Wang Xiaodong languidly remarked, "Apologies, juniors. But it's quite late, and we must rest. The school requires lights out at this hour." Within the dormitory, the others had already climbed into their bunks, yawning in succession. Yueshi, having been careful with her meal, still had more than half of her food left untouched. With the lights out, her eating experience was considerably affected. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression turning frosty upon hearing the blunt remarks. Outside the window, the lights of the neighboring dormitory still flickered, indicating that it was not yet time for lights out. Wang Xiaodong, having suffered a setback in their presence, was evidently seeking revenge for his displeasure. Li Xian preferred not to dwell on trivial matters. He merely wished to rest well in preparation for the acquisition of his soul ring the following day. He approached the balcony and opened both windows wide, allowing the silvery moonlight to flood in and illuminate the room significantly. However, before Li Xian could take a seat, Wang Xiaodong from the upper bunk abruptly drew the curtains shut, muttering that the brightness was rather blinding and suggesting that the junior should retire for the night. Before him, only a pair of blinking eyes could be discerned on the face of Yueshi, while the table remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything from view. Li Xian felt a surge of anger. Even if he were to sleep, it would not matter for just a moment, as they had only been eating for 2 minutes. Li Xian rose and gently patted Wang Xiaodong, who occupied the upper bunk. "I have a few inquiries for you." With both hands crossed behind his head, Wang Xiaodong, appearing utterly relaxed, was nudged awake. He lazily turned his head, looking down at Li Xian with an indifferent expression. "Is there something the junior wants? What level is your soul power?" "9th level. Is there a problem?" Wang Xiaodong scoffed lightly. "Very well." Li Xian abruptly seized Wang Xiaodong by the collar, and before the latter could react, he dragged him from beneath the covers and pulled him down from the upper bunk. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to Wang's head. Thud. Ouch. A sharp cry indicated that Wang Xiaodong had fallen from the bed, hitting his head against the table, followed by a wretched howl as he received the blow. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, yet Li Xian's fists moved with remarkable speed within mere moments. Wang Xiaodong's face had endured 5 or 6 strikes. Before his cries could fully resonate, Li Xian rendered him unconscious and, with both hands, tossed him back onto the bed. "What is happening? What is that noise?" "Dong Gu." The other 3 boys in the dormitory, alerted by the commotion, rose from their beds, casting bewildered glances around the room. However, the dim lighting coupled with the curtains drawn tight by Wang Xiaodong obscured their view, and they could merely hear the sounds of fists and feet without further clarity. The boy in the lower bunk, having distinctly heard Wang Xiaodong's agonized scream, shuffled over in his slippers through the darkness. He first encountered Li Xian, who remained unresponsive, and then proceeded to push the sleeping Wang Xiaodong. "Dong Gu, Dong Gu." At that moment, Wang Xiaodong was in a deep slumber and offered no reply. "Did I mishear?" The boy prodded Wang a few times, but there was still no reaction, leaving him puzzled. He must be sleeping soundly. "What is going on?" someone inquired. "I have no idea. It seems Dong Gu has fallen asleep," the boy from the lower bunk said, scratching his head. Why are we still awake?" Li Xian resumed his meal, interjecting into the silence that enveloped the dormitory for a brief moment. No one spoke. They certainly did not anticipate that Wang Xiaodong had been rendered unconscious. Such occurrences were indeed rare, and given Wang Xiaodong's inherently formidable soul power, they would not imagine that the newly arrived Li Xian possessed such capability. Across from him, Yushi quietly consumed her meal, her expression betraying a hint of guilt, for she was acutely aware of the true circumstances. Naturally, Yushi would not divulge this incident. After all, since their arrival in this dormitory, Wang Xiaodong and his group had been instigating trouble, feigning a facade of assistance. However, Yushi was not naive. It was evident that Wang Xiaodong and his companions sought to impress teacher Ro Ro. After finishing their meal, they would retire for the night. Li Xian tidied up the lunchbox and discarded it into the trash can before approaching, gently placing a small hand on Yueshi's head. With a soft hum, Yueshi hastened her meal, and once Wang Xiaodong was taken care of, she felt at ease to drift into slumber. The night meandered by slowly. Li Xian did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he sat upon his bed, channeling his Xiantian Gong. This practice not only afforded his body the respite it required, but also ensured that his cultivation would not falter. When the time came for him to acquire a soul ring, the soul power he had amassed would be unleashed. Meanwhile, a portion of Li Xian's consciousness remained vigilant, monitoring Wang Xiaodong, prepared for the possibility of the young man awakening unexpectedly. However, as dawn approached, and Li Xian observed the upper bunk's lack of activity, He realized he had been overly apprehensive. After enduring those few strikes, it was improbable that Wang would rise before noon. As morning broke, Li Xian stood on the balcony outside the dormitory, gazing towards the east. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as a wisp of purple mist drifted through the hazy dawn. He harnessed his energy to capture that ephemeral vapor. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he inhaled deeply, allowing the impurities to flow out through his nostrils. Watching the purple mist dissipate as golden light gradually pierced the sky, Li Xian could not help but ponder the implications of a more precise alignment with the sun. Yet, such trivial musings remained mere thoughts. He would never act upon them. The soft sound of footsteps had long since reached his ears. Upon hearing a voice, Li Xian turned his head. "Awake so early?" "Indeed," replied Yuxi, dressed in the same attire from the previous day. After a quick wash of her face, she stepped outside, her large eyes slightly swollen, a clear indication of her restless night due to the events of the previous day. "Today, I must accompany Master Ma and the others on an outing. However, once Master arrives, I will have him arrange for your comfort first." Li Xian harbored concerns that Wang Xiaodong might seek vengeance upon regaining consciousness, potentially targeting Yuexi in his quest. Consequently, he resolved to enlist the assistance of Master Ma. As the overseer of the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City, Master Ma was certainly capable of addressing such matters. "Is it for the soul ring? I heard my grandfather mention that one must hunt spirit beasts to obtain it. You need to exercise caution," Yuexi said, pressing her lips together. Her worry evident. "With Master Ma accompanying us, along with the Academy's instructors, there is no cause for alarm." Li Xian smiled and, saying so, walked out onto the balcony. Wan Xiaodong on the upper bunk was still fast asleep, while the calls of the other three did not cease. "Let us go." Li Xian took his and Yushi's luggage and promptly exited the dormitory. Shortly thereafter, Matthew Nua arrived at the academy, accompanied by 2 teachers from the school. Li Xian recounted the events of last night, leaving Matthew in a state of astonishment. "Li Xian, are you suggesting that it was that young man who instigated the trouble?" "Indeed it was." Li Xian nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall arrange for someone to handle it. You need not concern yourself. Today, we shall assist you in hunting soul beasts, but first, let us partake in a meal." Matthew, evidently unfazed by such matters, assured that he would manage any complications, which was precisely why Li Xian felt emboldened to take action. The other 2 teachers, considerably older, cast their scrutinizing gazes upon Li Xian as they journeyed together. Having learned from Matthew about Li Xian's martial soul, they regarded him with a notable degree of significance, their eyes reflecting a blend of examination and anticipation. Li Xian, accompanied by Yuxi, departed from the academy after breakfast. Following this, Matthew No summoned the faculty to address matters concerning the dormitory, which finally put Li Xian at ease. He bid farewell to Yuxi and left the academy. Matthew No, along with a group of individuals, boarded a carriage destined for the Soul Beast Forest, the closest to Notting City. The journey on foot would require 2 days. Thus, they aimed to set off early to reach the forest by midday. Li Xian, this is Director Su from the academy, and beside him is Director Luo. They have risen early on your behalf, young one. For your sake. Our spirit hall has mobilized quite a bit, Matthew No stated. Student Li Xian acknowledged. I have met Director Su and Director Luo. Li Xian immediately spoke with great respect. Dean Su, in his 70s, sported a white beard and bore a gentle demeanor. When he smiled, his eyes would narrow with warmth. I heard that this year's new students at the academy included an exceptional martial soul, and I had wished to see it yesterday. Haha, indeed. It was simply too late then, and I feared I might disturb your rest. However, having met you today, I can confirm that you truly are a remarkable talent. Director Luo laughed heartily. He was slightly younger, probably in his early 60s, and among them, he was the most robust. Li Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I am uncertain whether it is indeed a top-tier martial soul. You both have been overly generous with your praise. Through the introduction by Matthew, Li Xian learned that these 2 individuals, like Matthew, were also soul masters of less than level 30. The director possessed a martial soul known as the Stone Sparrow, which belonged to the agility and attack category, while Director Luo's martial soul was a type of tortoise, classified as defensive. The combination of these 2 elders, one specializing in offense and the other in defense, coupled with Matthew's control-type martial soul, the cauliflower snake, formed a remarkably well-rounded team. Their assistance in helping Li Xian obtain his first soul ring would undoubtedly suffice. Suddenly recalling something, Matthew said, Li Xian, the information I investigated last night indicates that your martial soul is indeed a type of celestial herb. That green plant bears a striking resemblance to a legendary herb known as the Azure Void Moonvine. However, the texts describe the Azure Void Moonvine as a non-flowering, herbaceous celestial plant, which is rather peculiar. Hence, it is referred to as a top-tier martial soul. If you could clarify this, Li Xian, your martial soul would surely retain its esteemed value. Director Luo, casually sitting beside Li Xian, laughed and said, Release your martial soul for us to observe. Given that old Matthew is quite advanced in years and may not recall things accurately, I am confident that the discerning eyes of both myself and Director Su will recognize that celestial plant. Li Xian glanced at the robust Director Luo with a faint smile, saying good. With that, he opened his palm, and from it sprouted a verdant plant. The vine, adorned with a celestial crescent shape, climbed upward, its entire form a vivid green. After ascending half a foot, branches began to extend in all directions, each tip bursting forth with clusters of flower buds. As the buds gently unfurled, they released a fragrant aroma, while delicate petals swayed gracefully, exuding an ethereal essence of golden purple hues. For a moment, both Director Luo and Dean Su were left dumbfounded. As a martial soul, it astonishingly resembled real flora, capable of emitting a delightful scent, truly remarkable. Its aura was immaculate and pure. Look, especially those flower buds, they seem not to have fully blossomed. Indeed, it was a supreme martial soul, deserving of its exalted status. I confess my ignorance, for I have never encountered such a sight. However, this flower seems strikingly familiar, its buds resembling those of a sun chrysanthemum. Have I seen this flower somewhere before? In the carriage, Dean Su scrutinized the blossoms blooming from Li Xian's martial soul, his elongated eyes nearly straining to get a closer look. Yet, as the purple and gold buds had yet to fully open, he felt a sense of déjà vu without certainty. Suddenly, Director Luo's expression shifted. Do you not find that Li Xian's martial soul bears a striking resemblance to the emblem on our soul hall token? His observation momentarily stunned both Master Mathis and Director Su, their gazes instinctively drawn to the dual-colored sun chrysanthemum at the apex. Just then, a jolt from outside the carriage startled them. The coachman urgently reined in the horses, causing the occupants to lurch forward under inertia. Master Mathis, the road ahead is blocked. Please come and see. The coachman's voice echoed from outside. Dean Su straightened, exchanging glances with Master Mathis before promptly disembarking to investigate. The recent impact had caused Li Xian to bump his head against the wooden carriage, and now he rubbed his forehead, retracting his martial soul back within. Director Luo, who had intended to closely observe the martial soul, was compelled to divert his attention, muttering in confusion. Rubbing his head, Li Xian followed suit and leapt from the carriage. Before him lay a road paved with bluish stones, flanked by towering trees that reached for the heavens. The canopy shielded him from the sun, casting circular patterns of light and shadow upon his handsome visage. Not far away, Master Mathis and Dean Su were engaged in discussion, as a group of individuals clad in soul hall attire obstructed their path. They are our people. What has happened, and why have they blocked the road? Director Luo mused, striding forward with purpose. Their destination today, the Soul Beast Forest, was a sanctuary exclusively reserved for the cultivation of soul beasts within the soul hall, typically guarded. The perimeter being entirely obstructed indicated that there was undoubtedly another reason at play. Li Xian did not follow the past. Instead, he stood at a distance, observing the Soul Palace guards stationed over there. Clad in armor of silver and crimson, these sentinels bore the emblems of the sword, the ghost, and the chrysanthemum emblazoned upon their armor. Moreover, the guards exuded an imposing presence, radiating an air of authority that suggested their mastery of soul power was profoundly elevated, far beyond the capabilities of Master Ma and his companions. Li Xian was slightly taken aback. Such attire could only be donned by the personnel of the Spirit Hall. Typically, establishments of that caliber were situated within the grand cities of the empire, yet here were these individuals. Beside him, the coachman grumbled as he dismounted, seizing the opportunity to water the horses and inspect the spots where the carriage wheels had scraped. Clearly, in his eyes, only his carriage mattered, and he felt compelled to ensure its smooth passage. Li Xian patiently awaited their return. In less than the span of 2 breaths, Master Ma and his companions reappeared, their posture upright and poised, while the guards remained steadfast in their positions. The 4 figures exuded an aura of sharpness, their gazes as piercing as steel blades. What transpired? Grandpa Ma? Seeing this, Li Xian inquired. Let us take a moment to rest. They have not provided any specific details, merely instructing us to wait. It seems a significant figure has arrived and is currently engaged in matters within. Matthew displayed an expression of helplessness. After all, he was the head of the Soul Hall branch in Nodding City, yet he found himself sidelined, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Similarly, Dean Su and Director Luo also felt thwarted, as they were unable to act against the higher-ranking guards of the Soul Hall. A significant figure? Wasn't the Soul Beast Forest in front common to all Soul Hall Soul Masters? Their hunting of Soul Beasts should not result in a complete lockdown of the entire forest. Li Xian expressed his disbelief, asserting that such actions were excessively domineering. From the perspective of the Spirit Hall, it was evident that those in authority were prioritizing personal interests over public duties. The matter at hand was likely more complex than merely hunting soul beasts. Dean Su spoke in a measured tone, explaining that the Soul Beast Forest in the adjacent mountain was considered private property of the Spirit Hall. The spirit beast residing within had cultivation levels ranging from 10 to 10,000 years, with the oldest not exceeding 20,000 years. If the Spirit Hall were to mobilize its guards to seal off this forest, it could not simply be for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. That would be utterly illogical. Li Xian pondered for a moment, gently nodding. It appears that we can only continue to wait here. If it becomes too late, we shall rest for the night in a nearby village and return tomorrow morning. Matthew positioned himself in the driver's seat and then settled down. Dean Su stroked his beard, his gaze profound as he calmly stared ahead. Only Director Luo could not remain idle. He took out his provisions and began to eat, generously sharing some jerky with Li Xian. Thank you, Director Luo. Li Xian just finished his breakfast and was not particularly hungry. After receiving it, he placed it on his lap. He had anticipated that this wait would last at least until the afternoon, or even until the following day. However, the expected lockdown came to an unexpected conclusion sooner than anticipated. They paused here for merely a quarter of an hour, when suddenly, a rustle of leaves stirred, followed by the guards ahead shifting the roadblocks to clear the way. Li Xian observed a procession of individuals emerging ahead, among whom two figures gracefully descended from the treetops, their presence commanding a formidable aura from the surrounding soul masters. Let us depart. Our efforts have been in vain. One of the figures in midair, clad in white, possessed a tall and slender physique. He let out a soft sigh, his feet landing steadily upon the ground. The white-clad individual exuded an unparalleled elegance, his visage akin to a jade ornament, the sunlight casting a radiant sheen upon his skin. What astonished Li Xian was the melodious and gentle timbre of his voice. Though he appeared youthful, his tone bore a feminine undertone, rendering it difficult to discern his gender. Much like his delicate demeanor, beside him, a shadowy figure cloaked in black spoke with a chilling undertone. Recalling the place where she had vanished years prior, only the nearby forest remained as possible destinations. The dark-clad figure emanated a frigid aura, and what was most unsettling was that her features were entirely obscured by shadows. Even her form seemed spectral, her garments billowing as she moved. Had it not been for her voice, Li Xian might have mistaken her for a ghost. The pair approached the carriage where Li Xian was situated, surrounded by equally formidable soul masters, all donned in the regalia of the spirit hall. The youngest among them appeared to be in his 30s. Their cultivation evident and undoubtedly impressive. Were I in her position, I would have turned back. Wandering forth would only invite greater peril. In my view, such actions are utterly futile, the white-clad figure remarked with a soft, effeminate tone. The black-clad figure responded, the Pope's actions may possess aspects beyond our comprehension. Perhaps the elusive quarry truly lurks nearby. Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth scoffed, dismissing the notion with a weary wave of his hand. Very well, let us return. Our report yields no fruit. As you wish, my lord. The four soul masters stationed there promptly dismantled the obstruction, and soon, they secured their steeds, loading their belongings onto the horses' backs. At the rear of the crowd, Li Xian discreetly engaged in the cultivation of the Xiantian internal canon, absorbing the entirety of the dialogue between the two figures. As for Master Maxuno and the others, they were likely not privy to such clarity. Their attention diverted to the imposing presence of these individuals. As the party drew nearer, Maxuno, leading the group, bowed respectfully from a distance, recognizing that these individuals were undoubtedly significant figures within the spirit hall, far beyond mere ordinary ranks. The white-clad youth and his entourage seemed oblivious to Li Xian and his companions, passing by with an air of indifference, not even casting a sidelong glance. Only after traversing several dozen meters did the white-clad youth's soft voice resonate. Allow them entry. They are allies. This statement was clearly directed at the guards, who promptly complied. It was only at this moment that Li Xian straightened his back and exhaled deeply. The instant he made contact with the white-clad figure, a surge of soul power coursed through him, as if drawn by an unseen force, nearly overwhelming him. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, two pairs of piercing eyes swept over him, the immense pressure they bore sending shivers down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized thoroughly. Those two had been acutely aware of his presence all along. Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he had broken into a cold sweat. He found himself perplexed. To the passerby just moments ago, they were seemingly insignificant figures from the spirit soul branch. Yet the attention of the two leaders remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. Li Xian immediately searched his memory. The characteristics of that recent group of individuals instantly reminded him of two similar figures, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Could it possibly be them? But what could the title Douluo be doing here? Who was the one that slipped through the net? Alas, it is all my fault for not paying closer attention to the show back then. Li Xian furrowed his brow, simultaneously questioning and dispelling such an unrealistic notion. Surely, it could not be possible. The title Douluo was currently within the Holy Hall, and such a figure would hardly deign to venture into this desolate place. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Meanwhile, after traversing a distance, the leading young man in white from the spirit hall suddenly halted, gazing at the figure concealed in shadows beside him. He clicked his tongue softly. Old ghost, did you not sense a familiar aura emanating from that lad we just encountered? With a raspy chuckle, the figure beside him replied, Indeed, how could I overlook the foul stench that clings to you after all these years? Swiftly turning, the young man in white's eyes sparkled with intensity. His astonishment, however, dissipated in an instant, replaced by a contemplative frown. That young man appeared to be a recent enrollee from a nearby spirit branch. Send someone to investigate his background. In such a backwater, could a golden phoenix possibly emerge? The rasping voice retorted mockingly, Do not be so shameless. I only sensed an aura reminiscent of yours. Yet that lad exudes a potent wave of soul power that surpasses even your own. Fuming with rage, the young man in white exclaimed, You wretched ghost. Behind them, watching the group depart, Masino straightened his back and rubbed his aching waist, muttering self-deprecatingly. Ah, truly, they are important figures. We old bones are hardly worthy of their notice. Director Su chuckled lightly. Master Su, at your age, it is vital to enjoy your twilight years. Why concern yourself with such matters? At this, Ma Xiano's face broke into a wrinkled smile. Indeed, our generation has fallen behind. It is time to focus on the younger generation. Turning his gaze to Li Xian, Ma Xiano patted his shoulder encouragingly. Did you see that, Li Xian? Those are the upper echelons of the spirit hall. You must diligently cultivate your skills. One day, you too shall command such respect. Li Xian, scratching his face with a hint of bemusement, chuckled softly. Was the purpose of cultivation merely to exude an air of grandeur? Or was it more pressing to forge ahead, Master Ma? The time lost could be deemed as mere respite. With the guards lowering the barriers, Maxuno led the group onward. Time flowed gently as the carriage traversed the expansive bluestone road, the earlier incident fading into a mere interlude, quickly forgotten by Li Xian. After half a day's journey, the carriage began to jolt as the mountain path steepened and became treacherous. After another quarter of an hour, Li Xian disembarked with Master Ma and the others. This segment of the mountain trail necessitated the use of one's own strength, yet to conserve Li Xian's energy, Maxuno instructed the coachman to proceed a bit further. In the eyes of this master, Li Xian was akin to a precious gem, deserving of careful attention and protection from fatigue. In contrast, the carriage was merely an asset of the spirit hall. Should it sustain damage, it could easily be compensated. After a brief pause, the group gathered provisions, weapons, and medicinal powders for repelling insects and snakes, before crossing over the mountain ridge that lay before them, ultimately arriving at their destination for the day, the Soul Beast Forest. Chapter 12. Theories of Martial Spirits and the century-old ghost water purple orchid within the forest. The air was crisp and imbued with a refreshing coolness, suffused with a subtle, earthy fragrance. Maxuno remarked, Li Xian, this Soul Beast Forest is nurtured by the Spirit Hall for lower-tier soul masters. The soul beasts here are predominantly a decade or a century old. Our task today is to hunt a century-old soul beast, preferably one with a cultivation level of 300 years, as that would provide you with the greatest enhancement to your soul power. Dean Su added with a smile. Have you noticed? The air within the forest is humid, fostering a plethora of aquatic vegetation. In truth, there are also soul beast forests surrounding Nanning City. But we brought you here because this forest is primarily home to plant-based soul beasts, which aligns perfectly with your plant-type martial spirit. Li Xian, puzzled, remarked. I have heard that soul masters of the plant type can absorb soul rings of the animal type. Is such strictness truly necessary in this regard? Matthew, with a serious expression, replied, that is merely the rumor of a few madmen. Do not be deceived. You must understand that the attributes of martial souls and soul rings differ. Not only is it unsafe, but it can also result in backlash. While there have been instances of plant-type soul masters successfully absorbing animal-type soul rings, such practices are exceedingly extreme and should never be emulated. The method of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings has been refined over centuries by our predecessors and is now quite stable. We merely need to follow their example. Dean Su chuckled. I see. I understand now. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Director Luo approached, affectionately ruffling Li Xian's hair, and said cheerfully, on the path of cultivation, it is essential to avoid straying. Engage in risky behavior only when absolutely necessary. Since you have yet to acquire your first soul ring, now is the time to lay a solid foundation. We have already mapped out a plan for you. Li Xian, perplexed, immediately inquired, what do you mean by planning? Dean Su's tone was profound as he stroked his beard and replied, the cultivation of soul masters is generally determined by their martial souls. For instance, my White Sparrow martial soul is most suited for agility and offensive capabilities. However, I chose a misguided path in my early years, absorbing the first soul ring from an 80-year-old aquatic soul beast, which led my first soul skill to lean towards a powerful assault, rather than agility. Now my soul power has stagnated, making further development exceedingly difficult. The cultivation of soul masters is categorized into agility-based, strength-based, control, defense, and support systems. Among these, the support category is further divided into nourishment, enhancement, healing, and so forth. As for you, Li Xian, your martial soul is a celestial herb, and after our discussions, we believe that pursuing a control path would be the most advantageous. Matthew Nual interjected, indeed. Although this choice may constrain your overall offensive capabilities and render you weaker than your peers in the strength category during the mid-level stages of cultivation, if you are fortunate enough to achieve the rank of title Douluo in the future, you will come to understand the significance of a steadfast and compatible choice. Observing the grave expressions of the three, Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to Grandfather Ma and Dean Su for their concern. While he had only a rudimentary understanding of these theories, he trusted the expertise of Master Matthew Nual and the two faculty members, as their extensive life experience undoubtedly surpassed his own. The offensive capabilities of plant martial souls are inferior to those of weapon or beast martial souls, and opting for a control path would better showcase their power. As an outsider, Li Xian felt that Master Ma and the others were indeed correct in their assertions. Matthew Nual continued, we have also considered your first martial soul, and 3 potential soul beasts have been identified as targets. Let us proceed to the first location. All right. Li Xian replied. Time swiftly passed as they meandered through the forest, the sun now tilting towards the west, casting a gentler light than at midday. With 3 theoretical masters leading the way, Li Xian encountered little danger in the forest, even when faced with soul beast attacks twice along the journey. Dean Su effortlessly dispatched them. After traversing the forest for a while longer, the group arrived at a marshy area. Before them lay a more open section of the forest, where numerous trees stood desiccated, submerged in a pool of murky water covered with floating weeds. A fishy odor permeated the air. Matthew Newell retrieved a bottle and sprinkled a fine powder around, allowing Li Xian to step on the ground without getting stuck in the mire. We will assist you in capturing the soul beasts, but the finishing blow must be yours. Furthermore, you will have only 1 hour to absorb the soul ring. I have reiterated this before, but let me emphasize it once more. Do not forget. Li Xianzhong nodded in understanding. During their previous endeavors, they had passed by their target location twice, yet regrettably, they had not encountered the desired soul beast. Now, they stood at the third target, this mire. With Matthew and Dean Su wearing solemn expressions, for too much time had been squandered. They needed to find a suitable soul beast here. We aim to hunt a water-based soul beast named Ghost Water Purple Orchid. This creature is quite cunning, often hiding among ordinary plants. However, we believe it to be the most compatible candidate for your first soul ring, Dean Su instructed. Li Xian, wait for us over there. With several masters accompanying him, Li Xian felt no need to exert himself. He couldn't help but marvel at the delightful sensation of being favored. Suddenly, a violent disturbance erupted. At that moment, Matthew and Director Luo were being guided by Dean Su above the swamp. They had scarcely flown a short distance when they were attacked by a massive frog. The creature, adorned with black stripes and roughly the size of a half-grown adult, lunged forward, its tongue flicking out to ensnare the 3 of them, attempting to engulf them whole. Watch out, Dean. The sequence of events unfolded too swiftly, causing Li Xian on the shore to break into a cold sweat. Beast, you dare to dream. Just then, Director Luo bellowed, revealing his soul rings. 2 rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, floated forth. The yellow century-old soul ring blazed brightly, forming a wall of stone that effectively blocked the frog's assault. Humph. Immediately following this, Matthew unleashed his martial spirit, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized. He activated his second soul skill, causing several small serpents of soul power to drop from him. The serpents fell upon the giant frog, relentlessly biting at it. With a guttural croak, the immense frog thrashed violently and swiftly retreated into the mire. In the final moments, Dean Su, airborne, ignited with brilliance in his eyes. His second yellow soul ring shimmered, and a radiant arc pursued the frog as it plunged into the swamp. A splash of crimson erupted as the frog emitted a wretched cry, its white belly surfacing lifelessly. Li Xian, come over and deliver the finishing blow. Hone your skills. Director Luo shouted. Li Xian rolled up his pants and swiftly jogged over. The marsh's edge was shallow, and as he stepped onto the muck, he reached the central area. At that moment, the giant frog still breathed, its yellow vertical pupils filled with menace, fixating intently on Li Xian. Li Xian, unaccustomed to indulgence, summoned the soul power within him to activate a short dagger bestowed by Master Ma, thrusting it fiercely into the giant frog's head. With a squelch, the entire dagger penetrated the creature's skull. Such soul beasts possess inherently fragile vitality, ultimately succumbing to death. As the soul beast perished, faint yellow luminescent dots gathered upon its carcass, gradually ascending to form a yellow ring above it. Even without direct contact with the soul ring, Li Xian could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. In the air, Director Su descended and remarked, "This is the soul ring. Judging by the yellow luminescence, this soul beast has at least 200 years of cultivation. However, since it is a beast-type soul creature, you cannot absorb this soul ring." Li Xian gazed at the century-old soul ring floating before him, lamenting silently the squandered opportunity of such a precious essence. He was aware that, in truth, plant-type soul rings could absorb those of animal types. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon him. He touched the soul ring before him, quietly adjusting the time in his mind to validate his hypothesis. As he opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of anticipation filled his gaze directed at the soul ring. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the yellow soul ring to dissipate into the air, leaving no trace behind. Li Xian appeared quite bewildered. After the demise of the soul beast, the soul ring could only persist for an hour. This one dissipated rather swiftly. Director Luo scratched his head in confusion. Li Xian felt a sudden clarity in his mind. He had attempted to refine the soul ring to a decade's duration, but it had simply dissipated. Ah, how wonderful it would be if one could directly alter it. Nevertheless, Li Xian remained undeterred. He had yet to experiment with adjusting the time for the soul rings within his body, and he was still filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, and Li Xian realized that the previous wind had a significant origin, as countless delicate leaves hurtled towards him. Beware. It's Ghost Water Purple Orchid. It's a 100-year-old specimen. Do not let it escape. Director Su, soaring through the air, was the first to notice the commotion. Below, Director Luo activated his soul abilities, successfully deflecting the incoming attacks. Whoosh. The moment the soul beast emerged, Matthew had already dashed forward. his first and second soul rings shimmering simultaneously, not only accelerating his own movement but also sending forth the small serpents that adorned him. Li Xian gazed at Matthew as he vanished from sight, his heart filled with astonishment. Even Master Ma had taken a wrong turn. Serpent-type soul beasts tend to lean towards control abilities, only barely qualifying as fierce attackers. However, judging by Master Ma's first soul skill, it was evident that he had chosen the path of agility. In the sky, Dean Kong descended gracefully, pursuing the soul beast that had sunk into the swamp. Li Xian activated his purple extreme demon eye to lock onto the target, discovering a creature with a pitch-black stem and small purple flowers blooming atop its head. The recent skirmish had startled it. This particular soul beast possessed a low level of intelligence, and ambushing was an instinctive form of self-defense. Li Xian, we VE captured it. Hurry over. Hey, a 200-year-old Ghostwater Purple Swan, you've struck lucky, my friend. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately dashed through the muddy water, with Director Luo following closely beside him to shield him. Capturing a century-old soul beast is, for these two battle-hardened soul masters, a task of remarkable ease. Li Xian imitated the method, approaching the 200-year-old Ghostwater Aster, channeling his soul power, and thrusting the small dagger down with vigor. The Ghostwater Aster towered nearly to the height of an adult, its elongated leaves resembling whips, while its head was round and flat, devoid of eyes, crowned with clusters of chaotic purple flowers. As a sentient organism, its form merely mimicked that of a plant. Li Xian inwardly scoffed. Pondering the distinction between plant-type and animal-type soul beasts, were they not fundamentally the same? The Ghostwater Aster was firmly subdued by two Grand Soul Masters, allowing Li Xian to deliver the finishing blow with ease. With a single stab, the Ghostwater Aster fell to the ground, gradually ceasing its movements. As luminous energy coalesced and emanated from its head, revealing a distinct ring of yellow soul rings, only slightly dimmer than those of the recently vanquished giant frog. According to the method I taught you, absorb the soul rings into your body. A 100-year soul beast is rare to encounter, and this one, being nearly 200 years in cultivation, is perfectly suited for you, Matthew urged. The maximum age for a first soul ring can reach 400 years, however. Matthew deemed such a pursuit perilous, asserting that a 200-year soul ring was already quite formidable. Li Xian nodded slightly, raising his right hand. He closed his eyes and summoned the meager soul power within him, subsequently concentrating it in the palm of his hand, accompanied by an emerald glow. A magnificent azure crescent vine began to sprout forth, its apex adorned with the ethereal heavenly chrysanthemum that exuded a sacred aura. The soul ring swayed gently with Li Xian's martial spirit. Taking a deep breath, he focused his attention on the martial spirit, feeling an immense pressure as the century-old soul ring approached. The soul ring hovered above Li Xian's palm before suddenly contracting, seamlessly enveloping his martial spirit. Li Xian felt a surge of icy energy coursing through his body, a fierce chill sweeping through his very marrow, causing an immediate sensation of coldness to rise from the depths of his heart, accompanied by a gentle spasm throughout his frame. Li Xian, focus on your martial soul. Dean Su commanded with a resonant voice, to which Li Xian solemnly nodded. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, fully immersing his consciousness in the harmonious fusion of his martial soul and spirit rings. As the spirit rings entered his being, they instantaneously baptized his corporeal form, his meridians, soul power, and physical body all experienced a vigorous growth amidst the torrent of that frigid energy. What a delightful power! Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. This transformation was a manifestation of the soul ring's influence, signifying that the absorption of the soul ring had proceeded smoothly, officially marking him as a 10th-level soul master. The martial spirit nestled in his palm had finally absorbed the full power of the century-old soul ring. The entire Qing Su Xian Yu vine surged forth with vitality, its emerald leaves and stems now adorned with intricate black patterns that bore a striking resemblance to the markings on the surface of the Ghostwater Purple Orchid. At the pinnacle, the peculiar Tong Tian chrysanthemum unfurled slightly, emanating a robust and chilling aura. Yet, a reminder of the time for the next milestone loomed in Li Xian's mind. The breakthrough to becoming a soul master had a time frame of a century, resetting all previous counts. A century? Had the original time frame been extended? Without hesitation, Li Xian centered himself, activating the ability to reset concerning the newly absorbed yellow soul ring. Upon successful activation, a critical strike occurred, amplifying the reset duration by 100-fold. In an instant, a tempestuous wave of cold surged forth, engulfing every corner of his organs, marrow, blood vessels, and meridians, inundating Li Xian's entire being. He felt as if he might be obliterated by this force, releasing a low, hoarse roar from his lips. The resetting ability indeed had a tangible effect on the soul ring, yet Li Xian was astonished to discover that the duration had been critically enhanced, transforming his century-old soul ring into one of 10,000 years. The power was overwhelming. Li Xian's body, still in its early teens, found it arduous to bear such explosive elevation. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and he fainted. In the final moments, he heard Master Matthew's anxious calls echoing in his ears. His martial spirit instinctively shielded him, the Qing Su Xian Yu vine enveloping him with a swirling circle of black soul rings floating above and below. At that moment, Li Xian was utterly drained, surrendering his consciousness to the boundless abyss. Was this a 10,000-year martial spirit? The air crackled with the sound of several gasps of astonishment. Chapter 13. The Black Soul Ring. Li Xian once again opened his eyes, finding himself reclined in a brightly lit room, where a gentle breeze caressed the sheer curtains by the window. However, a searing pain throbbed in his head, and as he exerted himself to rise, he felt an unsettling ache coursing through his meridians. Damn it, how long has he been asleep? Li Xian muttered a low curse, his lips cracking from prolonged closure. A faint briny taste surged upon his tongue as memories flooded his mind like a vast ocean. Li Xian swiftly recalled the events that transpired before his unconsciousness. Hiss. Li Xianxiao activated the Xiantian skill, and a torrent of soul energy surged forth from his lower abdomen, flooding into his meridians with tremendous force, causing him to emit a piercing cry of agony. The sheer magnitude of this soul energy astonished him. Could he truly be this powerful? Ah, my century-old soul ring. Li Xian suddenly realized that he had set a time limit for the soul ring, resulting in a critical strike. The immense power of the soul ring had rendered him momentarily dazed. A hundredfold critical hit? Could it be that his century-old martial soul had been elevated to the status of a 10,000-year soul ring? This was unimaginable. Li Xian had never anticipated that he could assign a time limit to the soul ring within him, especially since he had previously failed when attempting to enhance his soul power. He took a deep breath, filled with an eagerness to unleash his martial soul. If this were indeed true, it would be utterly terrifying. His first soul ring could potentially be a 10,000-year one. Li Xian's internal condition was dire, however. His fundamental spiritual energy remained intact. He focused his mind, concentrating the vast ocean of spiritual power within the palm of his hand. A vibrant green radiance rippled forth, tinting the sheets a lush hue. Instantly, he beheld the exaggerated growth of his Qingshu Xianwei vine, and as his martial soul was unleashed, a circle of profound darkness gradually emerged, quietly hovering in the center of the martial soul. Li Xian's mouth fell open in astonishment. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, ushering in a gentle breeze, and in rushed Matthew, his demeanor frantic. Upon entering the ward, Matthew's eyes were immediately drawn to Li Xian, who was reclining on the bed, his martial soul manifesting before him. He could not help but notice the ethereal 1,000-year soul rings that floated around it. Despite being over 80 years old and having weathered many storms, Matthew found himself utterly astonished by the scene before him. His mind went blank for a moment before he remembered the purpose of his visit. You are awake, Li Xian. Grandpa Matthew, how long have I been lying here? Li Xian retracted his martial spirit and rubbed his aching head, the brightness of the room overwhelming his senses. In truth, everything he looked at felt blinding. You have been unconscious for an entire day. It was Director Luo who carried you out of the forest. Li Xian, what transpired that day? Well, never mind. You should focus on recuperating. After acquiring your first soul ring, both your soul power and mental strength will increase simultaneously. However, the intensity of the enhancement within your body has been too great, leaving you in need of rest and recovery. Have you truly slept for an entire day? Li Xian felt a surge of doubt. Why had he been unconscious for so long? Surely, the mistress must have arrived by now. Matthew Nua approached, gently placing his hand on Li Xian's forehead. The slight fever had subsided, which alleviated his concerns. He reached out to pull the thin blanket upwards, covering Li Xian's neck. Grandfather Ma, have you seen my soul ring? Li Xian was eager to understand how outsiders perceived this event, his heart racing with unease. Matthew Nua's tone was gentle, yet excitement shimmered in his eyes. Indeed, as you can see, it is a 10,000-year soul ring. Director Su and I have studied it for quite some time without uncovering the reasons behind it. We can only say that the world of soul masters is exceedingly peculiar, with many undiscovered aspects that await exploration. Focus on your recovery. It appears to be a positive development, but we cannot ascertain if other issues may arise later. Furthermore, Li Xian, can you tell grandfather if your first soul skill has manifested? Matthew Nua speculated that the sudden appearance of the 10,000-year soul ring might be linked to some enigmatic unknown, which he tentatively attributed to the peculiarities of the soul master realm. However, while astonished by the 10,000-year soul ring, Matthew Nua was more concerned about Li Xian's physical condition. Was the soul ring stable in its absorption? Were there any issues with the soul skill? These were questions he urgently sought answers to. All right. Close your eyes and deeply sense the connection with the soul ring. The Qingshu Xianwei vine felt like Li Xian's right hand. With a moment of perception, he could discern the information regarding his soul skill. I have. Li Xian's face lit up with delight. My first soul skill has inherited the aquatic properties of the ghost water purple orchid, granting immunity to the deceleration effects of earth attributes. Moreover, the skills I can perform are related to marshes. I cannot articulate it well. I have yet to use it, but it should summon a pool of marsh, resulting in group deceleration and reduced offensive and defensive capabilities. As for its offensive power, it seems to be absent. Li Xian continued to sense the changes within him. After acquiring a soul ring, a martial soul undergoes a process of mutation. Different martial souls absorbing the same attribute of soul rings yield distinct skills, and the age of the soul ring significantly influences these abilities. It appears that his martial soul has adeptly absorbed the traits of the ghost water purple orchid, evolving into a form of mass control skill. His first soul skill lacks offensive capabilities, Yet the reduction in attack power brought about by the 10,000-year soul ring effectively enhances his own strength. However, something felt amiss. As Li Xian sensed the first soul skill, he discovered a dual resonance emanating from within his martial soul. The recent minor skill originated from the Qing Su Xian Yu vine, while a mysterious allure subtly radiated from the budding flower at its pinnacle. Could it be? Li Xian's heart trembled with excitement as he promptly checked the information. Feeling an indescribable thrill, it turned out that the recent call from the mire was merely a skill of the Qingshu Xianyu vine, while his extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum had also manifested a soul skill. This revelation filled Li Xian with immense joy. What distinguished his martial soul from a dual martial soul? Regarding the altered skill, Li Xian discovered it bore resemblance to the flying leaf attack of the ghost water purple aster, summoning a multitude of petals to pierce his adversary, which, upon impact, could inflict both speed reduction and defense weakening effects. It was indeed a formidable offensive skill. Li Xian yearned to share this astonishing discovery. Yet he was interrupted by Matthew. Excellent. Indeed, there are no issues, and it appears to be a control-type skill. This aligns perfectly with the developmental direction we envisioned for you. But do not become overly excited. Your meridians and soul require tranquility. It is imperative that you refrain from utilizing your martial soul skills. Once your injuries have healed, both I and Dean Su will assist you in exploring the application of your skills. As for the assessment of your soul power, we shall postpone that until your discharge. Do not concern yourself with matters at school. The semester has just commenced, and the pace of learning will not be swift. You will catch up in due course. Understood. Li Xian swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, deciding to withhold the information about his martial soul's ability to manifest two skills from the same soul ring from Matthew for the time being. It could serve as his hidden trump card. It is worth noting that each soul master can typically acquire only one skill from a soul ring, unless they reach the level of soul Douluo, which allows their body to endure the power of a 100,000-year soul ring, thus obtaining two skills. At merely level 10, the prospect of gaining two skills from each soul ring was astonishingly overpowered. Grandfather, it seems my situation isn't as dire as I thought. I should be able to get out of bed soon. I'll check with the doctor shortly. By the way, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. All right. Matthew replied before heading out on his own. As the head of the martial soul branch, he was exceedingly busy during the day. Yet he had completely set aside his work hours to care for Li Xian in the hospital, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within him. Meanwhile, Li Xian calculated the time until he could acquire a soul ring. It had been 2 days since he left the Holy Spirit Village, and Shaosan should be arriving soon. They had agreed to meet in Nanning City, and he could not afford to break his promise. With that thought, Li Xian donned his hospital gown and got out of bed to stretch his limbs, discovering that he was indeed in relatively good condition. There was only a slight pain in his abdominal meridians, and his head felt somewhat dizzy, with everything appearing slightly blurred yet strangely clear. Assured that he was not in serious trouble, Li Xian returned to his hospital bed and lay down. Soon, Matthew returned, carrying a lunchbox filled with light fare, lean meat porridge, vegetable buns, mushrooms with greens, and fresh tofu, along with a large jar of yogurt. Li Xian gazed at the mountain of food on the hospital bed and chuckled helplessly. Grandfather Ma, will I be able to finish all of this? You are quite weak. You must eat more. If you cannot finish it all at once, take a break and savor it slowly. You will eventually finish, replied Ma Zeyuno, his expression tinged with concern as if the food might not suffice. All right then. Li Xian comprehended that Matthew Nuo would not depart until he finished his meal. Seizing several buns, Li Xian stuffed them into his mouth, then lifted a plate of vegetables, consuming the tofu directly. He continued this indulgence until nearly noon, when Matthew Nuo, due to an urgent matter, finally left the hospital. Li Xian diligently cleared the food, and after satiating his hunger, the headache subsided somewhat, allowing his vision to sharpen. Nourishment is the finest means to restore vitality. With renewed strength, Li Xian felt that his minor injuries were nearly healed. Noticing that the ward was empty, he put on his shoes and stealthily planned to exit the room. They had agreed to meet in Nottingham, and should the mistress fail to find him, she might locate the ward. Li Xian certainly did not wish for her to witness him in such a state. Reflecting on this, he intended to return and change into a different outfit. As he opened the ward door, Li Xian intended to survey his surroundings. However, unexpectedly, a figure collided with him, causing him to embrace the small form, which promptly emitted a sharp sound upon impact. Ouch, that hurt. Rubbing his head, he saw a petite figure dressed in a school uniform retreat a few steps. You she? Li Xian made an effort to discern the truth and realized that the girl before him, with her twin ponytails and large, expressive eyes, was none other than Yushi. His right hand involuntarily compared the distance between her head and his chest, leaving Li Xian astonished. After a single night's sleep, he seemed to have grown significantly taller. Previously, Yushi could reach his chin. Did you come to see me? Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle, joyfully inquiring. It had been 2 consecutive days since he last returned, and there were indeed people at school who cared about him. With her large eyes fixated on her feet, Yushi timidly nodded. She lifted her gaze, her eyes bright and clear, blinking as she looked at Li Xian. His suddenly towering figure made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity. You actually managed to find this place. Were you thinking of me? Li Xian always spoke her mind, causing Yushi to blush at her inquiries. Li Xian was oblivious to these details. He glanced around the corridor and, seizing the moment when the nurse was distracted, hurriedly led Yueshi away, ensuring to close the ward door securely before departing. Following the safety passage, the two of them escaped the hospital and continued to jog until they reached the bustling street outside. A distance that posed little challenge for either of them. Li Xian's formidable stamina had greatly increased due to the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring, while Yueshi was accustomed to running from a young age in her village. Upon arriving at a narrow alley, Yueshi retrieved a change of clothes and a piece of cake from her backpack. Li Xian, I got your clothes a size too small, she murmured. It's all right. I'll have Grandpa bring me a few more sets. How did you manage to find these? Isn't school in session? Li Xiandao expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, grasping the cake delicately between his teeth. Subsequently, he shed his hospital gown, swiftly removing the tags from his school uniform before donning it with remarkable ease. Yushi, averting her gaze, softly remarked, I deduced it. Brother Su Yuntao mentioned that Grandpa Ma is in the hospital, and there aren't many hospitals in Notting City, so I came to find you right after class. Li Xian fell into a moment of silence, a fleeting look of astonishment gracing his features. Guessing? Yushi had traced her way through various hospitals to arrive here. You didn't return, and everyone has been worried about you. Teacher Roro didn't mention your condition, Yushi added. Everyone? Suddenly, Li Xian recalled Ma Xiao Dong and Teacher Roro, shaking his head internally. It was more likely that it was only you who were concerned for me, as I am not well acquainted with others. A large hand rested gently on Yushi's head, thanking her, and he added, I will treat you to a delightful meal another day. I am off to meet a friend. Would you care to join me? Friend? Yushi, being pulled along, tilted her head in confusion. This year, in our village, I am not the only one to awaken my martial soul. Do you not recall? You have met him before. Li Xian chuckled lightly. Yushi still had myriad questions she longed to pose, yet Li Xian, in his impatience, did not afford her the opportunity. A wave of concern washed over her. Was Li Xian truly unscathed? Why was he lying in a hospital bed, and had he acquired the soul ring? Chapter 14. The arrival of Tang San and the emergence of Xiao Wu at the same moment, in the southern region of the Tiando Empire. Within the capital of the principality bordering the Fastnuo province, in the city of Barak, as the most formidable guard of the Tiando Empire. The city housed the esteemed Spirit Hall, the pinnacle of martial spirits. Currently, within the highest reception hall of the Spirit Hall, two figures, one clad in white and the other in black, sat upon the principal seats, their eyes closed in meditation. Beneath them, a guard knelt half-heartedly. The guard spoke with a grave tone, Your Majesty Yueguan, as per your request, I have investigated the information regarding the child seen that day. The data revealed that the child's name was Li Xian, hailing from the Holy Spirit village in Notting City. He was one of the 2 children this year to successfully awaken a martial spirit, possessing innate soul power of level 6. With his martial spirit being a type of herb known as Cassia obtusifolia. Furthermore, on that day, he had appeared in the wetland soul beast forest alongside several others, including the principal and the grade director of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, as well as the management figure, Matthew. According to our knowledge, Li Xian's martial spirit was awakened by the Spirit Hall and is classified as a variant martial spirit. The Cassia obtusifolia, being an herb, possesses potential in the food category. Hence he was taken back to the Spirit Hall by the personnel responsible for awakenings. Beyond this, no useful information was uncovered. My lord. The child named Li Xian appears to lack any remarkable attributes. The white-clad figure slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he contemplated the information presented. With a hand supporting his chin, a melodious voice resonated within the hall. I am quite pleased with your intelligence, yet I find your analysis disappointing. The guard stammered, I am unclear. The white-clad figure snorted coldly. If I recall correctly, the martial spirit awakenings commenced in the summer. That child, Li Xian, awakened his martial spirit merely months ago. You assert his innate soul power to be level 6. Thus, I inquire, where was he located on that day? Upon hearing this, the guard comprehended the gravity of the situation, cold sweat trickling down his back. Fool, he appeared in the soul beast forest, accompanied by several of our Spirit Hall's management, proving his soul power has reached level 10 as he sought to obtain a soul ring. The white-clad figure shook his head, his gaze profound. In just over a month, he has fully cultivated a herb-based martial spirit. Do you truly believe his martial spirit is as simple as Cassia obtusifolia? Your assertion of his lack of remarkable qualities insults my intellect. My lord, please forgive me. I acknowledge my mistake. The guard trembled in fear, realizing that the figure before him was none other than the esteemed elder of the current Pope's Hall, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. As a titled Douluo, Yueguan not only possessed an elevated rank but also wielded authority over the Spirit Hall's punishments, second only to the Pope. The chrysanthemum Douluo spoke solemnly. His awakened variant martial spirit is undoubtedly extraordinary. Monitor his growth closely and report any developments to me. Yes. The guard bowed respectfully before lowering his head to the ground. Is there anything else? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired, raising an eyebrow at the guard's reluctance to depart. I have another matter to report. Speak. The guard cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. According to this investigation, I discovered that another girl also awakened an unusual martial spirit during this year's awakenings at the Nodding City Spirit Hall. And it is a type of martial spirit known as the Phantom, an evil martial spirit. With that revelation, the other figure in the hall suddenly opened his eyes, their depths resembling black holes, chilling the air around them. Observe her closely and report back to me. Yes. The white-clad figure, the chrysanthemum Douluo, moved his fingers rhythmically, letting out a soft, melodious laugh. What is it, old ghost? An evil martial spirit has stirred you so? The ghost Douluo's voice was hoarse. I too was once deemed an evil martial spirit. Moreover, have you forgotten the events of our meeting, as if fated by destiny? I believe the emergence of those two children is no mere coincidence. Oh, is that so? The chrysanthemum Douluo smiled faintly, his gaze drifting forward. We are both advanced in years, aspiring to take on disciples. However, those children are still young, and it may be premature to discuss matters at this juncture. Indeed. Outside the gates of the Nodding City Junior Academy, two children clad in Soul Master Academy uniforms approached. The guard at the entrance immediately halted them, saying, You two little ones, what brings you to this place? Are you from the Soul Academy? Li Xian flashed a grin, clasping his hands together. Uncle, I come in search of a friend. Please allow me entry. He added, I promise not to cause any trouble. The guard at the entrance appeared to harbor some unspoken concerns but ultimately did not impede Li Xian, thus swinging the grand gate open. Notably, in the periphery of the entrance, there lingered a dark ring, suggesting that someone had recently endured a violent encounter. Li Xian thanked him, and then pulled Yushi into the school gate. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and asked, Uncle, has there been a report of a child from Shanghun village in the past couple of days? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's expression darkened as if he had seen a ghost, and he cursed under his breath. That little brat just went in. What a coincidence. Li Xian was filled with joy. Suddenly, he recalled that on the day Xiao San reported, there had been a dispute with the gatekeeper. And upon seeing the gatekeeper's bruised face, he was immediately convinced that the person from Shanghun village must be Xiao San. As he entered the campus, Li Xian directed Yueshi towards the dormitory. Compared to the Soul Master Academy, Nodding City Junior College was in a state of disrepair. There was only one teaching building, and the playground was overgrown with weeds. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Li Xian was astonished to find that boys and girls shared the same living quarters. While they were merely children, such arrangements seemed rather reckless. Meanwhile, in the work-study student dormitory, in front of Class 7's dormitory door, Tang San was calming his breath, looking down at a half-grown child lying on the ground. Can you move aside now? As soon as he entered the dormitory, Tang San was obstructed by a fellow lodger. After effortlessly sending a local bully named Wang Xing flying, Tang San realized he could finally engage in reasoned discourse. His display of skill immediately garnered respect from the others. And soon Wang Xing picked himself up and approached to apologize. I'm sorry for what just happened. We work-study students are often targeted, so we must unite. Every newcomer has to face off against the dorm leader. Tang San, puzzled, replied, So, you were trying to intimidate me? Wang Shen sheepishly scratched his head, actually. It was you who intimidated me. But you're truly impressive. You should take the lead in Class 7. Tang San showed little interest, stating, I am here to study. Wang Shen quickly complimented him, expressing hope that Tang San would not decline. As work-study students, they were often looked down upon at school. And if Tang San could stand up for them, they would no longer have to endure bullying. His words persuaded Tang San, who reluctantly nodded in agreement and accepted the position of dorm leader. Is this Class 7? At that moment, two voices echoed in front of the dormitory. Many within turned to look outside, and their eyes brightened instantly. Leading the way was a charming young girl. Her petite figure and rosy cheeks complemented by her long black hair styled into scorpion braids. Her large, sparkling eyes curiously surveyed the dormitory. Most of the boys in Class 7 were captivated by her beauty, left speechless. Tang San was also momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this dormitory allowed for cohabitation. However, his attention was soon drawn to the two figures behind the girl, clad in the Soul Master Academy uniform, a boy and a girl. Upon recognizing one of them, Tang San's expression shifted to one of delight. Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Xian, having inquired along his way, found the work-study student dormitory. However, before he could meet Tang San, a figure had already entered the dormitory ahead of him. As they brushed past each other, Li Xian sensed a remarkably agile aura. The girl before him was strikingly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, and her scorpion braid hung prominently behind her. Particularly captivating was her flawless, rosy face, which made it difficult for Li Xian to avert his gaze, as if she were a porcelain doll fashioned by divine hands. Little Wu, he exclaimed. I can't believe we're meeting so soon. What is wrong with you? Yueshi, holding Li Xian's hand, suddenly pinched his palm with two fingers, prompting him to cough awkwardly. It's not what you think. Li Xian never anticipated that his encounter with Xiao Wu would transpire here, within the confines of the study dormitory. Upon catching sight of him, Tang San was filled with joy and was about to step forward, only to be abruptly halted by Wang Sheng's firm grip. Boss, she is a newcomer. Do not forget our rules, Wang Sheng declared, his gaze entirely captivated by Xiao Wu. The implication was clear. Every newcomer must engage in a duel with the dorm leader, as per the established protocol. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless at this revelation, set Li Xian aside and approached the girl. "Hello, I am Xiaowu," as in the dance, she greeted with a sweet smile. I am Tang San. "It is a pleasure to meet you," he stammered, instantly enchanted by her charm. Meanwhile, Li Xian observed this scene from the doorway, quietly pulling Yushi back as they retreated to the rear. Perhaps he had arrived at an inopportune moment. He did not wish to disrupt the budding connection between Xiaowu and Tang San. As he pondered this, he felt a gentle touch in his palm and squeezed it lightly, causing Yushi to hastily withdraw her hand. Li Xian blinked and grasped it once more, preventing her from escaping. "Boss, go for it. Don't hold back just because she's a girl." The sounds of a scuffle soon echoed from within the dormitory, indicating that Xiaowu and Tang San had begun their duel. Yushi, bewildered, leaned forward to peek inside, but Li Xian pulled her back, revealing a mysterious smile that left her puzzled. "Are they fighting? Is everything all right?" she inquired. "No worries, my brother is tough," he reassured her. Indeed, Li Xian's statement holds truth. Trivial disputes between couples seldom lead to serious consequences. When Li Xian arrived once more at the entrance of the 7th dormitory, the conflict within had subsided. Tang San and his young girlfriend had reconciled, and the transition of the dormitory leader's position was successfully completed. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian took hold of Yushi and stepped inside. His arrival naturally drew the attention of the other students within the room. Upon noticing another newcomer, Wang Xing, filled with excitement, hurriedly urged the newly appointed leader, Xiaowu, to take action, continuously stoking the flames of anticipation. Xiaowu blinked, tilting her head, pondering. "Is it my turn now?" "Of course it is, boss." Wang Xing cheered her on enthusiastically. Little did he expect that so many work-study students would arrive this year. As an onlooker, he was in for an entertaining spectacle. However, just as Xiaowu was about to rise, Tang San took the initiative and, under the watchful gazes of all the students from Dormitory 7, approached Li Xian. Yet, Tang San's intentions were not to assist Xiaowu. Upon seeing Li Xian, the two embraced warmly, their camaraderie seemingly stronger than that of brothers. "You arrived so swiftly. I was just about to seek you out. Indeed, I came to find you right after class. It must have been exhausting to walk all this way." "Not too bad." Their conversation dissipated the tension in the room, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. They had expected Tang San to confront someone. What was happening? At that moment, a boy recognized something and exclaimed, "Wait, that looks like the Soul Academy uniform. He must be a student from the Martial Soul Academy." The others, including Wang Sheng, finally realized that Li Xian and Yushi were dressed differently, in black uniforms with white collars, particularly marked by the 7-killing sword emblem on their chests, signifying their status as Junior Soul Academy students. In the city of Notting, aside from the noble academies, children from ordinary families generally had to choose between the Junior Martial Soul Academy and the Junior Academy of Notting. However, gaining admission to the Junior Martial Soul Academy demanded exceptionally high talent. Li Xian and Yushi, clad in the uniforms of the Soul Master Academy, inadvertently created a psychological distinction between themselves and others. The gazes directed at them shimmered with admiration, for they were esteemed students of the prestigious academy. Within the dormitory of Class 7, everyone, except Xiaowu, looked upon them with envy. Clearly, the visitors from the academy shared a close rapport with Tang San, enhancing his stature considerably. Chapter 15. Xiaowu admits defeat. Tang San observed Li Xian, who had only recently stood slightly taller than him, now towering over him by a significant margin. The saying a gentleman should be treated with respect after 3 days resonated with him. He now understood the truth of it. "Your transformation is remarkable, Li Xian." "Indeed, it is quite so." Li Xian was astonished by his own appearance, let alone the third party involved. Through the enhancement of his temporal abilities, he aged 1 year in the realm of consciousness, and subsequently, this body absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. This resulted in a qualitative leap in physical strength, reflexes, and mental acuity. The increase in height served as a manifestation of these changes combined. Li Xian now resembled a senior student of 8 or 9 years of age. However, once you obtain your first soul ring, you too will evolve to a similar state as mine. Li Xian continued, and Tang San wore a look of realization. He refrained from asking further questions, choosing instead to offer his blessings for his friend's growth, responding with a gentle smile. At that moment, Wang Xing approached, scratching his head and saying, "Tang San, I didn't expect you to have friends from the Soul Academy. Would you mind introducing us?" Meanwhile, Xiaowu sat on the bed, propping herself up with her hands, her little feet swaying back and forth, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Not only that, but the entire dormitory was abuzz with interest in Li Xian. Who among the students of the Soul Academy would not wish to make his acquaintance? "This is my friend Li Xian, whom I have known since childhood. He has only recently joined the Soul Master Academy," Tang San introduced to the group. Within the dormitory, upon hearing that Li Xian was merely a first-year student, many faces froze in surprise, with a few even left agape, as Li Xian's robust physique suggested he appeared more like a 5th or 6th grader. At that moment, Tang San noticed the girl Yushi beside Li Xian. He seemed to recall seeing her during their farewell in Shanghun village. "You brought a friend along," he remarked. Li Xian pulled Yushi forward, prompting the two to introduce themselves. Yushi, join me in the Soul Master Academy. Yushi, this is my friend Tang San. Hello. Tang San nodded lightly. Yushi shyly smiled, his gaze assessing Tang San from head to toe. Realizing that the friend Li Xian spoke of was none other than this individual. In terms of both height and appearance, he seemed significantly inferior to Li Xian. Hey, all this back and forth introduction is rather dull. Why not discuss your martial souls and soul power? It's essential to recognize that strength is paramount. Xiaowu complained from her perch on the bed. She had been eagerly anticipating a match with the newcomers, only to find that Li Xian was Tang San's friend. After listening for quite a while, her ears felt nearly blistered. Noting Xiaowu's dissatisfaction, Li Xian deliberately nudged Tang San and whispered, "What a lovely younger sister." "Is she your close friend?" Tang San scratched his head. "We just met. Her name is Xiaowu." Turning back, Tang San sighed helplessly. "Xiaowu. Li Xian isn't a student here. You can't challenge him." "Well, at least introduce yourself." Xiaowu insisted. "Li Xian, are you very strong?" She threatened playfully, clenching her fists. "Guess." Li Xian shrouded his words in mystery, deliberately withholding information. Xiaowu, as a 10,000-year soul beast, had never departed from her training grounds throughout her existence, embodying a pure heart akin to a blank canvas. Thus, despite her profound cultivation, her thoughts were no different from those of an ordinary young girl. Consequently, her dissatisfaction was interpreted by Li Xian as a complaint that his arrival had overshadowed her presence. She felt a momentary annoyance, exclaiming, "If you're not going to speak, then don't. It's clear your martial soul is lacking. You simply don't wish to share." With her hands on her hips, she expressed her frustration. Observing this, Tang San swiftly intervened, urging, "You are all my friends. Let us coexist harmoniously and avoid conflict." In truth, Tang San was unaware of Li Xian's true strength. Although he recognized the peculiar Rongtong Tiangju within Li Xian's martial soul, following their separation, Li Xian had acquired his first soul ring, propelling his power to an unknown level. Li Xian extended his hand, embracing Tang San's shoulder as he gazed at Xiaowu. "Sister Xiaowu, your provocation does not affect me. You wish to ascertain my strength, do you not? I can only divulge that I am quite formidable." "I do not believe it," Xiaowu retorted, pouting slightly. "I am far more powerful. If you doubt it, let us compare our abilities." "Xiaowu, please, refrain from speaking." She leapt up, silencing Tang San as she resolved to measure herself against Li Xian. Her long legs extended gracefully, standing slightly taller than Yushi, yet in the presence of Li Xian, she was a full head shorter. Nevertheless, the defiance etched upon her exquisite visage was enough to convey her unyielding spirit, not yielding in intensity to Li Xian. In response to Xiaowu's challenge, Wang Sheng and the others settled into their seats, eager to witness the unfolding drama. They too were curious about Li Xian's prowess, anticipating a clash between the two, especially since both Li Xian and Yushi hailed from the Soul Academy, known for its stringent admission criteria. Observing the situation, Yushi's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively stepping in front of Li Xian. She was acutely aware of his condition. Having just emerged from the hospital, any reckless display of power could be perilous. However, as she took that step forward, Li Xian seized her collar, lifting her effortlessly, leaving her no opportunity for resistance. When her feet finally touched the ground, she found herself back at her previous position. She cast him a resentful glare. "It is not your place to defend me." Li Xian smiled gently, turning his gaze to Xiaowu. "So you wish to know about my martial soul? Very well, I shall reveal to you that my martial soul, like Tang San's, is also a type of grass." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu scoffed. "My martial soul is a rabbit, which feeds exclusively on grass. You stand no chance against me." "Oh?" Li Xian quietly voiced his doubts, and as he spoke, a radiant golden light emanated from his being. He raised his palm, and the ethereal crescent moon vine swiftly burgeoned from his hand, piercing through the void. With the emergence of his martial spirit, an astonishing wave of soul power surged forth from within him, exerting a formidable pressure that enveloped the dormitory, causing every student present to feel an overwhelming weight upon their shoulders. In an instant, they were astounded to witness the manifestation of Li Xian's martial spirit. A circle of black soul rings materialized, quietly swirling around his palm, pulsating rhythmically while exuding a terrifying aura. The appearance of the black soul rings struck the hearts of all in the dormitory like a heavy stone, transforming their astonishment into sheer terror, as they gazed upon Li Xian as if he were a monstrous entity. 10,000-year soul rings. Wang Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San stood in a daze, his reaction relatively composed. Beside him, Yushi covered her mouth in shock, letting out a soft gasp. After days of study, she had come to comprehend the significance of the 10,000-year soul rings. Hadn't the teacher stated that only a soul king could absorb such rings? Li Xian, at this moment, the one who most acutely feels the overwhelming pressure of the 10,000-year soul ring, is the petite figure of Xiaowu before him. Confronted with the formidable power of the soul ring, she finds her own soul power rendered nearly impotent. Moreover, with her current level being merely 10, although she possesses a century-old soul ring, it is hardly a match for Li Xian's prowess. "I concede," she murmurs, her spirit deflated as she bows her head, devoid of any desire to contest further. Recognizing the futility of her situation, she gracefully withdraws. Li Xian's martial soul integrated into his body, and the oppressive aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. He crossed his arms and resumed his amiable demeanor. Did your soul ring come from the hunt of a 10,000-year soul beast? Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes concealing a hint of sorrow and reluctance as she inquired. Li Xian shook his head and leaned closer to her ear, stating that the unexpected situation was merely a century-old soul beast. Is that so? Such a response calmed Xiao Wu down. Li Xian's tone was earnest, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Upon hearing such an explanation, the displeasure on her face seemed to dissipate somewhat. Li Xian was acutely aware of her sentiments. As a soul beast, she undoubtedly harbored a desire to protect her kin from being hunted, especially considering that she had cultivated for millennia. Fortunately, Li Xian's 10,000-year soul ring was a testament to his sincerity, and he had not spoken untruths. Just then, behind him, Yushi called out, and in an instant, his garment was seized by the corner, pulling him away from Xiao Wu's side. Li Xian was taken aback, turning his face to behold the sweet smile of Yushi. Could you enlighten me about the nature of the soul rings? I, too, am eager to understand. Li Xian scratched his head, and with a hint of reluctance, he said he would share anything one wished to know. He then began to recount his perilous experiences in an exaggerated manner, weaving a tale rich in detail. Yushi listened intently, believing every word he spoke. Are you all right? Tang San inquired, approaching Xiao Wu with genuine concern. At that moment, he was still unaware of the implications of the 10,000-year spirit ring. However, from Xiao Wu's demeanor, he could discern that his dear friend was extraordinarily powerful, reaching a level of overwhelming prowess. I'm fine. It's just much more comfortable sparring with you. This guy is too monstrous. I can't compete, Xiao Wu pouted. Turning away to plop down on the bed, Tang San's arm was nudged, and upon turning his head, he found Wang Sheng gazing at him with a look of near worship, as if ready to kneel. Li Xian, your brother is incredible. I can't be mistaken. That was a 10,000-year spirit ring. He is truly formidable. If he could protect us, no one would dare to bully us again. We hope he can speak well of us. We wish to befriend him. The reaction of those in the 7th dormitory upon witnessing Li Xian's released 10,000-year spirit ring was one of sheer astonishment, as if their worldviews had been shattered. They had only a vague understanding of what a 10,000-year spirit ring entailed, but they were acutely aware of the significance of a spirit king. It was said that within the entirety of Notting City, there was not a single spirit king whose spirit power reached level 50. Only a spirit king could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Li Xian's first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, which is utterly astonishing. Tang San was being jostled by Li Xian's admirers and helplessly remarked that Li Xian is very easy to get along with and would not mind being friends with them. Furthermore, he is studying at the Soul Academy and cannot protect them. Brother Tang, having an additional layer of connection is always beneficial. Exactly, Wang Sheng and the others echoed, their expressions reminiscent of stubborn adhesive plasters. However, despite their desire to befriend Li Xian, they only dared to speak of it in front of Tang San. None of them brave enough to approach Li Xian directly. Upon witnessing Li Xian's formidable strength, their envy of his status transformed into reverence for his power. As this admiration peaked, it was accompanied by a sense of awe. This awe compelled them to worship and submit. A natural reaction given that the dormitory was filled with a group of immature students, lacking the composure of an adult like Tang San. Amidst the noisy dormitory, a male teacher in his 30s was surveying the area and approached the dormitory door. His gaze swept across the room before he interrupted the crowd, instructing all new work-study students to stand up and inquiring who was Tang San. Upon the teacher's arrival, the students quickly stood at attention, with Xiao Wu rising from her bed. As for Li Xian and Yushi, they awkwardly stepped aside. Hearing the teacher call his name, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. The teacher at the door introduced himself. I am Mo Hen, your instructor. Tang San, master has asked me to bring you bedding. Tang San nodded, accepting the blanket from Mo Hen, referring to the master as Yu Xiaojiang, whom he had just recognized as his teacher that day. Tang San felt warmth in his heart, appreciating the thoughtfulness of his master. Mo Hen glanced at the list in his hand, noting that there were only 2 work-study students this year, and proceeded to explain the responsibilities associated with the work-study program, including school regulations. Lastly, he reminded Tang San of the study schedule and classroom location. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Hen seemed to conclude that was all he had to say and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xian in the dormitory, and upon noticing Li Xian's Soul Academy uniform, he halted in his tracks. Oh, you two. Are you exchange students from the friendly match? What brings you here? Faced with Mo Hen's inquiry, Li Xian and Yushi exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes wide in confusion. Uncertain of what Mo Hen meant by a friendly match, they were merely visiting. Chapter 16. Insufficient for scheming. In response to Mo Hen's question, Li Xian, unsure, shook his head and replied, Teacher Mo, we are merely here to visit friends, not as exchange students as you mentioned. Mo Hen paused momentarily, realizing, oh, I see. I thought you might be from the higher-ranking Soul Master Academy. You are welcome to visit friends, but please refrain from causing any disturbances here. Li Xian nodded, affirming their commitment to adhere to the regulations. However, he inquired, Teacher Mo, could you enlighten me on what a friendly match entails? Does the term Soul Master Academy refer to the junior academy in Notting City? Just as Mo Hin was about to depart, he heard Li Xian's question. He turned back, patiently elucidating. Not quite. Every academy within the town participates in the junior academy friendly matches annually. You may perceive it as an opportunity for students to engage in exchanges and sparring. As for the participants, they all hail from the provincial capital. This year, our academy will host exchange students from the Junior Soul Master Academy in Fajia province. By the way, your Soul Master Academy should also be participating. I recall that the exchange students heading to the Soul Academy this year are from a certain noble academy in the provincial capital. That's all for now. The teacher has other matters to attend to. All right, Teacher Mo, goodbye. Li Xian waved farewell to the retreating figure, simultaneously grasping the reason why Teacher Mo Hin had regarded him as an exchange student. The Fajia province is vast. Its central city comparable in scale to the capital of a principality, and undoubtedly, the Junior Martial Soul Academy there boasts a prestigious standing. In stark contrast, Notting City is merely a small town within Fajia province, accurately described as a remote and impoverished locale. The Junior Soul Academy there pales in comparison. Xiao San, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again, should you require anything, feel free to visit me at the Soul Academy. After meeting with Tang San, Li Xian found himself with no further matters to attend to and decided to return for the time being. He had escaped from the hospital, where he was inevitably reprimanded by Master Matthew. Furthermore, his body had yet to fully recuperate, having recently unleashed his martial spirit. He now felt quite fatigued and in need of rest. Thank you for visiting me. I shall come to see you another day, he said. As he prepared to leave the dormitory, Wang Xing and the others grew anxious. Li Xian, don't rush off. You all must not have eaten before coming here. And I can see that Tang San is hungry as well. Why not join us for a meal at the cafeteria? Indeed, let us dine together before you depart, they urged. Tang San, feeling helpless, intended to protest, but his stomach grumbled audibly, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Since arriving at the academy, he had scarcely found a moment's peace, and he truly was hungry. Upon hearing about food, Xiao eagerly jumped up. Yes, let us go eat together. I'm hungry too. By the way, do we need to pay for meals at our academy? Wang Sheng chuckled sheepishly. You are new to the school, and many of the rules are still unfamiliar to you. As work-study students, your meals are not free, except for your studies. However, fret not. I shall treat you today. Having spent many years at the academy, I can certainly cover this modest expense. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions brightened instantly. Li Xian found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The mere mention of food stirred a tumult in his stomach, as the buns he had consumed that morning were yet to be digested. However, a glance at Yushi revealed her concern for him. She had sought out a hospital after class, and she too must be feeling hungry now. Brother Li Xian, let us go. Tang San and the others are already heading out. The food here is rather delightful, Wang Sheng exclaimed with eager anticipation. Faced with Yushi's evident hunger, Li Xian could not remain indifferent. He nodded and said, very well, let us go together. However, I have not brought any money today, so I must trouble you to treat us. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's face broke into a grin. It's a trifling matter. I shall take care of it. He relished the thought of Li Xian owing him a small favor, considering that a meal was a minor expense in comparison. Yushi, walking beside Li Xian, whispered, I have meal tickets from the school. Perhaps we could use those instead? Li Xian shook his head, reassuringly stating that it was nothing, as everyone was friends and that they should return when they next met. Upon hearing this, Yushi ceased her objections, with Wang Sheng leading the way. The group readily fell in line. Thus, the work-study students formed a grand procession towards the cafeteria, their numbers so vast that one might think they were preparing to besiege the establishment. Wang Sheng diligently accompanied Li Xian, providing him with protection along the way. Li Xian, my name is Wang Sheng, and my martial spirit is the Battle Tiger. Your 10,000-year soul ring truly astonished me. By the way, what is your martial spirit? It appears rather peculiar. An instrument martial spirit, the Cassia Seed, Li Xian replied casually. As of now, he had yet to bestow his martial spirit with a proper name, but he resolved to adopt this name henceforth. The Qingshu Xianwei vine and the Qidong Tongtian chrysanthemum, both exquisite medicinal herbs, would instill trepidation in any adversary. Thus, it seemed prudent to feign weakness in order to lower their guard. Cassia Seed? Wang Xing paused, momentarily taken aback. To his knowledge, it was merely a common herb, one he had gathered in his youth to earn a bit of pocket money. He found it hard to believe that this was not a useless martial spirit. Yet, considering that Tang San's martial spirit was the blue silver grass, which had left him battered and bruised, Li Xian's martial spirit, being a mere herb, was not even a match for Xiao Wu or Tang San. Doubt began to cloud his perception of his own martial spirit. Who truly possessed a worthless martial spirit? This contradicted everything he had learned from his teachers. Li Go, may I visit the Soul Academy to see you in the future? Of course. A friend of Xiao San is a friend of mine. How generous. As they conversed, the group arrived at the cafeteria. In Notting City, aside from the Noble Academy, both the Town Academy and the Soul Academy were public institutions, governed with relative leniency. Li Xian found himself unencumbered by restrictions upon his arrival. Oh, aren't those the impoverished souls of Wang Sheng and his companions? However, as soon as they stepped into the cafeteria, a voice dripping with sarcasm echoed from above, laced with disdain that was quite disconcerting to hear. Wang Xing, leading the way, was the first to enter the cafeteria, only to be immediately met with a barrage of ridicule from a group of individuals who had fixated their gazes upon him. Li Xian and Tang San exchanged a glance, their brows slightly furrowed as they followed the direction of their gaze. Before them stood a group of adolescent boys, occupying the center of the staircase, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. These students appeared to be in the 5th grade, and the one speaking was around 11 or 12 years old, his handsome face marred by a palpable disdain. Upon spotting Wang Xing in the cafeteria, he unleashed a sharp and scornful remark, deriding him as a pauper who could only dine on the 1st floor. How pitiful indeed. The laughter echoed mockingly. Among the work-study students, the hot-tempered Xiao Wu reacted immediately, dashing forward to confront the speaker. Hey, you up there. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? The blatant provocation seemed to amuse the group, who were eager to retaliate. However, when the leader realized the one challenging him was a girl, his demeanor shifted instantly. What a beautiful girl. What a shame to be mixed with a bunch of filthy work-study students. Wang Sheng, I'm off to have my meal now. Consider yourself lucky this time, he declared. And with that, the group began to depart. Xiao Wu attempted to pursue them, but was restrained by Tang San, who shook his head, saying, let it go. It's best to avoid trouble. This response evidently displeased Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and his companions were seething with frustration, their faces aflame with anger. Yet they dared not express it. As work-study students, they endured discrimination and oppression within the school, powerless against those who were stronger, forced to endure humiliation. Any attempt to resist would only lead to a severe beating. Clenching his fists in silent rage, Wang Sheng let out a resigned sigh. At the back of the group, Li Xian observed their reactions, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. Just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly pulled back by Yushi. We cannot cause a scene here, she said with concern. Her worry stemmed from Li Xian's condition. She recognized his thoughts, but knew this was not the Soul Academy. Li Xian's injuries had yet to heal, and a relapse would be disastrous. Li Xian gently caressed Yueshi's small hand that grasped his arm, offering a faint smile as he lowered her hand. I am a person who values reason. Rest assured, I do not delight in causing trouble. As he spoke, Li Xian abruptly turned his gaze upward, calling out to the individual who had just spoken from the 2nd floor. A group of senior students, on the verge of ascending the staircase, halted in their tracks upon hearing his words. The leader of the group, a boy named Ling Feng, narrowed his eyes with a fierce intensity, casting a condescending glance downward. Who was just speaking? Were you calling me? Li Xian, this is our concern. Wang Sheng's face displayed a look of discomfort as he quickly tugged at Li Xian, wishing to convey that they should let it be. Though he held no doubts regarding Li Xian's capabilities, their acquaintance was still fresh, and he felt hesitant to complicate matters for him. Li Xian shook his head. If this incident were to happen to him, he would simply let it go. However, the mockery was directed at all the work-study students, including his friend Tang San. How could he possibly endure that? Li Xian displayed indifference, his gaze fixed firmly on Ling Feng on the 2nd floor. Otherwise, am I speaking to a dog? Come down here. On the staircase, Ling Feng was pointed at by someone, his anger surging from his neck to his face. How dare a working student insult him in public? This was utterly outrageous. However, his eyes suddenly flickered as he noticed something. The person defending Wang Sheng did not appear to be a working student. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, then remarked to those beside him. That kid is standing up for Wang Sheng's group of paupers. Where does he come from? The senior students nearby shook their heads, stating they had never seen him before. He wears the Soul Academy uniform, but I recognize everyone formidable over there, and he is not among them. Just putting on an act, Feng Ge. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt a wave of relief. Even if the opponent was from the Soul Academy, so what? The junior college in Notting City was merely inferior to the Soul Academy overall, which did not imply that he himself was inferior to their students. This was a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. Furthermore, Li Xian's face was unfamiliar. He had not heard of this person from the Soul Academy. And Ling Feng even speculated that he might have stolen a uniform to come and act pretentious. As he pondered, he had already descended the stairs, casting a fierce look towards Li Xian. You were the one who was boasting, weren't you? You must be tired of living. Ling Feng strode forward, accompanied by a group of followers, believing that his descent would intimidate the other party with an air of superiority. To his surprise, Li Xian was quite tall. Only upon reaching the bottom of the stairs did he realize he was slightly shorter in comparison. Nevertheless, Ling Feng did not let this physical disparity trouble him. He instinctively lifted his chin and let out a cold snort. I warn you, out of respect for the Soul Academy, it's still not too late to apologize. Otherwise, if you provoke my wrath, even your uniform won't save you. The derision on his face grew more pronounced. So you wish to defend the working student, do you? I shall see what abilities you possess. Li Xian listened to the utterly arrogant remarks and chuckled, for it was this very school uniform that instilled fear in you. Faced with the working students, you resort to such bravado? How lacking in courage you are. So what? I disdain working students. Do you aspire to be a trailblazer? Ling Feng wore a sinister smirk upon his face. They bully the working students, and the teachers turn a blind eye. Yet someone dares to stand up? Are they unaware that their leader, Xiao, is the son of the Lord of Nodding City? Those impoverished working students deserve to be trampled upon. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Li Xian raised an eyebrow and stated directly, tell me. What is your soul power level? Ling Feng, arms crossed, scoffed. Before inquiring about another's soul power, one ought to disclose their own. This is basic etiquette. If you lack such courtesy, how do you expect to champion the cause of others? Are you foolish? Li Xian placed one hand on Ling Feng's shoulder, and the smile on his face gradually faded. The small cannot contend with the great, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's pupils constricted sharply, and a surge of fury washed over his face. What did you say? Li Xian's meaning was unmistakable. He referred to the small-minded as mere petty individuals, unworthy of serious discourse, let alone adherence to propriety. Though he had been openly insulted by Li Xian, it was not the insult itself that incited such fury within him, but rather the contemptuous manner in which he was belittled, an affront he found intolerable. In that moment, Ling Feng was consumed by rage, his clenched fist poised to strike Li Xian squarely in the face. However, a hand resting lightly on his shoulder merely pinched him gently, causing Ling Feng's body, primed for confrontation, to freeze abruptly. His arm, lifted in readiness, suddenly felt as if it had been struck down, and he emitted a muffled groan as his arms fell limply to his sides. The glint of fear danced in his eyes as he instinctively sought to unleash his martial spirit, yet the soul power within him coiled tightly, stifled by an overwhelming aura that rendered his abilities utterly dormant. You. Slap. Li Xian placed his palm against his cheek and remarked softly. Those who insult others shall invariably be met with scorn in return. You mock Wang Sheng and his family for their poverty. I could just as easily lift you by your collar and deliver a beating, understand? If you do not appreciate the truth, that is of little concern to me. I merely caution you. The work-study students here are now my friends. Should I hear of any one of them being bullied, I shall come from the Soul Academy and deal with you most severely. Remember that. With that, he lightly tapped his palm against Ling Feng's face a few times before departing. Ling Feng stood frozen, trembling, and swallowed hard. In that moment, he realized that Li Xian had not even struck him. He had merely unleashed a hint of soul power that rendered Ling Feng breathless, causing his martial spirit and soul power to dissipate entirely in an instant. This was nothing short of inconceivable. Ling Feng understood clearly that this was not the force of a soul skill, but rather the purest form of soul pressure. Achieving such an effect could only stem from an overwhelmingly vast disparity in strength between them. Li Xian's ability to do so attested to his power, which far exceeded Ling Feng's own capabilities. As Ling Feng watched Li Xian depart with casual ease, his legs weakened in fear. The warning echoing in his mind sent chills down his spine. Who on earth is he? Chapter 17. The overbearing aura. How audacious. That scoundrel, Li Xian, will not let you off easily. Xiao Wu fumed, wrinkling her nose and making a face within the group. Li Xian's decisive action brought her immense satisfaction, far surpassing Tang San's indecisive nature. When faced with affronts, one ought to retaliate with strength. Otherwise, if one tolerates such indignities this time, what of the next? Should one wait until utterly humiliated before striking back? Against those who look down upon others, a tooth for a tooth is warranted, ensuring they remember their place. Brother Xian is truly impressive, Wang Sheng murmured, his eyes nearly brimming with admiration. As the leader of the 5th grade, Ling Feng was acutely aware of his own limitations, having been utterly overpowered in every encounter. Yet, Li Xian subdued the opponent effortlessly with a mere hand. Was that the aura of a true warrior? Brother Xian is magnificent. Ling Feng, today is your day of reckoning. Ha! A wave of heartfelt cheers erupted from the crowd of work-study students. The longer one is trampled upon, the more intense the joy of revenge becomes. Behind them, senior students quickly approached Ling Feng, their gazes filled with confusion. Ling Feng, are you all right? Why didn't you deal with that kid? What happened just now? A few stood behind Ling Feng, unable to comprehend the situation between the two. Given Ling Feng's character, it was inconceivable that he would tolerate such humiliation. He is incredibly strong. Ling Feng struggled to steady his trembling voice, his gaze lingering on Li Xian's retreating figure. The seniors beside him remained perplexed. Is that kid really so formidable that he could even best you? Indeed, Brother Feng, you didn't engage him at all, did you? Ling Feng glanced at his weary arms, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Engage? His body felt weak, and merely sitting down was a challenge. Li Xian's strength had reached a level of overwhelming dominance, leaving him no room for resistance. Help me up. Let us return first, and seek help from Ba Xiao. Upon uttering these words, Ling Feng could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing into the embrace of his companions, trembling and swallowing hard to suppress his unease. Is it really that serious, Brother Feng? The others were taken aback, yet they understood that the individual who aided the work-study student must possess significant clout. Today, it seemed, there was no way to teach this group of misers a lesson. One of them remarked, I just heard that girl call him Li Xian. That could one be able to flaunt his bravado for long. Let us head back. Li Xian returned to the group, rubbing his wrist while casting a sidelong glance behind him. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. The intimidation he had just exerted proved remarkably effective, accomplishing its purpose without expending an ounce of unnecessary energy. Moreover, it was evident that the senior students harbored a considerable trepidation towards him, refraining from pursuing him for retribution. Although Li Xian was unafraid of facing a collective opposition, his body had yet to fully recover, and he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but inwardly curse Ling Feng, that fool, for allowing such close proximity, making it impossible not to invoke a sense of intimidation. Li Xian pondered to himself. His 10,000-year soul ring bestowed considerable soul power, yet it had not yet reached the level of overwhelmingly surpassing his peers. However, the opportunity presented by Ling Feng made all the difference. The essence of his soul power surged through Ling Feng's shoulder, invading his meridians. With merely a hint of the 10,000-year soul ring's aura, the intimidating effect could be amplified significantly, a clever maneuver indeed. Of course, this was contingent upon Li Xian's reluctance to exert himself. Had he truly engaged, the outcome would have been the same. Yushi hurried over, concerned. Are you all right? What is the matter? Do I look like I'm in trouble? Li Xian chuckled, placing his palm atop Yushi's head, leaning close to her sparkling eyes, and grinning. Was I just now handsome? You enough already. With considerable effort, Yushi managed to push Li Xian's arm away, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Xian Ge is magnificent. You are truly amazing. I admire you so much. The crowd of work-study students cheered, welcoming Li Xian. Finally, someone had avenged their grievances. It was utterly exhilarating. Li Xian, rendered speechless, remarked, I intervene on your behalf because those ruffians have overstepped their bounds. Focus on your studies and refrain from inciting trouble like them. Understood, Xian Ge. We have no intention of emulating that bunch of scoundrels. They have always been the bullies. Rest assured, Xian Ge, we shall not behave in such a manner. By the way, Xian Ge, this group of despicable individuals has faced setbacks and may very well seek out Ba Xiao. I fear they might bypass us to retaliate against you, so please exercise caution. Li Xian nodded slightly and casually inquired, who is the elder Xiao? Wang Sheng, standing nearby, elucidated. He is a 6th-grade student named Xiao Qinyu, and he is regarded as the most formidable student in our school, possessing a level 11 battle spirit with a wolf martial soul. However, to be honest, he is not truly the strongest. He merely enjoys preferential treatment due to being the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Li Xian appeared contemplative for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, all right, I understand. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us go eat. Brother Xian, what would you like to have? Allow me to treat you. Step aside. I was the first to offer, he chuckled. Brother Xian, I am most familiar with the delectable offerings in the cafeteria. Allow me to take charge. You have worked hard, Brother Xian. Today, I shall cover all expenses. After finishing lunch with Yueshi, Li Xian bid farewell to Tang San and his companions, departing from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon returning to the hospital, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Yueshi had to return for her classes, so she took her leave. Li Xian entered the hospital through a side door, quietly returning to his ward. He had vanished for several hours, and surprisingly, no one at the hospital had noticed. A sigh of relief escaped him. Perhaps they were aware of his need for rest, and had refrained from disturbing him. During this period, he indeed needed to recuperate, and could not attend classes at school. However, Li Xian was not anxious about his cultivation being impeded. First and foremost, the Xiantian Gong, as a premier Taoist technique, offered training benefits that were on par with those of the Academy's methodologies. Furthermore, this time allowed him to delve into the crafting of hidden weapons as detailed in the Xiantian Baolu. His peers were likely still in the stage of soul power cultivation. A year prior, he had already progressed beyond that. Thus, it was prudent for him to redirect his focus towards other aspects of his practice. As he perused the Xiantian Baolu, he meticulously studied the various descriptions of hidden weapons. Soon, he found himself captivated by a concealed weapon known as the sleeve arrow. His interest in this particular weapon stemmed from his flying blossom soul skill. If he mastered the sleeve arrow, he could seamlessly integrate it with his soul skill in combat, creating a deceptive effect that would catch his opponents off guard. They would be lulled into a false sense of security by the scattered attacks of the flying blossom, unaware that a sleeve arrow lay hidden within, for a concealed arrow is indeed difficult to defend against, and even a single hit could inflict considerable distress upon his adversaries. To this end, Li Xian deliberately chose a rapid-fire sleeve crossbow, a weapon renowned for its formidable shooting power, as the text detailed its capacity to penetrate 3 poplar trees in succession. Additionally, the hidden weapons used by the Tang sect typically underwent poison refinement, greatly enhancing their potency. With the combination of penetration and poison, a single arrow would suffice to incapacitate even low-ranking soul masters, rendering them beyond salvation. Li Xian immediately resolved to master the crafting and utilization of this repeating crossbow. However, the fabrication of such concealed weapons necessitates high-quality iron materials. So I must first learn the art of blacksmithing. Li Xian pondered quietly to himself. The crafting of hidden weapons cannot be rushed. It is not a skill that can be mastered overnight. Fortunately, he currently possesses ample time, as the junior college offers a 6-year period of study. He intends to utilize his spare moments to cultivate a secondary skill, ensuring that by the time he graduates, his proficiency in the art of crafting hidden weapons will be sufficient. As the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Even if 6 years prove inadequate, Li Xian could enlist Tang San's assistance. Of course, Li Xian is well aware that his innate talent allows him only to create simple hidden weapons. The more exquisite masterpieces, such as the revered Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus or the reigning Pear Blossom Needles, require extraordinary craftsmanship, and he does not intend to squander his energy on such pursuits. Since he can impose a time limit on his soul rings, his own cultivation as a soul master should be his primary focus. There is no need to waste excessive time on external matters. Additionally, Li Xian harbors an unverified hypothesis regarding whether he and Yushi could achieve a martial soul fusion. If such a fusion is possible, Yushi's presence could serve as an unknown boon. Martial soul fusion is a formidable phenomenon within the realm of soul masters, and those capable of merging their souls often find their cultivation to be mutually beneficial. In simpler terms, their soul power increases at an accelerated rate when training together. Li Xian is not at all concerned about his cultivation talent. Possessing 2 celestial herb martial souls alongside his unique ability makes breakthroughs as effortless as drinking water. Furthermore, Yushi possesses an easily cultivated evil martial soul, and should they succeed in soul power fusion, the speed of their advancement would be unimaginable. Such enhancement is a privilege that most soul masters can only envy, inherently reliant on fate. Of course, to verify this theory, he must wait until Yushi absorbs her first martial soul. Her current soul power stands at level 6, which does not meet the criteria for fusion. Once they return to school, he intends to practice with Yushi, convinced that their soul power resonance will be undeniable. In the meantime, Li Xian began to delve into the training of hidden weapons. The use of hidden weapons in the Tang sect begins with the crafting process. Each type of weapon must be personally forged by the practitioner. Every master of hidden weapons is undoubtedly an expert in their creation. Theoretical study is essential. And as night fell, Li Xian commenced his exploration of his own soul skills, releasing his martial soul to devise the application of 2 distinct techniques. The inability to engage in practical combat left him feeling quite frustrated. He yearned to recover swiftly from his injuries. The soul skills possessed by a 10,000-year soul ring were exhilarating to contemplate. His first soul skill encompasses 2 abilities, a control-type skill that summons a quagmire and a powerful offensive skill that releases flying petals, which also carries a control effect. Li Xian has bestowed upon these 2 skills the names Earth Mastery and Purple Lotus. While the names may be somewhat difficult to pronounce, they must not be overly simplistic. They should be convenient enough to be shouted aloud, yet obscure enough that opponents cannot immediately discern the nature of the soul techniques. Once I have fully recovered, I shall request Master Matthew to engage in a sparring session with me. Li Xian was able to discern that, in addition to the soul skills, the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring had significantly augmented the soul power within him. Li Xian found himself at a loss, unable to discern the true extent of his abilities. He required encounters with formidable opponents to establish a clearer self-assessment. In the ensuing days, Li Xian devoted himself to recuperation while utilizing his spare time to delve into the craftsmanship of a rapid-fire crossbow. Throughout this period, Matthew visited daily, ensuring that Li Xian was well-fed and comfortable. On the 4th day, Director Su and Director Luo paid a visit to assess Li Xian's recovery, leaving them at ease regarding his condition. Additionally, every noon, Yushi would come to check on Li Xian. Initially, she would visit him 3 times a day, but after being reprimanded by Li Xian, she limited her visits to just noon. Li Xian was not disturbed by the presence of Yushi. Rather, he felt that Yushi was squandering precious time with him, which would inevitably affect his own cultivation. The early years of a soul master's training are of paramount importance. However, he was grateful to Yushi for during his hospitalization, he was spared the torment of boredom. Listening to Yushi recount tales from school provided a welcome distraction. Li Xian sat upright on the bed, and as noon passed, he began a countdown in his mind. 6, 5, 3, 1. At the very moment the countdown reached its conclusion, with a sharp click, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing a pair of bright, expressive eyes gazing in. Li Xian opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 18. Intolerance. Li Xian, I have entered. Yushi timidly peered in, her head cautiously poking around the doorway as she stood beside it, glancing in. Li Xian, somewhat at a loss for words, said, "Come in, please. You really ask every day." Initially, Yushi would knock on the door, which annoyed Li Xian, prompting him to grant her permission to enter directly. Nevertheless, she persisted in her daily inquiries. Observing her punctual visits brought a smile to Li Xian's face as he rose from his bed and seated himself at the table. "Did you bring any snacks for me today?" he inquired. Yushi placed her backpack on the table and retrieved a delightful dessert from a box, exclaiming, "I did. Today's cafeteria treat is fruit salad." She opened her own lunchbox, revealing a delectable combination of mango and strawberry topped with cream. Li Xian's appetite was instantly piqued, and he began to indulge without hesitation. The Soul Master Academy has its merits, one of which is the complimentary meals. However, Matthew forbade Li Xian from consuming excessive sugar under the guise of dietary restrictions, prohibiting him from indulging in sweet, spicy, or oily foods. As a result, Li Xian's palate had become almost bland, and he eagerly anticipated the unique snacks Yushi might bring each day. Li Xian devoured his meal with little regard for decorum, seemingly unconcerned by his manners. Sitting beside him, Yueshi propped her delicate chin on her hand, watching him eat with an innocent joy reflected in her gaze. Were your classes exhausting today? How is your soul power cultivation progressing? Li Xian mumbled through his food. Yueshi shook her head, explaining that the past month's curriculum had been entirely focused on soul power cultivation, which she had already mastered. Yesterday, I asked Teacher Ro to test my soul power, and I have reached level 8. That's quite impressive, Li Xian replied. With her innate soul power at level 6. She had advanced 2 levels in just about a week since starting school, a truly remarkable pace. Li Xian pondered for a moment and inquired. Has Wang Xiaodong troubled you during this time? I instructed Grandpa Ma to send someone to safeguard you. Has he done so? The gentle moon she lightly shook her head and replied. Teacher Ro informed me that I could seek her assistance if needed. Wang Xiaodong has likely been warned, as he has not caused me any trouble. Li Xian felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. Listening to Matthew's words, he focused on recuperating, with the understanding that he could not allow his friends to be mistreated. Otherwise, he would have discharged himself from the hospital to confront that group. However, at this moment, Yushi suddenly pulled back her sleeve, her gaze subtly drifting toward Li Xian, before she lowered her arm and rested her chin on her other hand. After indulging in sweet delicacies, Li Xian observed every detail with keen interest. He then wiped his mouth with a bedsheet and let out a loud belch, signaling the end of his meal. With a smile illuminating her face, Yushi expertly tidied the dining table, while Li Xian's sole responsibility was to enjoy the food. She took it upon herself to clean up after him, a task she relished. However, unlike Li Xian, she was mindful of cleanliness, taking out a tissue to meticulously wipe away any spilled food and carefully tidying up his utensils as well. Her small hands moved methodically across the table. One might mistakenly think that she had become Li Xian's little maid. At that moment, Li Xian's gaze fell upon Yushi's right hand. He swiftly reached out and grasped her wrist. The sudden motion startled Yushi, causing her to instinctively retract her arm, her face betraying a moment of fear and guilt. Yet, against Li Xian's strength, she found herself unable to break free. His eyes briefly caught a glimpse of a faint purple mark peeking from her sleeve, but he refrained from pulling her garment aside. Instead, he shifted his gaze upward and softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Yushi lowered her eyes and shook her head in response. Li Xian extended his other hand, gently caressing Yueshi's cheek. "It's all right. Tell me, who did this?" Yueshi gazed back with her large eyes, blinking once, and suddenly a veil of tears began to envelop her, her small lips pouting in a display of grievance. Li Xian's heart jolted, and his expression turned completely frigid. Rising to his feet, he swiftly donned his school uniform and took Yushi by the hand, urging her to leave the hospital room. "Let us pay a visit to the school." Li Xian interrupted, asserting that sometimes, everything should heed his command without obstruction. Moreover, he felt a profound restlessness in his bones, yearning for movement. Meanwhile, at the Junior Martial Soul Academy, in the dormitory building, 5 girls, aged around 6 or 7, burst through the door of the 4th girl's dormitory, chattering and laughing. The girl leading the group, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a neat fringe, possessed a pair of small, single-lidded eyes, her appearance quite ordinary. Upon entering, her gaze fixated on the lower bunk closest to the door, her eyes narrowing as she coldly scoffed, "That evil soul master has run off again." A nearby girl wrinkled her nose, lamenting her misfortune of sharing a dorm with her and wishing to expel her. The leading girl set down her book, gathered her hair with both hands, and grumbled. "I've already told her to leave. She refuses to listen. When she returns tonight, I'll deal with her. Indeed, if she is disobedient, we'll teach her a lesson and make her find the teacher to evict herself from our dormitory," another chimed in. As they spoke, several girls stretched out their feet to stomp on the belongings of the girl in the bunk, creating a chaotic mess. The ponytailed girl, dissatisfied, tossed the blanket onto the floor, disdainfully remarking, "I heard from Teacher Ro that she leaves school every noon to visit a friend in the hospital. That person came from the countryside with her and has been hospitalized since arriving at school, and he is a boy. Is that true? How shameless. So young and already has a lover," one girl scoffed. "If he has been in the hospital, he must be disabled. They do seem quite compatible. Let us throw her blanket into the toilet so she can't stay in our dorm tonight." "Yes, it's disgusting. I refuse to share a space with her." As they spoke, several girls yanked everything off Yushi's bed and dragged the blanket out, intending to toss it into the bathroom. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside, and the girl who was about to exit collided headfirst with the door, emitting a cry of distress. Instantly, the girls, led by the ponytailed one, stood up, their expressions filled with anger as they glared at the newcomer. They had locked the door. Who could have barged in? However, before they could voice their thoughts, a tall and handsome boy strode in, his right hand gripping a girl's hand, surveying the room with a steely gaze. The one who kicked the door was none other than Li Xian. After leaving the hospital, he headed straight to the dormitory matron unable to stop him. With a cold sweep of his eyes across the room, Li Xian pulled Yushi in front of him and, in a frigid tone, demanded, "Who did this? Step forward." Upon hearing this, the girls fell silent and only when they saw Yushi behind Li Xian did they react. A flash of fury crossed their faces. Yushi, how dare you bring a boy in here? We will tell the teacher. And you dare to kick our door? Who do you think you are? The ponytailed girl rose. Undeterred by Li Xian, her face contorted with rage and malice, completely uncharacteristic of a mere 6-year-old child. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, scanning the room, and soon discovered that these individuals were led by the girl with the ponytail. This made things straightforward. He approached without uttering a word, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap directly to the girl's face. Do you wish to know who I am? Allow me to enlighten you. With these words, Li Xian's solid hand struck the girl's cheek, producing a sharp sound. Her face flushed and swollen, she was sent reeling to the side, crashing against the table before collapsing to the floor. The force of the slap rendered her unable to rise. The other girls in the dormitory immediately erupted in outrage. How dare you strike someone? Do you know who Sister Ying is? You are finished. Oh, Li Xian cast his gaze towards the second girl who spoke. And I see you as well. As the saying goes, those who are resolute in action often speak little. Li Xian strode directly to the second girl, raising his hand for a swift slap. The fierce expression still lingered on her face as she was propelled backward, crashing beside the girl with a ponytail. The force of the blow was tremendous, leaving her disoriented, sprawled on the ground, clutching her face in agony. Her rapidly swelling visage resembled that of a disfigured countenance. Within the room, there were 5 girls in total. The 2 leading figures had been struck, while the remaining 3 were instantly taken aback, pointing accusatorily at Yushi. Their faces a tempest of anger and indignation. The hatred gleaming in their eyes seemed potent enough to wish for Yushi's demise. Li Xian turned his gaze towards the person beside him and softly inquired, I hope I haven't mistaken the person, Yueshi. At that moment, Yueshi's expression was one of profound conflict. She did not wish for things to be this way. Yet she felt a surge of joy at Li Xian's intervention on her behalf. Bowing her head in silence, she reflected on the grievances she had endured over the past week. As a mere 6-year-old girl, tears began to shimmer in her eyes. Li Xian felt a pang in his heart, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he turned to the other 3 and said in a low voice, You 3. Whoever laid a hand on her, slap yourselves twice and apologize to Yushi. Otherwise, your fate will be akin to that of these 2 remnants on the ground. One girl, defiant, retorted, Who do you think you are? Yushi is a dark soul master. She deserves to be cast out. She has no right to reside in the dormitory. Another chimed in, Yes, even the teacher said she is a dark soul master. What's wrong with hitting her? You dare to invade the dormitory and assault someone? We'll report you to the teacher. Cracking his knuckles, Li Xian strode over, looking down coldly at the 2 speakers. Such young minds harboring such malevolence. This simplifies matters. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, one to each side of their faces. Even though he restrained his strength, the 2 girls found it hard to withstand the blows, clutching their swollen faces and collapsing onto the ground. Yushi approached from behind and tugged at Li Xian's arm. Li Xian shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the last girl. Should I draw? Or shall I take the initiative? Li Xian had no intention of letting anyone off the hook. As a roommate, she had been bullied and suppressed due to Yushi's malevolent martial soul. Li Xian speculated that for an entire week, Yushi had endured such an environment. Given Yushi's timid nature and her repeated tolerance, the actions of the other girls in the dormitory became increasingly outrageous. This was evident from the disheveled bed near the door. Bullying Yushi and targeting his friend, how could he stand for this? I must inform the teacher. The last girl in front of him turned pale, trembling and stuttering. She was frightened to tears by Li Xian and cowered against the wall, shaking. Where was her fear when she was bullying her classmates? Li Xian felt no sympathy. He raised his hand decisively. Just then, a graceful figure squeezed through the children gathered at the door of the first-year dormitory and hurried inside. It was Teacher Ro, with her short black hair and black uniform. She rushed in, exclaiming, You cannot hit your classmates. Put your hand down immediately. Inside the room, upon seeing Teacher Ro, the last girl became agitated, shouting, Teacher Ro, he hit someone. You must teach him a lesson. Li Xian cast a glance at the gentle teacher, and upon hearing the words of the girl before him, his brows furrowed in an instant. Even at this moment, her thoughts lingered on having him reprimanded by the teacher. Rather than reflecting on her own misdeeds, Li Xian raised his hand in midair and, without regard for the gentle teacher's intervention, delivered a forceful slap that landed squarely on the girl's face. The sound echoed sharply. As Ro rushed to his side and grasped his arm, the girl crumpled to the ground, struck by Li Xian's blow. Ro's usual demeanor of tenderness shattered at the sight of Li Xian's aggression, anger flooding her features. Li Xian, what are you trying to do? Li Xian turned around, clapping his hands, his gaze icy as he looked at Teacher Ro. Master Mathuno entrusted you with the care of Yueshi, and this is how you attend to her? As he spoke, Li Xian seized Yueshi's wrist, compelling Teacher Ro to observe the faint purple bruises adorning her arm. Teacher Ro faltered, her expression still stern. That does not justify striking someone. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? What am I doing? Li Xian scoffed coldly. What I do is none of your concern, you tasteless teacher. I have harmed her, and what of it? At that moment, Li Xian laid bare his contempt, offering no semblance of respect to Roro. He understood that she had always regarded Yueshi as an outcast, subtly targeting her since the moment she arrived at the academy. Such a teacher was fundamentally unfit, thus. He saw no reason to show her any courtesy. Upon hearing his words, Teacher Roro's face flushed crimson with indignation. She was astonished to find herself challenged by a mere 6-year-old student, her breaths growing noticeably heavier with rage. Li Xian forcefully extricated his arm, casting a cold glance at Roro. If you have a problem with me hitting someone, take it to Dean Su or Director Luo. The matter of Yushi being bullied is far from over. With that, Li Xian boldly took Yushi's hand and strode out, causing the onlooking female students to scatter at the sight of him. How terrifying. He even dared to scold Teacher Roro. Who would have thought Yushi had such a friend? They would surely think twice before provoking him again. Hurry, he's coming this way. Roro, incensed, felt her ears burn red as she watched Li Xian leave, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Li Xian. Her voice echoed in the dormitory, but the two had already distanced themselves. Turning her back to the dormitory, Teacher Roro erupted in frustration, yet Li Xian paid her no heed. It was precisely her discriminatory attitude as a teacher that emboldened the other students in Yushi's dormitory to oppress her and suffer indignities. This was a dereliction of duty on Roro's part as an educator. Moreover, how could one expect respect from someone who attempted to discipline them without discernment? Even if she reported it to the dean, would she admit her wrongdoing? Should Yushi be bullied, while Li Xian's friend deserved to be discriminated against in this academy? If that were the case, what merit did this martial soul academy hold for him? Additionally, Li Xian harbored another intention. He aimed to escalate the situations, making it known throughout the school that Yushi was his friend, and anyone who dared to bully her would have to contend with his fists. After leaving the dormitory, instead of returning to the hospital, Li Xian headed directly to the Martial Soul Academy. He sought to consult Master Ma about whether Yushi could remain in school like any other student. Chapter 19. The confrontational Li Xian. A quarter of an hour later, in the Martial Soul Branch Hall, within Master Ma's office. At this moment, over a dozen individuals stood in the room, with Ma Xiaonua at the forefront. Arms crossed behind his back, his expression obscured by shadows. Before him stood Dean Su, appearing somewhat dazed, his hands tucked into his sleeves, accompanied by Director Luo and the dormitory supervisor. Beside them stood 2 soul masters from the Soul Hall, CC and Su Yuntao. In front of these individuals stood a young woman of striking beauty, Roro, who kept her head bowed in silence. Her lightly made-up face flushed due to her intense emotions, her eyes a mix of anger and fear. The atmosphere in the office was thick with silence. After a long pause, Ma Xiaonua let out a soft sigh, placing a hand on Dean Su's shoulder. You are aware of the situation. Since this incident occurred within the academy, it falls to you to mediate. Dean Su opened his slender eyes, a glint of disdain flashing before he shot a glare at Ma Xiaonua. In my opinion, matters of discipline fall under Director Luo's purview. Perhaps you should address it. Director Luo, arms crossed, awaited the 2 cunning old foxes to smooth things over, only to be momentarily taken aback by the remark. In an instant, he felt 2 fiery gazes directed at him, one from CC in front and the other from Li Xian, seated at Ma Xiaonua's desk. Director Luo coughed lightly. Teacher Zhang. This incident occurred in the dormitory you manage. Don't you think it should be addressed by you? Teacher Zhang. A plump woman who appeared to be in her 40s, interjected before Director Luo could finish. Hey, Director Luo. I've already said what needs to be said. Beyond that, I truly don't know. The incident happened so suddenly, the dormitory supervisor informed me of a student fight, and I immediately called Teacher Roro. Who could have anticipated such a situation? Moreover, Master, Dean, there are numerous matters to attend to at the academy. You can discuss this at your leisure while I take my leave. With that, Teacher Zhang turned and left without looking back, remembering to close the door behind her. Director Luo found himself once again under the scrutiny of those 2 piercing gazes, his lips twitching as he silently cursed. He was well aware of the severity of the matter regarding the dormitory. This incident was quite serious, as a student had openly defied a teacher and resorted to violence within the dormitory, something the academy had not witnessed in many years. Normally, a student engaging in such egregious behavior would warrant immediate expulsion without the need for mediation. However, the issue was that this was not simply Li Xian seeking trouble. There were numerous underlying factors. Instead, it was Roro's failure as a teacher prior to the conflict that had sparked this altercation. With the faculty on one side and their favored Li Xian on the other, favoring either side would only exacerbate the conflict. In my view, Director Luo contemplated for a moment, ready to speak. At that moment, CC, the female soul master from the Soul Hall, stepped forward, embracing Roro and expressing her dissatisfaction. Master Ma, Dean Su, my sister, as a teacher at the academy, has been confronted by a first-year student. Regardless of right or wrong, I believe you should prioritize handling this according to school regulations. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to condoning student misbehavior. If we let Li Xian challenge Roro today, what will happen the next time a similar incident occurs? What becomes of the dignity of our academy's educators? Although Yushi had initially been bullied by several roommates in the dormitory, Roro was unaware and had been confronted by Li Xian, leaving her in a precarious position to teach students in the future. Director Luo took a deep breath, a myriad of helpless expressions crossing his face. Well, what do you propose? As Cici stood by Ro, naturally, she sided with her sister, even bringing along her partner, Su Yuntao. Cici snorted, stating firmly that Li Xian should apologize to teacher Ro in front of the entire school. Furthermore, she insisted that such an infringement upon a teacher's authority set a troubling precedent and that appropriate punishment was necessary. However, considering the circumstances that led to this incident, it could be argued that Li Xian and Yushi's actions were acts of self-defense, and thus any punishment could be lenient. I trust that Director Luo can devise a reasonable form of punishment. Behind them, Ma Xiaonua and Dean Su exchanged glances, each lost in thought and remaining silent. Director Luo attempted to comfort Cici. I understand your perspective. If the Academy fails to handle this matter fairly, Ro's reputation will undoubtedly suffer. However, let's not act too hastily. As you can see, there are reasons behind Li Xian's actions. We also wish to avoid such incidents occurring. All right then, Li Xian. Come forward and say a few words to apologize to teacher Ro. Li Xian, as the party involved, was seated at Matthew's desk, propping himself up with both hands. Upon hearing the demand for an apology, a surge of anger welled up within him. Apologize? I regret to inform you, Director Luo, that I cannot comply. The reason I agreed to Grandpa Ma's request for a quiet convalescence was his promise to take care of my friend. My decision to remain at the Spirit Hall was also based on this assurance. Yet now, Yueshi is being bullied at the Academy, isolated by her fellow students. And she has utterly failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a teacher. Am I to conclude that Grandpa Ma has not honored our agreement and that the Academy has neglected its duty to nurture? Therefore, I ask, what does this apology mean to me? Have you shown any respect for Yueshi or for the commitments made to me? To demand an apology now feels like a jest. Director Luo's eyes twitched. He was rendered speechless by Li Xian's words. His gaze turned to Matthew, and his expression darkened with indignation, clearly. It was Matthew's failure to manage the situation that had left him to clean up the mess. Director Luo was unwilling to play the role of mediator. Matthew, you must handle this yourself. Moreover, how can the dean remain aloof amidst the Academy's affairs? Both Matthew and Dean Su were taken aback by this assertion. Meanwhile, CC, having listened to Li Xian's outburst, erupted in fury. Li Xian, as a first-year student, how dare you confront a teacher with such arrogance? Do not presume that Master Ma's protection gives you license to act recklessly. Ro is your teacher. Do you think you can treat her with such disdain? Li Xian's gaze narrowed, and his tone turned frigid. I am not acquainted with you, and this matter does not concern you. You are merely an employee of the Spirit Hall. What right do you have to stand here and dictate terms to me? CC's eyes blazed with fury, ready to erupt. However, beside her, Su Yuntao swiftly grasped her arm, urging, CC, do not cause a scene. Master Ma and Dean Su will handle this matter. They will provide Ro with an explanation. Li Xian gazed calmly at Su Yuntao. At this moment, he was able to discern right from wrong, without showing favoritism towards CC, which made him regard him with newfound respect. At this juncture, the latter cast a glance in his direction and sighed helplessly. Just then, Matthew stood up and slammed his hand on the table, remarking that they were all adults in their 20s, yet they were behaving like two children. CC, embracing Ro, indignantly retorted, Master Ma, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Ro is being unreasonable in this matter? Suddenly, Dean Su interjected. CC, I understand your concern for Ro, but do not forget that Master Ma entrusted Ro with the care of Yushi, and as a result, Yushi was bullied in the dormitory. This is, in itself, a dereliction of duty. The Academy shall not condone the mistakes of its students, nor shall it tolerate the negligence of its teachers. Do you comprehend this? CC, perplexed, countered, but this matter has nothing to do with Ro. It was her roommate who bullied Yushi. Surely Ro cannot be expected to attend to her every need 24 hours a day? Dean Su's expression darkened gradually. Then let me ask you, how did the news of Yushi's malevolent martial soul leak out? CC's delicate frame stiffened, suddenly at a loss for words, stammering in response. In her arms, Ro lowered her gaze, a fleeting expression of guilt crossing her face. Dean Su shook his head. As for the Academy, I shall impose severe consequences upon Li Xian. After all, challenging a teacher is a grave matter that could tarnish the Academy's reputation. The medical expenses for the injured children will be covered by the Academy, but since they were at fault initially, they too shall face consequences after the matter is resolved. Lastly, as Yushi is the victim, I believe that teacher Ro still owes her an apology. Yushi sat beside Li Xian, her large, innocent eyes scanning the room, and then she furtively glanced at Ro, her small lips pressed together. It's all right, Li Xian has helped me, and it's all fine now. Li Xian embraced Yueshi, interjecting, the Academy's punishment is inconsequential to me. However, teacher Ru must apologize to Yueshi. Furthermore, I demand her assurance that she will not target Yueshi in the future, or else I shall not let this matter rest. Li Xian, do not overstep your bounds. CC suddenly retorted with indignation. Yueshi has already said it's fine, so why do you feel the need to interfere? Li Xian sneered and said, I kindly ask you to be silent. This matter has nothing to do with you. You cannot influence anyone here. It would be wiser for you to leave and spare us your presence. Such a young age, yet so lacking in restraint. Regardless, I am your senior. And it seems you are in dire need of a lesson. As Cici spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, but Su Yuntao quickly embraced her and let her out. All right, enough of this commotion. Come with me outside, he urged. Do not obstruct me. Li Xian, I warn you, if you cause any distress to Ro, you shall not have it easy in the future. As she continued to scold, Cici was already taken out by Su Yuntao. Li Xian wore a face of disdain, as if speaking to himself, for a true lady values her words and actions, while only a shrew is given to loose tongues. You little rascal. Cici, as a soul master with keen senses, naturally caught this remark, inciting a surge of impotent fury from outside the door. Matthew, upon witnessing this scene, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Before them stood only teacher Ro, while Dean Su stroked his beard, his expression stern. Ro, apologize at once. Upon hearing this, Ro trembled slightly, lowering her head as she approached Yushi. I am sorry, Yushi. I was wrong to discuss your martial spirit. Please, forgive me. As she spoke, her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Yushi took her hand, offering a sweet smile. It's all right, teacher Ro. Li Xian let out a cold snort. Matthew glared at him and said, as for you, Li Xian, I won't intervene when you assist Yushi, but you must apologize for embarrassing teacher Ro in public. Li Xian grasped Ro's other hand with sudden force, apologizing. I am truly sorry, teacher Ro. I hope for your continued guidance. Ro winced at the pain, retracting her fair hand and glaring at Li Xian with indignation. Director Luo hurried over, saying, all right, let us put an end to this matter. Ro, I understand your grievances, but you must realize that being a role model is your duty. When a teacher errs, they must take responsibility for their actions. You are an adult now. Childish behavior is no longer acceptable. Ro pouted but nodded in acknowledgement. Director Luo patted her arm and said, you may leave for now. We still need to address this young rascal, and rest assured, the Academy will ensure you are not put in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Ro exited the room. At that moment, only Matthew and Dean Su remained in the room. Gazing at Li Xian, who was seated at the desk, Matthew approached and kicked him, exclaiming, you little brat. Get down from there. Li Xian boldly remarked, Grandfather Ma, you have yet to respond to my request regarding the Moon Festival. When I chose to remain at the Academy, you promised to take her in. Yet now she is being mistreated. Is this what you call a promise? Matthew was at a loss for words and replied, then tell me, what should we do? Li Xian stated earnestly, we must keep the secret of the Moon Evening martial spirit under wraps. I do not wish for other students in the Academy to target her because of this matter. Should any similar incidents arise in the future, both the Spirit Hall and the Academy must grant me the authority to exercise force. Furthermore, during my hospitalization, Yueshi was bullied, and I believe the Academy should make amends to her. At the very least, they should provide a new set of everyday items that were soiled. Lastly, Director Su, please arrange for me a vacant dormitory upon my return to school. I wish to reside alone with Yueshi. Beside him, Yueshi, held closely by Li Xian, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing his final words. Chapter 20. The token and the Academy, you rascal. Were the first two statements mere embellishments? Director Su observed with a half-smile, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Li Xian. Li Xian shook his head, saying, it is not as you think, Dean. At that time, Master Ma detected the phantom martial spirit within Yueshi and deemed it exceedingly difficult to control, thus he was unwilling to take her in. It was only due to my martial spirit's ability to suppress the dark forces within her that he consented to allow her to stay. I wished to be by Yueshi's side during her training to mitigate her risks. The Dean, retracting his playful tone, gently nodded and replied, I have heard about this matter from Master Ma. Rest assured, I will make arrangements for the dormitory. Furthermore, your recent request for the authority to use force within the Academy is out of the question. Given your character, would you then also resort to violently punishing the tiles of the Academy if Yueshi were to stumble while walking? Li Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment at the remarks made about him. Beside him, Yushi pursed her lips, her large eyes reflecting profound satisfaction. Therefore, I shall not grant you such privileges. I will only strive to ensure that Yushi's matters do not circulate further. The Academy will compensate for the damaged items. As for you, upon your return to the Academy, I expect you to publicly apologize to teacher Ro and to the children you harmed. The Academy is an institution of learning, and regardless of the circumstances, your actions today were rather excessive. Li Xian remained non-committal on this point. He had already dealt with those who bullied Yushi, balancing the scales of enmity. As for an apology, uttering a few words seemed trivial, especially since he had already punished those individuals. Director Su's approach hardly constituted a punishment. Is there anything else, Director? Li Xian inquired casually. At this moment, Director Luo clenched his teeth and declared, I sentence you to clean the first-year dormitory's toilets for an entire year. Li Xian resolutely declined, stating that such actions would hinder his cultivation. You insolent brat. Director Luo glared furiously. Very well, I shall assign you to a year as a practical teaching assistant. Report back to the Academy and find teacher Wu Qian. What is a teaching assistant? Li Xian inquired with curiosity. It is a role that will aid in enhancing your abilities. It is beneficial for you, explained Ma Ziyuno. Upon hearing the nature of his punishment, Li Xian chose to remain silent. With the matter resolved, he leaped down from the table and declared, in that case, we shall take our leave. Grandpa Ma, Dean Su, and Director Luo, I apologize for the trouble caused today. Director Luo's forehead twitched in irritation. You are aware of it. Are you, you little rascal? Now, go and summon Roro and CC. Ma Ziyuno waved his hand. Understood. As he opened the door, Li Xian strode out confidently with Yushi. Outside, CC stood with her arms crossed, glaring at him sternly, while Roro's eyes brimmed with indignation. Is that all? Li Xian shrugged, raising an eyebrow. I will tear your lips apart. CC erupted in fury. So you now stepped in to mediate, urging Li Xian to leave promptly. Grandpa Ma is calling for you too. After taking a few steps away, Li Xian turned back and added, by the way, brother Su Yuntao, thank you. Su Yuntao wore a helpless expression. With a loud bang, CC pulled Roro into the office, slamming the door behind them. Li Xian observed the two individuals in a state of utter dismay, and he couldn't help but curl his lips in silence. CC is the girlfriend of Su Yuntao's elder brother. Have we truly angered her? Yushi retracted her gaze, feeling a twinge of concern. Li Xian spoke calmly. Having grown accustomed to being spoiled and disregarding others, out of respect for his elder brother Su Yuntao, he chose to ignore her. However, should she dare to retaliate, he would not let her off easily. Yushi nestled her little head against Li Xian, nodding earnestly in agreement. Meanwhile, in the office of Ma Ziyuno, CC stormed in with Roro, slamming the door behind her, her face a tapestry of indignation. After all, she had been at the Spirit Hall for quite some time, and as a teacher, she could not comprehend how the Spirit Hall and the Soul Academy could handle matters in such a manner. Today, due to a mere child, the three from the Spirit Hall seemed utterly transformed, showing blatant favoritism towards Li Xian. CC was seething and demanded an explanation. Confronted by Ma Ziyuno, who nonchalantly tossed a pair of tokens onto the desk, she spoke with an indifferent tone, instructing them to examine the tokens and to refrain from provoking the two children. CC paused, exchanging glances with Roro, before their eyes were drawn to the tokens on the table. Upon recognizing the insignias inscribed upon them, a chill ran down their spines. Director Su approached calmly, his voice resonating in their ears. That boy Li Xian has indeed surprised us as well. Therefore, you can understand why I, along with Director Luo and the others, have aligned ourselves with Li Xian. Let this matter rest. Pursuing it further will yield no benefits for you. But Director, CC gazed at the tokens, yearning to voice her concerns, yet ultimately fell silent. The anger in her eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Upon the table lay two pure black tokens, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Their colors ancient and muted. Prominently displayed upon their surfaces were two distinct symbols, a chrysanthemum and a ghost, both strikingly clear and vivid. The significance of these symbols was unmistakable to CC, a spirit master of the Spirit Hall. Having spent a week in the hospital, Li Xian's internal injuries had largely healed. He greeted Ma Ziyuno before returning to the Junior Soul Academy in the afternoon. After a week of school, he had yet to officially report, leaving him with numerous matters to attend to. Fortunately, Yushi had already organized the desks and chairs he could claim, allowing Li Xian to focus solely on his enrollment and personal affairs. Initially, Li Xian had entered the Soul Academy through Su Yuntao's work-study slot. Ma Ziyuno had alleviated him of work-study responsibilities, yet Li Xian appreciated the opportunity to earn a living through such means and requested Director Su to preserve his position. His duties were indeed quite manageable, requiring only a weekly inventory of the books, thus sparing him from exerting unnecessary physical or mental effort. Li Xian's first destination was the Seoul Institute Library, where he collected his work badge. Subsequently, he proceeded to the practical training room of the academy, where he encountered Teacher Wu and inquired about the assistant teaching position. Teacher Wu, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed a robust physique and an austere demeanor. He provided Li Xian with a training uniform and instructed him to return on the weekend, promptly dismissing him. The training room was bustling with numerous assistants, and his responsibilities left him little time to attend to Li Xian. However, Teacher Wu did advise Li Xian that to become an assistant, he needed to register his basic information and return after testing his soul power. Li Xian, donned in his work attire and bearing the library identification badge, made his way to the grade office, intending to assess his soul power. The female teacher present, unfamiliar with Li Xian, expressed surprise at his arrival for such a test. In which grade are you? Have you already acquired your first soul ring? She inquired. I am in the first grade, Li Xian replied. Li Xian followed his female teacher to the corner of the office, where a finely crafted purple wood podium stood, adorned with a brilliant blue crystal at its center. Go ahead. Place your hand upon it, she instructed, believing that, despite Li Xian being only in the first grade, she could assist him in channeling his soul energy. However, as soon as Li Xian placed his hand on the crystal, he instantly summoned the soul energy within him, prompting the teacher to awkwardly withdraw her hand. The surface of the crystal gleamed brightly before it subdued, and the liquid within momentarily swelled, revealing the number 18. Soul energy, level 18. The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. Suspecting the crystal might be faulty, She reached out to wipe the surface, yet the number remained clear and distinct, flickering briefly before vanishing as Li Xian lifted his hand. "Thank you, teacher." Li Xian dashed away without a backward glance, leaving the female teacher stunned in her place. "Did I misinterpret something? A first grader?" She wished to say more, but Li Xian had already vanished from sight. The results of the recent assessment were duly recorded in the school's files. The teacher gazed at the newly registered information for this first-grade student, and her astonishment was palpable. Name: Li Xian, martial soul, Kasha, soul power, 18. A 6-year-old child with a soul power level of 18. Was he a monster? Upon exiting the training room, Li Xian arrived at the next reporting station, which was also the building where he would attend classes. Simultaneously, he marveled at the fact that the Millennium Soul Ring had indeed proven its worth, augmenting his soul power by 8 levels in an instant. If memory served him correctly, Tang San had absorbed a 400-year soul ring and only increased his level by 3. In comparison, the Millennium Soul Ring seemed rather ordinary. However, Li Xian did not dwell on this. The soul power he gained from the Millennium Soul Ring was the most refined and stable, akin to a deeply rooted tree, devoid of any superficiality. Moreover, with each increment in soul power, subsequent levels would grow exponentially. If the teachers in the academy, who possessed soul powers in their teens, were to learn that Li Xian, at merely 6 years old, had already surpassed them, they would surely be infuriated. In the first-grade office, a week into the school year, the homeroom teacher was taken aback to see another student reporting for enrollment. "Ah, you must be Li Xian, right? I believe I know of you. The textbooks and school uniform have already been collected." Li Xian nodded. He was aware that Yushi had assisted him. From Monday to Friday, there would be 6 hours of study each day, divided into 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. For the specific class schedule, he could inquire with his classmates, as it was also posted in the classroom. Having just returned from the hospital, it would be best for him to familiarize himself with the location of the classrooms. "I will assist you in activating your student identity." Li Xian expressed his gratitude and then departed from the first-grade office. At this point, the fundamental affairs of the school had been adequately addressed. As for the cafeteria, Li Xian possessed a meal card, specially issued by Dean Su, which entitled him to a dining experience on par with that of faculty members. Tomorrow, he planned to take Yueshi out for a delightful meal. Li Xian has resolved to utilize this meal card as if it were too. Considering it was provided by the dean, he feels no apprehension regarding inquiries from the cafeteria staff. Moonshi has delivered a week's worth of desserts to him. While he has been preparing her cafeteria meals for 6 years, it seems quite reasonable, does it not? Li Xian returned to his dormitory and discovered that teacher Zhang, whom he had met before, was standing at the door waiting for him. Beside her stood Yushi, who had neatly arranged the various bags. Li Xian approached and called out. Teacher Zhang, who was over 40 years old and slightly plump, nodded and said, "Follow me. To prevent any further conflicts with your classmates, the dean has instructed me to assign you to a separate dormitory." Li Xian took the luggage from Yueshi and followed behind teacher Zhang. Soon, he realized that they were not heading towards the nearby student dormitories, but rather the faculty quarters. "Teacher Zhang, where are we going?" he inquired. "No need to worry. The student dorms are fully occupied, and there are no available rooms. We'll make do with the accommodations in the staff building. With your mischievous nature, the teachers residing there will certainly keep you in check," Zhang replied. Yueshi blinked her large eyes and glanced at Li Xian. Li Xian's lips curled slightly, wondering why the teacher insisted on watching over him. The dean commanded that a suitable room be made available, so why beat around the bush? As they entered the staff building, teacher Zhang led the two individuals down the east corridor on the first floor and promptly unlocked a beautifully decorated dormitory. Upon entering, Li Xian was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, this was the accommodation prepared for the faculty by the academy. The staff building boasted 6 stories, each containing 4 rooms, arranged in east and west corridors, ensuring ample space without concern. As he stepped inside, it was just as he had anticipated. A kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, and a master bedroom, an undeniably luxurious small apartment. Moreover, the furnishings included a sofa, a study desk, and kitchenware, all perfectly complete. Li Xian estimated that the area was at least 70 square meters. The understated and elegant decor, particularly in the south-facing master bedroom, made him feel as though he were not merely lodging but had returned home. Teacher Zhang placed the key on the table and said, "All right, from now on, you will reside here. If any furniture is damaged, please report it to me for repairs. Faculty members at the academy are entitled to a weekly supply from the cafeteria. And since you will be living here, I shall also provide you with a supply voucher. Please take care of your own belongings and do not alter the arrangement of the room." Let me think. I believe that covers everything. So I shall take my leave now. Farewell, teacher. Li Xian escorted teacher Zhang to the corridor and, amidst the latter's urging, returned to his dormitory. To his surprise, teacher Zhang was quite amiable, providing him not only with the privilege of enjoying the cafeteria services reserved for educators, but also allowing him to bring home some dishes each week. However, these meals would require his own culinary finesse. Reflecting on this, Li Xian's confidence blossomed. He had been cooking independently since the tender age of 4. Upon entering his cozy room and surveying his surroundings, Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. The accommodations at the Soul Academy were simply exceptional. Meanwhile, his peers were still crammed into a bustling dormitory for working students, while he was relishing the comforts of a luxurious double apartment. He recognized that these favorable circumstances were a result of his innate talents. For the next 6 years, he must remain diligent in his training and continuously elevate himself. For that was the very purpose of his enrollment at the Soul Academy. At that moment, in the room, Yushi stood before the grand bed in the master bedroom. Clutching the sheets with both hands, her lips pursed in contemplation. Li Xian approached, perplexed, and inquired, "What troubles you, Yueshi?" There was but a single bed. Li Xian. Yueshi felt a tinge of embarrassment, hesitant to speak. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "So what? Do you wish for me to sleep on the sofa?" Yushi quickly shook her head. "No. It's not like that." Li Xian reclined on the bed, testing its resilience, and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Well then, let us make the bed." Chapter 21. The morning contest. As the moon hung delicately over the willow tips, the night swiftly flowed like water, and before one knew it, dawn had arrived. Just before the first rays of light pierced the dark veil of night, a lithe figure of a child sat upright on the balcony, gazing towards the distant eastern sky while exhaling the refreshing breath of the morning. As a golden beam unfurled across the horizon, the gradually brightening sky of the east coalesced into a misty haze of purple. With a flicker of his eyes, joy illuminated Li Xian's handsome face. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the profound inner strength of the Xiantian technique, drawing the purple mist towards him and refining it into his eyes. After 10 breaths, his clear gaze slowly opened, and a faint purple glimmer flowed across the surface of his crystalline pupils, vanishing into the tranquil depths of his dark irises. His eyes gently blinked. Li Xian gradually ceased the operation of his Xiantian technique within. Taking a deep breath, he expelled 2 streams of murky air through his nostrils, while his hands gently descended alongside his body, marking the conclusion of his daily morning practice of the purple extreme demonic eye. Beams of light, vast and radiant, enveloped him in a warm embrace, with the rising sun proving to be infinitely delightful. Li Xian nimbly rose to his feet, springing up with agility. Nearly every morning of his life commenced with the cultivation of the purple extreme demonic eye, a practice he had diligently maintained ever since Tang San imparted this extraordinary skill to him. In his heart, Li Xian could not help but voice a quiet self-reflection. According to the records of the Xiantian treasure book, the 4 realms of the purple extreme demon eye are observation, subtlety, grain of millet, and vastness. He had been cultivating for several years, yet he had yet to achieve perfection in the first realm even to this day. As a supreme Taoist internal martial art, mastering it within just a few years seems quite a formidable challenge. If my Xiantian skill corresponds to soul power, it would likely be at the 8th layer of the second realm. Thus, to cultivate this corresponding internal skill to the level of observation, one would need to at least reach the rank of a grand soul master. The essence of this ultimate skill rises with the depth of internal energy. Li Xian pondered for a moment and found solace in his thoughts. As for becoming a great soul master, that goal was not far off. He was merely 2 levels away. With the unparalleled advantage of his martial soul, his cultivation would likely progress at an astonishing rate, and it would not be long before he achieved that status. With this realization, Li Xian's heart stirred, and he cast a glance towards the slumbering Yushi behind him. In his mind, he silently resolved that once Yushi acclimated to life here, he would extend an invitation to her, so they could together explore the potential of martial soul fusion. Although Li Xian and the girl were already well acquainted, this level of intimacy in their daily lives was still in its infancy. Li Xian harbored no improper thoughts. Rather, he was more mindful of the shy and reserved nature of Yushi. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a few more days before broaching the subject. After all, there was no need to rush. Li Xian quietly returned to the bedside, reflecting on the moment. The early morning air was slightly cool, with a gentle breeze filtering through the gauzy window. He glanced at the girl's serene sleeping form and tenderly adjusted the thin blanket that covered her chest, ensuring her entire body was well covered. As he bent down, the soft sound of his breath brushed against his face. Li Xian gazed at Yueshi's delicate features, a wave of astonishment washing over him, prompting him to step back and turn away to freshen up. The light breeze swayed the bed curtains softly from the balcony, and the main bedroom door was casually closed, plunging the room back into the tranquility of the morning. Li Xian turned and departed, unaware that with each step he took, Yushi, who had been lost in slumber, was now gently prying open one eye. Her dark, expressive gaze flickered with life as she discreetly glanced back at the retreating figure in the master bedroom. Subsequently, her delicate hand, enveloped in soft pajamas, grasped a corner of the blanket, tenderly pulling it close to her. A subtle blush adorned her exquisite little face, adding a touch of warmth to her features. Outside the staff building, only a few scattered silhouettes could be seen. Li Xian zipped his school uniform all the way to the top, inhaling a breath of cool air. And then with a spring in his step, he began to jog towards the playground. As a soul master, his various physical attributes would enhance alongside the continuous growth of his soul power. However, honing fundamental physical abilities would also solidify the foundation for the circulation and absorption of his internal soul power. At his current age, it is indeed an opportune moment for him to cultivate this foundation. In the tranquil and serene morning of the Soul Academy, silence enveloped the surroundings. while the refreshing air invigorated his soul power, awakening it within. Li Xian traversed the narrow path and arrived at the expansive playground of the Soul Academy, where he faced the newly risen sun and commenced a simple warm-up. After a series of movements, his muscles relaxed, and an invigorating surge of vitality coursed through him, lifting his spirits significantly. Li Xian suppressed the urge to let out a long howl and took a swift step forward, commencing a leisurely jog around the circular track. During his hospitalization, Master Mathuno frequently brought meals, often reiterating the importance of self-discipline and exercise. In truth, his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. For a year prior, Li Xian had already begun training in the Tang Sect's internal arts and unique skills alongside Tang San. Occasionally, he would engage in sparring sessions with Tang San, establishing a solid foundation in his training. Increasing his pace to a level that was neither exhausting nor entirely comfortable, Li Xian lowered his gaze, focusing solely on the rhythm of his feet. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps. Soon, a tingling heat spread through his lungs, accompanied by a faint metallic taste of blood in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian endeavored to push towards his limits. At that moment, a graceful figure unexpectedly darted past him, casting a curious glance at Li Xian before swiftly continuing on its way. Before Li Xian, a hazy silhouette was gradually transforming into a distant dark spot. With a slight furrow of his brow, Li Xian inhaled deeply and, with remarkable swiftness, pursued the figure ahead. In the distance, a young girl clad in a gray cotton tracksuit, her ponytail secured high with a pink ribbon, seemed to sense something and turned her head slightly. The rhythmic movement of her arms intensified as she began to swing them vigorously. Li Xian gazed at the figure rapidly closing the distance behind him. His competitive spirit ignited, a faint smile gracing his lips as he accelerated further. On the playground, silhouettes of students began to appear, their attention drawn to the circular track where two figures seemed to race against each other in fervent pursuit. The two figures moved swiftly, with the one behind evidently gaining ground, gradually poised to overtake the one ahead. At this moment, the girl's arms were fully extended, her long, agile legs taking exaggerated strides. Her form was supple, her toes barely grazing the ground as she gracefully shifted her weight forward, her other leg repeating the motion with an almost poetic coordination that could only be described as exquisite. The speed she achieved, thanks to this rhythm, was beyond the reach of an average person. Nonetheless, the girl in the cotton jacket kept a vigilant eye on the figure pursuing her. Soon beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, trickling down her hair and along her cheeks, a flicker of anxiety crossing her mind. In stark contrast, the male student behind her exhibited a level of coordination that could only be deemed amateurish. Yet, regardless of how much she accelerated, she could not create any distance between them. It felt as though he might soon surpass her. The speed he gained, seemingly fueled by an internal force, gave the girl the impression of a humanoid spirit beast. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. With a huff, the girl in the cotton jacket swung her arms downward, a faint layer of white light enveloping her body, enhancing her speed yet again. In the blink of an eye, her lithe figure distanced itself from Li Xian, the gap between them widening. The sudden turn of events left Li Xian momentarily astonished, a soft gasp escaping his lips. His gaze, now shimmering with violet light, turned forward, only to discover that the girl was now cloaked in a delicate layer of pure white radiance, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Is this a game? A cold smirk curled upon his lips as intrigue took hold of him. Slightly channeling his soul power, a golden glow emanated from his abdomen, swiftly encompassing every part of his being. With the activation of his internal soul power, his previously dwindling stamina surged exponentially, the strength within him multiplying several times over. With a swift motion, Li Xian propelled himself forward, a powerful wave of energy trailing behind him. From a distance, he appeared as a blurred shadow, even creating faint afterimages, quickly closing the gap the girl had just established. The girl in the cotton jacket continued to harness her soul power, her expression shifting from leisurely to serious, and now to a state of panic. Her once beautiful features now contorted with worry. Li Xian summoned a tempest, and before she could react, he swiftly overtook her. Only after covering a considerable distance did he gradually slow his pace. Comparing soul power, it seems, you are destined to lose. Gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Xian felt an overwhelming surge of joy, a rare smile gracing his face. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him as the girl in the cotton coat slightly slowed, coming to a halt at a short distance away. Her gaze, filled with resentment, fixed discontentedly upon Li Xian, her face betraying an unwilling frustration, shrouded in shadow. What is your name? She suddenly called out, her voice clear and still tinged with youthful innocence. Li Xian, he replied. Li Xian raised his eyebrows and cast a glance at the young girl. The female student, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, sported a chestnut-hued high ponytail, her full forehead partially concealed by a crimson headband. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to her cheeks, and due to her exertion, a delicate blush adorned her fair complexion. Her features, though not exquisite, possessed a certain charm. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes lent her an appealing, enduring beauty. The aura she exuded, whether a mere illusion or not, imparted to Li Xian a sense of dignified elegance. At 11 or 12, she had already attained a tall stature. However, her upper body remained relatively undeveloped, merely hinting at the beginnings of maturity. Clad in a gray, pure cotton tracksuit, only her delicate wrists and slender neck were visible. Li Xian's gaze was drawn to the curves of her waist, accentuated by the folds of her attire as she ran, revealing an S-shaped flexibility that hinted at a perfect arc. If he were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, it would be softness. A unique impression she left upon him. With her eyes lowered and blinking thoughtfully, it seemed the girl had never heard his name. "I am Fajia," she said. "You seem quite young. Which grade are you in?" Li Xian gazed at the sky, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Must I respond to your inquiries?" Upon hearing this, the girl named Fajia furrowed her brows and approached Li Xian, extending her palm. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," she said. As the girl drew nearer, a wave of warm, fragrant air enveloped Li Xian. He scrutinized her from head to toe, raising an eyebrow as he extended his hand to briefly touch hers. "First grade," he stated. "First grade?" Such a response elicited doubt from Fajia. After a prolonged silence, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation, she said, "I am currently in class 6. Could you kindly inform me of your class? I lost in the recent race. Perhaps we could arrange a time to compete in another event." Li Xian gazed at the defiant expression of the young girl, Fajia, and felt a surge of secret delight within his heart. He informed her about class 4 of the first year. "If you have time this weekend, let us meet in the practice room." With that, Fajia turned and left without a glance back, disappearing around the corner of the road after exiting the playground. What a peculiar woman. Li Xian withdrew his gaze from the silhouette of the young girl, letting out a soft click of his tongue. As he reflected on the recent competition, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting him to continue his leisurely stroll around the playground, stretching his body that had just concluded its exertions. Running, in its essence, is an art where skill can certainly conserve energy. Yet, when one's strength is sufficiently formidable, a short burst of speed requires merely a moment of explosive power. Thus, he found himself able to outpace the girl, Fajia, without the need for any technique or specific running posture, having raced up hills alongside Tang San since childhood. Li Xian truly feared no one in sprinting. "Young man, are you not going to greet your grandfather?" At that moment, a gentle voice floated leisurely from the center of the playground's lawn, capturing Li Xian's attention. Upon directing his gaze, he immediately discerned a tall, slender figure, currently maintaining a steady horse stance, practicing a form of external martial arts reminiscent of Tai Chi upon the grass. Li Xian jogged over, a smile adorning his face. "Director Su, I didn't see you just now. It turns out you were here as well." He gently brought his palms together. Director Su, clad in simple attire, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders, gradually calmed a vigorous gesture. Only then did his eyes slowly open, gazing at Li Xian with a warm smile. "I have been here all along, you rascal, so preoccupied with chasing after beautiful classmates that you seem to have forgotten your grandfather." Li Xian scratched his head, realizing that in his fervent rush, he had scarcely noticed your esteemed presence. "Have you arrived for your morning exercise so early?" Dean Su chuckled lightly, remarking, "You young hawks strive so diligently, we elders cannot afford to lag behind. Engaging in more physical activity may just extend this old life of mine. I observe that Grandpa Su possesses a robust vitality. He could very well live for several more centuries." Li Xian spoke with his mouth. Dean Su laughed heartily, extending his hand to ruffle Li Xian's hair. "I do enjoy such words. However, a few hundred years is perhaps excessive. Living just a few years longer than Mastermind his peers would suffice." Li Xian opened his mouth but did not respond. At that moment, he heard Dean Su continue, "Do you think you are impressive? Even that girl from just now managed to outrun you. Do you know who she is?" Li Xian furrowed his brows in confusion and remarked that she claimed to be a 6th grade student. For the time being, yes, but after a while, she would no longer be. Dean Su picked up the green jacket from the ground and, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled toward the playground exit. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian immediately pursued, pondering aloud, "I have heard that the junior college holds a friendly competition with students from the provincial city every year. Is that Fajia one of the exchange students from the provincial city?" Dean Su stroked his beard, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xian with mild surprise. "Ah, you seem quite informed. I had intended to keep that a mystery. I merely heard about it." Li Xian chuckled softly. "There is more I wish to remind you of." Dean Su abruptly shifted his tone, speaking calmly, that Fajia hails from the Noble Rhine Academy in the provincial city of Fasno. Being an exchange student here signifies her exceptional talent at that institution. Moreover, do you realize that there exists a considerable enmity between you two? Enmity? Li Xian was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Isn't it simply a matter of being faster than her? Does that count as enmity?" Dean Su shook his head. "If that were the case, why didn't she challenge you just now? Have you forgotten the incident where you defended Yushi and dealt with those children? One of them, a first-year girl named Ying, is Fajia's cousin. It seems she remains unaware that it was you who struck them, and has even befriended you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened, and an expression of peculiar intrigue crossed his face. Chapter 22. Yushi's attempt. Li Xian pondered deeply and finally recalled a fierce remark made by a female student in the dormitory on that day. Stroking his chin, he murmured with a peculiar expression, "So it was the cousin of that girl with the ponytail." Li Xian swiftly caught up with Dean Su and inquired, "Grandfather Su, is that Fajia truly impressive?" Stroking his beard, Dean Su appeared unfazed, exuding an air of calm wisdom, seemingly more concerned with the young man's probing questions than with showing consideration for the elder. Li Xian quickly forced a smile and said, "At your age, still throwing a tantrum like a child. May I offer you a gentle back rub?" As he spoke, Li Xian's hands moved swiftly, lightly patting the back that Director Su had intentionally stretched out. He, quite perceptive, Director Su chuckled softly, then continued, "You must understand that Fajia hails from the Rhine Academy, an institution in the provincial capital that far surpasses our humble primary Soul Academy in Notting City. The students there are primarily the offspring of nobility. The Tiando Empire stipulates that any soul master possessing a soul power exceeding 40 and willing to serve the empire may be granted the title of Viscount. Consider this, soul masters are already rare, and those who can attain the rank of soul sect or even higher must possess immense talent and diligence. Furthermore, the nobility often favors alliances through marriage. Their offspring typically exhibit great potential for cultivation, and among direct noble heirs, mediocrity is seldom found. That student named Fajia, as a direct descendant of nobility, stands out in a prestigious academy. Would you not agree that she is formidable?" Li Xian pondered thoughtfully. Yet she had just run and still could not surpass me. This is indeed a fact. Without employing soul power, Fajia could barely match him in a contest. But should she utilize her soul power, Li Xian mused, he could easily outpace her by several streets. Upon hearing this, Dean Su chuckled lightly. "Of course. You possess a top-tier martial soul. Who could possibly rival you in soul power? Do exert a little less effort." As Li Xian was lost in thought, he inadvertently exerted a bit too much force. "Do refrain from striking. I might very well lose my life at your hands." Upon reaching the flower bed at the edge of the playground, Dean Su dusted off his attire, leisurely seated himself, and continued, "That said, the fact that Fajia cannot outrun you merely highlights your strength against her weakness. It is quite normal for someone like her, who wields a White Snake Martial Soul as a Grand Soul Master, to lack speed." White Snake Martial Soul? Grand Soul Master? Truly, Dean Su's words were insightful. They allowed Li Xian to grasp the crux of the matter. He not only learned of Fajia's background, but also acquired information regarding her soul master status and vulnerabilities. Li Xian stroked his chin, realizing that Dean Su seemed reluctant to engage in a confrontation with Fajia, thus deliberately mentioning her background. However, Dean Su also did not wish for himself to suffer a disadvantage, revealing information regarding Fajia's martial soul. If Li Xian did not delve into the implications of his words, he would truly miss the underlying message from Dean Su. The White Snake Martial Soul, indeed, among beast martial souls, it is considered to be of moderate to high caliber, suggesting that Fajia's combat proficiency likely pertains to control techniques. A young soul master possessing a White Snake Martial Soul presents a formidable challenge for Li Xian. Nodding gently, Li Xian earnestly stated, "I understand, Dean Su. Rest assured, I shall not cause you any trouble, nor will I disappoint you. What is it that you comprehend?" Dean Su playfully patted Li Xian's head, giving him a good-natured glare. In the presence of Dean Su, Li Xian suddenly recalled another matter and shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, Grandfather Su, I am seeking a blacksmith shop to work at. Do you happen to know anyone who could provide me with an introduction?" During this period, Li Xian has not ceased his study of concealed weapons. He has thoroughly memorized the manufacturing process and usage techniques of the preferred repeating wrist crossbow, leaving only practical experimentation to undertake. Consequently, he intends to emulate Tang San by seeking employment in a blacksmith shop to hone his forging skills. Upon hearing this, Dean Su suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning the unexpected mention of this matter. "Why do you wish to learn blacksmithing?" Li Xian rubbed his hands together with a sweet smile on his face. The students had their own thoughts. "Dear Dean, please lend a hand." Dean Su was momentarily taken aback by this audacious spirit and was unsure whether to reprimand Li Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "My grandfather, in comparison to those viscounts and earls, had not formed many connections with the powerful. However, in this city of Nottingham, I am acquainted with most of the shopkeepers and artisans. Li Xian, are you working for a wage or merely seeking to strengthen your physique? The work of a blacksmith is laborious and suited for the common folk. Your energies should be devoted to your cultivation." Li Xian nodded earnestly, understanding the concerns of the dean. "Rest assured, Dean, my aspirations in blacksmithing will not hinder my cultivation. To be candid, my desire to learn the craft of forging stems from a wish to create my own weapons. It is indeed an ancillary profession I wish to pursue." "Weapons? You mean soul-guided devices?" "Mastering such an art requires an extraordinary level of spiritual power," the dean remarked. It was not that he doubted Li Xian's capabilities. Rather, the skill involved was heavily reliant on innate talent, and the path of cultivating soul-guided devices had become exceedingly rare, nearly extinct. Without any guidance, the prospects appeared rather bleak. What the dean was unaware of was that Li Xian's intentions were purely focused on mastering the art of metallurgy and forging. The components for crossbows, for instance, demanded exceptional craftsmanship. His interest lay solely in that realm, with soul-guided devices being of no concern to him. With a gentle sigh, the dean acquiesced. Very well. If this is your desire, I shall support you wholeheartedly. I shall not inquire further. Come to see me this weekend. I will prepare a letter of recommendation for you to apprentice with an old colleague of mine. I will also notify him in advance, so you can learn diligently under his tutelage. Thank you so much, Grandpa Su. Li Xian was filled with joy, realizing the undeniable advantages of connections. Otherwise, he would have to endure the same cumbersome process as the mistress, seeking apprentices through interviews. After expressing his gratitude to Dean Su, Li Xian waved goodbye with a smile. Regarding the production of concealed crossbows, he now had a starting point. Li Xian planned to dedicate all his weekend time this semester to the crafting of these hidden weapons. He remained uncertain about his own talents in this area. Perhaps he was destined to be one of the rare geniuses in the art of crafting concealed weapons. As the clock approached 7, groups of students were already emerging from the academy, queuing with their meal cards at the cafeteria. Li Xian strolled past this place, holding his teacher's meal card, and descended to the second floor, where a group of students gazed up in admiration. He then packaged 2 servings of breakfast before returning to his dormitory. The bright bedroom was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust. Li Xian removed his school jacket and casually tossed it aside, then entered his bedroom holding the takeout he had just purchased. Yushi was already awake, and the bed had been neatly arranged, including Li Xian's quilt, which was also meticulously folded. Observing the tidy and immaculate room, Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim how fortunate it was to have such a girl around. Here you go. Li Xian, holding the slightly warm breakfast, placed it beside Yushi, who was seated by the window, preening in front of the mirror. This startled the girl, who exclaimed and shot him a reproachful glance. It's quite hot. Yushi accepted the breakfast from Li Xian, her fingers brushing against the still warm food, her eyes shimmering with a hint of curiosity. Through the reflection in the mirror, she gazed at Li Xian with a puzzled expression. Where did you go? I went for a run on the playground and even encountered the dean. Running. Yushi's expression shifted slightly as she hastily set down her wooden comb. Gripping the edge of her chair with both hands, her voice filled with hope. Could you take me along next time? Of course. Li Xian nodded casually, acknowledging that Yushi had a commendable ambition. As he spoke, he wrapped a fried dumpling in a crisp radish pancake, then tucked the pancake into a corn tortilla before popping it into his mouth. He took a large gulp of soybean pudding, his mouth agape as he savored the flavors. Yushi stared for a moment, glancing at her own breakfast, and quickly dispelled her strange thoughts. I'll take a shower, if you have time. Could you help me find today's textbooks? Meanwhile, Li Xian swallowed his food and headed towards the bathroom with his clothes in hand. After a workout, a refreshing shower invigorates one for class. When he returned from the bathroom, Yushi had already gathered the books needed for the day, and on the table lay a fresh set of school uniform, naturally belonging to Li Xian. Yushi pursed her lips and softly remarked, Your jacket is sweaty. I happen to have some time. I'll wash your uniform jacket. Li Xian was drying his hair with a towel when he paused, taken aback by the words. Yueshi, do you know? Yueshi replied, a hint of anxiety in her eyes as she blinked and gazed up at Li Xian. Li Xian, amused by her tenderness, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that she resembled a little bride. Upon hearing this, a delicate blush instantly graced the exquisite features of Yushi, her gaze fixed on Li Xian, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Oh, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. After finishing their breakfast, the two gathered their books and made their way to the classroom in preparation for the day's lessons. Yushi carried a backpack, while Li Xian stuffed his books into her bag before taking it in hand. As for the curriculum of elementary students, Li Xian found himself somewhat intrigued. However, it was reasonable to assume that the content taught in this world's academy would be closely related to Soul Master theories. As they walked towards their class, the streets bustled with a throng of students, all clad in identical Soul Academy uniforms. Upon reaching Class 1, Year 4, they discovered that many students were already present. Inquiring with Dean Su, Li Xian learned that this year, the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City had recruited over 90 children from nearby towns and villages. These children were divided into 5 classes, with each class accommodating approximately 10 to 20 students. Compared to previous years, this year's enrollment was relatively modest, resulting in fewer classes. Nonetheless, this had its advantages. The smaller class sizes allowed for easier management and afforded each student greater opportunities for interaction with their teachers. Li Xian found 2 empty seats beside him, and after inquiring, he learned that they were occupied by students who were hospitalized. As for his own desk, it was located at the back of the class. Upon locating his seat, Li Xian moved his desk directly next to Yushi. Due to the fact that Yushi's seat was adjacent to the wall, his action inadvertently obstructed the corridor. The classmates nearby gazed at Li Xian, murmuring amongst themselves, hesitant to voice their thoughts given his considerable height. Is this really all right, Li Xian? Yushi quietly inquired. The spacious 4th class allowed each student their own seat. Yet Li Xian's decision to push their desks together was unconventional. I haven't studied at all this week. May I consult you if I have questions? Li Xian presented a compelling reason. Upon hearing this, Yushi nodded, her heart filled with anticipation at the prospect of assisting Li Xian with his studies. However, she clearly overestimated his dedication to academics. Halfway through the first lesson, Li Xian had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting on his desk. Unabashedly covering his face with a book, indifferent to the teacher's gaze from the podium. Li Xian. Yushi attempted to nudge him a few times, but to no avail. At the front of the class, a teacher in his 40s, with graying temples, was diligently writing on the blackboard. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a student asleep in his class. The elderly teacher widened his eyes in disbelief, setting down the book and rubbing them to ensure he was not mistaken. After confirming the sight before him, he let out a deep sigh, shaking his head in resignation. In the academy, self-discipline was paramount. Without personal effort, mere supervision from teachers was futile. The prerequisite for graduation was for one's soul power to reach level 15. To him, Li Xian's actions were nothing more than a waste of his own time. All right, everyone, focus your attention here. This is the subject we will be discussing today. The teacher declared sternly, indicating his notes. The martial soul fusion technique. Note that this differs from the fusion techniques I mentioned a few days ago. Those are merely additive skills, like 1-1. Conversely, the martial soul fusion technique, even between two identical martial souls, is exceptionally rare. It requires two or more soul masters whose martial souls either complement or perfectly harmonize with one another. When the martial soul fusion technique is realized, its power transcends the mere sum of the soul master's soul powers. He paused, allowing the students a moment of contemplation. After a brief silence, he continued. Some of you present hail from the Star Luo Empire, so you should be aware that among the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, they possess a unique martial soul fusion technique. Yushi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she focused intently on the teacher's lecture. Martial soul fusion, she whispered softly, her hands slowly clenching into fists, her posture straightening with anticipation. As she contemplated, a glimmer of hope crossed her delicate features, a fervent expectation reflected in her eyes, which also fell upon the still sleeping Li Xian beside her. A sudden surge of emotion welled up within her. Each time Li Xian's hand brushed against hers, her soul power would stir, accompanied by a warm energy flowing through her arm. Coupled with the teacher's earlier words about shared characteristics, could it be that? Yushi's heart raced, her lips pressed together in contemplation. She slightly turned her head toward the now deeply slumbering Li Xian, extending her slender pinky finger. She gently touched his hand that extended over the desk's edge. The contact was seamless, as if they were perfectly intertwined. Suddenly, she felt warmth radiating from her fingertip as her soul power flowed effortlessly into Li Xian's body. Startled, Yushi withdrew her finger, her dark eyes shimmering with astonishment. It is notoriously difficult for any two soul masters, even those related by blood, to harmoniously share their soul power. As the teacher had indicated, only under conditions of complementary martial souls or perfect synergy could soul masters' powers resonate without repulsion. Could it be that the soul power between her and Li Xian truly could merge? With an exhilarating sense of discovery, Yushi's delicate hand, resting on the desk, reached out again, and indeed, her soul power flowed into Li Xian's arm once more. It was undeniable, it was remarkably akin to the teacher's description. But why could the phantom martial soul and the Kasha martial soul merge? Moreover, should she share this revelation with Li Xian? Yushi felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her gentle gaze lingering on the sleeping figure of Li Xian, her expression betraying a blend of emotions akin to infatuation. Suddenly, a piece of chalk flew through the air, striking Li Xian squarely on the head, causing his book to tumble down. The sound of the book colliding with the desk jolted him awake, and scratching his slightly itchy arm, he lifted his head, his face still numb. Is class over? Li Xian inquired with a hint of confusion. A wave of laughter erupted in class 4. At the podium stood an elderly teacher, over 40 years of age, his expression dark and sullen. He had just spent a considerable amount of time expounding on the theory of martial soul fusion. Yet this student had slept soundly throughout. Was he truly so disinterested in the theory that he could not even absorb the illustrative tales of martial soul fusion? Rapping his fingers against the blackboard with force, the irate teacher exclaimed, "This student, the class has not yet concluded. Since you have chosen to stand, I shall pose a question regarding the knowledge you have just mentioned. Can you elucidate under what circumstances martial soul fusion techniques can be realized among soul masters? And what is the maximum number of individuals that can achieve this fusion? Please provide your answer." Li Xian wore a bewildered expression, for it turned out that the subject of this class was the fusion technique of martial souls. Had he known earlier, he might have paid more attention. After all, the syllabus labeled it as a practical study of basic soul master theory, which appeared exceedingly dull, leading him to believe that the teachings were of little value. Meanwhile, beside him, Yushi gently tapped his arm with her finger, nudging the textbook and indicating a passage highlighted in red ink. Li Xian cast a glance and nodded slightly before responding. The fusion of soul masters' martial spirits can only occur when their attributes are either complementary or antagonistic. If conditions permit, an infinite number of soul masters can achieve fusion techniques among themselves. The old teacher at the lectern shifted slightly upon hearing this response, letting out a contemplative hum, and his expression softened. Indeed, that is a succinct summary. It appears that the student can absorb the lecture content even while dozing off. The teacher had just provided several examples of closely related martial spirits, then inquired, "Now, can you elaborate on the specific situations where martial spirits are antagonistic?" Of course. You may also boldly imagine and list some individual cases based on the common martial spirits discussed in previous lessons. Antagonistic. Li Xian scratched his cheek and instinctively glanced at Yueshi. Under his gaze, Yueshi stiffened momentarily, quickly averting her eyes. Li Xian furrowed his brow. The girl's reaction was perplexing, as if she possessed some unspoken knowledge. Clearly, having been in a deep slumber moments ago. Li Xian remained unaware of the peculiarities of what Yueshi had done to him. The fusion of their martial spirits was so remarkably harmonious that he failed to detect even a trace of foreign soul power entering his body. I possess limited knowledge regarding martial spirits, but I believe that fusion can occur amidst extremes, between the cold and the hot, the dark and the light. The swift and the slow, Li Xian replied with a calm demeanor. A glimmer sparked in the old teacher's eyes, and the remnants of his earlier irritation dissipated as he recognized the sharpness of Li Xian's intellect. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "Your response is commendable. According to the records of the Martial Spirit Hall, there was once a soul master with a snow martial spirit who achieved fusion with another soul master possessing a torch martial spirit. Furthermore, among the esteemed ranks of our illustrious Martial Spirit Hall, there exist 2 individuals of the title Douluo level who have harnessed the power of martial spirit fusion through their contrasting essences. I shall refrain from delving into their specifics out of respect for their privacy. Moreover, dear children, do not let the ordinariness of your martial spirits dishearten your resolve to cultivate. Perhaps, fate has in store for you a counterpart in the vast cosmos. Now, Li Xian, please take your seat." "Understood." Li Xian massaged his numb face and settled into his chair. His neck ached and his back felt stiff. Indeed. Sleeping in class provided a sleep quality of 100, yet a comfort level of -100. Perhaps, next time he could bring a pillow. Turning around, Li Xian noticed Yueshi still gazing at him. As their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze. Li Xian, filled with confusion, inquired, "What is it, Yueshi? Is there something on my face?" Gazing at Li Xian's visage, adorned with a myriad of crimson marks, Yueshi stifled a giggle. She hesitated, on the brink of speaking, yet promptly shook her head. Indeed, there was something. Perhaps a visit to the restroom after class would reveal it. Li Xian believed that Yueshi had seen something on his face that she was too shy to articulate. Time swiftly passed, and the curriculum at the Soul Academy was quite rigorous, particularly for the first-year students, who focused primarily on theoretical instruction. Practical training would not be scheduled until the following semester. After enduring a full day of classes, Li Xian promptly fled the premises, feeling that the first-year curriculum was even more arduous than being hospitalized. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately donned his assistant training attire and hastened to the practical training room. Yueshi did not follow him, as Li Xian urged her to concentrate on cultivating her soul power. Approaching 3 weeks into the semester, she was on the verge of breaking through to level 9, with only a slight distance remaining to reach level 10 and acquire her soul ring. Obtaining the soul ring as soon as possible was imperative for her. Inside the practical training room, there was not only a spacious hall for activities and areas designated for duels involving 2 or more participants, but it also offered individual training rooms. With numerous students at the Soul Academy, not all individual training rooms were available. Each student was allotted only 2 opportunities per week for solo training. Exceeding this limit required the expenditure of points. Points functioned as the currency within the academy, earned through upgrades, part-time work, and examinations. As a teaching assistant, Li Xian need not concern himself with issues regarding his points. For teaching assistants are afforded a private training room, which is essentially equivalent to a solo training studio. Li Xian tightened his belt and entered the activity room of their teaching assistants. The space was adorned with numerous compartments, each spacious enough to accommodate 10 individuals side by side and extending 20 individuals in length. The floor tiles and ceiling were inlaid with exquisite crystal stones, capable of withstanding assaults of the Soul Sovereign level. Li Xian entered an empty teaching assistant activity room, which also served as a resting place for them, or perhaps a venue for providing individual guidance to eager students. Becoming a teaching assistant is not a privilege granted to everyone. It demands a profound understanding of theory and a high level of one's own spiritual power. In fact, cases like Li Xian, who received special approval from the dean, are unique within the entire Soul Academy. Li Xian retrieved the takeout meal he had brought from the cafeteria. After consuming a modest portion, he closed his eyes to meditate, striving to elevate his physical prowess to its zenith. A quarter of an hour later, he exhaled deeply, firmly clasping his hands, feeling that he was nearly ready. As he unleashed his martial soul, the cassia plant surged forth, reaching skyward, while a dark, ethereal ring undulated rhythmically around it. Li Xian channeled his soul power, attempting to harness the strength within his martial soul. This was his inaugural experience with soul skills, and though he was not yet adept, the martial soul, being an extension of his own being, made it relatively straightforward to explore its functions. Li Xian concentrated his efforts, channeling a vast reservoir of soul power into his martial spirit. In an instant, the luminous brilliance of the spirit herb erupted forth, and a colossal black soul ring materialized above his head, gracefully hovering up and down around him. The soul ring, a guardian of its master, served as a testament to his combat prowess. Many newcomers, upon awakening their martial spirits, often found their soul rings clinging to their spirits without utilizing any soul skills. Yet, with the activation of their first soul skill, the soul rings would unfurl, fully awakening outside their host's body. A hum resonated as the black 10,000-year soul ring emanated an overwhelming aura, the high-frequency sound waves causing the entire teaching assistant lounge to tremble. Is it truly possible to wield such immense power merely by activating it? Li Xian gazed at the ancient black soul ring floating before him, a flicker of anticipation stirring within his heart. He raised his palm and, by following a unique flow of soul power, activated his first soul skill, earth manipulation. In an instant, the inner circle of the soul ring radiated with a brilliant light, and the verdant glow of the azure crescent vine illuminated the surroundings. A pool of brown mire gradually engulfed the tiled floor, centering around Li Xian and enveloping the entire assistant classroom. At that moment, the classroom was submerged in the brown sludge, while straight beams of light appeared out of thin air, descending gently like raindrops. Earth manipulation, a control-type skill, enhances its casting range with level progression. Upon activation, all hostile targets within the area experience a reduction in speed by 50, resilience by 20, and attack power by 20. Additionally, contact with the gravity ring results in a 1-second immobilization effect. Li Xian raised his head, observing approximately 20 beams of gravitational rings in the sky. The closer they were to his position, the more densely they clustered. These gravitational rings consumed soul power to refresh automatically, descending from a height of 5 meters before plunging into the mire, only to reappear once more. This height was merely 5 meters. My soul technique's range should extend even higher. Li Xian endeavored to extricate his feet from the mire, traversing within the realm of soul techniques, only to discover a luminous aura enveloping his legs, rendering him impervious to the swamp's grasp. Thus, it was revealed, SC Dinger's mud exists in a state between being and non-being. Li Xian wishes to direct this soul technique against a specific opponent. Conversely, it may affect another adversary. The deceleration is unmistakable. The primary controlling characteristic of earth manipulation seems to reside here, with the gravity ring and diminished assault likely attributed to the millennium of cultivation embodied within the soul ring. Li Xian was undoubtedly aware that the first soul skill of a soul master, the absorption of the century-old ghost water purple orchid, would scarcely achieve a substantial control effect. His earth manipulation possessed such a plethora of debuffs precisely because it was endowed with a 10,000-year soul ring. Resilience, a concept easily comprehended, is akin to a brief state of invulnerability experienced after sustaining an attack. For instance, many battle soul masters, endowed with exceptional physical attributes, can briefly rely on their soul power armor to withstand assaults. This transient stalemate is referred to as resilience. It is crucial to understand that extraordinary resilience can allow one to evade control, enabling fluid movement in the face of control-type soul skills. Thus, diminishing an opponent's resilience effectively enhances one's own control capabilities. It is truly regrettable to lack a training partner. Li Xian was keen to ascertain the extent of the impact faced by an opponent of comparable strength when subjected to earth manipulation attacks. The consumption of soul power seemed rather rapid. A sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead, prompting Li Xian to retract the vast expanse of earth manipulation space. This was a soul skill that automatically controlled time. Prolonged release equated to the burning of soul power. As a skill cultivated over millennia, it was, of course, impossible to sustain its use indefinitely. From the moment it was initiated until now, approximately 1 minute had elapsed, indicating that his maximum casting duration was 1 minute. Li Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. He had optimized his physical stamina to its utmost peak, and in the absence of any distractions, the duration of his soul technique was merely this brief. Could the casting range be diminished? Inspired by a sudden insight, Li Xianling, having just released his abilities freely without any deliberate control over the earth manipulation range, returned to the sofa to rest for a while. After a light meal, he summoned his martial soul 10 minutes later and resumed his exploration of skills. This time, Li Xian focused his attention solely on the earth manipulation soul technique, envisioning it being molded into a compact sphere, thereby reducing its spatial dimensions. Indeed, this approach resulted in a notable contraction of the casting range for the earth manipulation. Li Xian felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was his inaugural attempt at wielding a soul skill, while maintaining the operation of his soul power. He had to also divert his focus to adjust the magnitude of the soul skill, which proved to be quite taxing. After exerting himself for several seconds, the range of his earth manipulation finally stabilized, settling at a distance of 2 meters around him. This was the limit of his capabilities. The soul skill could not shrink further. Simultaneously, Li Xian observed the yellow, translucent gravity rings in the air, their elongated tails resembling cylindrical forms. As the range of his earth manipulation diminished, the gravity rings densely floated around him, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. He realized that the total number of gravity rings did not decrease with the reduction of the casting space. This revelation brought him joy. If that were the case, as long as he seized the opportunity to unleash the soul skill during battle, this cluster of debuff skills could transform into a 100% reliable control technique. Chapter 24. Gradual upgrades. Contemplating this possibility, a warmth spread through Li Xian's heart. Powerful control skills were rare. The effect of stunning, a control-type skill, could also serve defensive purposes, instilling trepidation in his opponents. Of course, this would only be effective against close combat soul masters. If his adversary were a ranged soul master, the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. However, distance does not equate to true safety. Should they dare to kite him, Li Xian could swiftly close the gap. Yet, doing so would sacrifice the element of surprise inherent in his earth manipulation skill. This thought prompted him to recall another soul skill of his. A powerful ranged attack, the Purple Lotus. The combination of control and offensive prowess, provided by his Millennium Soul Ring, was nothing short of perfection. Li Xian was eager to commence the practical experiment with the Purple Lotus immediately. However, at that moment, his soul energy was nearly depleted, compelling him to sit down and replenish his vitality. 10 minutes later, Li Xian rose once more. This time, as he released his soul power, the outer rim of his 10,000-year black soul ring shimmered. Subsequently, the apex of his martial soul radiated brilliance, and from the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum, a single bud unfurled completely. The grand solar chrysanthemum rotated, its petals of violet and gold swirling gracefully, while the central stamen rose higher than the petals, resembling the antennae of a bee, exuding a gentle pale yellow glow. Countless petals began to orbit the pinnacle of the martial soul, each dusted with the pollen from the center, their luminous display transforming into a resplendent shade of purplish red. The petals danced, gathering momentum, poised for action. Li Xian's heart was stirred as he launched an assault towards the front. In an instant, the petals swirling in his palm shot forth with a swift elegance. Some of these petals danced around his figure, while the soul power within him burned fervently, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. The petals cascaded forth like a tide, saturating the air with their ceaseless onslaught. Moments later, a voice from the shadows exclaimed in dismay, prompting Li Xian to hastily cease the offensive of the Purple Lotus. At that moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. It became evident that his second soul skill was not a one-time attack but rather a sustained ability, combining both offensive and defensive capabilities. Through recent experimentation, he discovered that the range of the petal attack was approximately 10 meters, dispersing in a fan-like formation. While the individual attacks of the petals were not particularly powerful, their sheer quantity compensated for this. Should an opponent be struck by the petals, they would suffer a reduction of 20 in attack and defense for 30 seconds, alongside a brief moment of rigidity. The rigidity referred to a transient paralysis following an assault. As a powerful ranged skill, the Purple Lotus also possessed control effects, proving to be an impeccable match for Li Xian's martial spirit, as chosen by Master Ma and his companions. Li Xian approached the floor tiles that had been damaged by Zillion, bending down to gently caress them. The tiles appeared to be intact, yet a layer of golden radiance was gradually fading away. By mere observation, Li Xian gleaned that the actual damage inflicted by Zillion was rather negligible. In fact, during combat, should his opponent realize this, they could boldly withstand his soul technique and advance towards him. However, before Li Xian, as the golden light diminished, the surface of the tiles emitted a crisp cracking sound, and to his astonishment, a fissure appeared on the glazed surface, swiftly spreading like a spider's web. Li Xian felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Although his Purple Lotus dealt modest damage, its attacks were relentless, and the defense-reducing effect could stack up to 3 times. With consecutive hits every 3 seconds, it could lower dual defenses by 20, reaching a maximum of 60. Who would have thought? A skill with cumulative effects. Any foolhardy opponent who dared to disregard the Purple Lotus would undoubtedly suffer under this unique effect. Even the most resilient of foes would keenly feel the agony inflicted by the Purple Lotus when their defenses were significantly diminished. Li Xian pondered to himself. Who could have anticipated that the primary soul skill of a soul master would possess a stacking effect? After testing his 2 soul skills, he spent the next hour alternating between rest and attack, diligently familiarizing himself with the usage and timing of the skills in various scenarios. He even incorporated a combination of attack methods, engaging in a thorough training session that lasted the entire night. By the time he returned to his dormitory, he was utterly exhausted, forgetting to shower or change, and collapsed onto his bed in slumber. In the pitch-black room, only the moonlight streaming in from the windows illuminated the space. Concerned about waking Yueshi, he refrained from turning on the lights. Lying horizontally on the bed with scarcely any strength left to shift or adjust his position. In the darkness, a pair of large eyes opened. Yueshi, still awake, quietly propped herself up and glanced at Li Xian, who nearly occupied the entire bed with his head resting on her legs. A hint of helplessness washed over her. Li Xian, she called softly, but he did not respond. After waiting a moment longer, Yueshi had no choice but to exert herself to extricate her legs from beneath him. Clad in her nightgown, she climbed out from under the covers and settled down beside him. She pulled back the blanket covering Li Xian, ensuring he was warm. and then used a corner of her own blanket to cover herself. This arrangement left her with little room to sleep, forcing her body to press closely against his. Her heart raced. Although they had spent time together the previous day, Li Xian had remained seated all night, and now they truly lay side by side. Would this lead to pregnancy? A sudden shock coursed through her, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. A gust of wind billowed the curtains, allowing the bright moonlight to illuminate Li Xian's handsome face. As Yueshi lay on her side, facing him, her heart raced even faster. At that moment, Li Xian furrowed his brow, emitting a muffled groan as his body twitched from the strain of fatigue. Yueshi watched the scene unfold, her face filled with concern. Li Xian informed him that she would remain in the training room throughout the night. According to the textbook, she recognized this as a manifestation of excessive soul power usage. Yueshi pondered for a moment, then withdrew her right hand from beneath the covers, placing her palm against Li Xian's wrist. The loose sleeves of her nightgown slipped down, revealing a small expanse of flawless white skin. Closing her eyes, she summoned her own soul power, gently clenched her fist, and then transferred her energy to Li Xian, nurturing his weary body that had been overworked. As dawn broke, the first light of day illuminated the surroundings. Li Xian furrowed his brow. The enigmatic rhythms of his biological clock compelled his mind to awaken abruptly, his eyes flying open. Memories of the previous night as combat training flooded his mind, and he realized he had dreamed of soul techniques throughout the night. He had expected that after such intense training, he would sleep until noon. Yet he found himself awake so early. Suddenly, Li Xian clenched his fist and noticed that there was not a trace of fatigue within him. The discomfort from the excessive circulation of his meridians had vanished. The vigor of youth. Typically, such rigorous training would lead to a buildup of lactic acid over several days, resulting in prolonged muscle soreness. However, witnessing his swift recovery, Li Xian immediately attributed it to the robustness of his youthful physique. At that moment, he felt a gentle touch on his arm, causing him to turn in surprise. A warm breath brushed against his face, provoking a sudden jolt in his heart. Yushi's delicate visage was mere inches away, allowing him to discern each long eyelash on her eyelids and the dark strands of hair cascading across her face. The girl's skin was so soft it seemed as if one could squeeze water from it. Her tender cheeks bore a faint blush, reminiscent of a delectable peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Li Xian felt a slight sense of panic in his heart and hurriedly withdrew his arm from Yueshi's embrace, then sat up. Taking a deep breath, he realized he was lying sideways across the bed. He had collapsed onto the mattress last night, leaving it completely divided, making it a wonder that Yueshi could sleep soundly. Rubbing his nose, he gazed at the girl whose body was partially concealed by the blanket that had been pressed down, and a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over him. Had he known he would spend the night on the sofa, causing her to have an unsettled night, he would have chosen differently. However, the moment he withdrew his arm, a sensation of lightness enveloped him, as if a certain chilling connection had vanished from within, akin to a heartbeat that had faltered, losing some vital bond. Simultaneously, as Li Xian turned his attention inward to his soul power, he discovered a vast and luminous energy circulating within his meridians, rich and abundant, far surpassing the refinement he had achieved in the previous days. Had he truly reached level 19? Li Xian could sense that the Xiantian skill seemed to have broken through a barrier, naturally elevating his soul power to a new level. The fact that he upgraded simply by taking a nap was astonishing. Upon realizing this, Li Xian found his gaze lingering on Yushi, subtly drawn to the delicate whiteness peeking from the center of her nightwear. He cleared his throat, promptly diverting his gaze. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also taken advantage of her presence for an entire night. He shook off the absurd thoughts and chuckled softly, heading off to change clothes and take a shower. Ultimately, this was a positive development. After a night of practical training, he had become quite familiar with his first soul skill. While he could not claim complete mastery, he could certainly release it with ease. Today, he planned to reinforce his training further, and by tomorrow, he could invite Director Luo to accompany him for some practical combat practice. Director Luo's unique defensive martial soul, robust and resilient, would serve perfectly to test the damage capacity of his martial soul. Meanwhile, as Li Xian departed, Yushi rubbed her eyes, awakening from her drowsy slumber. In contrast to Li Xian, she felt somewhat fatigued, her lips slightly pale and her complexion lacking vitality. She stifled a yawn, as though her rest had been insufficient. However, upon noticing that Li Xian was already up, a wave of emptiness washed over her. The events of the previous night, where she had assisted him in stabilizing his soul power, replayed vividly in her mind. A shimmering light flickered in her eyes, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. He didn't notice, did he? She murmured to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt. Helping Li Xian recover had drained much of her soul power, ultimately leading to her exhaustion and slumber. Yet, she sensed that she was not as fatigued as she thought, as her soul power had seemingly increased, and her level had risen. At that moment, a startled gasp escaped her lips. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself and glanced down at the misaligned buttons in the exposed white skin, her face flushing with heat. Realization struck her. Having transferred soul power to Li Xian, she must have fallen asleep while clutching his arm, and given his restlessness, she understood why her nightwear was askew. Hearing the sounds of Li Xian washing up outside the room, Yushi hurriedly got up to change into her school uniform. her heart racing with anxiety. Hoping that Li Xian had not seen anything. After finishing a morning filled with theoretical studies on soul masters, Li Xian observed Yuxi, still bleary-eyed, and decided to treat her to a delightful meal. Li Xian speculated that the girl might be affected by her martial spirit, having been countered by that shadow in her dreams, thus draining her mental energy. It was essential for her to indulge in a hearty meal to regain her strength. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Li Xian deliberately ordered a nourishing feast for Yuxi, which included a generous serving of rice topped with duck leg and green beans, accompanied by braised ribbon fish, pig trotters, and lamb spine, along with a bowl of red date and mung bean soup. Indeed, it was a comforting array of warming delicacies. Li Xian, I cannot finish all this. Yuxi gazed at the mountain of food before her, feeling overwhelmed. The abundance of rich meats left her concerned that she might gain a few pounds after indulging. If you can't finish it, take your time. Li Xian, imitating the tone of Master Ma, declared his intention to remain there until he personally witnessed her consume every morsel of food. Very well. Yuxi grasped a duck leg, mustering the determination to begin her meal. In truth, she was indeed hungry. Today had been extraordinary, and she had not anticipated clearing her plate so thoroughly. It seems my soul power has reached level 9. Once satiated, Yuxi joyfully shared her delight with Li Xian. Did you level up last night? What a coincidence. I just advanced a level, surpassing you by a full 10 levels, Li Xian replied casually. This response left Yuxi's small mouth agape in astonishment. It turned out Li Xian was on the verge of becoming a great soul master, and the realization that she had yet to acquire her first soul ring instilled a sense of urgency regarding her own training progress. After all, having absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring would hasten her level advancement. Once you reach level 10, I will accompany you to hunt soul beasts and assist you in refining your soul ring. Can soul rings be modified? Yuxi inquired with curiosity. Li Xian felt a lump in his throat, having overeaten moments before, and spoke without engaging his mind. I too can possess a soul ring. You will accompany me, won't you? Yuxi cradled her chin in her hands, her large eyes shimmering with anticipation. Li Xian nodded slightly, brushing off the conversation with a few vague remarks. It was only just now that he began to ponder whether his unique abilities could assist others. If so, it would be akin to unlocking the gateway to a new realm. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He and Yuxi were seated in the second-floor cafeteria when a fellow classmate approached him, and the cafeteria was eerily devoid of any other presence. The head teacher is looking for you. Is something wrong? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. The student continued, You've made a mistake. The dean has rescheduled next week's flag-raising ceremony to today. I heard you were to publicly reflect on your errors before the entire school. Li Xian stood beneath the moonlit sky, surrounded by a sea of darkness, a solemn symbol before the banner of the spirit hall. In his hand, he clutched the apology letter bestowed upon him by the dean, his lips curling into a grimace as he meticulously articulated his remorse for the transgressions of the preceding days. Nearby, the gentle teacher Rose stood with 5 students, their faces swathed in bandages, observing the scene with a shared sense of unease. Unlike Li Xian, who merely needed to express regret, these young women bore the weight of contemplation, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. Teacher Rose's toes gripped the floor as she pondered the awkwardness of waiting, the acceptance of the apology, and the demeanor required during reconciliation, an expression reminiscent of someone forced to consume a bitter potion as if poisoned by a cruel fate. Upon concluding the reading of the apology letter, Li Xian descended the steps to reconcile with Teacher Rose and the 5 female students he had inadvertently harmed. Throughout this exchange, Dean Su and his entourage observed from a distance, their expressions grave and unyielding. Once Li Xian's penance was complete, Dean Su commenced a symbolic discourse, bombarding Li Xian with moral, spiritual, and physical admonitions from multiple dimensions. Ultimately, Director Luo, with indignation boiling within him, concluded with a seething proclamation. Li Xian was to be sentenced to a year of cleaning toilets, a consequence unrealized. Thus, the act of apology came to a close. Li Xian's face was ashen as he returned to his class. Although he possessed a resilient character, it did not equate to having a thick skin. This was his first experience speaking in public, and it was a public apology at that. Who could endure such a situation? Upon seeing him approach, Yuxi immediately stepped forward with concern and offered comfort, gently grasping Li Xian's hand and expressing her apologies. Li Xian's mistakes were indeed influenced by him. Yuxi felt a sense of guilt within her heart. Upon seeing the remorseful expression on the girl's delicate face, which was so enchanting in its vulnerability, for some unknown reason, Li Xian's anger dissipated almost instantly. He extended his large hand to cover Yuxi's petite head, as if he had exhaled a breath of relief. It's nothing. It was worth it for you, he declared, causing Yuxi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Meanwhile, in the classroom below, a tall girl with short brown hair furrowed her brows, her sharp gaze fixed on the direction in which Li Xian had departed. Fajia bit her lip, realizing. So it is you. I thought I had misremembered your name. Humph. How dare you leave Yingying in such a state? You insolent boy. I cannot let you off easily. Chapter 25. The Scandalous Gaze. Li Xian felt a slight stir in his heart, as if he had stumbled upon something significant, and he furrowed his brow, casting a glance behind him. two piercing gazes unabashedly fixated on his back, rendering him quite uncomfortable. As their eyes met, a youthful visage distinctly emerged before him. Not far away, Wang Xiaodong stood amidst the second-grade crowd, his eyes brimming with resentment as they bore down upon him. The expression on his face contorted into a fierce grimace. As Li Xian shifted his gaze, that penetrating stare immediately averted. Wang Xiaodong concealed himself within the throng. Spotting the familiar figure, Li Xian raised an eyebrow. What mischief was this rascal brewing again? Hadn't Dean Su's warnings sufficed? Li Xian reflected on his own shortcomings, acknowledging that he was no exemplary individual. Typically, in such circumstances, he would not wait for provocation to retaliate. Since he had caught his target, he would teach him a lesson, ensuring that Wang Xiaodong would have no retort left. Yueshi, please help me take the book back later. I have something to attend to. Li Xian promptly turned to the girl beside him and issued his instruction. Yueshi was taken aback. What's wrong? Do you want me to help you ask for leave? It's of no consequence. If the homeroom teacher inquires, just say I'm unwell. The elementary school curriculum was of little significance to Li Xian. He preferred to utilize his time more productively elsewhere. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced into the distant crowd, searching for the second gaze that had recently fixed upon him. Something felt amiss. He had sensed two pairs of prying eyes earlier, and in his preoccupation with dealing with Wang Xiaodong, he had forgotten the other. A flicker of violet danced across his pupils as he blinked, once more scanning the throng for that gaze. Soon, a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. At the end of his line of sight stood a tall girl in the Seoul Academy uniform, her high ponytail swaying as she tightly clenched her small fists. Her lips curled into a scowl as she waved her fists at Li Xian, seemingly mocking him, as if to say, just wait and see. Li Xian instantly recognized the owner of that piercing gaze. It was Fajia, the aristocratic exchange student he had competed against on the playground the day before. Compared to Wang Xiaodong, Fajia's eyes radiated a fiercer defiance, interlaced with a fiery intensity. Her aggression did not stem from hatred, but was rather a manifestation of her domineering nature, perhaps after losing the race on the playground. She felt a lingering frustration that now provided an outlet for her emotions. There was even a hint of delight in her demeanor, with unresolved matters still lingering. A new wave of tension was about to unfold. Li Xian chuckled softly, taken aback by the myriad of troubles that had already befallen him just 2 days into the new term. The flag-raising ceremony concluded swiftly, and as a subject of fervent discussion, he became the topic of animated chatter among the students. Amidst the laughter and banter, the crowd departed the playground in an orderly fashion. Under the guidance of the homeroom teachers from the Seoul Academy, the first-year students were the first to vacate the area. Once the last of them had left, Li Xian suddenly pivoted, moving against the tide of students towards the direction of the second-year cohort. Look, ISNT that Li Xian, who just apologized. One remarked. Haha, turns out he is a first-year. Quite bold, my friend. Another chimed in. Why would you confront such a gentle teacher like Ro? As he brushed past students from different grades, they playfully teased him, occasionally landing a light punch on his shoulder. Li Xian paid little heed to the chatter of those around him, having already endured enough embarrassment. He was maturing rapidly. Standing amidst the crowd, he skillfully evaded the gaze of the teachers. In a sudden moment, Li Xian reached out and abruptly pulled a young boy from the throng. With an arm slung over the boy's shoulder, as if they were old friends, he forcefully pressed down, guiding him away from the crowd toward a secluded corner in the opposite direction. Li Xian, you? Startled by the unexpected embrace, Wang Xiaodong was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his inner spiritual energy coalesce, rendering his body immobile. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, leaving him no choice but to allow Li Xian to escort him away from the group. That student over there. Do not leave the line. We will disperse once outside, shouted a homeroom teacher from the second grade, noticing the pair moving against the flow of the line. Li Xian held Wang Xiaodong back, coming to a halt. Before turning around, his pearly white teeth broke into a smile. Teacher, we are good buddies. We just wanted to stay on the playground to strengthen our bond. Oh, this shall not happen again. What strengthening of bonds? The statement sounded utterly nonsensical. The homeroom teacher merely asked out of curiosity as the class awaited his guidance. After a quick glance, he departed immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaodong felt as anxious as a tangled mess, burdened with unspoken woes, and only came to a standstill when Li Xian dragged him far away. Do you still recognize me, you rascal? Li Xian walked a short distance, and his expression suddenly turned frigid, his gaze fixed intently on the anxious Wang Xiaodong, unabashedly revealing the profound soul power within him. Gulp. Wang Xiaodong was rendered speechless by Li Xian's soul power, his throat moving up and down as beads of sweat covered his face and forehead. Li Xian's warning could easily be dismissed, yet the palpable intensity of his spirit was unmistakable. At this moment, Li Xian possessed the ability to toy with him. Gently patting Wang Xiaodong's cheek, Li Xian remarked, the faculty has cautioned you before, but it seems your memory is rather short. With my return, you have resumed your little schemes. I shall not indulge in lengthy discourse with you today. Consider this a warning. Should I catch wind of any mischief again, I will not hesitate to discipline you. I am unafraid to confront the faculty, so you ought to realize I am not jesting. Have you understood? Not if you comprehend. Wan Xiaodong dared not retort, his eyes wide and his face pale as he nodded timidly. Good lad, you may leave. Seeing his earnest demeanor, as if he truly recognized his mistakes, Li Xian dissipated his spirit energy and playfully kicked him on the backside, allowing him to depart. This admonition served as a deterrent. For given the multitude of matters occupying his attention lately, Li Xian wished to prevent Wang Xiaodong from engaging in any underhanded antics at this juncture. Hey, do you remember me, the one called Li Xian? At that moment, a tall and striking figure approached, arms crossed, calling out from a distance. Wang Xiaodong glanced back. His right foot, which had barely taken a few steps, abruptly halted as he pointed to himself. Me? Not you. Get lost. Fajia huffed impatiently. Wang Xiaodong, feeling utterly deflated, hastened his departure. In that instant, he realized that maintaining his pride was not of paramount importance. His newfound openness allowed the pent-up frustration within to dissipate. It dawned on him that the so-called tyranny of the strong over the weak was futile. If he could not best him, Wang Xiaodong would simply evade confrontation. Fajia, clad in her school uniform, strode gracefully toward Li Xian, her long limbs accentuating her presence. With her slender arms resting lightly on her elegantly curved waist, her brown eyes fixed intently on Li Xian, she inquired, "What are you doing here? That fellow seems to have an issue with you." Li Xian clapped his hands, fixing his gaze upon Fajia, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "As you can see, I am bullying my classmates. Truly incorrigible." Fajia scoffed coldly, her eyes directed at Li Xian brimming with disdain. "Thank you. My esteemed elder has taught me that one must possess great magnanimity to achieve greatness." Fajia's perception of Li Xian's audacity had transformed. He disregarded her insults outright, even boasting about his own impudence. "I have never encountered someone so shameless." Fajia could not help but interject once more. However, despite her words, her gaze towards Li Xian bore no animosity. After all, Li Xian had not truly harmed the male student earlier. It appeared to be a minor altercation. As for the incident involving her cousin, Fajia was even less concerned. The mere fact that she only recognized Li Xian today indicated that she had not given the matter much thought. Her cousin had erred and must take responsibility for her actions. Fajia was not one to engage in petty grievances over such trivialities. Nevertheless, upon realizing that Li Xian was the one who had struck her cousin, she seized the opportunity to confront him. "Did you come over solely to berate me?" Observing Fajia with her arms crossed, wearing an expression of scrutiny, Li Xian initially assumed she intended to defend Wang Xiaodong. "You struck my cousin. What do you expect me to do?" Fajia retorted. "Let us sit down and discuss," Li Xian suggested. "There is nothing to discuss," Fajia coldly interrupted, her tone shifting abruptly. "However, I am not unreasonable. I observe that your soul power exceeds level 15. Thus, how about this? If you agree to a duel with me, should you win, I shall let you go. And if I lose?" Li Xian pressed. "I am quite magnanimous. Should you lose, I will merely consider it a lesson for you. And I shall not pursue the matter further." With her arms crossed, Fajia's demeanor oscillated between a frown and a smile, radiating an undeniable air of confidence. Li Xian pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "If you were truly magnanimous, you wouldn't resort to mentioning your cousin. It seems to me that you are still harboring resentment from the last incident and are seeking to regain your dignity at my expense. Hence this incessant chatter." Fajia's expression suddenly turned cold. Her soft lips pressed together in a slight bite, and she shot an indignant glare at Li Xian. "What of it? You behave like an insufferable tsundere," he remarked, observing her theatrics. "Who are you calling insufferable?" she retorted. "You are courting disaster." With a stern expression, Fajia reached out and grasped Li Xian's shoulder, squeezing it with force, causing veins to protrude on her neck. However, she soon realized that she was unable to exert as much pressure as she intended. Li Xian casually brushed aside that hand. Suddenly, Fajia altered her tone, her expression turning grave. As her descending palm relaxed, she extended 2 fingers, pointing at Li Xian's chest, and declared, "The competition is hereby cancelled. At this moment, I, Fajia, in my capacity as a senior student of the Rhine Academy, formally challenge you. Should you decline to engage, it shall be taken as an admission of defeat." Li Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering if this girl was jesting. She actually dared to challenge him to a duel? While it is true that duels among Seoul Academy students can resolve disputes, such matters typically arise only in advanced academies among adults. It is hardly appropriate for elementary students to engage in such violent confrontations. However, observing the earnest expression on Fajia's face, Li Xian suppressed his amusement. "A challenge, you say? It sounds rather tedious. Nevertheless, I might consider acquiescing to your request, provided you offer me some incentive. For instance, if you lose, you must fulfill a task of my choosing, and likewise, I shall accept your terms should I be defeated." "Agreed," Fajia replied, her eyes brimming with determination. "All you need to do is apologize and concede that I am superior to you. As for everything else, I shall hold no grudge." Indeed, she was a stubborn little proud one, already convinced of her victory before the duel had even commenced. Li Xian, rendered speechless, remarked, "Why don't you inquire what I would desire should I emerge victorious?" Taken aback by the question, Fajia had never contemplated the possibility of her defeat. Throughout her life, she had only triumphed over others, never having been bested. Raising an eyebrow, she retorted, "So, what is it that you seek? Money is the least of my concerns. I possess an abundance of gold soul coins. Feel free to mention anything else." Encouraged by her words, Li Xian's confidence swelled, his gaze traversing Fajia's lithe waist, lingering on her delicate, alabaster neck, then resting upon her exquisitely charming visage, finally pausing at her soft, supple forehead. He grasped his chin, his eyes wandering restlessly. What then? Should he desire? While it was true that he was in need of funds, the prospect of merely discussing money seemed a lamentable waste compared to the other enticing treasures Fajia possessed. As Li Xian's gaze roamed unabashedly over her, Fajia's fair complexion shifted, a palpable disdain washing over her. She had not anticipated such base thoughts from a mere first-year student. Uncomfortably shifting her long legs, Fajia contemplated taking matters into her own hands and delivering a slap to this disrespectful individual. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, she noticed that Li Xian's attention was fixated on her head, and he pointed towards a blue crystal ornament nestled in her hair, smiling as he remarked, "You lost. Simply hand this over to me. It's quite lovely, and I could gift it to someone." Fajia's expression of disgust faded as she tenderly caressed her hair, retrieving a medium-length ornament resembling a hairpin. Her countenance shifted to one of confusion as she queried, "What do you want with a hat pin? To gift it? This is used to secure a top hat. I do not wear hats at the academy, and I have grown accustomed to it. It is merely a tool." Li Xian opened his mouth, pondering the components of the fixed cap. How awkward it was. His gaze shifted, landing on Fajia's modest bosom, where a jewel adorned her chest. He remarked, "How about exchanging that one? This gem should suffice." Fajia lowered her eyes and removed a pendant embellished with a jewel from her chest. The gem radiated a deep azure hue, intricately connected by a chain embroidered with exquisite white and blue stripes. This was the insignia of her family, a symbol of status. Fajia was perplexed, wondering why he desired everything. Taking a deep breath, she sighed, "Fine, I'll concede it to you, but only if you can defeat me." Her tone shifted, and the expression of frustration on Fajia's face transformed into an abundance of confidence. Her previously cold visage now appeared radiant. She did not believe Li Xian possessed the capability to triumph over her. Thus her verbal commitment felt akin to a jest. What did it matter if she agreed? Li Xian gazed intently at the precious gem, a flicker of delight shimmering in his eyes. Such a fine treasure, its worth unmistakable. It should fetch a considerable sum of gold soul coins. Of course, even if it bore little value, it would still be fitting as a gift for Yushi, given its exquisite craftsmanship favored by the nobility. Intrigued by this challenge, Li Xian nodded resolutely, declaring, "I accept your challenge." Chapter 26. The soft-boned rabbit bow and Fajia's graceful arts. Upon accepting Fajia's challenge, they agreed to meet the following day in the training room for their duel. With that, Fajia departed, provoking Li Xian with the notion that only cowards flee. As a man, he hoped he would not falter. Li Xian chuckled, wondering how this girl could possibly intimidate him. "Ah, the white snake martial spirit, is it?" Li Xian left the playground and proceeded to a shop where he purchased a bottle of reinaugural wine. He carefully divided the liquid into several small vials, which he tucked into the pockets of his waist, thus acquiring the confidence to confront his adversary. The young girl, as a scion of nobility, had been nurtured from a tender age with abundant resources. The training she received far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and to compound matters, she was 6 years his senior and a formidable soul master. Li Xian prepared to bolster his courage with a cup of yellow wine, which seemed quite reasonable. Departing from the academy shop, he opted not to attend classes, as Yushi had already assisted in securing him a leave of absence. He made his way directly to the office of the grade director, intending to seek out Director Luo, with plans to invite him to the training room for a power assessment. A female teacher shook her head, informing him that Director Ma was not present. He had stepped out. Li Xian arrived at the office only to find it empty. Director Ma, as the head of the junior college, was indeed occupied with numerous affairs, making it quite difficult to meet him. "Ah, you must be Li Xian," remarked a female teacher who had just encountered him at noon. Recognizing his familiar face and covering her mouth with a playful giggle, Li Xian nodded slightly, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He had become quite a notable figure within the Soul Academy, albeit for rather unfortunate reasons. The female teacher, contemplating something, handed him a letter, saying, "This is from Director Tuo, as conveyed by Dean Su. I overheard him express curiosity about your interest in blacksmithing. Since you are here, I shall pass it along to you." As Li Xian accepted the letter, he recalled Dean Su's promise from the previous day. It was a recommendation for a long-time acquaintance at a blacksmith shop. It was Li Xian's request to study the art of forging. "Thank you, teacher," he expressed gratefully. Li Xian departed from the office with a letter in hand, only to find that he did not encounter Director Luo on this occasion. Instead, he garnered unexpected insights. The pursuit of blacksmithing aimed to craft hidden weaponry. However, given the current circumstances, his apprenticeship must be postponed. He must address the issue concerning Fajia tomorrow, and it will not be until Sunday that he can free up time for his endeavors. After Li Xian descended the stairs, he discarded his assistant's uniform in the training room. However, he did not linger there. He promptly departed from the Soul Academy, intending to seek out Tang San at the junior college in Notting City. During their time in Holy Soul Village, the two frequently engaged in friendly sparring, with victories evenly divided between them. Nonetheless, Tang San triumphed more often, as he possessed a more adept mastery of the Xiantian skill in the awakening of the Tang sect. Tang San's martial prowess was exceptional. With Director Luo absent, Li Xian found himself without a training partner, prompting him to consider seeking out Tang San to hone his skills. Moreover, he remembered the rabbit by his side, the soul beast Xiao Wu, who exhibited remarkable agility and techniques worth consulting. As the saying goes, a true master is a teacher. Li Xianwei prepares for battle, eager to learn from anyone. Today, he learned from Dean Su that Fajia is not only a soul master, but also a black belt adept in jiu-jitsu. To counter jiu-jitsu, he requires guidance from Xiao Wu, who possesses equal skill. Notting City Junior Academy. Li Xian and the security guard completed their inquiries and proceeded directly inside. It was currently the afternoon class period. After locating the first-grade classroom, Li Xian stood outside for a moment. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the teachers from Notting City Academy exited the room, Li Xian swiftly entered. Tang San, class is still in session. Come out with me. My friend needs to speak with you. The classroom was chaotic and filled with noise, yet Li Xian instantly pinpointed that familiar little face. Tang San was slightly taken aback by Li Xian's unexpected arrival. Li Xian, what brings you here? Next to him, the young girl Xiao Wu, who had been dozing off on her desk, stirred at the sound, her delicate ears twitching as she sat up abruptly. Who's here? Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle as he summoned the two out of the classroom and recounted the entire story. Beneath the shade of the trees, Xiao Wu waved her fists with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, Yes, I know a bit of jiu-jitsu. Why don't you learn from me? Tang San appeared hesitant, responding, Xiao Wu, your strength lacks finesse. Li Xian is my good friend. Allow me to handle this. Stop being so wishy-washy. You both have similar skills. I know exactly what to do. With a clap of her hands, Xiao Wu eagerly positioned herself in front of Li Xian, standing on tiptoe with her hands bound behind her back, her face brimming with anticipation. Her delicate, rosy complexion glowed radiantly, illuminating her charming smile. Well then, thank you. Li Xian nodded. You're welcome. Her dark, mischievous eyes sparkled with delight. Hardly had her words settled than Xiao Wu had already executed a swift maneuver, her heels soaring over her head to appear right before Li Xian. Li Xian's pupils contracted instinctively as he raised his arm to defend himself. In doing so, his chest was suddenly exposed, captured by the delicate grasp of Xiao Wu's small hands. How unfortunate! Li Xian realized he had fallen into a trap and attempted to retreat. At that moment, Xiao Wu, with her delicate physique, swiftly followed, executing a graceful backflip that positioned her firmly on Li Xian's shoulders. With her eyes wide open, Li Xian could almost foresee the inevitable outcome. Before he could utter a single word, Xiao Wu pressed her hands against her head, her entire body twisting in midair as she seized his collar, with one heel firmly planted in the center of Li Xian's waist. Li Xian's face turned pale as he hurriedly reached out to grasp Xiao Wu. However, her soft and smooth arms slipped away like wax, eluding his grasp entirely. As the scenery before him spun, he found himself tumbling backward. Xiao Wu gracefully landed on one foot, her other leg descending elegantly from the air, her legs coming together as she clapped her hands. Bowing slightly, she exclaimed, completed. Tang San, catch me. In midair, Li Xian had no leverage, and as he turned his body, his face was nearly brushing the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, Tang San rushed over and caught him with bare hands. With a sigh of relief, Li Xian's feet touched down, his mind still reeling. Turning back, he saw Xiao Wu grinning at him, her body leaning forward in curiosity. Tang San, she isn't guiding me. She is merely showing off. I'm done playing with her. Tang San's lips curled into a bitter smile. As long as you understand. I warned you that she lacks control. Perhaps you should practice with me instead. All right. Li Xian arrived at the campus, and Tang San promptly took a leave of absence. Throughout the afternoon, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of martial arts techniques. Although Tang San was not well versed in jiu-jitsu, he possessed a profound understanding of Xiao Wu. After some time spent together, he discerned the essence of her style and imparted his insights to Li Xian. He cautioned, stating that when sparring with a jiu-jitsu expert, one must be mindful of their waist positioning and avoid being seized, particularly around the back, neck, and similar vulnerable areas. Should one fall prey to such holds, it would be tantamount to surrender. Tang San devised a counter method to preemptively address these potential situations, motivated by his desire to effectively engage with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing their vigorous practice, clapped her hands in excitement. It's my turn now. Come on, Xiao San, let's go again. I haven't quite mastered it yet. All right. Humph. It's not that Li Xian finds her too old. Rather, this girl strikes far too hard. It was hardly surprising, as in the realm of soul beasts, daily life revolved around life and death struggles, compelling them to unleash their utmost strength in combat. Having grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, even in human form, it would take time for her to adapt. Moreover, Xiao Wu seemed to lack an understanding of human ethics during their previous exchange. Li Xian felt a twinge of concern regarding the implications of their close proximity. Xiao San, I have no interest in your sister, but continuing this sparring could lead to misunderstandings. As dusk approached, their practice finally came to a halt. After expressing his gratitude to Tang San, Li Xian returned directly to the Soul Academy, contemplating Xiao Wu's frustration and thinking that Tang San would not have a peaceful evening. Nevertheless, Li Xian had gleaned much from the day. First and foremost, after being thrown by Xiao Wu, he learned a valuable lesson about feints. The execution of jiu-jitsu requires close proximity to one's opponent, and during the upcoming duel, Fajia would undoubtedly seek to exploit any openings. Thus, Li Xian resolved to remain vigilant against deceptive maneuvers. Furthermore, he recognized that if his lower back were to be controlled by an opponent, he would lose both the ability to counterattack and his center of balance, as it is challenging to launch powerful strikes from such a position, an area that Fajia might target. Lastly, through practice with Tang San, Li Xian acquired numerous countermeasures. As a prodigious disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San's perceptiveness was exceptional. His strategies against Xiao Wu's techniques left Li Xian thoroughly impressed. Indeed, he was well prepared. This realization filled Li Xian with a sense of accomplishment, affirming that he had chosen the right mentor for the day. On his way home, Li Xian repeatedly reflected on their training. In truth, he harbored no concerns about facing Fajia in a contest of martial souls. With his Millennium Soul Ring, he felt confident against her superior level. His apprehension regarding close-quarters jiu-jitsu stemmed from the director's caution. Dean Su had warned him earlier that his only defeat had come at the hands of Fajia's black belt jiu-jitsu, emphasizing this point several times. Dean Su's insights resonated deeply with Li Xian, instilling a firm belief in their validity. In summary, Li Xian exerted his utmost effort during the day's training, and now, all that remained was to seize the opportunity that tomorrow would present. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Xian forsook his practice of the purple extreme demon eye and rose early to review the previous day's training. Morning hours are optimal for memory retention, allowing his body to solidify its muscle memory. After all, a single day's training paled in comparison to Fajia's relentless regimen. He needed to leverage the mechanisms of the human body. Having thoroughly reviewed all of Tang San's techniques, Li Xian felt well prepared. Glancing at the clock, he noted that time was of the essence and promptly set out for the cafeteria. On this Saturday, the school was closed, leaving the campus nearly deserted. Li Xian brought breakfast for Yushi and, before heading to the training room, reminded her to diligently practice at home and not to wander off unnecessarily. Li Xian did not wish for Yushi to be aware of his duel with Fajia, fearing that it would provoke her imagination. However, Yushi proved to be quite obedient. Upon Li Xian's suggestion, she immediately nodded in agreement. She, too, did not wish to hinder Li Xian's progress and felt a sense of urgency regarding her own cultivation. In the Soul Academy's training room, within the confines of a 1v1 arena, Fajia knelt on one side. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, her elongated gaze flickered, and the corner of her lips curved into an exquisite arc. To her surprise, "You were rather punctual." Li Xian let out a breath, casually remarking, "Indeed. One comes after a hearty meal." Fajia rose to her feet, clad in a loose-fitting, pristine white training outfit. Her chestnut waves were gathered high with a crimson ribbon, and her youthful face bore no trace of makeup, yet her exquisitely delicate features retained a hint of girlish innocence, with the natural radiance of her complexion serving as her subtle adornment. Coupled with her noble lineage, she exuded an air of grace and elegance that was both refined and striking. Her tall stature was accentuated by a black belt cinched at her waist, further highlighting her slender figure, were it not for the fervent intensity in her eyes today, which created a dissonance in her overall demeanor. Li Xian would have been inclined to compliment her as a charming young beauty. "Please," Fajia said, extending one hand levelly, pointing directly across. Li Xian approached and cast another glance, discovering that Fajia had removed her shoes and socks, her delicate feet resting beneath her, poised for a graceful duel. Nodding slightly, Li Xian discarded his own shoes, revealing his relatively tanned and robust feet. Confidence sparkled in his gaze as Fajia's lips curled into a subtle smile. She tightened her belt, straightening her back with poise. Subsequently, she rose to stand upright, bending at the waist towards Li Xian, with a slight arch of his brow. Li Xian surmised this was a gesture of courtesy, and thus bent at the waist in return. In that fleeting moment, Fajia sprang into action. Her fair foot seemed to magnify before his eyes, her body leaping behind it. With her arms stacked, elbows pointed downward, she launched a dual assault towards Li Xian. Reacting instinctively, he extended his leg to block the advancing foot, yet instead of retreating, he lunged forward, encircling Fajia's waist and disrupting her forward momentum. In the air, Fajia was caught but remained unperturbed, striking Li Xian's back with her elbows while her long legs clamped around his upper body, effectively securing him despite the disruption of his balance. Li Xian hurled himself downwards, forcefully slamming Fajia onto the ground. A sharp pain shot through his back. This girl certainly did not hold back. Despite his position above her, he found himself at a disadvantage as Fajia tightly ensnared his head, rendering him unable to rise and unleash his punches. Li Xian tightened his neck and extended his forearm upwards, firmly gripping Fajia's neck. "Humph, his preparation is quite thorough." Fajia immediately discerned that Li Xian was well prepared. Otherwise, how could a mere adolescent possess such extensive knowledge of combat techniques? "You little vixen, resorting to ambush." Do you dare to confront me directly with your soul power? Li Xian strained his vocal cords, his voice sounding labored. Fajia let out a cold snort, asserting her advantage, questioning whether he could provoke her. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Li Xian's forearm pressed against her neck, interrupting her words. Although he was unable to exert force, he certainly knew how to trouble her. Fajia suddenly broke free from his grip, taking a deep breath, and then proudly declared, "It's useless. You should concede. On the ground, you are no match for me. Ugh, get your filthy hands off me. Don't touch my mouth. My nose. Ugh." Fajia's nose was pinched upward, and with her mouth slightly open, Li Xian's hand was unrelentingly exploring her face. Li Xian understood that Fajia was not jesting. A formidable soul master possessing a serpent martial spirit and excelling in her prowess on the ground was undeniably overwhelming. This was evident from her legs, coiling around his waist like constricting pythons, nearly suffocating him. Faced with an insurmountable challenge, Li Xian had no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. "Bah, you scoundrel," disregarding the rules. Fajia arched her neck and lifted her head, catching her breath. Subsequently, she pressed down on Li Xian's head, her long legs extending as her feet intertwined in the air, her thighs tightening further, causing Li Xian's ribs to emit a series of crisp cracking sounds. Li Xian felt the air in his lungs being expelled, struggling to breathe, his entire face flushed crimson. "Ah, is this how it is?" While jiu-jitsu is indeed formidable, it thrives within the confines of established rules. With a surge of determination, Li Xian opened his mouth and aimed for the area near Fajia's right rib, biting down forcefully. "Ah, you little brat, acting like a dog," he roared in anger, his words somewhat indistinct. "Disregarding the rules. How shameless of you," he scoffed. "You think it's permissible to launch a sneak attack while I cannot employ cunning tactics?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian summoned all his strength, abruptly thrusting Fajia, who had him ensnared, down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Without releasing his grip, he slammed her again. "You scoundrel." However, before he could strike a third blow, Fajia relinquished her hold, finally allowing Li Xian to free his head from her embrace. Li Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart as he raised his arm, preparing to strike. However, just as his arm ascended, Fajia's hands pressed firmly against his head. A flash of white light surged before his eyes, and in a bizarre twist, Fajia contorted her body, which was positioned below him, instantly flipping over. Her legs encircled his body, mirroring the rotation with a graceful motion. Before Li Xian could react, he stumbled forward, and in that fleeting moment, Fajia secured his back, rising to pin him beneath her. The warm breath brushed against his ear, and a pair of slender arms, unbeknownst to him, had already encircled his collarbone, gliding down to his exposed neck, swiftly traversing to seek out the other wrist at the nape. Li Xian's heart raced as he caught sight of the gradually curling smile at the corner of Fajia's lips. Chapter 27. A fierce confrontation. A glimmer of pride passed over Fajia's delicate visage as she tightened her elbow around her left wrist, leaning back with her head arched, channeling all her strength to firmly ensnare Li Xian's neck. With a push of her feet, Fajia lifted Li Xian, and as she took a gentle breath, his complexion turned crimson from the rush of blood. Utilizing soul power. Despicable. Hearing Li Xian's muffled protest of discontent, Fajia's ruby lips released a fragrant breeze as her pointed chin pressed against his head, delivering a sharp tap. "Is it not forbidden to employ soul power? You have lost." Effortlessly twisting her body from the ground, Fajia naturally harnessed the soul power within her. As a beast martial spirit, the white snake enhanced her resilience and speed, enabling her body to unleash extraordinary bursts of energy in an incredibly short span of time. Li Xian resembled a parched fish, his body arched in a delicate curve, his back pressed against the soft, warm chest of Fajia, yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to savor this peculiar tenderness. Her slender, pale legs coiled around his waist like a constricting serpent, while her feet dangled in midair, strained from excessive effort. Each plump toe turned a shade pale, revealing a hint of the blood beneath. How unexpected. This little vixen would go to any lengths to secure victory over him. A contest that was abruptly interrupted by her. Employing soul force in the midst of their struggle, Li Xian mused that Fajia was as unscrupulous as he. Humph. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, and with a forceful downward press of his shoulders, he instinctively released his soul power. In an instant, the robust energy within him surged forth. The torrent of soul power filled his limbs and bones, and his complexion shifted as he executed a powerful leap, springing off the ground. He dove downward, grasped Fajia's ankle, and with a swift motion, hurled her to the ground behind him. Cough. Li Xian's weight, combined with his powerful leap, caused a violent crash that left Fajia momentarily dazed, gasping for breath. This young man. At that moment, she tightened her legs even further, and upon closer inspection, they were deeply embedded around Li Xian's waist. Fajia had not anticipated that despite her constricting hold, Li Xian remained vibrant and full of life. In previous encounters with opponents, a mere moment of strangulation would suffice to render them unconscious from lack of blood flow. "I shall strangle you." Fajia let out a soft yet fierce growl. She pressed her chin against the crown of Li Xian's head, creating a five-directional grip. Observing Li Xian's desperate attempt to rise, she could hardly resist the urge to bite down on his skull with ferocity. "Dream on." Li Xian managed to utter those 2 words. His breath barely a whisper. His complexion flushed, he was running low on strength. Suddenly extending his arms, he adopted a posture as if to embrace. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted, directing his palms towards his neck, summoning every ounce of energy to invoke the Xian technique. Seizing the crane and capturing the dragon. With a swift motion, the arms that tightly encircled his neck encountered an overwhelming force, causing Fajia to momentarily lose her focus. As her grip slackened slightly, a chill swept over her chest, and Li Xian, like an eel, slipped free. Fajia's reflexes were undeniably quick. Sensing her opponent's intent to flee, she expertly hooked his right shoulder with her foot. Rising swiftly, she seized his wrist and flung him backward, casting him to the ground. While still airborne, her long legs ensnared his arms. And with a deft twist of her delicate hands, she contorted Li Xian's joints. Fajia, with her supple and resilient limbs, settled atop him, pinning him down with unwavering force. Are you done yet? Li Xian's delicate visage contorted slightly in pain as his arm throbbed, a sound of indignation escaping his lips. Fajia, unfazed, employed the strength of her hips to forcibly turn Li Xian onto his side. With a graceful twist of her tall frame, she pressed down upon his exposed hind leg, her feet deliberately teasing his profile. Li Xian's arm twisted 180 degrees through her long legs as she was embraced by Fajia. "Ha, you're finished. I'm furious. Ha. It is said that one should repay in kind." Fajia was clearly retaliating against Li Xian for earlier using her filthy hands to mess with her. "You little rascal. Quite skilled indeed, managing to escape my naked choke." Fajia's small face beamed with pride, and as she spoke, her foot relentlessly stomped on Li Xian's face. "You little brat. Don't think for a moment that I have no means to deal with you. I possess numerous techniques, and I fear you may not withstand them." Although Li Xian put on a brave front, he instinctively turned his face away to evade the assault of the young girl's tiny feet. However, as soon as he averted his gaze, her toes swiftly followed, delivering a sudden slap to his face. The sting was sharp. Meanwhile, Fajia was not idle. She had completed a circular motion with her arms and firmly grasped his wrists. With a slight exertion, a wave of pain surged through Li Xian, sending chills to his very core. "Still stubborn, are we?" Fajia furrowed her brows, frustration boiling within her as she extended her toes to hook onto Li Xian's nose, forcefully pushing forward. The scene was far too grotesque to behold, especially since Li Xian had just employed a similar tactic against her. "Ghostly shadows," he exclaimed in a low, commanding tone, his expression grave. With an unusual gait, he began to move his feet in the air, unexpectedly shifting his body sideways. Utilizing the sudden momentum, he pivoted his body in the opposite direction. This back-and-forth maneuver left Fajia off balance, causing her to lean backward. As her hands slipped, she could only grasp Li Xian's palm, yearning to continue her pursuit, but her grip turned icy and slick, causing her to lose hold in an instant. "Go to hell." Li Xian broke free from the restraints, allowing his body to rise as he half-reclined on the ground, one foot striking Fajia squarely in the face, sending her tumbling over in disarray until she finally came to a halt. As he stood and brushed off the edges of his attire, Li Xian's expression darkened, a silent reproach lingering in the air. Had the games ended? In that moment, a terrifying aura surged from within him, his palm unfurling gently, and the intricate patterns of his martial spirit began to manifest. Clutching a sprig of cassia, Li Xian gazed intently at Fajia, who was struggling to regain her footing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his elongated almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Her techniques were indeed peculiar. Both lethal binding skills had been effortlessly evaded. "Very well," he thought, lacking the inclination to prolong this encounter. "Let us conclude this swiftly." With his arms lowered and fingers poised elegantly, Fajia's eyes glimmered with a radiant light as a gossamer veil descended like moonlight upon her. A phantom white serpent coiled above her head, and in the blink of an eye, her form elongated, her already slender waist becoming even more exaggerated. Her figure was ethereal and graceful, her chest gently heaving, as she delicately inhaled, raising her sharply defined chin with an air of elegance. 2-century-old yellow soul rings floated around her, signifying her status as a level 23 agility-based soul master, wielding the white serpent as her spirit. "I look forward to your guidance," she proclaimed, positioning herself sideways with one hand directed towards Li Xian. The tension in the air was palpable. Li Xian crossed his arms and let out a cold chuckle. The golden and purple brilliance swirled within his clasped palms as he now wielded the power to control the size of his martial soul. With a single step forward, his black soul ring emerged, floating around him in a rhythmic manner, emanating a terrifying aura. A level 19 control system soul master, with the martial soul of Cassius Seed. He declared, "Come forth." Level 19. Cassius Seed. Fajia listened intently to this peculiar martial soul, instinctively furrowing her brows. She had never encountered it before. Can grass truly serve as a martial soul? However, her brow furrowed deeper, sensing something amiss. Gazing at the luminous circle beneath Li Xian's feet, she thought perhaps her vision was deceiving her and rubbed her eyes. It was indeed strange. What exactly is Cassius Seed? And why does your soul ring appear so unusual? Li Xian raised an eyebrow, allowing his soul ring to hover above his head. Was it truly incomprehensible? How peculiar. This motherly figure. Black. Fajia gasped, her small mouth agape. 10,000 years. Huh. It felt as if his mind had been struck by an overwhelming force. Momentarily unable to accept such a sight. This was impossible. A soul master of feeble constitution could not possess a soul ring exceeding 400 years, otherwise they would face catastrophic demise. This was a widely acknowledged truth within the realm of soul masters. How could he possibly have a 10,000-year soul ring? A tumult of emotions surged within Fajia as she scrutinized Li Xian, suddenly recalling something. You claim to be a level 19 soul master? Indeed. How old are you? 6 years old. How can you be merely 6 years old? Stunned, Fajia found herself momentarily speechless. If Li Xian was truly 6 years old and possessed a soul power of level 19, then the existence of his 10,000-year soul ring was likely genuine. Upon reaching the 10,000-year mark, a soul beast prowess ascends to a terrifying echelon, rivaled only by soul kings. Similarly, the transformation a 10,000-year soul ring could bestow upon a soul master is exceedingly formidable. Fajia had initially assumed Li Xian was an older child, delayed in his schooling and remaining in the first grade. She had paid little heed to the possibility of his soul power exceeding level 15. Now, however, she realized her misjudgment. A 6-year-old achieving level 19 and possessing a 10,000-year soul ring, his background must be far more complex than she had imagined. Are you still going to fight? Do not forget our wager. Noting her hesitance, Li Xian frowned. Fajia quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious. Of course, I will fight. Why wouldn't I? Although Li Xian appeared formidable, she would not yield. Everything would be resolved after the battle. With 4 levels of soul power above him and an additional soul ring, even if Li Xian's first soul ring was 10,000 years. Facing her as a 2-soul skill grandmaster, he would not emerge unscathed. With this thought, Fajia unleashed a white afterimage. Her first 100-year soul ring shimmering beneath her feet as she charged toward Li Xian. First soul skill, Serpent-esque glide. Bang! Li Xian, with unwavering determination, shattered myriad laws. His eyes shimmering with a violet hue. He clenched his fist and struck sideways. The afterimage before him dissipated, revealing the true form of Fajia, who, with arms raised in defense, leaped back to dissipate the force, gliding several meters away. The soul power clinging to her body faded, unveiling her concealed figure. While a large question mark adorned Fajia's face. Can you see me? Her serpent glide soul skill was derived from a century-old herbivorous soul beast adept at stealth. Typically, upon learning that she was an agile attack-type soul master, opponents would anticipate her proactive assault. However, serpent glide served as a diversion, concealing her true self to the side while executing a feigned attack. This tactic had proven unfailingly effective, and Fajia had never faltered against her peers before. She had intended to employ this technique to swiftly eliminate Li Xian, but to her surprise, in their very first encounter, he had discerned her intentions. Do noble students often engage in such inquiries during battle? Li Xian leaped high into the air, his fist magnifying before Fajia, encountering an opponent of comparable strength. Li Xian had no intention of a swift resolution. He wished to engage in a duel to assess the fruits of his recent training, thus refraining from unleashing his soul abilities. As he slid sideways, feeling the fierce winds surging towards him, Fajia narrowed her gaze slightly. She grasped Li Xian's arm, her heel sweeping back, and her form soared into the sky. Li Xian seized the opportunity to grab, but Fajia evaded in an unreasonable posture. Subsequently, she secured Li Xian's arm, her legs resting upon his shoulders, and then, with a graceful lean of her delicate form, she brought him crashing down forward. Li Xian took a step forward, stabilizing his form, and with a swift motion, he hurled Fajia, who was clinging to his arm, forcefully to the ground. However, the impact failed to manifest. In his line of sight, Fajia abruptly vanished, leaving behind a chilling sensation that brushed against his back. With a muffled grunt, she struck him with a palm before gracefully evading. With a few agile rolls, Fajia swiftly created distance once more. Li Xian's power is exceedingly formidable. Once he activates his soul force, attempting to execute against him becomes an arduous task. In truth, is merely a martial art for mortals, offering a certain advantage in hand-to-hand combat against opponents of comparable strength. However, when it comes to contesting soul force or engaging in life-and-death duels, its efficacy diminishes significantly. Fajia steadied her breath and performed a forward somersault, swiftly planting her palms on the ground. With her feet aimed at Li Xian's face, she unleashed a series of flying kicks. One low sweep disrupted Li Xian's center, and he endured several solid strikes to his arms. Seizing the moment, Li Xian intended to deliver a few punches to Fajia, but suddenly, the second-century-old soul ring beneath her feet shimmered ominously. This was a precarious situation. Li Xian instinctively sought to evade. Chapter 28. Fierce Assault on Fajia. After taking a step back, his other foot was suddenly seized by Fajia. Li Xian summoned his soul power to block, only to witness pure white energy enveloping Fajia's form. Her radiant figure launched upward with a powerful kick, propelling Li Xian into the air. A series of strikes. With a delicate shout, Fajia supported herself with her hands, delivering a second kick. Li Xian's chin lifted as his body accelerated in midair. Yet, this was not the end. While suspended, Fajia left behind an afterimage and surged forward once more, landing a solid third kick to Li Xian's abdomen, sending him soaring higher. Darkness engulfed him, and he experienced a fleeting dizziness, suspecting it to be the effect of a century-old soul technique. Upon opening his eyes again, he was met with Fajia's stunning visage, now upside down, filling his vision. As her form descended, her center of gravity revealed an enchanting sight at her waist, and then her delicate feet ensnared Li Xian's neck once more. With his legs now captured by Fajia, Li Xian lost his balance and was further restrained, allowing her to spin her body, driving him forcefully toward the ground. Jiu-jitsu. 1,000-pound drop. A delicate cry echoed in his ears as the scene before him spun, the floor looming closer. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, and the brilliance of his eternal soul rings surged forth as a brown mire rapidly spread before him, swiftly engulfing the training room. With a splatter, mud splashed everywhere. Li Xian found himself half submerged in the mire, a slight dizziness clouding his mind. At that moment, he felt a gentle pressure on his back. Fajia executed a swift maneuver, deftly retreating as she evaded the descending column from above, pulling back several dozen meters. What a close call. Li Xian exhaled deeply, relieved that the mire had cushioned the impact of gravity. Otherwise, he would have been rendered unconscious by Fajia's assault. This woman is truly straightforward. Is this your first soul skill? Humph. Upon noticing that Li Xian was unscathed, Fajia's expression soured considerably. Not only had her seemingly foolproof first soul skill been seen through by Li Xian, but her second soul skill, which had proven invincible against peers, combined with her exquisite grappling techniques, was designed to incapacitate any opponent caught in its grasp. The force of her attack could easily stun even a level 30 soul master. Alas, she bit her lip and sighed softly. Nevertheless, this encounter was not in vain. It had forced Li Xian to reveal his first soul skill, alleviating her concerns about the hidden trump card he had yet to unleash. Although Li Xian possessed a black soul ring, Fajia understood that such a millennium soul ring could only produce a single soul skill. With this thought in mind, she raised her gaze towards the gravity ring that slowly descended from the sky, a sense of vigilance blossoming within her. As she made contact with the mire, she felt her speed diminish, and her soul power weakened significantly. The negative effects indicated that this was a control-type soul skill. However, she could not discern the function of those yellow pillars. Your soul skill is impressive, reducing my speed by nearly half. Yet, this swamp shows no sign of dissipating. You must be straining your soul power to maintain it. A seasoned warrior like Fajia quickly perceived that Li Xian's skill required a substantial expenditure of soul energy. Patiently, she retreated to a corner, waiting to see just how long Li Xian could endure. You are indeed clever. Li Xian shook his head in resignation, realizing that his earth manipulation technique had been effortlessly discerned by Fajia. The consumption of soul skills derived from the Millennium Soul Ring was indeed formidable, and he could no longer endure. The mire sank into the tiles, and the gravitational rings in the sky began to dissipate. After catching his breath, Li Xian wearily sat on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gazing at Fajia, who stood not far away. I have no strength left. If you approach, you win. Fajia remained silent, observing him quietly. The Millennium Soul Ring instilled in her a profound apprehension, fearing that Li Xian might have a hidden trick up his sleeve. I refuse, she declared with pride. Come on. I won't. Fixating on her, Li Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He was no ordinary fool. He still possessed a modicum of soul power, enough to briefly activate his earth manipulation once more. As long as he controlled the area and caused Fajia to collide with the dense gravitational rings, he could conclude the battle in a mere second. However, no one would be foolish enough to fall for that. After circling in place twice, Fajia crossed her arms and chuckled softly. Since both of us have depleted our soul power, why not retract our martial spirits, seal our soul power, and continue with a friendly spar? What do you think? Li Xian's gaze was deep and unfathomable. I do not believe you. With a stern expression, Fajia's countenance turned cold. This mischievous boy is truly difficult to deal with. Prepare yourself. A pure white soul force enveloped her body, rendering Fajia nearly invisible. Before Li Xian, a phantom charged towards him. Rising swiftly, Li Xian employed the purple extreme demon eye to pinpoint Fajia's true form. Just as she was about to close the distance, he took a sudden step forward, elation surging within him. You are finished. The earth manipulation technique activated, causing a muddy pit to emerge beneath his feet, while a colossal gravitational sphere accumulated above him, resonating with a clarion sound. Fajia collided with the gravitational sphere, momentarily dazed. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian clenched his fist and struck towards her forehead. However, the Fajia before him dissipated, a wisp of exquisite soul power vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, the phantom Fajia revealed her true form, performing a backward somersault to evade the earth manipulation's grasp, a cunning glint flashing across her charming face. You mischievous boy. My serpent swim technique allows for both duplication and intangibility. You have fallen for my ruse. Fajia's expression brimmed with pride as she witnessed Li Xian's soul technique dissipate. With a powerful push from her feet, she left behind an afterimage. Shameless. Li Xian's heart seethed with anger as he realized that the phantom captured by the purple extreme demon eye was the true form crafted by Fajia using soul power. while she herself had transformed into a decoy concealed within her own soul technique. Li Xian let out a resigned sigh. Realizing that this woman's first soul skill was exceptionally remarkable, perfectly suited to her martial spirit. The training of aristocratic offspring transcends the perspective of ordinary individuals. Even a century-old soul ring can yield extraordinary results. However, you are celebrating prematurely. With a cold huff, Li Xian feigned a retreat, catching a glimpse of Fajia rapidly closing in. Suddenly, he pivoted, and the black soul ring at his feet shimmered once more. With a flurry, a soul skill composed of petals shot forth. Fajia, caught off guard, collided directly with the same soul skill, and in an instant, the white aura enveloping her dissipated swiftly. Her expression changed dramatically as she struggled to halt her momentum in the air. The petals continued to rain down, and as Fajia felt her defenses wane, the barrage of incoming attacks intensified her pain. With narrowed eyes ablaze with fury, she glared at Li Xian. What is this skill? Why have you held back? Fajia pondered in confusion. Even a 10,000-year soul ring can only grant a soul master a single soul skill. Why does Li Xian possess two? Seizing the moment, he aimed to claim victory. Li Xian Kai refrained from offering an explanation. Within a mere breath, Fajia's dual defenses plummeted by 40. At this moment, she resembled a turtle stripped of its shell, fragile to the touch. Thud, thud. With two powerful strikes, Fajia emitted a muffled groan. As large patches of bruised flesh surfaced upon her skin, Li Xian would not let her escape, relentlessly pursuing her with fierce attacks. In the recent battle, Fajia had utilized her soul skills multiple times, depleting her own soul power significantly. The sudden onslaught from Zillion caught her off guard, leaving her in a vulnerable position. Aware that she was no match for Li Xian, Fajia pushed him away with a forceful palm and swiftly turned to flee. You cannot escape. At this moment, Li Xian resembled a humanoid spirit beast, his legs firmly planted on the ground. With a sudden burst of energy, he closed the distance to Fajia in just 2 strides. His hand reached out, but the sleek black strands of hair slipped through his fingers like shadows. Fajia, with a vigilant expression on her delicate face, leaned her body forward sharply. In this evasive maneuver, Li Xian's large hand glided past her shoulder, grasping nothing but air. Li Xian swiftly accelerated, unwilling to release her grip, while his other hand reached forward. However, this time, Fajia chose to bend down and evade. Li Xian's fingertips brushed against Fajia's back, trailing from the nape of her neck down to her waist. In an instant, 2 of his fingertips caught hold of a certain elastic string within Fajia's garment, and with a sharp tug, it was torn away. With a resounding pop, he let go. Fajia momentarily halted, her entire being stiffening for a brief moment. Li Xian came to a halt, reflecting on the elasticity he had just experienced at his fingertips, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Fajia, filled with rage, turned her head sharply, her gaze burning like fire. Ugh, is it really necessary to wear something so small? Li Xian was eager to voice his complaints. Yet he understood that this was not the opportune moment to provoke Fajia. Of course, it was also possible that Fajia was deliberately stalling for time. Considering that the adverse effects of the Violet Lotus soul skill were soon to expire, Li Xian stood his ground, allowing the seething gaze of Fajia to strip him of his composure. He endeavored to mask the discomfort etched upon his face, his right hand clenched into a tight fist, biding his time. You have gone too far. As the words escaped her lips, Fajia seemed to elevate herself, her white serpent spirit manifesting above her head. Her figure elongated and became more supple, and then with a swift flick of her right hand, she unleashed 4 or 5 drops of purple liquid from her fingertips. A sneak attack? It was too late to evade. Li Xian turned his body but was still struck by a single drop of the liquid. The purple substance met his skin, emitting smoke as it seeped beneath the surface. With a furrowed brow, dizziness enveloped Li Xian's mind, his legs wobbled, and he soon found himself kneeling upon the ground. Before him, Fajia crouched, rustling about for a moment before clapping her hands and striding over with a haughty snort, declaring, "Let this teach you a lesson in manners. Experience the potency of the phosphorescent poison." Li Xian sat down with a somber expression. Phosphorescent poison? Your martial spirit is a white snake. How could it possess venom? With the same martial spirit, soul skills can be mutually nurtured within the body. Has your teacher not instructed you on this? I do not possess phosphorescent poison, but my friend does. So what? Does that count as my soul skill? Can you refute that? Li Xian, struggling against dizziness, found himself devoid of any capacity to resist. Observing the vanquished before her, Fajia felt a surge of joy. If she struck now, victory would be hers. Meanwhile, as she contemplated Fajia's words, Li Xian's mind raced. The blue scale snake was a familial martial spirit, exclusively held by the Douluo clan along this great path. Aha! This means that Fajia must have connections within the Douluo family. Familiar names flooded his mind. Yet, in his current state of disorientation, recalling that name proved exceedingly difficult. The audacity of her claims was impressively eloquent, and I have gained a newfound appreciation for your boldness. Li Xian bit his tongue fiercely and gave Fajia the middle finger. A loss is a loss. No amount of words can change that. Is there a rule that prohibits the use of other means? Fajia's face was filled with defiance. In her duel with Li Xian, any tactic was permissible. A duel epitomizes brutality. There are no established rules. She did not believe she was in the wrong. Is that so? Lowering his head, Li Xian unscrewed a small vial of liquid. Suddenly looking up, he splashed the contents directly onto Fajia's face. The soul power enveloping Fajia's body seemed to melt like snow, and she covered her face, letting out a piercing scream. Li Xian twisted open several bottles and downed the reinaugural wine in one gulp. Rising lightly, he felt his dizziness dissipate significantly. The venom of the emerald-scaled serpent is exceedingly potent. However, the two had merely quarreled over a trivial matter, and Fajia would not resort to lethal force. This particular toxin can be counteracted with reinaugural wine. What have you thrown at me? Fajia stumbled a few steps back, then sank to the ground. Releasing her grip as her soul energy was nearly exhausted, Li Xian unscrewed the medicine bottle and strode over with determination. Whatever means necessary, he declared, let's drink. Gripping her small mouth, he forcefully poured the potent yellow wine into her. As she struggled, Fajia attempted to push him away, yet her arms felt feeble. Possessing a serpentine soul, her body exhibited certain serpentine traits, and as she swallowed the yellow wine, the remaining soul power within her dissipated instantly. With all her might, she tried to shove Li Xian away, her voice strained, her complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Pointing at Li Xian, Fajia exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" "Rest assured," he replied, "I'm merely disinfecting you. You shall be unharmed." After Li Xian finished his drink, he lifted his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and calmly remarked, "Now, this is something." With that, his fist transformed into a flurry of rain, mercilessly raining down upon Fajia. "You enjoy using poison, do you? Well, I have my own." Li Xian seized the opportunity and forcefully pinned Fajia to the ground, delivering a barrage of blows. Despite her attempts to break free, he effortlessly pulled her back with his long limbs. His fists moved like shadows, landing upon Fajia's soft form. As her spirit energy dissipated, she found herself utterly drained. Her once proud agility was of no use against Li Xian, and after enduring half a minute of relentless strikes, she conceded. "You win. I admit defeat," she declared, her eyes betraying a mix of humiliation and desire. Upon hearing her words, Li Xian took a deep breath and flipped Fajia over, straddling her as he calmly stated, "As per our agreement, I shall take the gem, and your cousin's matters will be overlooked. A fair duel demands acceptance of defeat, as you said." He removed the badge adorning her chest, claiming his spoils. Fajia's face flushed with indignation. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Covering her cheeks with her arms, she shouted, "Take care of that. I will reclaim it." Casting a glance at the defiant girl, Li Xian smirked and, before departing, gave her a dismissive kick. "We'll talk when you can defeat me." As he exited the one-on-one training room, a faint sound reminiscent of weeping lingered in the air, prompting a satisfied grin to form on Li Xian's lips. Victory! What an exhilarating battle it had been! Fajia, a 23rd level soul master from a prestigious academy, possessed exceptional talent, and engaging in such a spirited contest provided Li Xian with a clear understanding of his own strength. This marked the first time since becoming a soul master that he had fought with full intensity. Fajia was no weakling. With her agile white snake martial spirit and mastery of top-tier grappling techniques, even her soul rings had been meticulously selected by her family. In this duel, Li Xian had faced considerable challenges. Setting aside other considerations, had it not been for his earth manipulation soul skill, he might have found himself bested by this feisty girl. In conclusion, it was exhilarating. With his triumph over Fajia, a subtle pride blossomed within Li Xian's heart. After Li Xian departed, in the duel chamber, Fajia gathered herself from her disheveled state, sitting on the floor with her knees drawn to her chest, softly weeping. Moments later, she wiped away her tears, biting her crimson lip in frustration. That little brat. This matter is far from over. Chapter 29. Shopping in the early morning. The staff building was awash with light and shadow. Rays of light gently poured onto the balcony, and the minute traces of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, were drawn by the morning glow, coalescing within the bedroom, merging into the petite figure seated in meditation. Click. At a certain moment, the door was gently pushed open. Li Xian, dragging his swollen body, quietly sat on the bed with a grimace. Pain coursed through various parts of his body, particularly his hand joints, which had suffered significantly at the hands of that little vixen, Fajia. His gaze fell upon Yushi, who was immersed in her cultivation. Her delicate face was serene, eyes tightly shut, and her small lips moved gently. The soul energy wafting through the air swirled like a vortex, gradually merging with her being. Upon closer inspection, a shadowy figure loomed behind Yushi, enveloping her form and emanating a chilling aura. Li Xian furrowed his brow. The degree of soul power accumulation was indeed astonishing. The black shadow was indistinct, lacking discernible features, yet meeting its gaze felt akin to staring into a black hole, drawing in his very spirit. By channeling a modicum of soul power to resist, Li Xian found his condition somewhat alleviated. It seemed Master Ma was not mistaken. Yushi's martial spirit would indeed grow stronger with the enhancement of her cultivation. At a certain moment, a substantial amount of floating soul power began to transform into darkness. Coalescing above Yushi's head, it resembled a funnel, with the black soul power pouring in like an ocean. A slight frown creased Yushi's delicate brow, and a pained expression surfaced on her countenance. A soft grunt escaped her lips as well. Li Xian's expression darkened as he promptly summoned his martial soul to suppress the overwhelming aura. The radiant light emitted by the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was both resolute and vibrant. In the blink of an eye, the dark silhouette behind Yueshi dissipated, and a resonant sound of opening and closing echoed within her being. Her soul power regained its tranquility, and her pair of eyes gently fluttered open. Li Xian leaned closer to the moonlit face of Yueshi, his expression one of scrutiny. As the black curtain lifted, obscured visions gradually came into focus. Yueshi gazed at the face before her, momentarily taken aback. Then, the proximity of his breath caused her fair cheeks to flush crimson. Li Xian? She stammered. With a furrowed brow, Li Xian propped himself up, subsequently seating himself in front of her. Your recent cultivation seemed peculiar. I feared you had fallen into a state of madness. Yueshi, one must not rush in their practice. Your approach is rather reckless. That wave of energy earlier was likely the result of your eagerness to break through, leading to the encroachment of the phantom martial soul upon your mind. Soul power must be gradually infused into the body. It requires patience, akin to the slow grinding of water. Having cultivated for over a year, Li Xian had only managed to elevate his soul power by 6 levels. Considering the timeline, Yueshi had entered the Soul Academy for less than a month and had already ascended 4 levels. Her methods were far too hasty. Yueshi gently pressed her thin lips together, her large eyes nodding in a manner that conveyed her grievance. Witnessing her enchanting demeanor, Li Xian felt a pang of sympathy and smiled. Nonetheless, I must congratulate you on reaching level 10 soul power. You are now eligible to obtain your first soul ring. Indeed, she exclaimed, clenching her tiny fists. Yueshi could sense the abundant soul power within her, ready to be assimilated should a soul ring present itself. Here. This is for you. Consider it a reward. A cool sapphire was pressed against her delicate face as Li Xian affixed it to her chest. Against the backdrop of her black Soul Academy uniform, it appeared quite striking. What is this? She inquired, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the exquisite sapphire adorning her chest. Your trophy, he replied. Li Xian did not conceal the fact that he had won a noble adornment from an exchange student, which he generously offered to you. Accepting the challenge posed by Fajia, Li Xian proposed a wager, intending to acquire something valuable as a token of gratitude for the care he received during his hospitalization. Is this for me? Is that permissible? A glimmer of joy danced in Yueshi's eyes. The cool touch of the azure gemstone rested in her palm. Intricately embroidered on a delicate blue and white patterned piece, one end elegantly folded to be worn upon her chest. Well, that fellow is willing to accept defeat. This is a gift for you. Please take it. All right. It was then that Yueshi noticed several bruises adorning Li Xian's body, his wrists swollen, and a faint scent of perfume lingering on his white training attire. As she delicately inhaled, her brow furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xian continued. I need to step out for a moment. Since you are free, shall we venture to Nottingham City together? Nottingham City? Indeed, since the weekend is unoccupied, let us go. Li Xian was required to report to the blacksmith shop. Moreover, with the end of the month approaching, he had yet to collect his gold soul coin from the spirit hall since becoming a soul master. The Tiando Empire allocated cultivation resources to soul masters, distributed through the spirit hall, allowing each soul master to receive 1 gold soul coin per month. Upon reaching the rank of great soul master, this amount increased to 10 coins, and for soul venerates, it escalated to 100 coins. Although Li Xian was merely 1 rank away from becoming a great soul master, this final ascent proved to be quite arduous. Nonetheless, he resolved to first claim the monthly stipend. Yueshi stood before Li Xian, nervously biting her red lip. Her face flushed with anxiety. Summoning her courage, she intended to share her thoughts on the fusion of their martial spirits. However, after much hesitation, the words remained unspoken. As she reflected on her actions concerning Li Xian, her cheeks warmed with a gentle heat. She pondered how she would respond if Li Xian were to inquire about it. Li Xian, oblivious to the thoughts occupying Yushi's mind, changed his attire and took her out for a leisurely stroll through the streets. Along the way, Yueshi discreetly squeezed Li Xian's hand, subtly transferring her soul power to him, her large eyes occasionally glancing his way, silently hoping he would take the initiative to inquire. The synergy between their soul powers was nearly perfect. Li Xian's soul energy exuded a warm and masculine vitality, while Yushi's martial spirit leaned towards a chilling and ethereal coldness. Li Xian felt a coolness in his hands. He had heard that girls often have a bit more dampness, so he intentionally activated his martial soul to warm her small hand. Yueshi, you must replenish your energy, he remarked. In recent days, he had been so engrossed in his training that he momentarily forgot about the fusion of martial souls. He had not even noticed the increase in his soul power during their journey. The two first arrived at the Martial Soul Hall to collect their gold soul coin subsidies. As an insider, Yueshi had reached the 10th level of soul power and, despite lacking a soul ring, she was able to obtain this month's subsidy by leveraging her connections. Registering their posed no issues, as they were all familiar faces. In the Heavendo Empire, an ordinary family's annual expenses amounted to merely 2 or 3 gold soul coins. Such a sum seemed like a fortune to Li Xian and Yueshi, leaving them unsure of how to spend it. It is worth noting that the expenses at the Soul Master Academy were minimal, and the Martial Soul Hall was affluent. providing various subsidies to the students. Throughout their studies, Li Xian and Yueshi found little need to spend money, eliminating the necessity to save. Unlike Tang San from the Notting City Primary Academy, who had to spend for meals. The gold soul coins in hand slipped through their fingers as they began to indulge in shopping. Since Yueshi arrived in Notting City, she had not truly enjoyed herself. The previous outings from the academy were solely to visit Li Xian, and aside from trips to and from the school hospital, she had not ventured elsewhere. With Li Xian by her side, her courage grew, and like a young girl on a shopping spree, she bought an array of items, her hands laden with bags. Li Xian, does this look good? She asked softly, holding up a pair of rabbit-shaped earrings, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon seeing the earrings, Li Xian frowned. They're a bit unappealing, he replied, instantly reminded of the incident when Xiao Wu had thrown him aside. Yueshi pouted slightly, then I won't take them. With that, she tossed the earrings back. Observing her youthful behavior, Li Xian was taken aback. Girls, once they reach a certain age, there will naturally be beauty to admire. Yueshi, you still have much to learn. After wandering around a bit longer, he followed the address provided in the recommendation letter to the iron shop introduced by Director Su. Upon entering with the letter, Li Xian approached the shopkeeper. Director Su has already informed me about you, young lad. However, our apprentices work hard, so you must think it through. That's fine, uncle, Li Xian replied. Given your small stature, you seem quite strong, the shopkeeper chuckled. You can come by any time to lend a hand, and I'll pay you by the hour. Sounds good. Thanks to his connection with Director Su, the shopkeeper was quite accommodating. In truth, apprentices at their shop were paid daily with a rather meager wage. For Li Xian, this arrangement was akin to receiving a favor from Director Su, ensuring he was treated well. Li Xian felt a subtle sense of indebtedness, quietly etching the favor of Dean Su into his heart. Li Xian intended to devote his afternoons to honing his forging skills at the blacksmith shop. Believing that consistent practice would lead to gradual improvement, he did not underestimate the value of those few hours each day. He surmised that by the end of the semester, he would have sufficient expertise to craft concealed weapons. Shall we head back now, Li Xian? Yushi inquired softly, her hands laden with various items as she walked beside him. Observing the look of unfulfilled excitement on Yushi's face, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Let's leave these at the Spirit Hall, and we can continue our fun this afternoon. All right. He understood that a balanced approach to training was essential. After several days of intense exertion, his body was beginning to feel fatigued. A day of rest would rejuvenate him. After all, he was still fundamentally a child at heart. Eager for play, after finishing their meal, they placed their purchases at the Spirit Hall and spent the afternoon meandering through the bustling streets of Notting City. On weekends, the commercial district thrived with activity, the streets lined with vendors selling tea, clothing, and snacks, while spacious areas were filled with stalls calling out to passers-by. Li Xian discovered that many of the items sold at these stalls were related to soul masters. For instance, they offered soul beast fur, natural crystals, rare forest-grown treasures, and wild medicinal herbs for healing, among other things. Chapter 30, Conflict. Moreover, there were professional services provided by soul masters. Through inquiries, Li Xian learned that they acted as intermediaries for soul masters, assisting in hunting soul beasts and forming teams for arenas. On this planet, many individuals had awakened peculiar martial souls. Li Xian even encountered a martial soul capable of fortune-telling. Observing the white soul ring floating beneath the feet of the fortune-telling elder, dim and reminiscent of a soul beast of 10 years cultivation, he promptly distanced himself. Such individuals were not to be trifled with, lest one be met with a grim fate. Li Xian strolled leisurely with Yushi, his attention drawn to the vendors around them as he sought a soul guide device that could serve as a storage solution. Unfortunately, such precious items as soul guide devices were seldom found at ordinary stalls, and even if they were available, Li Xian lacked the sufficient soul coins to make a purchase. Storage soul guide devices often commanded prices ranging from several hundred to several thousand soul coins. Li Xian felt a twinge of envy towards the third party, for the master had bestowed upon him a soul guide belt with a storage capacity of 24 cubic units. Such a soul guide must surely command a hefty price. Li Xian, look over there. It seems rather lively. Shall we take a look? Yushi urged, grasping his hand and gesturing towards the left front. A throng of people gathered, their voices rising in enthusiastic cheers, piquing Li Xian's curiosity. It was indeed quite intriguing, and he led Yushi toward the commotion. However, he failed to notice two students clad in blue uniforms, seemingly soul masters, approaching them with laughter and chatter. Neither party registered the presence of the other until, in a moment of carelessness, they collided. Yushi bumped into a considerably taller girl, landing abruptly on the ground. Yet, before she could fall, Li Xian swiftly pulled her back up. "Ah, my apologies," the female soul master student exclaimed, a look of regret crossing her face upon realizing the mishap. The coldness etched on Li Xian's face gradually dissipated as he gently tousled Yueshi's hair, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yueshi replied, her large, sparkling eyes blinking as she embraced Li Xian's arm and offered a gentle smile to the girl before her. "Sister didn't mean it, little sister, please don't be upset." The older female student smiled softly, her palm lightly brushing against Yueshi's head. However, when her gaze fell upon Yueshi's attire, particularly the metal adorning her chest, the smile on her face abruptly froze. She exchanged glances with her companions, a chill sweeping over her features. With a swift motion, she tore the metal from Yueshi, her eyes narrowing as she glared at her, demanding, "Where did you steal this metal from? Is this something you should be wearing?" As she spoke, her hand pressed accusingly towards Yueshi. Suddenly, another hand shot out, grasping her wrist tightly, causing the older female soul master to wince in pain as she glared back in anger. Yet, she was met with a frigid gaze. The piercing eyes, radiating a chilling light, were fixed intently on her. "Do you enjoy resorting to violence?" A girl, approximately 13 or 14, with straight silver hair, found herself entrapped by Li Xian's penetrating stare, her expression momentarily frozen, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Glancing at her reddened wrist, she furrowed her brows defiantly, clenched her hand, and forcefully shook off his grip. Li Xian leaned forward, and as the silver-haired girl arched her body backward, he swiftly seized her other arm, reclaiming the blue metal from her grasp. Then, with a sudden pivot, he used his shoulder to push her back several steps. "You." The silver-haired girl could hardly believe that someone would dare to lay hands on her. Beside her, a boy of about 13 or 14 with short golden hair immediately stepped forward to support her, holding the metal in his hand. Li Xian cast a cool glance at the two of them, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Take it." The small hand received the metal as Yushi clung to Li Xian's arm, seeking refuge beside him. Clearly startled by the unexpected turn of events, she was visibly shaken. "You brat, do you still dare to lay a hand on others? Are you courting death?" The boy, supporting the silver-haired girl, glared furiously at Li Xian. "Courting death? How absurd. It was you who initiated the confrontation." Li Xian crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the two individuals before him. Clad in blue uniforms, they appeared to be exchange students from the Seoul Academy of Fasno Province, visiting the Junior College of Notting City. When a disagreement arose, they immediately resorted to aggression against Yushi, prompting Li Xian to retaliate in kind. "Why strike first? Surely, you are aware of your own motives. Speak. Where did you steal that metal from? Notting City lacks any reputable soul masters, so how could there possibly be a blue noble metal? How do you justify this?" The silver-haired female soul master admonished sharply. "Justify? Do I owe you an explanation for my possessions? What gives you the right?" Upon hearing these words, Li Xian retorted immediately. In other words, this silver-haired girl, upon seeing Yueshi adorned with the sapphire metal, had already concluded that he was a thief. Such unreasonable and assertive character was something Li Xian encountered for the first time. The expectation for him to explain himself, Li Xian chuckled. "What I possess is mine to utilize as I please. Does your subjective judgment necessitate an explanation from me?" "Humph, quite the audacious tone." The silver-haired girl scrutinized Li Xian from head to toe. She had unexpectedly suffered a loss in their earlier confrontation. This seemingly unremarkable Junior Soul Academy student appeared more formidable than anticipated. "As far as I know, there is but one noble academy in Notting City, and I, Li Xian, am acquainted with many of its prominent figures. Given your school uniforms, you must be students of the Soul Academy. 2 exchange students have recently gone to the Soul Academy. Where I have a noble friend, the metal you possess must belong to her. So what?" After listening to her lengthy tirade, Li Xian merely raised an eyebrow. The female student named Li Xian exclaimed, "So? Are you saying that stealing is justifiable? If you do not surrender that item, neither of you shall leave today." Beside her, a blonde male student stepped forward, his aura resonating with a level of soul power akin to that of a grand soul master. "Well then, let me show you how I intend to leave today." Li Xian showed no inclination to engage, for this blue metal was originally lost by Fajia. How he chose to handle it was entirely his prerogative. Fajia had not even inquired, yet these two individuals resembled snarling dogs, barking fiercely. They seized Yueshi and departed without hesitation. However, just as Li Xian took a step forward, a sudden gust of wind surged towards him, gently pushing Yueshi aside. He executed a swift sidestep to evade the oncoming force. The female student, Li Xian, lifted her skirt, her long legs clad in white stockings descending from above. With a missed strike, she swiftly pivoted, her right arm whipping towards Li Xian's chest. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Li Xian raised both arms to shield himself, only to be propelled several meters away by the explosive force emanating from Li Xian's body. Looking up, he beheld the silver-haired girl, Li Xian, enveloped in a swirling aura of emerald soul energy. Her stature increased, a long tail sprouting from her waist, and from her silver locks emerged 2 ears. Surrounding her form, 2 yellow soul rings pulsated rhythmically. Li Xian squinted his eyes, observing the exchange student named Li Xian, whose soul power was comparable to that of Fajia, and who excelled in a brutal style of combat. "I've given you a chance. Don't blame me for being too harsh." He scoffed, clearly dismissive. "How boastful you are." Shaking his somewhat numb arms, Li Xian sneered and charged forward with explosive speed. Bang! The two collided, generating a significant shockwave. Chapter 31. Confrontations cease at once. No disturbances here. From the crowd, 2 authoritative voices rang out, one following closely behind the other. For soldiers clad in the armor of the Heaven Do Empire, wielding longswords, pushed their way through the throng. Two soul masters from the spirit hall called out to intervene. Humph. Li Xian blocked with one arm, her long leg. Wrapped in white silk, bent at a perfect 90 degrees, already poised in midair. With the arrival of the imperial soldiers and the spirit masters, she let out a cold snort and slowly descended to her knees, clearly displeased. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, his body pivoting as he executed a swift kick that struck Li Xian's left cheek. In their recent encounter, both had experienced moments of triumph. Yet it was evident that Li Xian's kicks were the quicker of the two. You two, as soul masters, are causing a ruckus in the streets. What will you do if someone gets hurt? Two soul masters, both approximately 30 years of age, approached and reprimanded them. In response, the soldiers of the Tiando Empire sheathed their swords and stood in formation, casting watchful glances toward the unfolding situation. Being the most prosperous district of Notting City, it frequently witnessed disturbances. Thus, the law enforcement here was notably stringent compared to other areas. Upon observing the school uniforms worn by Li Xian and Li Xian, the expression of the Soul Master officials softened somewhat. The male Soul Master, in his early 30s, turned to the older Li Xian, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What prompted this altercation?" With a defiant expression adorning her delicate features, Li Xian raised her chin and declared, "They were stealing, and when I caught them, they refused to admit it." "Oh?" The male Soul Master's face revealed surprise at this revelation. His gaze shifted to Li Xian, now tinged with scrutiny. "You must be a student from the Soul Academy, correct? What did you steal?" "President." Li Xian's expression darkened with anger as she exclaimed, "You accuse me of theft. And you simply believe it? Do you have any evidence?" Li Xian boldly interjected, "Evidence, you say? Very well. Have that young girl present the noble medal for our inspection. Tell me, who at the Notting City Junior Academy would possess such an item? Just look at the two of you with your shabby appearances. Where could you possibly have acquired this noble medal if not through theft?" The mention of the noble medal ignited a flurry of thoughts in the middle-aged Soul Master. He cast a glance at Li Xian and the blonde young man beside her, noting the emblem of the chrysanthemum ghost sword embroidered on their Soul Academy uniforms. They were students of the Martial Soul Temple. His gaze then shifted to Li Xian and the girl, Yushi, behind her, who were clad in the uniforms of the Junior Soul Academy. With a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, the middle-aged Soul Master approached Yushi. "Where's the medal?" "Present it at once," he commanded sternly, his tone resembling that of a directive. Li Xian's gaze gradually turned icy. "So, you believe her words and regard us as thieves?" Faced with Li Xian's piercing stare, the middle-aged Soul Master seethed with anger. "Whether we are thieves or not will be revealed when we present the evidence. Why indulge in such needless chatter? Do you not realize the immense trouble you two have caused in this neighborhood? How long do you intend to stir up chaos?" With a darkened expression, Li Xian embraced Yueshi, taking the medal from her hands. He delicately hooked it onto his finger and dangled it before the middle-aged Soul Master. The exquisite blue and white adornment, one end embedded with a deep blue crystal, boasted an extraordinary appearance, undoubtedly commanding a hefty price. Upon sighting the medal, the middle-aged Soul Master glanced at Li Xian and Yueshi's attire, his brows furrowing as he reached out to snatch it away. Li Xian gently weighed the medal in his hand, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "If you wish to see it, then behold, now. Can you present the evidence of our alleged theft?" The middle-aged Spirit Master, finding his hands empty, immediately cast a sinister gaze. He spoke in a low voice. "I believe such an item does not belong to you. No evidence is required. Return the items to them, or accompany me to the Spirit Hall." "You are being unreasonable?" Yushi retorted, her delicate face flushed with indignation. This noble medal was won back by Li Xian from an exchange student and was a gift he had bestowed upon her. Was it a crime for them to wear this medal simply due to their commoner status? The opposing party's claims were entirely unfounded and merely out of suspicion. They demanded she relinquish the medal. The partiality exhibited by the Spirit Hall workers was clearly an act of bullying the weak. Despite her youth, she understood everything. "Do you dare accuse me of being unreasonable?" The middle-aged Spirit Master, repeatedly confronted, was seething with rage, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he advanced toward Yushi. "I advise you to keep your distance." Li Xian's gaze was frigid, a chilling aura emanating from within him. The origin of this object was shrouded in mystery. Their insistence on handing it over, coupled with their hesitation, clearly indicated their unease. Li Xian let out a cold snort beside him. Initially, she had expected the staff from the Martial Soul Branch to handle matters hastily, but it appeared they were rather diligent. At the very least, their work ethic brought her a modicum of satisfaction. The golden-haired young man crossed his arms, coldly looking down upon Li Xian and his companion. The noble insignia he bore signified a status beyond that of ordinary individuals, justifying their disdain for the two. "You little brat, how dare you threaten me? Just because you're wearing the Academy's attire, do you think I wouldn't dare act against you?" The middle-aged Soul Master reached forward dismissively, clearly disregarding Li Xian's warning. In an instant, a dark soul ring materialized. Li Xian swung his right hand, and the 10,000-year soul ring beneath his feet radiated a dazzling light. Dense gravity rings enveloped him as the middle-aged Soul Master entered the Earth manipulation domain. Several gravity rings promptly struck his face, causing his mind to falter as he succumbed to dizziness. Li Xian stepped forward, his fist striking towards the hall with great force. "Stop." At that moment, a voice, somewhat familiar yet tinged with urgency, echoed through the air, but Li Xian remained deaf to it, his fist crashing mercilessly into the face of the middle-aged soul master. As the soul master regained his senses, a white soul ring materialized beneath his feet. However, upon impact with Li Xian's fist, his eyes widened in shock as blood spewed forth, accompanied by the sound of a shattered nasal bone, his body hurtling sideways. Bang! He collided with a nearby wall, clutching his face and emitting a wail of despair. On the other side, Li Xian and the blonde youth beside her gaped in astonishment at the black soul ring floating beneath Li Xian's feet. The overwhelming aura of a 10,000-year spirit enveloped them, their shock evident on their faces. Is that truly a 10,000-year soul ring? How could this be possible? Xiu Tao surged from the crowd, albeit a moment too late. The staff of the subchamber had been sent flying by Li Xian's punch. Hesitating momentarily, it was clear that without at least 3 months of recuperation, recovery from such injuries would be arduous. Su Yuntao turned his stern gaze towards the companions of the middle-aged soul master, inquiring seriously, "What is going on? Why would you attack your own?" A petite female soul master, nearing 30, paled as she recounted the events. However, before she could finish, Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, I understand. You two acted without evidence and harmed your own. You deserve to be struck. Go assist him and ensure he is taken to the hospital." At this, the diminutive female soul master responded with a startled "oh," and promptly complied. Subsequently, Su Yuntao patted Li Xian's shoulder, offering no further comment. Before approaching Li Xian and Dolan, "Greetings, I am Su Yuntao, a soul master from the Wuhuan subchamber of Notting City. Mi Shan, this is Dolan. I am now aware of the situation. Let us proceed as follows. The matter of Li Xian's alleged theft requires further discussion. You may return for now. And once the Wuhuan temple has conducted a thorough investigation, I will relay the results to you. But that item is not meant for him. Even if he did not steal it, she is not permitted to wear it." Mi Shan pointed accusingly at Yushi, her tone unreservedly sharp. Li Xian, weary of further trivialities, cracked his knuckles and approached directly, for dealing with such individuals is best accomplished through sheer force. Mi Shan's pupils constricted as she recalled the ancient soul ring that had once appeared beneath Li Xian's feet, causing her to instinctively take a step back in fear. Xiu Tao, feeling overwhelmed, immediately positioned himself in front of the two. "Li Xian, you both should return. Do not provoke trouble for my brother. They are exchange students from the provincial capital, all of whom are our own. Do you understand? Oh, and what of being our own? Does that grant one the liberty to falsely accuse others of theft? After all the ruckus, I have yet to hear a single apology." Li Xian's gaze was icy. The blonde young man, Doran, sneered, "Do you understand the disparity of status, kid? Although your soul ring possesses some merit, I must caution you that a noble's identity is not something a commoner can aspire to. While it is true that we are both students of the Spirit Hall, our statuses are worlds apart. Even if that item belongs to you, it is not something you are permitted to wear. Do you comprehend? Once I have you pinned to the ground, you will realize whether I can wear it or not." After Li Xian finished speaking, he dashed out with fervor. Xiu Tao summoned his martial spirit, embodying a lone wolf, and managed to grasp Li Xian, who was suspended in midair. However, the force of the movement nearly caused him to miss his grip. Su Yuntao's heart raced. In just over a month, Li Xian had grown at an astonishing pace. Before him, Dolan faced Li Xian's punch, his golden hair swept back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The fist was merely half an inch away from his face. Had it not been for Su Yuntao, that handsome visage would surely have been marred. This young man, his speed had doubled since their last encounter. During his clash with Mi Shan, he had not displayed such agility. Why was that? Su Yuntao gently set Li Xian down on the ground nearby, his hands pressed together. "Li Xian, listen to your elder brother and return for now. I will handle the trouble here. Yueshi, come here." Li Xian raised his hand and waved lightly as Yueshi trotted over to his side. He adorned her chest with the sapphire medal and smiled. "Do you like it?" "MHM." Yueshi nodded, her face brimming with admiration. "If you like it, wear it all the time. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall deal with them personally." "All right." With that, the two of them left hand in hand. As his gaze swept past Dolan and his companion, Li Xian smirked. Mi Shan bit her red lips, her eyes wide with indignation, trembling slightly with anger. Beside her, Dolan nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, his throat constricting, his expression growing somewhat sullen. He tried to voice a complaint, but found his lips quivering slightly. "Ahem. Perhaps we should head back, Mi Shan, and investigate that boy's background. I sense he is not to be underestimated." "Yes, you go on with the investigation. I must pay a visit to the Junior Soul Academy. That blue medal should belong to Fajia." "Fajia?" Upon hearing this, Dolan's mind conjured the image of an arrogant young lady. The thought of her exploits sent a shiver down his spine. In the provincial capital of Fasnuo, the name of the genius Fajia was well known. A sensitive attack-type soul master from a martial arts background, who left her peers gasping for breath. However, if that medal indeed belonged to Fajia, how could this boy have possibly acquired it? Chapter 32, Soul Guide Device in Notting City, within the Spirit Hall branch. Su Yuntao reported the events that had transpired to Matthew. When he learned that Li Xian had clashed with exchange students from the provincial capital on the streets, His expression changed dramatically. Is Li Xian all right? Siyu now shook his head. Matthew felt a slight sense of relief, though his heart remained unsettled. What about the exchange students from the provincial capital? Siyu now shook his head once more. With that, Matthew finally relaxed. This boy truly knows how to stir up trouble. He had just learned from Director Su that Li Xian had given the exchange student Fajia a thorough beating and had seized her noble medal. Initially, he had intended to intervene and persuade Li Xian to return the medal, which held little significance for him, but was a symbol of Fajia's noble status. However, just as he had received this news, Li Xian had already gotten into another altercation. Matthew sighed lightly. What a troublemaker. Fortunately, this incident had not escalated significantly, alleviating some of his worries about Li Xian's safety, though he feared he might have seriously injured the exchange students from the provincial capital. After all, if he could handle Fajia, the exchange students from the other two academies would hardly pose a challenge. Master Ma, due to this incident, one of our own coordinating the Empire's security has been injured. Will you not take action? Hearing this, Matthew's expression turned cold. Let him be. If he cannot discern the gravity of his actions, he must take responsibility for them. Furthermore, inform all personnel in the Spirit Hall branch that Li Xian is one of our own in Notting City. Anyone who dares to undermine him will be dismissed immediately. Understood. Siyu Tao forced a smile and turned to leave the office. Having been involved in the previous conflict at the Seoul Academy, he was aware of Li Xian's other identity, one that even exchange students would not dare provoke. Nevertheless, only those involved in the conflict truly understood the situation. The rest of the branch's personnel were unfamiliar with Li Xian. He needed to disseminate information about Li Xian's circumstances swiftly. Siyu Tao wished to prevent any further injuries among his own people. Just as he departed, Li Xian, holding Yueshi's hand, arrived at the office of Matthew. Knocking on the door, Li Xian arrived here not to seek Master Matthew's authority. Upon entering, he directly stated, Grandfather Ma, Yueshi's soul power has reached level 10. If you are free, would you accompany us to the Soul Beast Forest? Oh, so soon? Master Matthew rose, casting a glance at Yueshi, his eyes devoid of the initial disdain. As a thought crossed his mind, he continued, You too received your Soul Master subsidies at the Spirit Hall today. If I recall correctly, your soul power has reached level 19, right? In that case, why not wait until you break through to level 20 before acquiring a soul ring alongside Yueshi? Li Xian lightly furrowed his brow. The matter that Matthew mentioned was not unfamiliar to him. However, the enhancement of soul power requires a gradual and natural progression. Although he was merely one level away, that level could potentially take a considerable amount of time to attain. Thus, this inadvertently slowed down Yueshi's training pace. Nevertheless, once the soul power reached its peak, any excess would be released upon the acquisition of the first soul ring. Yet, practical training after absorbing the soul ring remained of paramount importance. Li Xian naturally considered this point. Li Xian, why not wait a little longer? I am not in a hurry either. Yushi gently shook Li Xian's arm. Well, if it is your insistence, I shall not say more. Then, Grandpa Ma, we will come to find you again after some time. We are heading back now. Wait a moment, young man. Ma Sun called out to Li Xian, opened a drawer, and retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted watch-like decorations, placing them on the desk. This is a gift prepared by me and Dean Su for you. Congratulations in advance on your impending breakthrough to a Grand Soul Master. What is this? Li Xian felt a mixture of confusion and excitement as the bracelet fell into his hands. Crafted from intricately woven metal, it featured a dual-colored crystal at its center. Upon channeling his soul energy, Li Xian's consciousness was instantly transported into a compact realm. A realization dawned upon him, and his expression brightened. This was a storage spirit tool, encompassing an approximate area of 5 square meters. By harnessing his internal soul power, he could store items, excluding living beings, within it, sufficient for his current needs. The bracelet shimmered in purple and gold, its metallic surface smooth to the touch, and the crystal radiated a translucent hue, cool against Li Xian's palm, filling him with joy. There were 2 bracelets in total, one for him and one for Yushi. Strive to cultivate diligently. Do not let us down, he encouraged her. Thank you, Grandpa Ma, Li Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed with exhilaration at receiving this long-desired storage spirit tool. As the bracelets separated, he handed the purple pendant to Yushi, fastening it around her wrist while explaining its usage. Yushi's mouth fell open in astonishment. The notion that she could simply channel soul power to store items was nothing short of magical. Li Xian found the situation quite remarkable. With this newfound space for concealing his weapons, he expressed his gratitude to Matthew, and the two departed from the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, a blue figure gracefully entered the campus. After a brief search, the silver-haired girl, Li Xian, located Fajia, who was recuperating in her dormitory. As fellow exchange students, the two had not seen each other for a considerable time, and after engaging in casual conversations, Li Xian promptly broached the subject, recounting her encounter with Li Xian earlier that day. I suspect that metal was stolen by him, and he has come to inquire about it. Gazing intently at Fajia's bruised face, it seemed she had begun to piece something together. The smile on Fajia's face faltered, replaced by a trace of embarrassment and annoyance. Li Xian, I appreciate your concern, but you need not worry about the metal. I will retrieve what I have lost on my own. Taken aback, Li Xian gasped. Could it be that the metal had indeed been snatched from Fajia? But how could that possibly be? As a 23rd rank soul master, Li Xian was well versed in martial arts, and even in the bustling city of Fasnuel. She stood among the elite. To hear Fajia's admission felt like a thunderbolt, sending a jolt of disbelief through Li Xian. I have already stated that you should not interfere in this matter. Furthermore, if you have come to witness my misfortune, I must ask you to leave. For you are not welcome here. You. Li Xian bit her lip, glaring at Fajia in indignation. What is this? She and Doran had expended so much effort over a mere medal, yet Fajia couldn't even muster a simple thank you. Moreover, to lose her family medal, Fajia, you truly are lacking. Clenching her fists, Li Xian's face alternated between shades of red and green. Since you lack the ability, I shall take it upon myself to involve myself in this matter concerning the medal, and then you, Fajia, will have to acknowledge my superiority. With a heart full of frustration, Li Xian slammed the door behind her and stormed out of the Junior Soul Academy. Unbeknownst to Li Xian and Yushi, who were completely oblivious to the unfolding drama between the two women. They utilized the spatial soul guiding device to store the items they had purchased that day before returning to the academy. Li Xian scheduled the ironworks for the following day. The events of that day had drained him considerably, and upon returning to the staff dormitory, he simply lay at home, devoid of any desire to venture out. In the afternoon, the female dormitory supervisor paid him a visit, delivering the supply requisition for the dining hall, which encompassed an entire semester's worth. Concerned about Li Xian's nutrition, Dean Su had granted him the privilege of additional provisions. Since the uncollected food remained stored in the dining hall, Li Xian did not feel compelled to address it immediately. Instead, he lay in bed, succumbing to deep slumber, and did not awaken until after 7 in the evening. Stretching languidly, it felt as though he was expelling the weariness of several days from his body, accompanied by a soft murmur of contentment. Dinner awaited him on the table. Li Xian withdrew his gaze. It appeared that Yueshi had gone to the cafeteria and brought back his dinner as well. What a girl! After scanning the room, Li Xian noticed that the light was on, yet Yueshi was nowhere to be found. Without further thought, he began to eat. After a while, the bedroom door swung open, and Yueshi, with damp hair, quietly entered. Upon seeing Li Xian enjoying his meal while looking at her, her small face flushed with embarrassment. You're awake, she exclaimed. Recently refreshed and still clad in her pajamas, Yueshi shyly scampered to the bed and burrowed under the covers, stealing a glance at Li Xian. She realized his gaze was still fixed upon her. Is there something wrong? Yueshi asked, her voice tinged with bashfulness. As Li Xian savored his meal, a frown creased his brow. Why do you smell so delightful? He inquired. Yushi, caught off guard by the question, pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushed. She had purchased some toiletries today, including a hint of perfume, though she refrained from mentioning it. Oh, he responded, nodding in understanding. The enticing aroma invigorated his appetite. Yet, Li Xian sighed inwardly. She was still too young, and as a mature soul, it was challenging for him to feel any genuine interest. As a poet once articulated, a girl's adornments should be imbued with significance. The reasons behind this are intricate, but alas, a mere child cannot grasp them. Li Xian, she called softly, her small face buried in the covers. What is it? Aren't you going to sleep? I just awoke, she replied. Li Xian wore an expression of utter disbelief. The remaining hours of the evening would undoubtedly be devoted to his training, for as a teaching assistant, he was obligated to spend 2 hours each week in the practice room. After a day filled with leisure, he would have to carve out these 2 hours from tomorrow's schedule. Oh, Yushi nodded slightly, falling silent as she dried her hair with a towel and wrapped herself snugly in her blanket. She was at a loss for how to broach the subject of the fusion of martial souls with Li Xian. If, perchance, the day came, she might find a solution. Suddenly, her cup was swept aside, and Li Xian, with a biscuit clenched between his teeth, gazed at her with curiosity. Yushi, you seem quite peculiar. Are you running a fever? He inquired, leaning in closer, his palm pressed against her forehead, yet finding nothing amiss. Yushi hurriedly sat up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As she looked at the approaching Li Xian, her heart raced like a startled deer, and boldly, she leaned her forehead against his cheek, with her eyes gently closed. A cool stream of soul energy flowed from her fragrant brow into Li Xian's being. Instantly, he was taken aback. Chapter 33, Torment. The exquisite features of her face drew near, and Li Xian could even hear the frantic beating of Yushi's heart in his ears. Their breaths, tantalizingly close, were particularly rapid, as icy tendrils of soul energy flowed seamlessly from her soft, delicate forehead into the center of his brow. Yushi, he murmured softly, feeling a warmth envelop him as a fragrant, gentle figure nestled against him. Li Xian's mind gradually settled into a serene tranquility, as the soul energy continued to intertwine, resembling a descent into a tranquil pool. Time slipped away, and self was forgotten, as the flow unfolded gently, his soul drifting like water. The following day, amidst a gentle breeze, Li Xian's consciousness awakened from the boundless ocean. The comforting sensation of soul energy filling his limbs rejuvenated him, and as he opened his eyes, he felt an almost vocal delight in the refreshing atmosphere. Li Xian felt invigorated, a sense of unparalleled comfort enveloping him. Just as he was about to rise, a gentle touch stirred, and a coolness brushed against him, revealing a fleeting silhouette. Memories from the previous day surged forth in an instant, flooding his mind. Li Xian was slightly taken aback. Thus, it seemed that his initial fusion with the moon evening martial spirit had plunged their consciousness into a peculiar realm, where they spent the entire night in an ecstatic state of cultivation. What a marvelous sensation it was! Within his mind, Li Xian felt himself sinking into a shimmering golden lake, his body transforming into a liquid that flowed serenely across the surface, even forgetting his own existence. Clenching his fists, an immense power surged forth from his muscles, and the meridians within his body flowed freely, nearly doubling his soul power. It appeared that he was on the brink of reaching level 20. With this thought in mind, Li Xian's gaze shifted towards the petite figure beside him, who was rubbing her eyes and rising to her feet. "You are awake." Li Xian chuckled softly, caught off guard by Yueshi's ability to discern the potential for their martial souls to harmonize. To her, this young boy, Li Xian, seemed somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, it was Yueshi who broke through that veil of uncertainty. A wave of comfort surged within her, invigorating her spirit and rendering her gaze clear and transparent. "Li Xian, you're not angry, are you?" As memories flooded her mind, she momentarily forgot the heat rising to her cheeks and stole a furtive glance at Li Xian. Her emotions swayed like a roller coaster. Goodness, her actions had been exceedingly bold. At that moment, Yueshi could hardly believe she had dared to engage in such audacious behavior. "What are you thinking?" "I wouldn't be angry. In truth, I have always harbored doubts about our souls being able to merge. I merely feared you would overthink it and be too shy to voice your concerns." Gazing at Yueshi's silly expression, Li Xian placed his large hand atop her head, playfully ruffling her hair. "Have you forgotten? When we were at the martial soul hall, Master Ma mentioned that your martial soul leans towards the yin attribute and requires a supreme yang attribute for suppression. At that time, he also implicitly acknowledged that I could assist you in remaining, affirming that my martial soul's attribute could aid in your cultivation. Thus, a light and dark martial soul can indeed blend together." Yueshi's eyes widened, her heart racing with excitement. So, Li Xian had already been aware of this. He had chosen not to express it, out of consideration for her feelings. "I need to freshen up." With her face aflame, Yueshi hurriedly scrambled out of bed and dashed toward the bathroom. Li Xian scratched his head, suddenly recalling that he had yet to inquire about Yueshi's experience with their martial soul fusion. What, indeed, was the nature of the martial soul fusion technique shared between them? Last night, apart from the fluid memories that lingered, Li Xian seemed to remember transforming into a petal, dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze. If the soul rings could endow his martial soul with two distinct abilities, could it be that the Qingshu Xianyue vine and the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum were two complementary martial souls? Thus, might they generate two unique abilities? Contemplating this possibility filled Li Xian's heart with anticipation. After finishing breakfast, he proceeded to report to the training room. In the spacious jade training arena, Wu Qian gazed at Li Xian's registration information, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he furrowed his brow. "You are already at level 19? Indeed. Who assessed your soul power?" "I was just evaluated yesterday at the martial soul hall." "Very well. I shall assign you to the senior teaching assistant group. Is that acceptable?" Li Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Teacher Wu, what is the average soul power level of the senior students?" "Around level 10. With the highest not exceeding level 15, Wu Qian replied somewhat uneasily. Director Luo had previously instructed him to look after a first-year student named Li Xian, mentioning that the child was somewhat extraordinary. Now, Wu Qian understood why Director Luo had said so. A 6-year-old child with a soul power level reaching 19 was indeed astonishing. Had he not witnessed the registration information at the Soul Hall with his own eyes, he might have thought he was seeing a ghost. Even within the existing records of the Soul Hall, such rapid advancement was unheard of. Fortunately, Wu Qian's professionalism prevented his astonishment from showing on his face, and he accepted Li Xian's prowess, assigning him as a teaching assistant for the senior students. Level 10. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the graduation requirements of the Soul Academy were quite stringent. Reaching level 15 ensured a smooth graduation. However, compared to the academy in the provincial capital of Fasnuo, the disparity in the quality of students at the Junior Soul Academy was stark. It was important to note that both Fajia and the recently encountered Mi Shandolin possessed soul powers exceeding level 20, although the average difference was merely 5 levels. The advancement in soul master ranks became increasingly challenging with time. This realization shed light on why Mi Shandolin regarded him and Yueshi with such disdain. Perhaps they could hardly believe that a freshman from a junior academy could be worthy of engaging with them. Nonetheless, Li Xian did not dwell on the fact that as an exchange student in Notting City, he belonged to the elite at his own school. Comparing the high-caliber students from the provincial capital with those of a junior academy was inherently flawed. After completing the registration, Wu Qian provided Li Xian with some fundamental training. Being a teaching assistant was not an easy task. It required supervising the training of Soul Academy students and assisting them in honing their practical skills. In the event of an injury, basic first aid was also necessary. The most fundamental requirement for a teaching assistant was that their soul power must exceed that of ordinary students, along with a high level of psychological resilience. If one lacked mental fortitude or had poor stress tolerance, they would be wholly unqualified to serve as a teaching assistant. From Li Xian even received a personal medical kit, which included provisions for artificial respiration, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, bone setting, and wound dressing. Mastering all of these skills in a single day was an unrealistic expectation. Li Xian's training would only cover a small portion at a time. After all, the probability of injuries was relatively low, and there was a mutual understanding between students and teaching assistants. Upon arriving at the designated waiting area to clock in, Li Xian's duties as a teaching assistant commenced. Li Xian's teaching assistant is assigned to senior students, and his personal information is displayed prominently in the hall. Should any student require assistance, they may call upon Li Xian, who is then obliged to attend to their needs. However, the term attend seems inadequate. It would be more appropriate to say guide. The teaching assistant functions similarly to a work-study student, earning a fixed number of points commensurate with the workload. Within the Soul Academy, points are equivalent to soul coins, which can be utilized to purchase training resources and daily necessities. After clocking in, Li Xian began his tedious wait, ensuring he remained at his post for the required 4 hours to conclude his duties. The assistant classroom was still sparsely populated. Those who ventured in early on a weekend morning for training were often not the sharpest in mind. Thus, in the assistant classroom where Li Xian was stationed, there was only one upperclassman present, an uncommunicative young man with a bandage on his face, meticulously wrapping a strip of gauze around one of his fists. Li Xian, feeling somewhat idle, took out the Xiantian Baolu he always carried with him and resumed his study of concealed weapon crafting. The atmosphere around him was raucous, unsuitable for cultivating his spirit power, and he deemed it a futile expenditure of time to enhance his abilities here. It would be far more expedient to wait until evening when he could return home to meet Yueshi. Ding dong. Suddenly, after not lingering in the assistant's room for long, the light above flickered to life. To his astonishment, someone had come to train at such an early hour. Realizing that it was none other than himself who had been the target of this unexpected occurrence, Li Xian was momentarily speechless. Engaging in assistant required expenditure of points, meaning that utilizing this resource came at a cost. Random selections would not occur within the confines of the assistant's room. Making his way to the designated 1v1 hall, Li Xian arrived to find a young woman awaiting him. Upon noticing her cascading brown waves and the sinuous curve of her waist, as she turned her lovely face towards him, his expression darkened. It turned out that the fool in question was none other than her. Fool? What fool? Fajia remarked, shifting her gaze and furrowing her beautifully shaped brows, clearly surprised to find him working as an assistant. What a revelation from heaven! Li Xian's teeth ground together in disbelief. Who would have thought that on his very first day at work, he would encounter this situation? It was inconceivable that Fajia had not conducted a thorough investigation behind his back. What do you require from the teaching assistant? You are already at level 23. I cannot assist you, he retorted. Is this your attitude? I might just leave a negative review, Fajia said, crossing her arms and gazing at Li Xian, who appeared utterly flustered. For reasons unknown, a sense of delight bubbled within her. A negative review. In this realm, hearing such an obscure term was surprising. A student's poor review would deduct points from Li Xian, effectively serving as a fine. This damned Fajia certainly knew how to create trouble for herself. Speak up. What do you want me to do? As a teaching assistant, of course, you are to practice with me. Just stand there and help me with my jujitsu, she declared, rubbing her wrist with a mischievous grin as she approached. I warn you, if you dare to seek revenge, I have the authority to rescind this teaching assistant position, Li Xian asserted. Upon hearing the term jujitsu, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Just yesterday, he had endured enough of its trials. Humph. As long as I control my strength, there's no way you can escape. Hurry, get down on the ground. With a resounding thud, Li Xian was gently thrown to the floor, his mouth exhaling fragrant breaths as a cross-hold took shape, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. It seems my jujitsu skills have become rusty. Why can't I exert any strength? His voice escaped almost solely from his abdomen. Fajia seized one of Li Xian's arms, her long legs weaving around his upper body like a serpent, forcefully locking his head in place. As her body stretched, Fajia's grip tightened with all her might, her limbs taut with effort. Chapter 34, Dual Cultivation. You little vixen, our feud is far from over. Li Xian found it challenging to catch his breath, his desire to speak overwhelming as he longed to sink his teeth into the tender calf of Fajia. Thereafter, he embarked on a harrowing journey as a teaching assistant, enduring inhumane trials. He engaged in foundational practices of jujitsu, mastering techniques such as throws, back control, positional dominance, and submissions. A myriad of combinations followed: takedowns, sweeps, guard passes, mounts, guillotines, triangle chokes, and kimura locks, along with her own unique techniques inspired by Fajia's gentle soul. The weight of 1,000 pounds and the art of shadow division were but a few of her remarkable skills, befitting her status as a black belt jiu-jitsu master. Li Xian truly experienced what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. I shall name this move the shrimp back. How does it feel? Not at all impressive, he retorted. With one forearm encircling Li Xian's neck and her legs constricting his waist, Fajia twisted his body, contorting his upper half into an S shape. Still daring to retort? Casting a glance at his flushed cheeks, Fajia smiled mischievously before twisting his head back and pressing down, resulting in a series of sharp cracks. After a while, witnessing that Li Xian was left barely breathing, she finally relinquished her hold. Gasping for breath, Li Xian felt a surge of murderous intent. So this is a live demonstration, is it? Have you come to be my teaching assistant? Yet, oddly enough, through Fajia's display of grappling techniques, he had indeed gleaned quite a few valuable insights. You little vixen, you mustn't have sought me out solely for revenge, right? I must inform you that my friend has taken quite a liking to your medal, and I have no intention of returning it. Shaking her head, Fajia replied, medals are trivial, my family possesses as many as we desire. Who would bother asking you for one? Oh, it seems you're feeling better now. Shall we bury the hatchet? In your dreams. If that girl Li Xian discovers I lost the medal, it would be utterly humiliating for me. So what? A duel. I demand a rematch. If you refuse, I shall loiter in the teaching assistant's room until you relent. Not to discourage you, but I've nearly reached level 20. Once I acquire my second soul ring, you shall be even less of a match for me. Is it truly that soon? Fajia's expression shifted. Then you should accept the duel quickly, before you reach level 20, so we can have one last bout. What purpose would that serve? Li Xian furrowed his brow, replying. Your request is so absurd that I might as well concede defeat and admit I'm no match for you. Perhaps you have a point, Fajia sighed. She had indeed been defeated, there was no denying it. If it weren't for that insufferable girl Li Xian, she wouldn't have been so flustered. I have a plan. Li Xian's face bore a mischievous expression, and upon hearing his words, Fajia's countenance brightened. Why don't you suggest that Misha challenge me to a duel? I could easily teach her a lesson, and you would regain your honor. Humph. She isn't even worthy. During our time at Fastno, she was never my match. Her defeat to you proves nothing. Instead, find someone stronger and more reputable than yourself, and I shall handle her accordingly. Surely that would suffice? Fajia's eyes flickered as she pondered this. Well, there is someone. My dear sister would undoubtedly put you in your place. However, she is already enrolled in the Royal Academy, so you would only encounter her once you advance in your studies. Clapping her hands, Fajia stood up barefoot, lightly scoffing, nevertheless. I, Fajia, am not one to hold grudges. Today, your attitude has pleased me, so I shall forgive you and let go of the matter regarding the medal. But heed my warning, Misha is not as accommodating as I am. She will undoubtedly persist in her efforts to undermine me, so be cautious. With a thud, Li Xian reclined, exhaling heavily. At last, you've come to your senses. I thank you, and I will remain vigilant. Fajia's expression turned serious. Your caution will not harm you. Her family is unlike mine. As a newly ascended noble, they hold a fierce reputation in the city of Fastno. If she intends to target you, she will resort to any underhanded tactics. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths just to defeat me? You underestimate the rivalry among nobility. As a prominent member of her family's younger generation, Fajia ranked among the best in all primary academies within Fastno. In comparison, Misha still fell short. Thus, to triumph over her, unscrupulous means could be employed. Otherwise, how could that individual willingly become an exchange student, relentlessly pursuing me to this remote locale? With a warning left in her wake, Fajia departed. Behind her, Li Xian forcefully tossed aside a pair of pink cloth shoes. Are you discarding these? Oh, let's start over. Fajia donned her shoes and socks, leaving with another caution. After concluding her exhausting duties as a teaching assistant, Li Xian took a brief respite before commencing his midday meal. The joints that had been twisted by that little minx were swollen, but with the aid of Yueshi, most of the injuries had healed. Now, however, they had been re-aggravated. Li Xian called upon Yueshi for assistance, dividing the responsibilities of the library work equally between them. This arrangement would allow him to free up time to apprentice at the ironworks. He would not exploit Yueshi without reason. The benefits were, of course, manifold. In the afternoon, Li Xian emerged from the Junior Spirit Academy and made his way directly to the blacksmith shop. Without having the chance to remove his assistant's attire, he promptly donned an apron and stood beside the master craftsman, embarking on the first step of his ironworking journey, forging. The Shantian treasure record encompasses 4 extraordinary arts, one pertaining to internal cultivation, one to concealed weaponry, and lastly, a supplementary compendium on herbal medicine. The section on concealed weapons, titled The Secrets of Concealed Weapons, details various methods of production, classification, and usage. The handwritten manuscript provided by Xiao San naturally does not elucidate every aspect, and the omitted details primarily reside within the illustrations of the concealed weapons. Consequently, Li Xian can only rely on the descriptions in the text to create the imagined forms of these weapons. He wonders if this approach might lead to errors. Yet, he recalls that Xiao San managed to transcribe an entire treasure record, and if he cannot craft concealed weapons based solely on words, it would be rather disappointing. Not only must he create them, but they must also possess uniqueness. Li Xian resolved to delve into the fabrication of soul-guiding devices, aiming to apply the essence of soul power to common concealed weapons. The profession of soul mentor has nearly vanished, as it demands stringent soul power prerequisites and is intrinsically linked to one's personal strength. Most soul masters prioritize the cultivation of soul power. focusing on the enhancement of their physical forms. After all, a robust physique serves as a solid foundation, enabling superior soul power enhancement and operation compared to their peers, thereby raising their potential ceiling. Conversely, those who obsess over external objects find their own soul power stagnating. Possessing a soul-guiding device on par with that of a soul king or soul sage is futile if a moment's lapse leads to one's demise. Thus, the vocation of soul mentor has been relegated to obscurity, leaving behind only relics of a bygone era in the market. Li Xian aspired to acquire fundamental skills in the crafting of soul-guiding devices. He did not intend to delve too deeply. Mastering the intricate art of carving the patterns that harmonize the mundane with the soul power would suffice. Thus, his ambitions were not misplaced, for perhaps this knowledge could significantly enhance the lethality of concealed weaponry. After completing his first day as an apprentice, he returned to the Soul Academy, nearly dragging his weary body back. His hands trembled slightly, bearing the evidence of his labor with 3 or 4 blisters forming on his palms. The beginning of any endeavor is often fraught with challenges, although the work was arduous. The profound sense of fulfillment it brought was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he indulged in a hearty meal. Driven by a sense of retribution against his fatigue, Li Xian was eager to consume an entire week's worth of food. Though his body was weary, his soul soared with unparalleled freedom. The thought of returning home to find that girl, Yueshi, patiently awaiting him, inexplicably dissolved his fatigue in an instant. Time to return home and cultivate. After a few days of cohabitation, the two gradually accustomed themselves to this shared way of life. Li Xian imparted the profound inner strength technique, the Xiantian Gong, of the Tang sect to Yueshi. Thus, as they cultivated together, their soul power methodologies aligned perfectly. During their practice, the fusion of soul power approached an astonishing 100%. As night fell, within the confines of the spacious bedroom, Li Xian and Yueshi sat cross-legged. Facing one another, their palms interlaced in a delicate dance. Under the influence of the Xiantian Gong, soul power floated from the air, entering their bodies, circulating through their meridians before merging into the Dantian, where it combined with the pure essence of their soul power. Simultaneously, another channel within their bodies operated, allowing the essence of soul power to flow through their palms into one another, further refining it through the complementary attributes of their martial souls. The rate of enhancement of their soul power surpassed that of ordinary soul masters by several folds. With gentle rises and falls, their breaths and heartbeats gradually synchronized. Their consciousness descended into an infinite lake, experiencing the refinement of soul power, losing themselves in the process. As their soul power advanced, their bodies, in silent accord, underwent a subtle transformation. The scars on Li Xianbiao's skin, some of which were damaged, were remarkably healing to the naked eye. Meanwhile, within Li Xian's body flowed the radiant essence of a supreme martial soul, suppressing the lurking allure of the shadow martial soul behind Yushi, allowing her consciousness to seize control without succumbing to the influence of the sinister martial spirit. A hurried night passed. On the following day, Li Xian awoke first. The gentle breeze stirred the curtains, filling the air with a refreshing clarity. Sensing the lingering coolness within his meridians, Li Xian realized that within a week, he would elevate his soul power to level 20. Such a pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. Before him, Yushi gradually awakened as well. Her silky hair cascaded around her, and the soft glow of morning light illuminated her delicate, rosy face. With her large, dark eyes blinking, she fixed her gaze upon Li Xian. "Why are you looking at me?" Though she relished the process of cultivating alongside Li Xian, waking up in the morning always brought a hint of awkwardness. "I was checking to see if you had transformed. I fear that you might have been possessed by a succubus and would devour me." Li Xian jested. "I admire you. I shall go freshen up." After changing into sports attire, he planned to go for a run. Thus began a new week, characterized by the simple and unadorned life of an elementary school student, blissfully free of worries. Each day revolved around attending classes, dining, and indulging in restorative slumber. Occasionally, he would visit the assistant classroom, but most of his time was devoted to immersing himself in the iron workshop and library, simultaneously studying the art of crafting hidden weapons and soul-guiding devices. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. One morning, awakening with clenched fists, Li Xian felt his soul power surge to its zenith. He had reached level 20. Early that day, he sought out Master Ma and Dean Su, arranging another expedition to the Soul Beast Forest to acquire his second soul ring. Yushi also eagerly anticipated the enhancement of her soul power. It is noteworthy that for soul masters who possess dual martial souls, beyond the closeness of their soul powers, there exists a compensatory characteristic. In other words, the foundational soul power of the two individuals tends to gravitate towards the one with the lesser soul power, allowing them to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Li Xian and Yushi cultivated for several dozen days to finally reach level 20, and the reason lies therein. After all, the focus of soul power fusion rests upon Yushi. Should they acquire a soul ring of considerable age this time, Yushi's level would experience an astonishing elevation. Li Xian was filled with anticipation. After breaking through to the rank of Great Soul Master, he would have the ability to modify the duration of his spirit rings for 1,000 years, while simultaneously refreshing all existing rings. A 10,000-year soul ring would become a possibility, and should a critical hit occur, It could extend to an astounding 100,000 years. Would he be overwhelmed by such immense power, leading to his demise? Chapter 35, Stardo. The Stardo Forest. Spanning the border between the Heaven-Do Empire and the Starluo Empire, lies adjacent to the Fasnuo province. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to the entire territory of the Baloch Kingdom, as the largest habitat for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. The terrain within the Stardo Forest is intricate, featuring wetlands, marshes, and lakes. The closer one ventures to the heart of the forest, the mightier the soul beasts become, with the legendary 100,000-year soul beast potentially lurking within. On this occasion, Mathuno accompanied Li Xian and Yushi, taking 3 days to journey from Nodding City to this location. Recognizing the significance of Li Xian's second soul ring, Mathuno utilized a special order from the Spirit Hall of the Baloch Kingdom. The target soul beasts were no longer the common ones found in the wetlands. The dangers posed by the Stardo Forest were evident, and to ensure safety, Mathuno first registered their information at the local Spirit Hall subtemple, invoking the assistance of a Soul King within the subtemple. Aside from Mathuno, the principal of the Junior Academy, Director Su, also joined, along with a formidable Soul Master from the subtemple, forming a robust team. Entering the outskirts of the Stardo Forest to hunt soul beasts would certainly be sufficient. Li Xian, Yushi, this is Zhao Feng, the Soul King of the subtemple. He has come personally to assist you too. Be sure to greet Lord Soul King. Uncle. Indeed. Zhao Feng appeared as a tall middle-aged man, his expression stoic. With short white hair and a clean-shaven face, dressed immaculately. Boasting a Soul King level of 54, his martial spirit was the weapon spirit, white bamboo. Compared to Mathuno, the head of the subtemple, Zhao Feng seemed somewhat more imposing. There was no attempt to hide the envy evident in Mathuno's gaze. By the way, Lord Zhao Feng, we are entering the outer regions through a unique entrance of the Spirit Hall, correct? Zhao Feng nodded, explaining that they would enter from the northwestern marshlands, where the outer soul beasts were under the watch of Spirit Hall personnel, with the most powerful among them not exceeding 30,000 years in age. In truth, despite my Soul King status, I must exercise caution when entering the Stardo Forest, only daring to operate in the outskirts. Lord Soul King, you are too modest. With a smile, Mathuno took Li Xian by the hand and followed Zhao Feng. Ahead, 2 teams of Spirit Hall workers were clearing the path. As the leader of the subtemple, Mathuno had brought along the tokens of the 2 elder spirits from the Spirit Hall, ensuring their respect. Of course, once they entered the forest, these workers would withdraw, as the soul beasts in the northwestern outskirts had already been cleared, posing little danger. Li Xian, our priority is to secure your soul ring. Once you become a great soul master, Lord Zhao Feng will return, and with Director Su and myself, it will be easy to assist Yushi in finding a 100-year soul beast. Thank you, Uncle Ma. After departing from Nodding City, 3 days of travel by carriage reignited Li Xian's waning excitement. His second soul ring? He was willing to gamble for a critical hit and aim for the 10,000-year variant. Yushi, you could stay at the camp. It is perilous for you to accompany us. Holding her delicate hand, Li Xian smiled. After acknowledging the reality of their martial spirit fusion, Li Xian's boldness had become an unspoken bond between the two. After all, as long as they held hands, their soul power would naturally circulate, making cultivation exceedingly effortless. I want to stay by your side and observe. This is my first time absorbing a soul ring, and I have never seen what it's like. Yushi spoke softly, her nerves evident. Through Li Xian's demonstration, she felt more assured in her endeavor. If you wish to come, I will certainly take you. Stay close to me, and do not wander far. Li Xian elaborated further. This place differs significantly from the wetland soul beast forest. Within the primordial Stardo forest, the competition within the food chain is merciless. The emergence of any soul beast here boasts formidable combat prowess and untamed ferocity. Master Ma, have you decided on the soul beast for the 2 little ones? If you have a target in mind, I can guide you to the designated location. Zhao Feng and Ma Xiaonua walked side by side. Both were responsible for the soul hall, and he held no airs about him, showing respect for Ma Xiaonua's seniority and displaying courteous behavior. Ma Xiaonua chuckled, stating that he had already thought it through. First, we shall seek a soul beast for that young lad. Preferably a plant-type soul beast with an age of 800 years. Li Xian's martial soul is rather unique. We aspire to assist him in pursuing the path of control-type abilities, considering options such as the phoenix wing tail grass, the shadow water bamboo, and the spotted blue fur beast, among others. Naturally, if Lord Zhao Feng has any ideas, we would be eager to hear them. The soul beast you have chosen lean towards the control category. It appears Master Ma has given this matter considerable thought. If it is convenient to disclose, could you share that young man's martial soul with me? To be frank, prior to reaching level 30, I too was a control-type battle soul master wielding a weapon martial soul, and my research in this area is quite profound. Oh, that is splendid. Li Xian, please release your martial soul for Lord Zhao Feng to observe and inform him of its nature. With that, Li Xian gently released the hand of Yushi and stepped forward. As he summoned his inner soul power, a verdant vine with black patterns burst forth, extending horizontally and blooming with numerous golden-purple flowers. The martial soul under his control was approximately the size of a palm, its surface shimmering with radiant colors, exuding an exquisite beauty. It was a weapon martial soul, a variant of the Kashitora. Li Xian spoke. As the martial spirit was unleashed, a black soul ring abruptly floated around his body. The chilling and profound aura caused the eyelids of Soul King Zhao Feng to twitch violently. Master, is that a 10,000-year soul ring on Li Xian? Zhao Feng hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Matthew opened his mouth. Well, as you can see, his martial spirit is quite unique. After absorbing the first soul ring, an unforeseen situation occurred, transforming a nearly 200-year-old ghost water purple lotus into a 10,000-year soul ring. In truth, we are not entirely certain if it is indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Based on its exhibited capabilities, the control aspect seems acceptable. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Feng nodded. No wonder. To attract the attention of the Elder Hall is truly remarkable. Zhao Feng's gaze lingered a moment longer on the martial spirit resting in Li Xian's palm. Suddenly, the Cassia seed released an aura that quickened his heartbeat, instilling a sense of trepidation. Vaguely, it felt as though his own martial spirit was being suppressed, making the flow of soul power cumbersome. This is a top-tier plant-type martial spirit. Zhao Feng's heart raced again. As a soul king with a white bamboo martial spirit, he had encountered numerous exceptional martial spirits and remarkably talented juniors from the Martial Spirit Hall. The reason he instantly recognized Li Xian's martial spirit as a top-tier one was that he sensed his own white bamboo martial spirit was being suppressed by that Cassia seed martial spirit. An innate bloodline repression. Zhao Feng scrutinized Li Xian once more, gazing at him with gravity. Fortunately, he had not neglected these esteemed guests. This young man's future achievements are boundless. Master Ma, I believe Li Xian is better suited to pursue the path of a battle soul master. He possesses a top-tier martial spirit, and venturing into the control system will make future development arduous. After assessing Li Xian, Zhao Feng voiced his thoughts. The reason he shifted to a strong attack system after reaching level 30 was precisely because the advancement in the control system was excessively challenging. Although the potential of a top-tier martial spirit is limitless, only those who have experienced it can comprehend the plight of being stuck at a certain level when the inner potential has yet to be fully realized. Setting excessively high goals for oneself can ultimately lead to self-sabotage. Upon embarking on the path of a soul master, everyone believes their future achievements are boundless and that they will inevitably become revered title doyuos. Yet the harshness of reality can only be understood through experience. A higher limit in cultivation surpasses lofty ambitions. Steadily enhancing one's strength is far preferable to being obstructed along the way. Ah, Lord Zhao Feng, we understand your point. However, that young man's first soul ring was indeed the ghost water purple lotus. Altering his developmental direction now would only be detrimental to him. What we can do is guide the next generation onto the correct path. And, just as we once trusted ourselves, we must also believe in him. After all, one must strive at least once in their lifetime, right? Dean Su heard these words and smiled slightly, gazing up at the colorful sky above. Zhao Feng also fell into deep silence. Having been quiet for too long, the fervor in his heart had long dissipated. Indeed, harboring anticipation and passing that expectation onto the next generation is what the head of the Martial Spirit Hall ought to do. I have learned much, Master Ma. I am unworthy. Li Xian drew his martial soul into his body, slowing his pace as he grasped Yushi's small hand. I am back, he murmured. As he looked down at his palm, which was gently squeezed by Li Xian, Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, she sensed the presence of someone nearby. Abruptly, a rustling sound echoed, prompting Zhao Feng, who led the group, to reduce his speed. He turned his gaze toward his companions and inquired, "Are there any others arriving today?" "My lord," came the reply, "2 groups have come from Notting City today. Apart from Master Ma and his associates, the principal of the Notting City Junior Academy is also here. Although those students are from another intermediate martial soul academy and are currently exchange students." "Oh?" His answer immediately attracted several curious glances. Master Ma and Director Su remained unfazed. Yet Li Xian instinctively recalled 2 familiar names, exclaiming, Mishan and Duolon? Aren't they both great soul masters? Why would they need soul rings? Suddenly, Li Xian remembered sensing an aura of over level 20 from Mishan that day, while Duolon had not revealed any prowess. Reflecting on this, Li Xian furrowed his brow. It seemed fate had conspired for them to cross paths once more. However, everyone shared a common objective of hunting soul beasts, and with Soul King Zhao Feng accompanying them. Even if Mishan and Duolon had ulterior motives, they would surely hesitate to act here. "Ah, it truly is you." At that moment, a light exclamation from a young girl broke the air. Subsequently, 5 figures emerged from the nearby thicket. Leading them was a silver-haired girl, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she gazed at Li Xian and his companion. Chapter 36. The hunt. As those eyes, brimming with intent, fell upon Li Xian, a flicker of joy crossed Mishan's face. Next to her, Milan crossed her arms, her expression cold as ice. They were clad in blue academy uniforms, adorned with green noble emblems on their chests, accompanied by the principal of the Notting City Junior Academy and 2 armored young men. However, when Mishan's gaze shifted to Zhao Feng beside Li Xian, as well as the Soul Hall personnel clearing the path for their group, the surprise on her face morphed into astonishment, her lips parting slightly. Before entering the Stardow Forest, they had sought an audience with the head of the Soul Hall, hoping to invite him to accompany them in their noble capacity. Yet, The Soul Hall staff had informed them that the Soul King was absent. Considering the current situation, Li Xian suddenly realized that the Soul King was among Li Xian's party. Moreover, judging by the scale of the Soul Hall personnel clearing the way, it was evident they were being afforded the highest honors. But how could this be possible? Li Xian and that girl, are they not just ordinary people? What gives them the right? Are they your friends? Zhao Feng cast a curious glance at the approaching group and inquired of Mei Xiu. Mei Xiu appeared somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Friends, perhaps, by virtue of having met through conflict. Li Xian smiled as he spoke. Yushi furrowed her brow lightly, and upon seeing Li Xian, she tightened her grip on the blue metal at her chest, her small face reflecting her displeasure. Dean Su watched the unfolding drama with a composed demeanor, absorbing every nuance of expression. The Soul King Zhao Feng understood the situation. His companions, all hailing from Nodding City, had fortuitously crossed paths with him. He expressed his hope that, amidst the forest, they could assist one another. He wished for no untoward incidents to occur within his jurisdiction. Zhao Feng's tone was gentle at first, but as he continued, his expression turned frosty, resembling a warning as he cast a cursory glance over the crowd, his gaze sweeping across each face. Are you the esteemed Zhao Feng of Visidian? He inquired, representing the Nodding City Junior Academy. Greetings to you. Yes, Zhao Feng replied. These two are exchange students from our academy. One has just reached the 20th level of soul power. Rest assured, we will engage in the normal hunting of soul beasts and will not provoke any unnecessary troubles. That is acceptable, Zhao Feng replied. Dean Su and Matthew, old acquaintances, exchanged pleasantries. Unbeknownst to Zhao Feng, he was unaware of the discord between Li Xian and Li Xian. This exchange student had requested his assistance in hunting soul beasts. Wary of offending the provincial academy, thus as a chaperone, he had come here. As for other matters, this venerable educator would not overstep his bounds. After Zhao Feng's warning, Li Xian appeared crestfallen, her expression considerably displeased. She exchanged a cold glance with Dolan, both wearing icy visages. Why can those two commoners command the Soul King? Li Xian pondered, feeling a surge of frustration. Temporarily setting aside her inner tumult, she greeted Zhao Feng, but the humiliation of the encounter lingered painfully. A light, teasing remark escaped Li Xian's lips, his gaze playfully fixed on Li Xian and Dolan. Yushi stifled a giggle upon hearing this. You. Li Xian's eyes seemed to smolder with fury at his words. Yet, constrained by the Soul King's admonition, she could not retaliate. After a bow, she stormed off with her team, visibly irate. Farewell, Soul King. Zhao Feng merely murmured in response, his eyes flickering over to Li Xian, filled with a glimmer of interest. Yet he refrained from further comment. The path of a genius is often fraught with mindless ridicule. To ascertain whether one is indeed a genius, one need only observe the multitude of detractors surrounding them. The louder the opposition, the more substantiated the genius becomes. Zhao Feng had encountered numerous similar situations throughout his journey. After all, having attained the 50th level of cultivation, he too had once experienced a phase of remarkable growth. Half a day later, Zhao Feng led the group to a secluded lake within the forest. The lake was modest in size, resembling mere ponds rather than a vast body of water. Taking the lead, Zhao Feng addressed Matthew, saying, I once encountered a nearly 1,000-year-old striped blue hair beast here. It is cunning, and although I intended for my disciple to hunt it, it managed to escape. Additionally, this lake is home to a species of autumn leaf spike fish, a ferocious group of carnivorous soul beasts that dominate these waters. I will attempt to lure the striped blue hair beast, so please be cautious. Understood, Matthew replied, stepping back several paces to protect Li Xian and the others. The outskirts of the forest they had entered were patrolled by soul masters from the Spirit Hall, ensuring that no dangerous soul beasts were present. As a Soul King and the regional overseer, Zhao Feng's guidance ensured their journey remained safe. Zhao Feng was well acquainted with the geography, and with the information on soul beasts provided, he could lead the group to their quarry. As a Soul King with formidable strength, Matthew felt assured they had indeed found the right person for the task. With such a status, the resources at their disposal were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Before them lay a dark lake, reflecting the silhouettes of the surrounding forest. At its center stood a colossal tree, its gnarled trunk half submerged in the water, imparting an atmosphere that was both tranquil and ominous. Zhao Feng summoned his martial spirit, grasping a white bamboo staff that matched his height, while 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings materialized beneath him. Upon closer inspection, the third purple soul ring subtly shifted to a darker hue, indicating its origin from a formidable soul beast nearing 10,000 years of age. Zhao Feng's first and third soul rings flickered in succession. With a sharp command, the white bamboo transformed into 3, the sound of slicing air resonating as the bamboo intertwined to form an expansive cage, magnifying in size before him. Go, he instructed, directing the bamboo toward the lake. The immense soul power radiating from it struck the surface, disturbing the concealed soul beast within. The lake erupted in turmoil, akin to grains in a sieve shaking violently, waves swiftly spreading across its expanse. Suddenly, a half-meter-long, reddish-brown soul beast with a pointed snout leaped from the water, executing a graceful arc before plunging back into the depths. The soul beast moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This creature served as a signal. Soon, the shoal of soul fish inhabiting the lake leaped to the surface, filling the water. Their razor-sharp jaws promised a deadly outcome upon contact with flesh. Should any soul masters be swimming in those waters, their lives would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. The white bamboo cage Zhao Feng wielded was battered by the onslaught of fish, gradually losing its luminous white radiance. Frowning, he activated his fourth purple soul ring. Behind him, 8 additional white bamboo staffs materialized, radiating a lethal gleam as they lunged toward the advancing fish. The white bamboo spears struck, bringing down 8 autumn leaf-spike fish that fell into the water. Their vibrant crimson blood staining the lake as their soul rings, either white or yellow, floated to the surface. Li Xian's gaze flickered, recognizing the formidable offensive skill. The lifeless bodies floated upon the water, the blood of the autumn leaf-stabbing fish rousing the soul beasts into a frenzied leap into the air, hinting at a reckless charge towards the water's edge. They were incensed. It was time to leave. Zhao Feng sensed something awry, retracting his martial spirit and leading the group away. The 100-spotted blue fur beast was nowhere to be found. The bloodshed had attracted other soul beasts, rendering the area perilous. Zhao Feng's tactics opened Li Xian's eyes to the myriad uses of martial spirits. He contemplated the potential of his third soul ring, aspiring for a similar effect. To absorb a soul skill akin to an aerial cage, complementing his first soul skill, earth manipulation, would render his opponent utterly trapped. Were those truly soul rings? Such a pity. Yushi gazed at the various soul rings drifting on the lake's surface, her brow furrowing as she spoke. Those are unsuitable for you. Let us seek more fitting ones. Ruffling her hair, Li Xian offered words of comfort. After all, young girls often harbor a degree of sympathy upon witnessing the slaughter of soul beasts. However, soul beasts must transform into human forms to experience human emotions. They are more savage than ordinary beasts, for slaughter is their very nature. Humans hunt soul beasts, while beast tides assault cities. From their respective standpoints, neither side is in the wrong. Zhao Feng's initial attempt bore no fruit, leaving him somewhat disgraced. Subsequently, he led the group deeper into the woods, subtly crossing the periphery of the Star Doe forest, arriving at an ancient, tranquil forest area. We have little time. We must return before sunset. Next, we shall seek the phoenix-winged tailgrass. Rest assured, this type of soul beast tends to congregate, making them easy to find. Zhao Feng proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. If he were incapable of assisting the children in acquiring their second soul rings, it would be an affront to his title of Soul King. Lord Zhao Feng, there is no need to rush. With the 2 children in tow, let us prioritize safety. Fear not. I am adept at gauging the situation, he replied. An hour had passed. The ancient trees obscured the sky, casting a dim veil over their surroundings. Li Xian carried Yushi on his back, holding her small shoes in his hand. Due to the school uniform, those shoes were quite harsh, leaving her heels sore and blistered. Li Xian, I can walk by myself. Yushi murmured, her breath warm against his skin as she spoke. It's no trouble. Carrying you provides me with a shield should a soul beast attack from behind. You, how wicked. Pouting, Yushi nestled her head against his back, gently bumping her forehead against him a few times. Li Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming, indeed. The playful banter between the two reached Zhao Feng's ears. Casting a glance at the girl, who had been walking for half a day and had worn her feet raw, a sense of embarrassment washed over his face. As the guide of the Soul King, failing to locate a soul beast would be truly disgraceful. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of red light darted through the nearby dense forest, igniting a spark of joy in Zhao Feng's eyes as he pursued it. It is the phoenix-wing curling tailgrass. Follow me. After uttering these words, 5 soul rings materialized around him, with the 5th ring radiating a brilliant glow. Li Xian felt as if a tempest had suddenly dissipated, leaving Zhao Feng's figure vanished. Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances, with Matthew trailing closely behind. Dean Su unfurled his wings, embodying the stone sparrow martial spirit, and proceeded to offer assistance. As he manifested his martial spirit, Li Xian also prepared himself for battle. 10 minutes later, he followed Matthew to an expansive area. The surroundings were littered with fragments of vines, and the tree trunks bore the scars of combat. Not far off, on a mound of earth, Zhao Feng gripped a white bamboo tightly with both hands, pinning down a struggling 2-meter-long soul beast. Li Xian, come quickly, came the urgent call. Li Xian set down the moonlit evening and hurried over. Keep a close watch over there. Li Xian summoned his martial soul and approached, where Zhao Feng had already marked the final strike on the soul beast. Channeling his soul power into his fist, he wielded his hand like a blade and plunged it downwards into the vulnerable root of the phoenix-winged spiral grass, penetrating all the way to its brain. A moment of turmoil ensued, marking the end of this phoenix-winged spiral grass's life. Externally resembling a wild chicken adorned with a resplendent crimson tail, its feathers were composed of numerous red grasses, and its head was keenly pointed, concealed beneath its abdomen. Zhao Feng extracted the head, and the 2-meter-long phoenix-winged spiral grass unfurled, resembling a fiery red wild chicken. As its life ebbed away, the soul power emanating from its surface surged upwards, transforming into a deep yellow soul ring that hovered above its lifeless form. With a sigh of exhilaration, he rubbed his hands together and smeared the blood onto the nearby Director Su. Li Xian, guarding his martial soul, pressed the corpse beneath him and began to slowly draw the yellow soul ring toward his body using the cassius seeds. Chapter 37. Threads. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Feng and the others immediately positioned themselves beside Li Xian, vigilant against any imminent danger. They had crossed the periphery of the Spirit Hall's defensive range and ventured deep into the Stardow forest. Even Zhao Feng, who possessed the cultivation of a Soul King, did not dare to be careless. He scattered powder around to impede the spread of the sin of blood and quietly guarded Li Xian, his spirit power enveloping the forest and extending into the depths of darkness. His cautious demeanor was not without reason. This forest, as one of the most primitive habitats for spirit beasts, harbored entities with cultivation levels reaching up to 10,000 years deep within its confines. Although the activity of these spirit beasts diminished as one moved outward from the forest, it did not exclude the presence of formidable beasts that ventured out of their lairs in search of food. At this moment, during the summer and autumn seasons, the number of spirit beasts surged, with large groups departing their habitats to assault human villages and towns. Incidents of beast tides attacking nearby areas were not uncommon. Thus, Zhao Feng's vigilance was justified. Should he encounter a spirit beast with a cultivation level of 30 or 40,000 years, his own strength would only suffice for self-preservation. Is everything all right? Zhao Feng gently inquired, casting a glance back at Li Xian, who was absorbing the soul ring. His heightened mental focus created an illusion that spirit beasts could emerge from the surroundings at any moment, amplifying his stress. Almost there, Lord Zhao Feng, came the reply. Standing guard beside Li Xian were Matthew, Dean Su, and Yushi, who crouched nearby with a serious expression, observing intently. At this moment, Li Xian's absorption of the soul ring had reached its conclusion. The spirit beast in question was a phoenix-winged tail grass with nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, its skin covered in reddish vines that vaguely resembled a pair of phoenix wings. The method for assessing its cultivation was to count the crimson stripes on these wings. The deeper the color, the higher the cultivation. In truth, the maximum age of spirit beasts that Li Xian's body could endure was a mere 800 years. However, having witnessed his top-tier martial soul and the pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring, Zhao Feng's perception of Li Xian had elevated significantly. To hunt such a 1,000-year spirit beast without regard for danger was indeed a bold endeavor. Curiously, the rest of the team seemed to tacitly accept this fact, offering no rebuttal, as if Li Xian absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring was a trivial matter. After all, Li Xian's first soul ring was a 10,000-year one. Could he not handle a mere 1,000-year spirit beast? This excessive expectation from the team rendered Li Xian's process of absorption exceedingly arduous. Sitting cross-legged atop the phoenix-winged tail grass, his upper body trembled incessantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he occasionally let out muffled groans. The energy contained within the 1,000-year soul ring was immense, even intertwined with a trace of the spirit beast's still volatile will, clashing against Li Xian's soul and body, complicating the absorption process. Fortunately, the most challenging stage of integrating the soul ring had passed, and now, as the absorption neared its conclusion, Li Xian's daring venture had not resulted in any unforeseen complications. Although, for Li Xian, who was confident in his abilities, it was still astonishing. Yet, the soul ring had indeed been absorbed. His cultivation had surpassed that of a great soul master, and the time limit had increased by 1,000 years. With a resounding crack, a barrier within him was breached by pure spirit power, and an immense force surged through his limbs and bones. As this energy washed over his body, a deep yellow soul ring materialized beneath him. Almost instinctively, Li Xian began the process of solidifying the new soul ring. The solidification was successful. The luck had not favored him this time. Surrounding Li Xian, 2 soul rings, one black and one yellow, floated into existence. Just as the rings had yet to fully expand, an extraordinary event unfolded. The colors of the rings visibly transformed. Before the astonished gazes of Matthew and the others, the surface hue transitioned rapidly from a deep yellow to a lighter shade of purple. A surge of frenetic energy radiated outward, as the spirit of the phoenix-winged tail grass seemed to roar within the soul rings, emanating a formidable aura. It has changed. It has changed, cried out Zhao Feng. Look quickly, Lord Zhao Feng. This is what I mentioned to you. The anomalous transformation occurring during the absorption of the soul ring has resulted in a purple soul ring. As Matthew tugged at his sleeve, Zhao Feng momentarily stood in a daze, astonishment flooding his mind at such an occurrence. The soul beast he had personally hunted was a phoenix-winged tail grass of 900 years. Now, the soul ring had transformed into one of a millennium. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This was truly unprecedented in the annals of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The measure of a soul master's power is gauged through the soul rings they absorb. The higher the age of the soul ring and the more appropriate the match, the greater the soul master's strength, along with a higher potential for the future. Thus, the pursuit of the optimal soul ring age becomes the aspiration of all soul masters. However, there exists a maximum age limit for soul rings. Depending on the soul master's level, 400 years for a spirit scholar and 800 years for a soul master. Exceeding these limits, an overly dense force could lead to the soul master's demise, a cautionary tale of greed leading to one's downfall. Consequently, Even if a soul master exerts themselves to the fullest and accumulates vast resources, they remain bound by this immutable principle. The age of the absorbed soul ring is fixed. And now, Li Xian's existence has completely shattered Zhao Feng's understanding. It is utterly astonishing. Li Xian, do share with us about your new spirit ability. Is it a control-type skill? Dean Su inquired with a smile. The absorption of spirit rings into the body requires a certain period for mutation, and this duration varies from person to person. Even the quickest cases necessitate at least half an hour. Given that Li Xian had only absorbed the spirit ring for less than 5 minutes, his inquiry about the spirit ability led Dean Su to regard him as an anomaly. Dean, please wait a moment. I have yet to perceive it. Li Xian pondered deeply, feeling somewhat speechless. At the same time, he clenched his fist to sense the explosive power surging within him. His mood lifted. Before him, Yushi rested her chin on her small hands, her large eyes gazing blankly, brimming with admiration. So, have you learned something? With a hand stained with the blood of the phoenix wing grass, he reached out and playfully tapped Yushi's cheek. A vivid crimson mark was left on her face, prompting her to nod. Yes, Li Xian, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. As he spoke, he traced another line of blood on the right side of her cheek, creating a perfect symmetry. Don't just bask in your glory. Get up and move around to let the surging soul power within you thrive, Matthew reminded from the side. All right, Master Ma. With that, Li Xian sprang to his feet and leapt into the air, clearly noticing that his body had grown taller once again. Looking down at Yushi, who was crouching on the ground, he thought she resembled a little turnip. How tall? Yushi also recognized this. Standing up on tiptoe to see the top of Li Xian's head, a unique rhythmic sound resonated, emanating from the soul rings. Li Xian stood resolutely, unleashing his martial soul. Beneath his feet appeared 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, while his eyes remained tightly shut, fluttering beneath his eyelids. In a pivotal moment, those eyes sprang open, and the second soul ring at his feet radiated an intense glow. As he raised his arm, a crimson vine shot forth from it. Spider-Man? After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Xian began to receive the sensations transmitted by the soul ring. The second soul skill, Azure Void Crescent Vine, launched a curling grass that, upon striking its target, transformed into leaves that coiled inward, binding the enemy's movements. Against foes of equal cultivation, it inflicted a 2-second immobilization. For those struck, it induced a paralyzing effect. In the midst of conversation, the soul skill released from Li Xian's palm was deftly caught by the Soul King Zhao Feng. Suddenly, the crimson vine morphed into a structure reminiscent of a pitcher plant, opening and closing to envelop half of Zhao Feng's body, contracting swiftly to ensnare him into a grotesque form. With a powerful grip, Zhao Feng shattered the constricting leaves, reducing them to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Raising an eyebrow lightly, he felt a numb sting on his skin and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was a control-type soul skill. The leaves bore a toxin that could affect my body as well. Much obliged, Lord Zhao Feng, Matthew exclaimed, elated. The efforts of both him and Director Su had not been in vain. Through their research, Li Xian had successfully mastered a second control-type soul skill, one that was actively released, in contrast to his earth manipulation, and endowed with greater combat capability. Li Xian, how do you feel? Is the soul power consumption severe? Does this soul skill possess any additional effects? Director Su inquired with concern. Witnessing his soul skill being effortlessly shattered by Zhao Feng, Li Xian felt a pang of disappointment. The 2-second binding effect had not manifested, primarily due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. The consumption of soul power was minimal, allowing for approximately 10 consecutive attacks. The physical exertion was even less, and with the assistance of a supportive soul master nearby, continuous release would pose no issue. Li Xian expressed his feelings aloud, 10 times. Matthew was taken aback, utterly astonished. Upon returning, we shall assist you in testing its practicality, and you can make further adjustments thereafter. Nodding in agreement. Li Xian seated himself. He regulated his breathing, controlling the flow of soul power within him, allowing the surge of cultivation to settle. Meanwhile, Matthew and Dean Su exchanged glances, both of their eyes glimmering with joy. Li Xian's initial soul skill necessitates physical contact to activate, which consequently results in his relatively feeble performance in actual combat, despite possessing a millennium soul ring. However, with the advent of this actively released skill, he is no longer burdened by such concerns. When facing a genius like Fajia from the provincial capital, Li Xian will navigate the situation with ease. 5 minutes later, Li Xian rose, having adjusted his body adequately. Zhao Feng retracted his spiritual energy perception, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Deep within the starry forest, the pressure on him as a leader was immense. Lord Zhao Feng, you must be weary as well. Let us return for now. We shall address the matter of the moon evening martial spirit tomorrow, suggested Matthew. Contemplating Matthew's proposal, Zhao Feng stroked his chin. I am well enough. Li Xian's absorption of the spirit ring is progressing smoothly, and we have ample time. Since we are already here, I shall assist her on the way back, saving you another trip. Very well. We shall be in your debt, Lord Zhao Feng. In the midst of the crowd, Li Xian, carrying Yushi, turned his cheek and asked with a smile, have you felt anything? through their skin contact. The flow of spiritual energy within Li Xian surged with remarkable vigor. Yushi's face flushed slightly. I feel you have grown stronger. Such a response brought a chuckle from Li Xian. Indeed, my prowess extends beyond this. However, at that moment, Li Xian was astonished by another revelation. During their recent contact, he had discreetly altered a loose strand of Yushi's hair. To his amazement, he discovered that the strand had visibly aged, as if it had lost its youthful luster over the course of a millennium. Chapter 38. Blushing. This revelation left Li Xian utterly astounded. Just a few days prior, he had conducted a similar test with Fajia during their encounter. However, his alteration ability had faltered then, with not even a whisper of warning echoing in his heart. Yet, this time, his alteration of Yushi proved unexpectedly successful, filling him with excitement. Could it be that the closeness of their spiritual energies allowed his alteration ability to recognize Yushi as one of his own? How intriguing. Li Xian arrived at such a conclusion within himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for the differing outcomes stemming from identical actions. In essence, the ability to utilize a more refined power alongside Yueshi made Li Xian feel as though he had gained a significant advantage, filling him with joy. Since Yueshi's martial soul could merge with his own, her growth and strength directly corresponded to his own enhancement whenever she was by his side. This ability also manifested in their daily training sessions. As Yueshi's soul power increased, their shared practice became markedly more efficient. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Li Xian has already mapped out in his heart that once Yushi becomes a grand soul master, his enhanced abilities will be available for her use. Currently, the millennium is beyond her grasp. She must first grow and mature. Li Xian was filled with anticipation, eager to discover the extent of their combined strength after the enhancement of both his and Yushi's martial souls. He was equally curious about the form of their martial soul fusion technique. Of course, the answer to this question was imminent. All that was required was to assist Yushi in obtaining a soul ring, and upon returning home, he could finally put this young lady's abilities to the test. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated the journey ahead. Leading the way back was Matthew Nua, with Soul King Zhao Feng bringing up the rear. Along the route, these three engaged in discussions, separated by Li Xian and Yushi, who shared a close bond. Initially, we envisioned Yushi becoming an asset to Li Xian, guiding her towards the path of offensive prowess. However, we dismissed that notion yesterday. Indeed, the optimal partner for a control-type soul master is an offensive type, and your reasoning is not misplaced. Yet, the compatibility of their martial souls holds equal significance. Thus, we sought the opinion of the young ones. Li Xian expressed his desire for Yushi to pursue agility in combat. As elders, we cannot impose our ideas upon them. So we decided to support their choices. Lord Zhao Feng, you may not be aware, but these two youngsters are quite affectionate towards each other. Their camaraderie is palpable. Li Xian's intention for Yushi to adopt an agile combat style left us with no room for dissent. In the midst of our conversation, Director Su teasingly glanced at the pair. Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson as she tightened her embrace around Li Xian's neck, burying her face into him. Li Xian, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, Director, you are well aware of the significance of selecting a martial spirit. To have the phantom martial spirit pursue the assault specialization would be detrimental to Yushi, wouldn't it? Haha, I was merely jesting. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and interjected. From what I understand, the phantom appears to be a mutated martial spirit, distinct from the possession of beast martial spirits or the manipulation of weapon martial spirits. It possesses two forms, capable of aiding its host in offense while simultaneously enhancing its own abilities. The assault specialization may indeed be more fitting. Those earlier comments were simply in jest. I hadn't anticipated that Director Su would have such profound knowledge of the phantom. The capability for independent combat? That's something I am hearing for the first time. As for Matthew, he was even more astonished. He had always regarded the phantom as a malevolent martial spirit. Yet in Zhao Feng's discourse, it transformed into a commendable mutated martial spirit. Zhao Feng continued his analysis. However, you must advise this young lady to exercise caution. The martial spirit can assist its host, but as you are aware, this is a manifestation of the martial spirit's self-awareness. Therefore, her situation is exceptionally unique. The path of cultivation will be more arduous than for the average person. Each time she absorbs a soul ring, there exists the potential for a backlash from the martial spirit's will. It would be prudent to seek out a soul master capable of suppressing the phantom to accompany her in her training. Matthew glanced at Li Xian and remarked, As for the soul master you mentioned, they are, in fact, right before your eyes. Zhao Feng looked down, and aside from the bashful young lady, there was only Li Xian. Could it be? Indeed, although Li Xian's martial spirit is of the botanical variety, it is a mutated celestial-grade spirit, the inherent power of which is perfectly suited to restrain the phantom martial spirit. Zhao Feng chuckled. How intriguing. No wonder the two of you share such a close bond. Li Xian chuckled lightly, revealing another layer of reason behind his demeanor. Yushi is my neighbor. We hail from the same place. Zhao Feng reached out to pat Li Xian's head, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Considering how long you two have been together, have you ever attempted to merge your soul powers? To my knowledge, the two elders in our spirit hall with their opposing attributes, have managed to achieve such a fusion. Have you tried? Upon these words, the astonished gazes of Matthew and Dean Su collided. They were taken aback, for this was a notion they had never contemplated. After all, Li Xian's martial spirit was exceedingly peculiar, identified merely as the azure void moon vine. In their perspective, how could vines and shadows possibly merge? Moreover, the attention of Elder Gui Ju had naturally led them to focus on Li Xian, while their interest in Yu Shi had been minimal. Now, with Zhao Feng's revelation, both were left astounded. So this was the case. No wonder the personnel from the spirit hall brought 2 tokens. Li Xian, have you and Yu Shi ever attempted this? Matthew inquired cautiously. Li Xian inwardly complained. Master Ma, if you want to ask, then please refrain from doing so. His inquiries had rendered the other party quite embarrassed. And Li Xian could even sense the heat radiating from Yu Shi's body behind him. After some contemplation, he decided to respond candidly, for there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, Matthew inhaled sharply, the temperature in the air plummeting significantly. He turned his gaze, and Director Su also wore an expression of astonishment. In contrast to the two, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, and he spoke warmly. How fortunate you are. The fusion of martial souls is the aspiration of every soul master. To have found your partner at such a tender age truly fills me with envy. Li Xian, you must treat her well in the future. Does Lord Zhao Feng's statement resonate with you? Li Xian inquired, perplexed. Zhao Feng cleared his throat. Do you truly wish for a partner, one who can merge with your martial spirit, to be taken away by someone else? Li Xian pondered for a moment, recalling the events of the moonlit evening. While he felt powerless to intervene, he was indeed reluctant. Is that not sufficient? Zhao Feng exchanged a knowing glance and leaned in to whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment spread across Li Xian's face, quickly transforming into one of surprise. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? He inquired. Ahem, one must show respect, and moreover. Your voice is rather loud, Zhao Feng replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he noticed a clear gaze directed at him from that flushed visage, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Li Xian pondered thoughtfully, his chin resting in his hand. It was feasible. The conversation between the two offered no pretense, and Moon Evening, who was discreetly behind Li Xian, heard every word. Zhao Feng's whispers were crystal clear to her. Phrases like strike first and turn raw rice into cooked rice echoed in her mind. Although Moon Evening was young and might not fully grasp the implications, she was certainly not naive and could discern the underlying meanings. In her deep, dark eyes, a mist began to form. The moisture swirled within, and the flush on her cheeks spread down her neck, rendering her akin to a ripe apple. With a resentful gaze, she fixed her stare upon Zhao Feng. The latter grew increasingly awkward, chuckling nervously as he ruffled Moon Evening's hair. Little girl, I truly admire your spirit. Had I encountered someone like you as a childhood companion, I might not have found myself wed to a soul master I do not favor. If you two ever find yourselves free, do come and visit me. I, Zhao Feng, would welcome the company of a few more young friends. Please, do not take my earlier remarks to heart. They were merely jest. Later, I shall assist you in acquiring a formidable soul beast. Do not be upset. Moon Evening nodded, though she was not genuinely angry. It was merely the nature of his words that unsettled her. If she had affections for someone else, why would she maintain such closeness with Li Xian? It felt as if her innocence was being questioned. She buried her head against Li Xian, gradually succumbing to silence. Li Xian turned his head and exhaled. Yu Shi, we were merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Upon seeing the girl nod, Li Xian felt reassured. He was not the kind of person to let trivial matters affect him. To him, Yu Shi was akin to a younger sister, and he held no contemptible thoughts whatsoever. Ahead, Matthew Noah and Director Su were engaged in a fervent discussion, their voices rising in intensity, even flushing their necks. How could a light attribute combine with a dark attribute to transform? You are an esteemed director. Have you spent half your life theorizing on a dog's back? In my view, it must be a soul skill. A soul skill. The marvel of martial soul fusion lies in its enigma. Any two seemingly incongruous elements can yield unpredictable results. I am merely suggesting a possibility. If we take the phantom as the main body, why should transformation be impossible? Enough of your nonsense. Stop misleading the young. And what of your nonsense? As a leader of the martial soul hall, you nearly drove Yu Shi away. Do you realize the grave error you almost committed? Matthew Nua's face flushed with embarrassment, his sleeves trembling with indignation. Zhao Feng, observing the two elderly men quarreling, couldn't help but chuckle. Gentlemen, are you discussing martial soul fusion? I can offer some insights. Please, Lord Zhao Feng, go ahead. I once heard from a senior that our martial soul hall's 2 law enforcement elders, under the command of the Chrysanthemum Ghost, possess a fusion skill that can halt time. It is said that even a titled Douluo caught within cannot escape, a truly terrifying ability. Matthew Noah scoffed. See, I told you it is a soul skill. Frowning, Director Su ignored him and turned to inquire. So, Lord Zhao Feng, what do you believe the fusion skill of these 2 young ones will manifest as? You want my opinion? Zhao Feng paused for a moment, then chuckled, but my words hold little weight. However, the combination of ultimate darkness and ultimate light will generate yin-yang energy. There exists an ancient tome on the I Ching that might contain relevant accounts. Oh, really? I haven't read much of those texts. I prefer the spring and autumn annals. Actually, I have not perused them either. We shall only know what their martial soul fusion skill entails once the two young ones attempt it. I believe we shall witness it soon enough. You are indeed correct. They listened to the exchange. Li Xian fell into a deep contemplation. The power of yin and yang. A peculiar sealing skill suddenly came to his mind, causing a wave of apprehension to surge within him. Could it be that kind? Chapter 39. The Ghost Tiger. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from the nearby thicket, where a soul beast, entirely enveloped in black with a mane of white fur on its back, abruptly leaped forth. Its lithe figure emerged from the foliage, and its yellow, clear eyes narrowed slightly, revealing sharp teeth as it let out a deep, hoarse roar. Roar. The soul beast spun in place twice. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Zhao Feng and the others, it lowered its body, slowly retreating back into hiding. Simultaneously, the team leader, Matthew, also took note of the soul beast. Was that a ghost tiger? Indeed. It appeared to be a century-old specimen. Joy flickered in Dean Su's eyes. Among the soul beasts designated for Yueshi, the ghost tiger was an excellent choice. This carnivorous, large soul beast is sensitive to territorial boundaries, often encountered alone within vast forest areas. It was unexpected that the group, preparing to return, encountered such fortune. Leave it to me. Zhao Feng observed the century-old ghost tiger charging toward the front of the team. 5 soul rings floated beneath his feet, with the first and second ring shimmering. Sensing the threat posed by his cultivation, the distant ghost tiger swiftly turned and vanished into the thicket. Trying to flee? Above Zhao Feng, a cage formed from his white bamboo martial soul materialized. With a stretch of his fingers, the cage flew towards the escaping ghost tiger. The confinement was crafted from 2 of Zhao Feng's soul skills, and as the soul power surged and whirled about its surface, the cage expanded several times in the blink of an eye. Roar. As Zhao Feng pursued, a reluctant roar echoed from behind the bushes. The sound of the cage colliding with the beast reverberated, shaking the forest and startling a flock of wild birds into flight. Let us hurry, Matthew urged, as he led the group to accelerate, placing Li Xian and Yueshi in the center for protection. The century-old soul beast was naturally meant for Yueshi to capture, and Li Xian hurriedly carried her forward. Don't be afraid, just follow what I taught you. Yueshi nodded lightly, a flicker of joy crossing her delicate face. She was quite eager for her first soul ring. The century-old ghost tiger, colliding with the cage, narrowed its clear yellow vertical pupils into slits as it growled lowly, releasing an aura of terrifying murderous intent. Zhao Feng clenched his hands, the glow of his 4th soul ring shimmering as 8 tendrils of his white bamboo martial soul pierced through the cage, pinning the ghost tiger firmly to the ground. Yueshi, dear child, quickly deal with this beast. Zhao Feng called softly, glancing back. Controlling a century-old soul beast was not a challenge for him. However, such proud creatures, especially a tiger-type soul beast, would not tolerate being confined and domesticated by humans. If this century-old ghost tiger, aware of its hopeless situation, continued to be delayed, it would likely choose self-destruction. Li Xian released the moon evening, and 2 soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple, floated beneath his feet. With a series of swift finger movements, several tendrils of the curling grass shot forth, ensnaring the body of the ghost tiger, leaving only its head exposed. After executing this maneuver, he gently blew upon his wrist. Placing his palm atop Moon Evening's head, he spoke softly, urging her to proceed. Barefoot, Moon Evening gripped a dagger tightly in both hands, and with a spirited demeanor approached, channeling her soul power to stab at the head of the ghost tiger. Roar. The fierce beast, in a sudden act of defiance, managed to break free from Li Xian's bindings, and Zhao Feng's white bamboo spear appeared to be on the verge of yielding. Anticipating this turn of events, Matthew and Dean Su had already readied themselves, each unleashing their martial souls and channeling their soul power to subdue the ghost tiger, forcing its recently arched back down to the ground. Panting heavily, Moon Evening was startled and fell onto her bottom, her face flushed with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Li Xian, she hastily retrieved the nearby dagger and moved closer to the ghost tiger, following Li Xian's instructions, angling the dagger to pierce its skull. Zhao Feng, arms crossed, observed this scene and shook his head, leaning closer to Li Xian to whisper, "This girl will undoubtedly require your care. You must protect her well in the future." Li Xian was unconcerned. With my presence, no one could bully her. Yushi's excessively gentle, even somewhat timid demeanor had been this way since she met Li Xian. Naturally, for a soul master, both mental and physical attributes are essential measures of potential. However, Li Xian did not impose significant expectations on Yushi in this regard. As long as she grew stronger, would Yushi still be subjected to bullying? Yushi gripped the dagger tightly, channeling her soul power to pierce the brain of the ghost tiger. The violent thrashing caused her arms to flail, gritting her teeth. She held on firmly. The struggles stirred the dagger within the brain, and the ghost tiger's breath gradually weakened. The onlookers sighed in relief at this sight. Yet, there was no yet. Yushi's finishing blow was executed smoothly. As the ghost tiger's essence dwindled, her soul power dispersed over the corpse, transforming into a yellow soul ring. It appeared to be around 150 years old, and absorbing it would be quite safe for Yushi. Director Su stroked his beard thoughtfully. The expectations the others had for you, she were not as extreme as those of Li Xian. Her delicate nature left a lasting impression on everyone. For a soul master, a first soul ring exceeding 100 years is considered a perfect match, although it still fell short of 400 years. Absorbing and refining such a soul ring would not lead to unforeseen complications. According to what I have taught you, calm your mind, focus on your martial soul, and touch the soul ring. Your body will absorb it automatically. Just follow your instincts. Li Xian approached and whispered a few words. Yueshi nodded gently. She had heard Li Xian speak of this many times before and had recently witnessed the absorption process firsthand. Consequently, a semblance of confidence graced her features. She summoned her martial spirit, enveloping her delicate form in a shroud of obsidian light. As she extended her small hand, the yellow soul ring ascended from her wrist to crown her head, gradually intertwining with her being. With the manifestation of her alluring martial spirit, the impression Yueshi left on the onlookers underwent a profound transformation. Gazes were drawn to her, as if a chilling sensation cleaved through their very sight, evoking a tremor in their hearts and minds. Matthew, accustomed to such phenomena, averted his gaze to assist his old companion. Not a simple matter. Meanwhile, the Soul King Zhao Feng felt a weighty thought resonate within him. Yueshi's martial spirit surpassed his expectations in its sinister allure. The profound aura of darkness emanating from her hinted at a formidable presence within. Should she continue to grow at this pace, her willpower would inevitably evolve to match human intelligence. At that point, her martial spirit would no longer serve as a companion to soul masters, but rather pose a significant threat. It is crucial to recognize that upon absorbing the seventh martial spirit, the skills generated manifest as the true form of the martial spirit itself. The release of this true form demands the consumption of the soul power of a soul sage. In a sense, the true form signifies the martial spirit coming to life, existing as a tangible entity rather than merely a form of soul energy residing within. The notion of a conscious martial spirit in its true form sent a chill down Zhao Feng's spine. His gaze involuntarily flickered towards Li Xian before settling back. He could only rely on this young man. If he failed to restrain the growth of that alluring shadow, perhaps one day, the girl before him would no longer be herself. Her soul and consciousness could be consumed by the shadow. Go, Yueshi, take your time. Li Xian summoned his martial soul, the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, allowing its radiant energy to circulate around him, rendering him impervious to the influence of the shadow martial soul. He stood vigil beside Yueshi, utilizing the strength within him to suppress the encroaching shadow. They awaited the refinement of the martial soul in serene anticipation. This was a protracted process for a soul master. The initial absorption of a martial soul was often a clumsy endeavor, with each individual's pace varying significantly. Naturally, if confronted with a soul beast of nearly 10 years of cultivation, even Yueshi could absorb the soul ring in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feng cast a glance behind him, stepping back a little to position himself outside the thicket. They had returned to the periphery of the Stardow forest. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding enveloped Zhao Feng, as if something were amiss. Driven by the instincts of a soul king, he felt that their expedition to hunt soul beasts today had unfolded too smoothly. According to intelligence from the sub-palace, during this period, among the numerous soul master teams entering and exiting the Stardow forest, half had encountered soul beast attacks, resulting in considerable casualties. Furthermore, even within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall, just a week prior, there had been a significant beast tide, during which 2 high-ranking soul masters lost their lives in suppressing the soul beasts. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, prompting Zhao Feng to pinch the corner of his eye. Could it be that he was overthinking? The absence of unexpected events was indeed a blessing. Was he merely worrying needlessly? Channeling his soul power, he extended his senses outward, offering himself a gentle reassurance in the hope that his apprehensions were unfounded. 10 minutes later, the yellow soul ring above Yushi's head had undergone significant refinement. Her delicate features serene and her eyes closed, immersed in a state of meditation, Li Xian remained vigilant, ensuring the smooth flow of Moon Evening's soul energy. He could perceive that whenever the shadowy martial soul of Moon Evening was suppressed, her complexion would flush with a rosy hue. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted. Moon Evening's delicate face turned pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Frowning deeply, Li Xian abruptly rose and cast a glance towards Zhao Feng. Naturally, Matthew and the others also directed their gazes in unison. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Sensing the tremor reverberating through him, he furrowed his brow and declared, "I shall investigate." "Be cautious, Lord Zhao Feng," came the admonition. As Zhao Feng departed, Matthew turned his attention to Dean Su, saying, "If a soul beast attacks, please divert the danger and safeguard Moon Evening. The absorption of the soul ring must not be interrupted." Dean Su nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Due to the nature of soul ring manifestation, nearly all soul ring absorption occurs during hunting, which often results in many teams that successfully hunt soul beasts ultimately perishing during the absorption phase. During the refinement of a soul ring, a soul master must exert their utmost strength to combat the resisting will left within the soul ring by the soul beast, rendering them oblivious to external stimuli. Moreover, this process must not be interrupted, Otherwise, the soul ring will dissipate within the body, and the unrefined energy channels will be unable to absorb it, leading to a most tragic demise for the soul master. A veil of unease washed over Li Xian's face. Just at that moment, even if it meant risking danger while absorbing the soul ring, he found himself urging Yueshi to persevere. The only option left was to place his trust in Zhao Feng and Yueshi. If they could navigate the peril or hasten the absorption, he would find solace. I will hold them off for you. Do not head north. Retreat towards the east. Boom. Roar. At that moment, Li Xian's keen ears twitched, and the operation of his Xiantian gong heightened his hearing to a remarkable degree, enabling him to faintly discern Zhao Feng's voice from nearly 100 meters away. Moreover, it was accompanied by the fearsome roar of a soul beast. The resonance of that sound, despite the distance, conveyed the terrifying power concealed within its bellow. It was a soul beast that had existed for 10 millennia. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 40. Fury. From a distance, the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. The power contained within the roar of the soul beast was undoubtedly beyond that of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. After a moment of analysis, Li Xian compelled himself to remain calm and scrutinize the situation carefully. Clearly, Soul King Zhao Feng had encountered a fleeing group and was assisting in holding off a 10,000-year soul beast. As for the identities of those individuals, to Li Xian's knowledge, the only soul masters who had entered the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall today were this group and others from Nodding City, such as Li Xian. Perhaps there were other small teams that subsequently entered this area, but those were beyond Li Xian's knowledge. In summary, he analyzed Zhao Feng's words. Li Xian gradually came to a realization. Allowing them to depart, the danger was undoubtedly instigated by those individuals, and guiding them away from the eastern forest was intended to avoid disturbing Yushi. Zhao Feng's considerations were astute. Temporarily restraining a 10,000-year soul beast was essential to prevent it from impacting Yushi. Simultaneously, the upheaval caused by the ancient soul beast would certainly affect the weaker soul beasts residing nearby. After being startled, those creatures would mindlessly retaliate against the soul masters. Thus, Zhao Feng rescued that group, directing them to flee in a different direction. Furrowing her brow, a chill suddenly coursed through Li Xian's heart. Yushi was currently absorbing a soul ring, in a critical moment that demanded absolute tranquility. Should those ruffians dare to cause a disturbance now, they would not be spared. At that moment, the yellow soul ring above Yushi's head had diminished to just half its size. In approximately 5 minutes, it would be fully integrated into her being. Li Xianhuan's spiritual force radiated outward, his effective range limited to a mere 7 or 8 meters, a distance only visible to the eye. Though anxious, his power was undeniably constrained. Rising to release his soul ring, he prepared himself for an imminent confrontation. Even if Matthew and Dean Su had poor hearing, the sounds of battle in the distance reached their ears. It appeared that an extraordinary soul beast had emerged. They had to hold their ground. Any nearby soul beasts might go into a frenzy, and it was imperative that those creatures did not harm the two young ones. Just as the two were contemplating this, two figures suddenly dashed out of the underbrush, fleeing in terror. Shortly after, another figure, bloodied and battered, collapsed onto the ground. The young man gasping for breath as he expelled blood in great heaves. They were the exchange students. Casting a glance, Matthew furrowed his brow. How could they be so gravely injured? What had transpired? Li Xian, leading Doran, noticed the fallen guardian behind them, instinctively continuing their flight, unmindful of the situation. Upon entering the thicket, they discovered the presence of others. Their gazes swiftly scanned each face, landing on Yushi, who was absorbing a soul ring. A flicker of ecstasy crossed Mi Xian's face. Splendid. Let us hasten our departure. Supporting the bloody Doran, Mi Xian thought little of it and continued to flee toward the outskirts. Halt. Li Xian's gaze was entirely frigid as he fixed his eyes upon the two individuals before him. A sharp reprimand escaped his lips, compelling them to halt. Humph. Li Xian. Today I have no desire to indulge your whims. Consider yourself fortunate. Mi Xian paused momentarily, her countenance marred by a shadowy expression upon witnessing Li Xian. Casting a backward glance at the young man sprawled on the ground, whose breath was faint, a look of trepidation crossed her face, prompting her to hasten her steps. Did Zhao Feng not instruct you to proceed east? What brings you here? Li Xian exhibited no inclination towards leniency. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it forward, momentarily halting the steps of Mi Xian and her companion. With a sharp whoosh, the dagger embedded itself in the trunk of a tree mere centimeters from Mi Xian's pale, delicate face. A chill surged through her heart. Mi Xian's eyes widened in terror. Just moments ago, she had spoken from over 100 meters away. How could Li Xian possibly have heard her? Although a flicker of doubt crossed her mind, her demeanor remained assertive. I cannot comprehend your words. There are soul beasts in turmoil behind us. Who can discern the direction? If you wish to survive, flee at once. I have no desire to quarrel with you today. With that, she continued her flight. I command you to halt. Take another step, and I shall end you. Li Xian executed a powerful kick, his figure surging forth with explosive force. With the footwork of a ghost, he swiftly maneuvered to stand before Mi Xian, delivering a side kick that struck both individuals. Caught off guard, Mi Xian and Duolun were sent sprawling to the ground. As her anger surged, Mi Xian, in pain, sprang to her feet. ready to unleash her fury. However, she was met with Li Xian's frigid gaze, and as their eyes locked, the words she had prepared to unleash were swallowed back down. Li Xian exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. In the soul arena, Li Xian had encountered such a gaze before. With a stammer, she sank to the ground. What? What do you intend to do? The soul beasts were summoned by you, weren't they? Zhao Feng is holding back the danger for you. Yet you two refuse to heed the warnings and wish to implicate everyone here. Are you seeking your own demise? Dolan's lips were ashen, having lost too much blood and lacking the strength to utter a word. At his words, Li Xian lowered her head. Li Xian spoke the truth. During their hunt for soul beasts, they were ambushed by a dark gold fearclaw bear, a creature of terrifying ferocity. It is said that the fearclaw dragon lineage possesses dragon blood, and a fearclaw bear of merely 3,000 years can slay even 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, the one they encountered surely boasted an age of at least 10,000 years. The dean accompanying them from Notting City was still managing the aftermath, with 2 guards, one dead and the other injured. In the throes of survival, having heard Zhao Feng mention the presence of others nearby, Li Xian naturally led her team in this direction. In the face of life and death, one can hardly think of anything but oneself. Furthermore, Li Xian harbored grievances against Li Xian. She would relish the opportunity to divert danger towards others, placing the blame on them. However, she did not anticipate that Li Xian would overhear their exchange. Instantly, Li Xian fell silent. Upon exchanging glances, Matthew and Dean Su felt a chill in their hearts. From Li Xian's words, they grasped that these 2 exchange students were intent on drawing danger to them, hoping to use them as shields. Despite their advanced age, which had tempered their youthful ardor, the feeling of being exploited ignited their fury. You 2 remain here. Even in the face of danger, you must stand firm. No one is permitted to leave until Yushi absorbs the soul ring, declared the leader of the Spirit Hall and the head of the Junior Soul Academy. Li Xian dared not retort. Though she was of noble birth, her family would not antagonize the Spirit Hall on her behalf. Biting her crimson lip, she turned her head away. At that moment, a bloodied, stooped figure crashed against a nearby tree. Old Xiao, Dean Su exclaimed, recognizing the individual as the head of the Junior Academy in Notting City. Cough. I'm not dead yet. Lend me a hand. He approached to assist him. Glancing back, they saw a frenzied deer beast, its hooves scattering in disarray as it barreled through the underbrush, snapping branches as it fled. This was a panicked soul beast, which did not attack the group. Supporting his aching waist, Dean Xiao of Notting City grimaced. I nearly lost my life here. We must leave quickly. There are still 2 waves of soul beasts behind us. Matthew's expression darkened in alarm. Dean Su frowned and replied sternly, we cannot, Old Xiao. There are children absorbing soul rings here. We must hold our ground. What did you say? Dean Xiao glanced back and saw Yushi at a critical moment, her pallid face losing more color. It's not worth it. I might as well perish here today. The danger had been summoned by them. After being rescued, turning to flee would mean returning to Notting City would be futile. Despite his severe injuries, he could still manage to walk. What transpired behind? Where is Lord Zhao Feng? Dean Su inquired, furrowing his brow. What peril had caused their team to flee in such disarray? The dark gold fearclaw bear. A 10,000-year one, he exclaimed. And Zhao Feng may not last much longer. I say, Old Su, we should retreat. If that beast catches up, we will all perish. What? Upon hearing the name of the soul beast, the gathered individuals were immediately struck with shock. The dark gold fearclaw bear? No wonder the nearby soul beasts were in turmoil. Such a perilous creature is typically found at the heart of the Star Doe forest. How did it venture into the outer regions? With a countenance fluctuating between despair and resolve, Dean Su cast a glance at Li Xian, his fists clenched tightly. Even if Zhao Feng could not withstand the onslaught, he could still escape. The true danger lay with him. If Yushi did not hasten, perhaps none would escape this place. Several gazes instantly turned towards Yushi. Faced with life and death, the essence of humanity was laid bare. Li Xian's expression darkened as he positioned himself in front of Yushi. Dean, Master Ma, I understand if you wish to depart due to the imminent danger behind you, but I shall not leave. I am grateful for your assistance in hunting the soul beasts. Matthew No fell into a brief silence before managing a smile. What are you saying, Li Xian? As elders, how could we abandon you in the face of peril? That would be utterly disgraceful for us as the leaders of the Spirit Hall. Do not be overly agitated, Li Xian. The rampaging soul beast should be upon us soon. You must hold your ground for Yushi while we do our utmost to delay them, he added. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his lower back, causing Dean Xiao of Notting City to momentarily freeze before nodding in response. Of course. I have no intention of fleeing. Who would wish to run? Having lived this long, I have seen enough of life. However, when we confront the tide of beasts, we shall inevitably scatter. We can only regroup outside the forest. If you choose to stay here to look after that girl, you must be cautious. I understand. Thank you, elders. Li Xian bowed deeply, then directed his icy gaze towards Li Xian, gesturing with his finger. However, you two must remain here. If anything happens to Yushi today, neither of you will leave. I shall personally see you off. The palpable aura of menace emanating from Li Xian was almost tangible. Li Xian, whose impulsive nature urged her to retort, merely exchanged a glance, feeling a shiver run down her spine, and gritted her teeth as she sat back down. Beside her, the curled-up Doran nearly fainted upon hearing those words. What an impressive young man. Director Xiao of Nodding City was visibly shaken by the scene. At that moment, none of the elderly men exhibited the courage of youth. They were all rendered disoriented by the overwhelming presence of the dark golden terror claw bear. Moreover, were those words spoken in earnest? The exchange within the academy was initiated by someone from the provincial capital, and this young man dared to act against them? Old Xiao. Old Ma, let us proceed and intercept those two waves of rampaging soul beasts. Agreed. Not far from their position, a cacophony of violent collisions echoed, signaling that the frenzied soul beasts were drawing near. Exchanging resolute glances, the three stalwarts of Nodding City steeled themselves for the oncoming confrontation. Li Xian stood tall, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart as he lowered his gaze to the moonlit evening. At this moment, the century-old soul ring was but a hair's breadth away from being integrated into his body. Chapter 41. The dark golden terror claw bear. A furious roar from a soul beast echoed not far away, followed by a rustling in the woods. Li Xian and her companion wore grim expressions, their cold stares fixed on Li Xian. Do not regard me with such disdain. The trouble you face is of your own making. If the soul beast breaches this place, you too shall bear your share of the burden. Li Xian stood by the side of Yueshi, his arms crossed, yet his peripheral gaze lingered upon Li Xian and her companion. Should they attempt to flee or engage in any treachery, Li Xian would not show them mercy. Li Xian, you have heard the tales. It is a 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Li Xian gritted her teeth, her face etched with dread. There is no need to speak of such things. Death is the least of my worries. Li Xian was merely raised in fear. The dark golden terror claw bear is formidable. Yet to preserve one's own life, one can abandon even their companions. What does that signify? Accompanying Li Xian were two guards. One had vanished without a trace, while the other lay lifeless upon the ground. Is this truly how aristocrats regard human life? Observing Li Xian's stubbornness, Li Xian gritted her teeth and made her offer. Let us depart. I shall cover your expenses for the next 6 years of cultivation. What more do you desire? Status, position? Have you considered attending the Noble Academy? I, Li Xian, can assist you with all of that, provided you keep your mouth shut. I require you to remain here to fend off the soul beasts. Speak another word, and should you disturb the moonlit evening's refinement of the soul ring, I shall deal with both of you. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, her gaze turned fierce. Do you truly believe that, by your own strength, you can safeguard us both in the absence of Dinsu and the others? With that, she and Dolan rose to their feet. The soul rings of both manifested beneath them. At that moment, Li Xian noticed Dolan's second soul ring, a white ring, albeit emanating a terrifying aura that surged from within. A white soul ring? As he sensed the sanguine essence emanating from the soul ring, Li Xian was plagued by ominous thoughts. Why have you provoked that dark golden terror claw bear? Where have you been? Li Xian furrowed his brow and questioned sharply. Is it any of your business? Doran's lips were pale as he raised his chin, delivering a cold and scornful retort. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat. At this time of year, soul beasts engage in mating and reproduction, entering a period of growth. Could it be that Douluo has killed a juvenile dark gold terror claw bear? Although this was merely a conjecture, a sense of unease began to stir within Li Xian. The calamity surrounding the dark gold terror claw bear did not appear to be a sudden occurrence. It seemed more like an active provocation by Misha's team. How outrageous. So many have been dragged into this predicament, and yet you feign innocence while contemplating escape. There is no need for further words. If I do not teach you a lesson, it would be too lenient on you. Cracking his knuckles, Li Xian summoned his soul rings, and in a heartbeat, he charged forward. 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, floated around him. Upon witnessing the oncoming figure, Misha's pupils constricted. Second soul skill, tail winding grass. As he soared through the air, 2 crimson vines shot forth from his palms. The moment the soul skill made contact, massive leaves unfurled, swiftly enveloping and binding Misha and Duolon like Zongzi. The sudden turn of events left Misha and Duolon momentarily stunned. As they regained their senses, the binding effect of the tail winding grass activated, rendering them paralyzed and stripping them of bodily awareness. Bang! Li Xian executed a swift kick that struck Mishan directly on the face, catching her completely off guard. The young girl sputtered, her saliva flying as her body fell backward, crashing against the trunk of a tree. Having dealt with this foe, he suddenly turned to gaze at Doran, who had just freed himself. Spiral grass. With that, 2 more soul techniques were unleashed, ensnaring Doran tightly just as he was about to mount a counterattack. Li Xian swiftly directed a powerful strike toward the right leg of his opponent, executing a deft shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. He then unleashed a fierce kick upon the injury. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from Dolan. In an instant, Li Xian lowered his center of gravity and delivered a punch straight into the gaping mouth, causing the previously shouting lips to falter as 2 front teeth flew from their place. Li Xian grasped Dolan's thumb and forced it into his mouth, mercilessly striking at the bloodied gums. He then seized Dolan's jaw with 2 fingers and unleashed a flurry of punches upon the wretched face, each blow akin to raindrops falling relentlessly. For a moment, Dolan was oblivious to the pain in his legs, consumed instead by the agony of his teeth. Several dark spots descended upon him, his protective soul energy dissipating, and his face quickly bloomed with bruises and swelling, reduced to a grotesque visage. As Dolan's consciousness began to fade, Li Xian rose and delivered a powerful kick between his legs. A dull thud echoed as Dolan's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to oblivion. Meanwhile, Li Xian was propelled backward, crashing against a tree trunk, momentarily dispelling her dizziness, while Dolan had already been dealt with by Li Xian. Li Xian's ruthless methods sent chills down her spine during her time at the academy. Li Xian's approach was naturally gentle, mindful of the identity of the exchange student. Yet at this moment, with life hanging in the balance, he showed no restraint toward the two assailants, employing underhanded tactics with abandon. Jiu-jitsu and martial arts proved ineffective. The art of killing was paramount. It would be wise for you to remain still. When the soul beast charges in, endure for a while so that you can return with your friend, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Li Xian relinquished her resistance and knelt upon the ground. Li Xian understood the implications clearly. Should the assault continue, she would inevitably become the next victim of the terrifying bear. The surrounding spirit beasts were in turmoil. And being in the Stardow forest, losing consciousness here meant that awakening would be a mere question of fate. Gritting her teeth, Li Xian averted her resentful gaze. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated, causing the ground beneath Li Xian to sway. His ears perked up as, from a distance of 100 meters, Zhao Feng's voice resonated with vigor. The shout, filled with urgency, echoed through the area, audible to every soul present. Retreat. Flee to the north. After this command, Zhao Feng's voice faded, only to be replaced by the forest's reverberations as the earth quaked violently, indicating that the chaos was indeed approaching their location. This was dire. Zhao Feng could not hold on any longer. The fearsome bear was on its way. Li Xian, overwhelmed by dread, felt the instinct to flee surge within her once more. The horror of witnessing the bear's might had left an indelible scar upon her psyche. With a single swipe, it had shattered their spirit guardian into fragments. If not for her family's poison powder disorienting the beast, they would have perished that day. Li Xian, I implore you, let me go. Li Xian suddenly knelt, her forehead striking the ground repeatedly. Furrowing his brow, Li Xian felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, contemplating the sheer terror of the spirit beast they faced. You take Dolan and head west. That ferocious bear is surely pursuing you. Do not attempt to flee north. Understood. Li Xian's expression brightened, and she promptly dashed toward the west. Her movements were so swift that Li Xian barely had time to react. Are you abandoning your friend? He called after her retreating silhouette. In the western forest, the sound of her footsteps gradually diminished, as Li Xian ran without a backward glance. Fully aware of the gravity of her actions, upon hearing Li Xian mention the terror bear charging towards them, Li Xian instantly understood and abandoned Duolan to flee. Li Xian's conviction grew stronger. The second soul ring on Duolan was undoubtedly problematic. It was remarkable that a soul master would disregard the flawless compatibility of the soul rings to absorb a decade-old soul ring. Li Xian speculated that it was most likely the offspring of the terror bear, and furthermore, it was quite probable that it was a newborn cub. Li Xian approached the unconscious Doran, lifting his body with the tips of his toes and leaping gracefully to place him atop a tree trunk, approximately a dozen meters above the ground. Many carnivorous soul beasts were incapable of reaching such heights. Whether Doran would live or die was of no concern to him at that moment. Just moments ago, Zhao Feng's shout had sent the nearby soul beasts into chaos, and Li Xian could sense that Master Ma and Dean Su had been scattered by the onslaught of the creatures. They had successfully diverted the soul beasts from this location. Thus, in this dense forest, it was now just him and Yushi. To make matters worse, the fearsome claw bear was charging towards them. With a look of concern, Li Xian knelt before Yushi, gazing at her still unconscious visage. His hand hovered in the air, then retreated. No, he couldn't risk it. Disturbing Yushi now might jeopardize her foundation. Sigh. He wondered if he could endure what was to come. Li Xian gritted his teeth and approached the thicket, unleashing 2 tendrils of curled grass to seal off the entrance. Subsequently, he blocked several other directions as well. Although this action would not deter the oncoming attack of the terror claw bear, every fleeting second gained was invaluable. He had read that the terror claw bear harbored the bloodline of dragons, endowing it with a naturally formidable physique. Its powerful paws could cause even a soul sage to bleed profusely and fracture bones if struck. A terror claw bear of a millennium age was undoubtedly fully matured. He pondered what means Zhao Feng had employed to delay the creature for so long. It appeared that Zhao Feng had also paid a considerable price. Accomplishing such a feat with his level 54 soul power earned Li Xian's profound admiration. At that moment, Yushi opened her eyes, her hazy silhouette becoming distinct before him. Li Xian, she called out, rising to her feet, while perplexedly wiping the dried blood from the corner of her mouth. Looking down, she noticed a yellow soul ring materializing beneath her. Yushi, you are awake, Li Xian exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Finally, she had regained consciousness. Had he been forced to confront the terror claw bear alone, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. He even contemplated diverting the bear's attention while carrying Dolan, as long as Yushi remained safe. What has happened? Where are the others? Yushi, barefoot, leaped down from the mound. She absorbed the soul ring into her body, her energy renewed, as if she possessed boundless strength. Never mind that. We must leave quickly. This place is perilous. There's no time for lengthy explanations. He bent down to assist her in donning a pair of shoes. Yushi placed a hand on Li Xian's head, lifting her petite foot and glancing around. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of blood-red eyes. A bear-like soul beast rose to its full height, panting heavily as it approached. This soul beast stood an imposing 6 meters tall. One of its eyes was a grotesque mess, blood gushing from its eye socket. Its neck was a deep purple, adorned with bristly mane that resembled steel wires, rigidly erect. The fur on its chest shimmered with a dark golden hue. As the soul beast drew closer, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the two, locking onto them completely. Li Xian. What's wrong? Did it catch you? Li Xian struggled to fasten the shoes on the girl's feet, tying them into a tight knot. With one shoe clenched in his mouth, he hastily lifted Yueshi's little foot, managing to slip the other shoe on. No. That's not right. Quick, look. At that moment, even if he were slow to react, Li Xian sensed something was amiss. A chill ran down his spine. He hurled the shoe behind him and sprinted off with Yueshi in his arms. Escape. This was the only thought occupying Li Xian's mind. A deafening roar shattered the surrounding brush, the sound waves crashing upon him, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums. The stench of blood emanating from the fearsome claw bear instantly invigorated Li Xian. His body lurched forward under the force of the sound, goosebumps rising on his skin. He took several large strides, leaping out of the thicket. Behind him, the dark gold fearsome claw bear smashed through the branches of the surrounding trees. Its massive body charging forward, employing both hands and feet in a furious pursuit. Suddenly, its nostrils flared, and its exaggerated form stood upright. In an instant, its keen eyes locked onto the unconscious Doran above, baring its teeth as it effortlessly snapped the tree trunk in two. In that moment, Doran plummeted uncontrollably to the ground with a resounding thud, landing right before the fearsome claw bear. What a terrifying spirit beast. What on earth is that? Li Xian thought. Yueshi swallowed hard, her face etched with shock. That spirit beast was utterly fearsome. Counting on her little fingers, she realized that even if 5 of her stood upright, they would still not match the towering height of that colossal bear. The dark gold fearsome claw bear, a top-tier carnivorous spirit beast, had been incited by Li Xian's 2 foolish companions. We must flee. Li Xian, at this moment, spoke succinctly, carrying the moon evening upon his back. He sprinted along the path he had traversed earlier. His left arm swung wildly, and his speed was so remarkable that it seemed to leave behind a trail of afterimages. If you do not set me down, I shall walk on my own, she declared. As Moon Evening was carried on his back, she gazed at the scenery rushing by, and this sensation of being sheltered filled her heart with warmth. Li Xian glanced at the bare feet, feeling a surge of unspoken emotions within. You should just run with your head, he thought, be honest. At this moment, Yushi also fell silent. She quietly channeled her spiritual energy, seeking to comprehend the soul abilities that emerged after merging with her soul rings, pondering whether there was any way she could assist. Have the soul abilities manifested yet? As Li Xian sprinted, he suddenly inquired. Moments later, Yushi opened her eyes, a bright glimmer flashing through. Ah, it is a skill of acceleration. How intriguing. It seems to be related to my martial soul. Li Xian comprehended the situation. The term Yueshi signifies that this soul skill requires the activation of the martial spirit to be unleashed. In other words, upon the manifestation of the phantom. The soul skill impacts the user directly, akin to beast martial spirits. It is likely that before reaching level 50, her phantom would struggle to separate from her. Its release form resembles that of beast martial spirits. Oh, is that so? Yueshi nodded, her extensive theoretical knowledge allowing her to grasp the concept immediately upon Li Xian's explanation. In fact, she had contemplated the possibility of her martial spirit functioning as 2. She had even entertained the notion of possessing 2 distinct soul skills. Yueshi. Has the Fearclaw bear pursued us yet? Not yet. Is that so? Climbing atop a small mound, Li Xian cast a glance behind before continuing on their journey. Dolan had perished, an expected outcome. The Fearclaw bear had not immediately followed. It was likely preoccupied with dealing with the soul master who had slain its cub. Such elite soul beasts possess intellect comparable to that of humans and harbor a profound thirst for vengeance. However, this misfortune was also Dolan's own doing. They must have stumbled upon the Fearclaw bear's den while its mother was foraging for food, driven by insatiable greed to dare harm the bear's cub. One wonders if bear-type soul beasts do not keep their young too far afield while foraging. To slay a cub in the presence of its kin without facing retribution would indeed be a rare occurrence. Oh no. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Xian glanced at the blood on his palm. It was the blood from Dolan's mouth. Bears possess a sense of smell far more acute than that of dogs. Even if he cleansed the bloodstains after beating Dolan, the Fearclaw bear would still be able to detect it. Given this circumstance, it was highly probable that he would become its next target. What's wrong? Li Xian, what is so dreadful? Li Xian remained silent. Casting a glance at the bloodstains smeared on the shoes he had just put on Yueshi's delicate feet, a chill creeping into his heart. Now, he had inadvertently caused harm to Yueshi as well. That accursed Dolan. Why provoke the Fearclaw bear for no reason? Curse be it. Li Xian cursed inwardly as a resounding tremor interrupted his thoughts. He glanced back at the collapsing tree trunks behind him, and instinctively quickened his pace. Indeed, it was pursuing him. Li Xian, it's the terror claw bear, I can see it. Yushi exclaimed, tapping him on the back. How far away is it? Approximately 50 meters, he replied, panting. What incredible speed. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he covered over 1,000 meters. I never anticipated that the terror claw bear could close the distance in just a few strides. Li Xian swiftly discerned the direction, his gaze wandering through the forest. And soon he altered his course, dashing westward. Exiting the woods was no longer an option, even without the moonlit evening by his side. He could not match the speed of the fearsome clawed bear. Thus, his only recourse was to seek the lake from whence he came. That lake was anything but ordinary. Zhao Feng, in his quest to locate the speckled green-furred beast, had previously provoked a swarm of autumn leaf stinger fish within its waters. At that moment, he seemed to have sensed something amiss and hastily retreated with his companions. Li Xian was merely speculating at that moment. Later, he realized that the issue undoubtedly lay beneath the lake's surface. He pinned his hopes on that unknown underwater menace, believing that if he could lure out the terrifying bear, both he and she would have a chance to escape the forest alive. However, he had taken a wrong turn. This was the path back to the lake they had traversed earlier. As he turned his head, Yushi discerned something and whispered a reminder in Li Xian's ear. Li Xian felt a stir in his heart. Is this girl truly endowed with such a keen sense of direction? It is his remarkable memory that allows him to retain the landmarks. If he were to return the next day, he would be utterly lost. Indeed, that is the place. Yueshi, do gather more spiritual energy for me. Li Xian gasped for breath, his chest heaving from the intense run. Yueshi gracefully turned her lithe form, her hands gently resting on Li Xian's back, silently channeling her soul energy. The contact of their skin allowed for seamless transfer. The benefits of their perfectly fused martial spirits manifesting at this moment. How fortuitous. Li Xian's spirit surged. The combined strength of the two individuals instantaneously quickened their pace. Roar. Bang. Just as they were about to close the distance, a slight gap widened again. The furious claw bear swatted away tree trunks along its path, recklessly charging forward. This was due to Li Xian's choice of rugged trails. The oversized claw bear required a clear path to run. Their soul powers intertwined. At this moment, a layer of dark luminescence enveloped Li Xian's body. He could sense the power of the rare heavenly chrysanthemum within him surging, dominating his entire being. Meanwhile, Yushi experienced a different sensation. The will of her phantom martial soul enveloped her, its alluring intent clashing against her consciousness. However, as the soul power flowed back through Li Xian's body, her spirit was momentarily invigorated. The will of the phantom was swiftly suppressed. Simultaneously, a unique sensation of harmony spread through her heart. It seemed that if they so wished, their bodies could merge at that very instant, a fervent emotion pulsating fiercely within. Yushi, do you feel it? Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his physical strength surged, causing his stature to notably increase. The essence of Yueshi began to dissipate, revealing an ethereal form. Her obsidian eyes opened and gently blinked. That is the fusion of martial souls, manifesting between the two. Hold steady, they are approaching the destination ahead. At this moment, Li Xian entered a state of ethereal tranquility, as if he had attained near-perfect mastery over his own body. Within him, the essence of Yueshi, the entirety of Yueshi, was merging seamlessly with his being, infusing every limb and sinew with a refreshing coolness, while his senses radiated outward from beneath his feet. A gentle breeze swept through, penetrating his form and cascading behind him. Li Xian gazed at his body, and at that moment, every inch of his skin radiated a luminous glow, his internal meridians appearing as crystalline and transparent, easily discernible. The thought of martial soul fusion crossed his mind. What could it possibly be? A voice emerged from within his soul, that of Yueshi. Their consciousness began to intertwine, with Li Xian assuming the dominant role. Dark patterns sprouted across his form, resembling the 100 treasures mark, enveloping his entire being. Suddenly, the figure of Yueshi vanished from his shoulder. Looking down, Li Xian found himself elevated to an astonishing height, one he could scarcely believe. Was this a form of spiritual embodiment? As he pondered this, he realized his feet were fading away. Simultaneously, his arms became ethereal, and his body transformed into a radiant orb, akin to two yin-yang fish, floating effortlessly in the air. I seem to have vanished as well. This is perplexing. Amidst the confusion in his heart, Yueshi's voice resonated, and their thoughts began to meld. He had anticipated a state of spiritual embodiment centered around himself. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. It turned out to merely be a martial soul fusion technique. Roar. Just then, they ascended into the sky, entering the lake where the autumn leaf stingray dwelled. Behind them, a furious roar echoed. The dark gold clawed bear surged with luminescence, expanding to a towering height of 10 meters. With a single leap, it soared over Li Xian's head and crashed down before them. Its exaggerated form resembled a small mountain. As it turned its bulk, murderous intent coalesced, fixating relentlessly upon the two. A colossal hand descended, creating a sonic boom in the air. This is utterly absurd. Yueshi, when will you express your grievances? Li Xian instinctively extended his arm to shield himself, only to suddenly recall that his body had vanished. In that moment, the dark golden fear claw bear reared up, and with a swift turn, its paw, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, descended through the radiant light of the yin-yang fish, crashing into the ground and carving out a pit 2 to 3 meters deep. A pair of colossal hands, with claws nearly a meter in length, gleamed like steel blades, reflecting a pitch-black luster. It is said that even a soul saint would falter under the strike of an adult fear claw bear. And Li Xian finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It cannot reach us. I shall remain silent. Li Xian restrained the words on the tip of his tongue, silently urging himself to summon his soul technique. Time was of the essence, as their martial souls had already fused for half a minute, the immense consumption of soul power causing a sharp pain in his spirit. Under Li Xian's direction, the two simultaneously activated their soul techniques. In an instant, the techniques coursed through their bodies, manifesting in a different form. Boom. The fusion of martial souls. The surface of the yin-yang radiance flickered with lightning, causing the void to fracture with minute cracks. In the sky, a pitch-black sphere materialized from the ether, expanding rapidly within the blink of an eye. An overwhelming gravitational force emanated from it, drawing in even the surrounding light. Chapter 43, Celestial Star Roar. The dark, golden terror-claw bear gazed in astonishment at its body, which was being propelled backward, its feet lifted off the ground. With a clank, its sharp claws dug into the earth. Its massive form, akin to a hill, was restrained by two arms, while its uncontrolled lower half soared into the sky. From a distance, it appeared as an eerie banner swaying behind its arms. Its crimson eyes fixated on the black sphere above, a glimmer of trepidation flashing in the bear's gaze. At that moment, the surface of the lake began to evaporate, a layer of white mist rippling across it, while crackling sounds emanated from the depths, reminiscent of boiling water. Under the extreme gravitational pull, tiny whirlwinds were drawn into the sky. The soul beast, a school of sorry fish, flitted anxiously in the water, and those creatures that broke the surface were immediately lifted skyward, drained of their strength. Meanwhile, the gravel and stones around them rolled rapidly upward. The gravitational force of the black sphere intensified, uprooting trees in the forest and causing massive boulders to tremble and crash onto the face of the adult terror claw bear, eliciting a deep growl. Continue. Let the yin-yang radiance shine. Li Xian's voice rang out, filled with fervor. Boom. The earth trembled, plunging the area around the lake into darkness. The gravitational force began to swirl, consuming all objects drawn into its grasp, gradually forming a spherical mass comprised of trees, soil, lake water, and a multitude of sorry fish. This spherical entity continued to expand, causing the grasslands to vanish and the water level of the lake to decrease by half. Roar. The dark golden terror claw bear was left with only one arm connected to the soil. With a deep, resonant growl, its body radiated the brilliance of concentrated soul power. After a moment of brewing, its mountainous form exerted itself, slamming its hands onto the ground before propelling itself forward like a bullet. Its speed was so great that it left behind afterimages. The land lay ravaged, resembling a nightmarish scene within a 100-meter radius. The terror claw bear charged towards the distant light. But just a few meters ahead, it slipped and lost control, its massive body colliding with trees along the way, spinning back in a chaotic return. Bang! The terror claw bear crashed into the sphere in the sky, reducing several sorry fish to a pulpy mess. In a fit of rage, it exerted all its strength to break free, flinging its paw, but in an instant, that arm was forcibly reattached. Debris continued to rain down, burying its form within the spherical mass. Hold on. Yueshi. Do not falter. The brilliance created by Li Xian and Yushi, once vibrant with the flowing energies of yin and yang, has begun to fade. The immense consumption of soul energy has caused their spiritual powers to rapidly diminish, and faintly, their forms are becoming more distinct, on the verge of disintegration. At that moment, a deafening roar pierced through the air, as the fearsome claw bear extricated its head from the colossal sphere, unleashing a furious growl directed at the two. With a resounding crash, the immense boulders continued to crumble under its struggle as its colossal body pressed forth from the debris. This is dire. Li Xian did not anticipate the sheer ferocity of the terror claw bear. Of course, this was also related to their unfamiliarity with the fusion technique of their martial souls. With their soul power so low, attempting to subdue a beast that had cultivated for 10,000 years was akin to chasing phantoms. In the lake, the water level began to drop, and the autumn knife fish leapt out of the water, only to be drawn onto a massive rock. At a certain moment, a brilliant yellow light surged beneath Li Xian and his companions, erupting with immense force. Bang! The spirit beast's domain activated, causing the ground to sink and the massive rock above to crumble significantly. In the next instant, a slick, oily figure darted across the lake bed, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air. A 4-meter-long autumn knife fish suddenly burst forth from the water. Its sharp mouth impaled the massive rock above. This autumn knife fish was adorned with yellow stripes, its dark body subtly showcasing glimmering dragon scales. As it pierced through the rock, its tail whipped fiercely, causing the spherical barrier to disintegrate under its might. In this realm, a ray of light flickered away, and daybreak unexpectedly illuminated the scene. Roar! The massive autumn knife fish's assault also penetrated the sphere, its mouth piercing through and driving into the belly of the terror claw bear, provoking a furious roar from the soul beast. Thud, thud. Two soft sounds echoed from the ground. It was Li Xian and Yushi who had fallen to the earth. Gasping for breath, they gazed at the collapsing rock from the shattered sphere, gritting their teeth and clutching the unconscious Yushi as they sprinted eastward. Behind them, the lake's surface brightened, debris fell, sending waves soaring several meters high. There, a colossal bear-like creature struggled with the giant autumn knife fish, both creating tumultuous waves upon the lake's surface. The autumn knife fish, ensnared, had its sharp, elongated mouth pried open by the terror claw bear's massive hands, which angrily slammed it into the ground. One half of its body pierced the bear's abdomen, and with each thrash, blood gushed forth, eliciting roars of pain from the terror claw bear. Casting a glance back, Li Xian had already borne Yushi away, hoisting her over his shoulder, mouth agape. Sprinting forward without regard for his life, his arms swinging with all their might. Swish! In the dense forest, a shoeless youth darted past at breakneck speed. Small flowers on the ground were sent flying, twirling in the air before gently descending. The figure resembled a giant ape in the jungle, agile and swift, vanishing into the forest in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Feng led a substantial number of personnel from the Spirit Hall into the western jurisdiction of the Soul Beast Forest. They dispersed into lines searching for the missing Li Xian and his companion. At this moment, Ma Xiano and Director Su, both injured, made their way through the crowd, calling out anxiously. Both of them were wrapped in bandages, with Ma Xiano's head swathed like a mummy, revealing only one eye and part of his mouth. Up front, Zhao Feng exposed his robust upper body, bruises oozing blood along the bandages, forming 3 claw mark stains. Li Xian, his voice reverberated through the jungle, echoing in the depths before gradually fading away. The beastly uproar had incited a minor wave of beasts, and Zhao Feng dared only to lead the Spirit Hall Soul Masters in the periphery. Lord Zhao Feng, should we not return to take a look? Those 2 little ones might still be hiding there. Director Su expressed his concern. Half an hour earlier, they had dashed out of the forest and gathered at their encampment. The 3 elders had drawn away lower-tier soul beasts, and startled creatures did not attack, allowing them to escape swiftly. However, during the battle against the soul beasts, they had all sustained injuries, and Principal Xiao from Nodding City lay on a sickbed due to severe wounds. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply. If we go, I must be the one. It is perilous there. We must prevent the terror claw bear from emerging again and causing further casualties. You all should return first. How can that be? Ma Xiano managed to utter with difficulty. Li Xian and Yushi were brought along, and the search mission imposed on Zhao Feng, the young master, was utterly unreasonable. Your presence would hardly make a significant impact. Zhao Feng turned his gaze away and shook his head, displaying an unrestrained coldness that silenced Matthew and Nor, rendering them incapable of rebuttal. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled the ferocious adult terror claw bear. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Employing several life-preserving tactics, he had only managed to delay it for a few minutes. Should they encounter it again, even Zhao Feng could not guarantee his safe escape. Top-tier soul beasts held grudges. Having blinded one of its eyes, would it not tear him apart upon their next meeting? Zhao Feng resolved to search the outskirts, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. The 2 young ones had become lost in the forest. Their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Sigh. Though his heart ached at the thought, he had to accept this harsh reality. The situation had been clarified. Dean Xiao revealed that 2 exchange students from Nodding City had killed a terror claw bear cub, triggering this unfortunate incident. This implied that the adult terror claw bear was consciously targeting soul masters. Having sustained such injuries himself, if the bear set its sights on those 2 young ones, they were likely already in peril. In the crowd, Dean Su and Matthew exchanged glances, their expression somber. Their fists, clenched with excessive force, turned purple. Mishan, Dualan. If it weren't for those 2 provoking the terror claw bear, this calamity would not have transpired. Even more infuriating was the fact that one of them had already escaped. Mishan, feeling guilty, had fled without waiting for the Soul Academy's investigation. They had caused great harm, leading to the disappearance of Li Xian and Yushi. How detestable. How infuriating. Old Ma, let's remain optimistic. Li Xian is more resilient than anyone. What if they manage to escape? Sigh. I wish I could be optimistic. But this time, it seems increasingly difficult. An adult dark golden terror claw bear, even with several soul Douluo deployed, could not guarantee a 100% kill. It was a born king among soul beasts, boasting 30,000 years of cultivation, rivaling 100,000-year-old soul beasts. With such a terrifying existence, how could Li Xian and the others possibly escape? Optimism, optimism. At this moment, Dean Su could only offer words of consolation. Though he knew deep down that this was a deceitful lie he told himself, difficult to accept. Can Li Xian and the others truly escape? After such a prolonged separation, it seems unlikely. Just then, a nimble figure dashed into the crowd. After covering some distance, they turned to glance back. Dean Master Ma. At this moment, Li Xian appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered and his body covered in dirt and grass, resembling a wild man as he carried the moonlit evening on his back. Turning around, his eyes sparkled with clarity, and a broad smile revealed his pearly white teeth. Li Xian, Matthew nearly lost his footing, slipping under his own weight. Dean Su's heart raced with concern. Children, are you all right? The elders have been terribly worried. At the forefront, Zhao Feng, who had brushed past Li Xian, turned back and, upon seeing the two unharmed, felt his pupils constrict in surprise. You made it out. He quickly shouted, halt. Return. Amidst the curious gazes of the Soul Hall personnel, Zhao Feng hurriedly approached them. Li Xian, did you encounter the terror claw bear? Li Xian collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The moment he set down Yueshi. If it weren't for the encounter, it wouldn't have been so dire. Panting heavily, he thought to himself, I'm completely worn out. Upon hearing this response, Zhao Feng's expression turned peculiar. He had faced danger and still managed to escape. What means did this young man employ? Yet, this was not the time for inquiries. The threat posed by the fearsome clawed bear lingered. He swiftly organized the personnel to retreat, shielding Li Xian and the others at the center, making their way back to the encampment on the outskirts of the forest. Chapter 44. The Extreme. Half a day later, in the Spirit Master Hall adjacent to the Starry Forest, specialized healing Spirit Masters were attending to Li Xian's recovery. Beside him, Yueshi had also awakened, extending her small hand to receive the peeled banana that Li Xian offered. Fortunately, Yueshi bore no visible injuries. And a bowl of warm soup rested nearby, a traditional herbal remedy to aid in the restoration of soul power. As they quietly awaited the soup to cool, Yueshi listened intently to the adults conversing. In contrast, Li Xian bore numerous wounds from their flight through the woods. His legs, arms, and ribs were scraped and bleeding, and both feet had been lacerated. Although these injuries were minor, they were bound with bandages, making him appear as if he were gravely ill. Li Xian's soul power had been excessively depleted, sharing a similar predicament with Yushi. Seated nearby were Matthew Nua and Dean Su, while Zhao Feng stood alongside accompanying medical personnel. Upon hearing Li Xian's account, Zhao Feng nodded, grasping the general situation. It turned out that these two youngsters had narrowly escaped with their lives thanks to their soul fusion technique. However, this was utterly astonishing. It is essential to note that Li Xian was merely at the Great Soul Master level, while Yushi had not even reached that tier. Their adversary was a fully grown dark golden terror claw bear, whose threat surpassed that of certain 50,000-year soul beasts. Listening to Li Xian's narration, they learned that not only had they managed to trap the terror claw bear, but they had also lured it into a fierce battle with the autumn blade fish in the Western Lake. As Zhao Feng absorbed this fantastical tale, he found it difficult to discern whether it was the soul fusion technique that was truly formidable or if Li Xian was merely boasting. After all, there was no evidence to prove that boasting was a crime. Master Ma, Uncle Zhao, you should have seen it. Our soul fusion technique was like a black hole, pulling the very ground beneath it. The terror claw bear attempted to flee, but it was drawn back from dozens of meters away. You should have witnessed its pitiful state when it was pierced by the autumn blade fish. Ha ha ha, it was absolutely hilarious. Amidst his incessant chatter, Zhao Feng could ascertain one thing. This lad was entirely unscathed. If they had encountered the bear a little later, he would have likely emerged without a scratch. As for the veracity of Li Xian's claims, they would soon discover the truth in a few days when the forest calmed down and they ventured to the Western Lake. The notion that a soul fusion technique could alter the terrain was simply terrifying. In any case, Zhao Feng remained skeptical at that moment. Dean Su listened intently, stroking his beard and chuckling. He recognized that Li Xian had a thick skin and was prone to exaggeration, but he also understood Yushi's gentle nature. Seeing Yushi nodding earnestly beside him, he was inclined to believe the tale. Li Xian certainly remained silent. Otherwise, Yueshi would feel embarrassed on his behalf. In truth, even if Li Xian spoke with grandiloquence, he would believe him, for he had already witnessed an abundance of the extraordinary in this little fellow. Matthew nodded, his lips moving as he spoke in a grave tone. Li Xian, take a breather. Do not say more. I am not at all surprised that your martial soul fusion technique can achieve this. In the existing research conducted by the Martial Soul Hall, the very existence of martial soul fusion is difficult to explain. The skills that appear to have merged are, in essence, interconnected with the Soul Master. The compatibility of martial souls and the emotions of the Soul Master both influence the potency of the soul skills. More importantly, it is not a fixed skill form. Rather, the martial soul fusion technique is determined by the strongest soul ring of the merging Soul Masters, establishing a baseline for its attack power. Dean Su, having also reviewed research in this area, interjected, indeed, Li Xian's first soul ring is of 10,000 years, while Yueshi's is merely 100 years. However, under Li Xian's guidance, the martial soul fusion technique centers around him, 10,000 years. Only Lord Zhao Feng can bear such cultivation. Thus, I surmise that the martial soul fusion technique also releases its might at a level not lower than that of a soul king. Upon hearing the elders speak, Li Xian took a bite of a pear, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Truly worthy of respect, the elders possess such understanding. At that moment, he too found it hard to believe that the soul skill unleashed in collaboration with Yueshi could yield such potent effects. After absorbing their explanation, he suddenly grasped the concept. Oh, this pear is so crisp. Do give it a try? With that thought, Li Xian's eyes sparkled, and he tossed the bitten pear casually to Yueshi. Li Xian. I cannot eat any more. The sheets on Yueshi's bed were strewn with the snacks and fruits that Li Xian had thrown over. Li Xian shook his head, unable to eat slowly. This remark elicited a chuckle from Yueshi, who took the pear and took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was indeed quite sweet. Zhao Feng approached and sat at the edge of Li Xian's bed, extending his hand to gently caress his forehead. Attuning himself to the fluctuations of soul energy within, Zhao Feng murmured to himself, "If we consider the lower limit of a soul king and the release of such a fusion technique, your soul energy total is astonishing. You mentioned that the fusion technique lasted at least a minute. It must have utterly drained your meridians." Withdrawing his hand and feeling Li Xian's parched meridians, Zhao Feng nodded, confirming his suspicions. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Li Xian had not spoken falsely. The body had been drained to such an extent that it surpassed the limits of self-preservation, indicating that ordinary training could not achieve such a feat. Alas, he was indeed depleted, but it had also exacted a toll on that fearsome claw bear. Ha! Li Xian, filled with excitement, struck the bedboard lightly and raised his gaze. Upon seeing the injuries on Master Ma and the others, his smile faded, and his expression turned solemn. However, Master Ma, Dean, Uncle Zhao, I am truly grateful for your efforts. You have sacrificed so much for the two of us, and I, Li Xian, will remember this. He continued with fervor, as for that terrifying claw bear, once I grow stronger, I shall skin it alive. Hearing Li Xian's emotional words, Ma Zayuno and the others exchanged smiles. Zhao Feng sighed, saying, in truth, the dangers we faced had little to do with you. By all accounts, you too were victims. Ma Zayuno's gaze darkened as he coldly remarked, the peril was instigated by those two exchange students. However, they have also paid their price. I will ensure that Li Xian, who escaped, is detained by old Xiao upon her return, so that her family may provide an explanation. Dean Su's eyes gleamed with determination. Regarding this matter, Lord Zhao Feng, please provide a casualty report, substantiated by evidence from the Zidian. I believe it will silence those nobles and prevent any future accusations that would blame the deaths in Dolan on the two children. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. I have already dispatched someone to prepare it. Rest assured, I will stand as your witness. Should any troublesome situations arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I will personally intervene. Thank you immensely. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment and added, by the way, the station's soul masters in the Western Forest are in danger. I must attend to that as well. You all focus on your recovery. I shall take my leave for now. Indeed, Lord Zhao Feng, please take care. Li Xian also got up and followed Dean Su as they escorted Zhao Feng out the door. Once Zhao Feng had departed, the medical staff also took their medical kits and left. Li Xian let the pear slip from his hand, continuously attempting to catch it again. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the somber gazes of Matthew and Nua, which piqued his curiosity. Master Ma, what troubles you? What are you worried about? Matthew took a deep breath and replied, Dean Xiao has already informed us about the family background of Mishandolan. They are descendants of a burgeoning family in Fasnuo province, possessing immense power, and their family's development is flourishing. Thus, following this unexpected incident, neither family will relent. They dare not confront you directly, as you are affiliated with our spirit hall. However, as you progress in your studies, it is inevitable that you will cross paths with the descendants of these families, and we are concerned that this may pose a latent threat. Li Xian smiled, indifferent to the situation. They are no match for me now, and they will be even less so in the future. I shall defeat each one that comes my way. Exchanging glances, Dean Su and his companion shook their heads. The entanglements among the nobility run deeper than one might imagine. The Royal Academy is now entirely comprised of aristocrats, while our Wuhuan Temple's Advanced Academy is somewhat better. The resources there, aside from the select few, do not compare favorably to those of the Tiando Royal Academy. Matthew took over the conversation, expressing, we hope that you both will consider moving to Tiando in the future, where the competitive pressure is somewhat alleviated. Moreover, forming connections with noble peers will benefit your development within the Soul Temple. Indeed, while the Academy is filled with exceptional talents, they are predominantly children of commoner backgrounds. Remaining here and becoming embroiled in endless competition will not serve your interests. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. So, Master Ma, are you suggesting that when we arrive at the Royal Academy of Tiando, the aristocrats there will unite against us? Nodding slightly, Matthew sighed. Indeed, that is the case. We have contemplated allowing you and Yueshi to graduate early, completing the 3 years of theoretical knowledge, and then sending you to the Royal Academy. However, this incident may have repercussions for you in the future. Li Xian suddenly chuckled. Master Ma, Dean, do you think it's possible for me to directly become a noble? Matthew and the other two were momentarily taken aback. To attain nobility, one requires a soul power of level 40. Li Xian wishes to become a soul master within 3 years. Even for you, that may pose quite a challenge, wouldn't you agree? Li Xian shook his head, pondering how one could know without first attempting. As he spoke, his gaze gestured toward the side, causing Yushi to momentarily freeze before enthusiastically nodding in agreement. Yes, let's give it a try, she exclaimed, clenching her fist. Witnessing this exchange, both Matthew and Dean Su broke into smiles. If it were this young one, there indeed might be a possibility. You must put in the effort. I have yet to encounter a 9-year-old noble of the first generation. Perhaps something extraordinary will unfold through you, they remarked. Indeed, should you succeed, I believe even the families behind Li Xian would hesitate to act against you, leading to even more alliances. Haha, precisely. The potential of a 9-year-old newly established noble is indeed formidable. All right, you two should take a rest. I, along with old Su and the others, must also lie down for a while. Thank you, Master Ma. Dean. They bid farewell to the two. Li Xian leaped back onto the bed in a swift motion, his head resting upon his arm as he fell into contemplation. Could he reach level 40 within 3 years? Perhaps, if he were to discover the medicinal fields of the Douluo family, it might be achievable. However, those were matters for the future. Li Xian drew his thoughts back. The martial soul fusion technique he and Yushi unleashed today resembled a form of sealing art, a terrifying amalgamation of yin and yang forces. He decided to name it Heavenly Star. In truth, while fleeing with Yushi in the afternoon, the extraordinary ability of the wondrous mushroom, Tang San, suppressed the other surging soul power within him, which originated from the Qingshu Xianyue vine. Li Xian could ascertain that his accompanying soul ring possessed 2 distinct powers, which should enable the release of 2 types of martial soul fusion techniques. It was utterly preposterous. The power of yin and yang could summon a black hole. What effects might the utmost yin produce? Simultaneously, a frown creased Li Xian's brow. He was at a loss regarding how to suppress the Qirong Tangtianju, so as to draw forth the Qingshu Xianyue vine and merge it with the Yueshi Meiying martial soul. During his time with Yueshi, the soul power within him had been entirely dominated by the Qirong Tangtianju. Li Xian remained perplexed, pondering how to achieve this. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the side, where he caught sight of Yueshi, who was indulging in grapes, with her small fingers delicately pinching the fruit. She skillfully peeled the skin away. Sensing Li Xian's gaze upon her, Yueshi paused, her large, watery eyes turning to meet his. I've already been eating slowly. Are you going to give me more? She inquired. A chuckle escaped Li Xian's lips. It's not about that for now. Let's set aside the food, Yueshi. Accompany me in a little experiment. With that, he leapt across and landed on Yueshi's sickbed, gently pressing her petite form beneath him. Leaning closer, he noticed her cheeks visibly flush with a deep crimson hue. What are you planning to do? She stammered. Li Xian certainly harbored no sordid thoughts. He aimed to validate his concept of merging 2 forms of extreme dark energy by unleashing his martial soul. He sought to harness the power of the extraordinary Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum this time. Li Xian grasped the hand of Yueshi, allowing the soul force, guided by the ethereal Xianyue vine, to flow into her being. As she gently closed her eyes, Yueshi experienced a refreshing chill, a stark contrast to the searing light of soul power that typically resided within Li Xian. Their skin met, and the 2 soul forces merged effortlessly. A wave of coolness, originating from the depths of their hearts, began to permeate and expand within both of them. Chapter 45, Return as their soul powers intertwined. A sudden wave of drowsiness washed over Li Xian, gradually leading him into a meditative state. The following day, amidst a warm, tickling sensation, he awoke with a furrowed brow, his hand instinctively scratching at his face. As his eyes opened, the morning light flooded the room, illuminating everything. In his embrace, Yueshi nestled her small head against his cheek, her tousled hair clinging to his face. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the delicate, rosy skin of her forehead glistening with his drool. Swiftly, he pulled his sleeve to wipe her face. The slightest movement stirred the slumbering Yueshi, who rubbed her eyes and propped herself up. Li Xian, it's dawn. She murmured. I didn't expect to sleep through the night. He had intended to test the fusion of their martial souls, but perhaps fatigue had overwhelmed him. The depleted soul force had instinctively prompted his body into a protective state. The soul power naturally nourished his body, and his subconscious urged him into slumber. Yueshi, did you feel anything? At this moment, Li Xian realized that his body unconsciously channeled the mystical Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum as the predominant force, merging with the soul energy within the meridians of Yueshi, which was also imbued with an exquisite light attribute. He was intrigued, pondering whether Yueshi had sensed anything unusual last night, as he felt her arm resting on the bed, with the majority of her body still nestled in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. It was a sensation of something firm pressing against her. Li Xian furrowed his brow and reached into the thin blanket. In an instant, he extracted a partially eaten pear. Who permitted you to place food upon the bed? The 2 distinct bite marks, one large and one small, were even recognizable to Li Xian. Apologies, Yueshi pulled the blanket over her head to conceal herself. Li Xian withdrew his arm that had been resting on Yueshi, shaking it gently to alleviate the soreness. He then rose to his feet and removed all the bandages from his body. With Yushi's presence, a veritable source of healing, any superficial wounds could be mended within a night. He proceeded to don his own garments. Li Xian stood in the hospital room and jumped lightly. He felt quite well, having mostly recovered, yet he sensed a lingering emptiness within, an impression of weakness that persisted. It seemed that the excessive consumption of spiritual energy the previous day had severely drained his reserves, undermining his foundation. To regain his strength, he would need to rest for some time. Meanwhile, Yushi also rose from the bed, donning her school uniform, her head emerging through the collar. Li Xian casually remarked, "First have breakfast, and later I shall assist you in testing your soul power." "All right," nodding in agreement. Yushi cast a glance at Li Xian before hastily changing out of her sick attire and donning a skirt. Her delicate, fair legs flitted past in a blur. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the ward. "Li Xian, have you both risen? It's time for breakfast." "Certainly, Master Ma," came the reply. It was only upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma that Li Xian finally emerged from his slumber. His own hunger piqued by the thought of the cafeteria at the Spirit Master Hall. As a grand establishment neighboring the Stardow Forest, the Spirit Master Hall boasted considerable scale within the city. There were over 100 soul masters employed within its walls, with most of their daily needs catered for on-site. Thus, the cafeteria was expansive. Li Xian and his companion followed Ma Xiao Nua to the upper floor along a familiar route. Armed with the Elder's token from the Spirit Master Hall, Ma Xiao Nua and the others were treated as esteemed guests. Breakfast was to be enjoyed alongside Jiaofeng, featuring milk, corn, fried buns, ham, generous servings of pancakes, and a touch of tofu pudding. Li Xian held an empty plate, his hands busily preparing. He first filled Yushi's plate before attending to his own. He had anticipated a delightful meal here, only to find himself disappointed by the ordinary breakfast spread. Nevertheless, this fare was a significant improvement compared to what he experienced in the village. Meanwhile, in the rear, Dean Matthew, Dean Xiao, and others sat beside Zhao Feng, discussing the unfortunate demise of the exchange student, Doran. Zhao Feng spoke with gravity, stating, "I have prepared a report for the sub-palace. The exchange students from Notting City ventured beyond the outskirts of the Starry Forest and provoked a juvenile dark golden terror claw bear, resulting in casualties among the team. They must bear full responsibility." "That is reassuring," replied Dean Matthew. "I was concerned that Michonne might turn the tables on us, blaming the deaths of her colleagues on our shoulders." Casting a glance at Dean Xiao, he added, "Old Xiao, at your age, how could you allow them to provoke the terror claw bear? Do you have a death wish?" Upon hearing this, a look of shame crossed Dean Xiao's face. He sighed. I too was muddled, failing to distinguish the species before permitting their actions. Once the mother bear returns, it will be too late to flee. 3 lives were lost, including Doran, who belonged to a noble family. Last night, while our Soul Academy was clearing the forest, we also faced casualties. The incident with the terror claw bear cannot simply be brushed aside. Observing Zhao Feng's displeased expression, Dean Matthew inquired curiously, "Are you suggesting that the Spirit Hall will seek accountability in this matter?" "There is such an intention," Zhao Feng replied, nodding, albeit with hesitation. "Nobles, being members of the royal family, have always had a contentious relationship with our Spirit Hall. If the Doran family does not bring this matter to light, I believe it might be best to let it pass." Dean Xiao sighed in agreement. Indeed, tearing open old wounds benefits no one. Zhao Feng's gaze flickered momentarily before darkening. The 3 elders have lived long enough to see through such matters. To confront the nobles relying solely on their strength could lead to an escalation that is difficult to control. This indignation, I can only swallow for now. Li Xian did not participate in the conversation among the few. After the forest uprising, he learned that Doran's body had been discovered that morning, with a life extinguished. What more is there to investigate? Doran reaped what he sowed. In his eyes, it was a matter concluded. However, the ferocious bear had relentlessly pursued him and Yueshi, and in the future, he would seek a chance to confront it. After finishing their meal, he took Yueshi to test her soul power. The result was quite astonishing, level 15. The enhancement was significant due to the century-old soul ring, but the most crucial factor stemmed from Li Xian's nurturing of her soul power. Water flows downward. During their dual cultivation, the soul power tended to favor the weaker side. Yueshi could be said to have taken advantage of him. Li Xian once again assessed his soul power, discovering it to be at level 21, which left him somewhat speechless. Is it truly the case that a millennium soul ring only grants a single level? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In the morning, after everyone had tidied their belongings, they proceeded to return directly. This recent hunt for soul beasts was fraught with peril, yet the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. Li Xian's enhancement capabilities had reached a millennium, and he had awakened a commendable soul skill. Moreover, the fusion technique between his and Yueshi's martial souls was beginning to reveal its potential. Li Xian resolved to immerse himself in the library upon his return, delving into the mastery of martial souls. With the combination of the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum and the Phantom Martial Soul, the soul skill manifests as Celestial Star. What wonders might arise if the Qingshu Xianwei Vine were to take precedence? Concurrently, Yueshi has acquired her inaugural soul skill, paving the way for their joint training in the assistant classroom. With the inclusion of his first soul ring, Li Xian now possesses 4 skills. The second soul skill from the second soul ring has yet to be employed. As Yueshi and he are capable of martial soul fusion, they have naturally become partners. The synergy among soul masters necessitates time to hone. Thus, practical training must not be neglected. In the city of Notting, at the primary Soul Master Academy, 3 days later, a recuperated Li Xian made his way to the assistant classroom to commence his skill assessment. Chapter 46, Fire Lotus. Second soul skill, Rolling Tail Grass. Within the assistant classroom, two soul rings, a black and a purple, materialized beneath Li Xian's feet. The purple soul ring shimmered, and with a flick of his wrist, a crimson vine shot forth with remarkable speed. Upon contacting its target, the expansive leaves of the rolling tail grass unfurled, encircling and binding the training dummy. As the leaves converged, Li Xian consecutively unleashed several spiral tail grasses, testing two extreme ranges, the nearest 1 meter and the maximum 10 meters. The consumption of soul power was minimal, allowing for continuous release. As the second soul skill, it manifested through the mutated ability of the Qingshu Xianwei vine, with the spiral tail grasses control aspect fully maximized. As for the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum part, Li Xian had yet to employ his abilities. At this moment, he gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the soul rings. Soon, the form of his skill materialized within his mind. The second soul skill, Miraculous Mushroom of Heaven, swiftly unleashed two petal-like marks, striking the target and inflicting a burning effect. Upon opening his eyes, Li Xian gazed at another training dummy ahead. The purple soul ring beneath his feet flickered, and in an instant, two beams of purple light surged forth from the blossoming miraculous mushroom of heaven. The dummy swayed backward, its surface igniting in fierce flames. The fire radiated a golden-purple hue, entirely composed of soul power, which gradually extinguished as the energy within the petals was depleted. Li Xian approached to examine the figure, discovering two deep wounds at its neck, exposing the bone beneath. The areas of its body that had been burned were charred extensively, with the skin curling up grotesquely. Goodness, this is alarming. Such a soul technique is nearly impossible to defend against, primarily due to its incineration effect, which adds supplementary damage upon striking the target. If combined with the purple lotus, the mere thought is exhilarating. Li Xian's first soul ring, although a 10,000-year soul ring, regrettably possesses two skills that are predominantly focused on control, rendering its offensive capabilities rather feeble. Setting aside the earth manipulation skill, his purple lotus, while capable of inflicting continuous damage, primarily relies on reducing defenses. In the heat of battle, where opportunities are fleeting, such skills may prove to be rather impractical. They are only truly effective when utilized in concert during team engagements, serving to create feints and disrupt the enemy. However, Li Xian's second soul skill enhances the offensive potential of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum with its two rapidly striking petals. When combined with the first soul skill, Purple Lotus, it is certain to yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Let us take a moment to rest. Li Xian brought out 4 or 5 mannequins to begin testing the consumption of soul power and the synergy between the two soul techniques. It must be said that some ideas seem quite simple, yet in practice, they prove to be quite challenging. Li Xian named his second soul skill, the Extraordinary Chrysanthemum, as the Fire Lotus. He underestimated the soul power consumption of this technique. After merely 2 uses, his internal soul power was nearly depleted, making it exceedingly challenging to unleash the Purple Lotus. Simultaneously executing 2 soul skills resulted in a compounded energy drain, akin to a fuel vehicle running at full throttle. His body had to endure the simultaneous operation of 2 soul powers. Moreover, during the release of the Purple Lotus, unwavering concentration was imperative. Any lapse in focus would lead to the dissolution of the skill. In his initial attempt, Li Xian could only describe the outcome as a failure. Alas, it seems that the fusion of soul skills is not simply a matter of thought. Practice is indeed of utmost importance. Li Xian realized this truth. No matter how powerful the soul technique may be, if one lacks mastery over their body, its potential cannot be unleashed. Such diligence and cultivation. Yet is it not class time at present? At that moment, a voice emerged. Li Xian immediately turned his gaze. At the entrance, a familiar figure clad in white approached. Upon seeing Fajia arrive, he was somewhat astonished. What brings you here? In the 3 days since his return, he had mostly been lounging at home. It was only today, feeling that his spiritual power had nearly recovered, that he ventured out for some training during the afternoon nap of the Moon Festival. To his surprise, Fajia had come following the scent. Habitually removing her shoes, she walked over to Li Xian's training area, surveying her surroundings, and let out a sound of astonishment. The training environment for your teaching assistants is remarkably good, almost rivaling the 1v1 training rooms. If you like it, go speak to the dean. As an exchange student, you can have whatever you desire. Fajia replied with a proud smile. That is indeed true. However, I am not here to discuss that today, Li Xian. I heard there was an unexpected incident during your soul beast hunt. Is that correct? Li Xian furrowed his brow, inquiring, who did you hear that from? Aside from Dean Su and Matthew, scarcely anyone was aware of his venture into the Starry Forest. As for Li Xian, she had long since fled from Nodding City, terrified, and returned to the provincial capital. Li Xian realized that Fajia possessed a remarkable knack for intelligence gathering. Twirling a strand of her hair, Fajia boasted, there is no news I cannot uncover. Moreover, the affairs of the Mishan family had spread throughout the capital of Fasno. Their heir, Dolan, who was to be wed, perished in the Starry Forest, and that is no trivial matter. Li Xian pondered for a moment, and then curiously inquired, what do you know about the families of Mishan and Douluo? Fajia, sitting down with an air of pride, responded, before you pose such a question, it is essential to comprehend the status of our Fasnuo province within the Principality of Balak. Firstly, the Principality of Balak is a vassal of the Tiando Empire and serves as its most formidable stronghold, boasting immense military prowess. Our king is, in fact, the brother of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire. As the second largest province, Fasnuo's capital is home to many dignitaries and nobles, all of whom maintain connections to the Tiando royal family. The families of Li Xian and Douluo are emerging powers that have risen in recent decades. Although they hold merely the title of Viscount, the alliance between their two families renders even my own family unable to compete. Li Xian smiled and said, "So, it follows that your family is even more formidable, does it not?" Fajia shot him a glance and remarked, "If you are unaware of my family status after having taken my blue noble medal, then allow me to enlighten you. The colors red, purple, blue, yellow, and green represent noble medals that can only be worn by families of earls and dukes. Above that, the marquisate is associated with families that possess the existence of the soul battle, while the title of duke is reserved solely for the family of King Balak." Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately comprehended the situation. It became apparent that the nobility within the Tiando Empire was distinctly stratified. Noble titles, in essence, reflected the power of their respective families. Thus, it was evident that the Fajia family possessed at least one soul sage. Conversely, the Mi Xian and Doran families boasted soul masters of soul emperor caliber. In this light, their strength was indeed formidable, as soul emperors are capable of establishing sects and becoming revered figures in their domains. Fajia, have you come merely to flaunt these accolades? If you have something to convey, please speak plainly, he remarked, settling onto the ground beside her. He was aware that his relationship with Fajia had evolved somewhat toward friendship. Her visit this time seemed to bear significance. Fajia rolled her eyes. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not concerned about you. I was merely taken aback by the news of Doran's demise and wished to inquire about the specifics. What transpired between you and the forest?" Li Xian did not conceal the truth and immediately recounted the events that transpired. For a considerable time, Fajia, upon hearing the account, widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Eh, an adult dark golden terror claw bear, and you managed to escape from it?" Li Xian nodded. His achievements were verifiable, 2 against 1, holding on for a minute. But, at this moment, Fajia remained somewhat incredulous. Even if Li Xian and his companion possessed a martial soul fusion technique, it seemed implausible that they could subdue a 1,000-year-old terror claw bear. However, she understood why Misha had retreated in fear, unwilling to face the family. They had stirred up such a great calamity, causing casualties to the spirit hall. If pursued, their family would be shamed. Suddenly, an idea struck Fajia, and she turned to Li Xian, her eyes sparkling. "Li Xian, would you like to become a noble?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Dean Su had instructed that to establish oneself at the Royal Academy, noble status was essential. Instinctively, he nodded and pondered, "Can you assist me?" With unwavering confidence, Fajia replied, "Of course. As long as you acknowledge me as your elder sister, I shall care for you as my own brother. You will adopt my surname, and from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Fido family." Li Xian's expression darkened, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Did they think him a fool, attempting to take advantage of him? Who would casually declare someone as their sister without reason? Even for the sake of noble status, one must not forsake their dignity. Fajia displayed a hint of hesitation. This request was indeed a bit unreasonable. She continued, however, "There is another option. What about your uncle? I am not jesting. If you are willing, you could marry into our Fido family, becoming a son-in-law and a member of the clan." Chapter 47. The enchantment of the dance. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, surveying Fajia from head to toe. "Marry you? I am, after all, a male. It would be quite humiliating for me to be asked to marry." Fajia shot him a glance. "Sister, I am 6 years your senior. You wish to marry me, yet you are not even considering the prospect of courting. Our Fadwa family boasts numerous exceptional offspring. I have a younger sister who has awakened a different type of martial spirit, the Azure Serpent. She is not only beautiful, but also talented. Should you be interested, I could introduce you to her." "No need," Li Xian replied, reclining with his hands behind his head. "Why bring this up all of a sudden, Fajia? Just a few days ago, you were threatening to beat me up." Lying beside him, Fajia pouted. Fajia, speak my mind without reservations. Seeing that you are rather impressive, as a noblewoman, I naturally wish to draw you closer. Moreover, I have never seen eye to eye with that Mi Xian. If you are willing to join my family, they would dare not lay a finger on you." "Lay a finger on me?" Li Xian grasped the crux of the matter, his heart racing. The demise of Doran was a calamity of Mi Xian and her associates' own making. He had not considered pursuing accountability due to the loss of life. Judging by Fajia's tone, would Mi Xian and the Doran family seek retribution against him? Surely, they would. As a mere commoner, indirectly responsible for the death of their noble heir, it would be extraordinary if they did not hold him accountable, for the sake of their pride. Both the Doran and Mi Xian families would undoubtedly take action. Thus, one must tread carefully, for the competition within the Hall of Martial Souls is about to commence. According to my information, they are likely to strike at that moment. Wait a moment. What is this about the Hall of Martial Souls? And what does it entail? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback by the deluge of information. Fajia elucidated that every decade, the Spirit Hall organizes a prestigious competition known as the Honor of Mentorship. All individuals affiliated with the Spirit Hall are eligible to participate, provided they are under the age of 25 and hold the title of Great Soul Master. After all, are you not a member of the Spirit Hall? Surely, you would not consider abstaining from such an event? Li Xian's expression was one of cautious inquiry. What would happen if I chose not to attend? Not attending? Well, it wouldn't make much difference. After all, there are no rewards or honors to be gained, such as the Purple Record Medal or Soul Bones. The students, referred to as the Golden Generation, emerge every decade, with 3 individuals enjoying resources that are nothing short of extravagant. Soul Bones. His gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue, for he understood that these were rare treasures, and his unique abilities could be advantageous in acquiring them. As for the competition among the students, what else do you know? Fajia, feeling a sense of boredom, exclaimed, "You are so dull. How would I know so much? Get up and let me practice. My hands are itching to move." As Li Xian was about to speak, a sudden knock echoed from outside the assistant's room. "Who is it?" Fajia inquired, glancing towards the door, which swung open to reveal a head. "Li Xian, so you truly are here," Yueshi exclaimed with wide eyes. "Yueshi." Fajia's gaze flitted between the two, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. "Oh, Yueshi, you've arrived. I noticed you were sleeping earlier, so I refrained from waking you." "That's all right," Yueshi replied. Standing beside them, Fajia felt like an intruder. At that moment, her attention was drawn to the blue noble medal adorned with intricately embroidered white and blue ribbons, prominently displayed on Yueshi's chest. "Oh." A look of realization swiftly crossed Fajia's face. Gazing at Yueshi's delicately sculpted visage, though not conventionally stunning, her eyes radiated innocence and clarity, promising beauty and maturity. Fajia teased. "Li Xian, is she the sister you mentioned? The one with whom you can forge a soul bond? You truly have a fortune in love." Li Xian rose and beckoned, prompting Yueshi to approach at a brisk pace. They proceeded to introduce one another. "Yueshi, this is my subordinate, the vanquished Fajia. And you can surmise, of course, that she is my dear friend, Yueshi." With a playful glare, Fajia reached out to grasp Yueshi's small hand, offering a gentle smile. "Hello." Yueshi nodded in response. "Hello, sister. Such a good girl." Fajia affectionately ruffled Yueshi's hair before casting a disdainful glance at Li Xian, remarking, "Far more polite than some individuals." Li Xianquan pretended not to hear, extending one hand towards the sky, stretching his shoulder in the opposite direction. Just then, Yueshi arrived, accompanied by Fajia, who had yet to utilize her first soul skill. "Humph. Considering it's for my sister Yueshi, I shall overlook it. Come on," she declared. As she spoke, 200-year soul rings materialized beneath Fajia's feet. The white snake martial spirit enveloped her, elongating her supple form by several centimeters in an instant, while strands of soul energy wafted above her head, coalescing into the form of a serpent's head. With a soul power of level 23, she was an agile offensive spirit master. Yueshi felt a twinge of anxiety, momentarily distracted, and hastily summoned her martial spirit. As the phantom spirit manifested, a substance akin to black sand enveloped her body, her eyes resembling 2 swirling black holes. And her stature grew considerably. With a soul power of level 16, she too was an agile offensive spirit master. Mimicking Fajia's tone, Yueshi softly spoke, Staring into those enigmatic eyes, Fajia momentarily lost her composure, shaking her head to regain her focus. "How intriguing. Yueshi, try activating your soul skill. Fajia is tough. You needn't worry about her getting hurt." Upon hearing this, Fajia narrowed her gaze, as if ready to retaliate. "All right, just a moment." A 100-year soul ring appeared beneath her feet as Yueshi nodded gently, crossing her arms before her. In a flash, she accelerated and vanished from her original position. It was the first soul skill of the 100-year ghost tiger. In an instant, she reappeared behind Fajia, spinning twice before stumbling slightly. Fajia's body shifted backward, her protective soul power fracturing, revealing 2 significant scratches on her arm. "What incredible speed, Sister Yueshi," Fajia exclaimed, astonished. For an agile offensive spirit master, speed was of utmost importance. She did not contemplate the strength of this soul skill, knowing that with sufficient speed, her future advancements would naturally enhance her attack power. Li Xian observed the recent skirmish with keen interest. He discerned that Yueshi did not charge directly towards Fajia, rather, through the lens of the purple extreme demon eye. He slowed down her movements and realized she was enveloped by soul power, approaching Fajia sideways. As she drew near, she executed a swift rotation, using her hand like a blade, leveraging the momentum to intertwine their bodies before swiftly retreating. This maneuver resembled the hunting action of a soul beast, the ghostly tiger. As she lashed out with her tail and lunged forward to bite her target, subsequently twisting her body to cast the prey aside. However, Yueshi softened her attack. She struck with her elbow, making contact just enough before gracefully withdrawing. With a sigh, as the black sand entered her body, Yueshi's clear, bright eyes sparkled, seemingly inquiring. "What do you think? A splendid soul skill? Has it been named?" Li Xian approached with a smile, casually setting Fajia aside. "Well, I shall name it Mei Xing. It's fine to call it whatever you wish, even radish would suffice. Gazing at the nearly eye-level Yueshi, he extended his palm. Still able to touch that little head. Yueshi, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, I am quite tall now. As he gestured with his hand, Li Xian chuckled heartily, choosing not to refute. Beside him, a symbol of ire appeared on Fajia's forehead. Did these two fellows perceive her as a mere punch bag? Li Xian, I have yet to witness your soul skills. Will you not allow your sister to practice with you? With a snap of her fingers. A fervent battle spirit surged within Fajia's eyes. If there was anyone worth her effort at the Novice Soul Academy in Notting City, it would undoubtedly be Li Xian. If you wish to fight, then come forth. Li Xian was never one to mince words. At the age of 19, he engaged in a spirited exchange with Fajia. Not to mention the addition of 2 more soul skills to his repertoire. Wait. Fajia, sensing something amiss, raised an eyebrow and said, You are already familiar with my 2 soul skills, and you have experienced my. Yet, I remain in the dark about your own soul skills. Would you care to enlighten me? Li Xian, at a loss for words, remarked. Why do you not reflect on why you resorted to such an abundance of soft techniques to deal with me? As he spoke, he extended his palm. And radiant lucidity emanated as the bright leaves of the cassia plant sprouted forth. After absorbing the essence of a millennium's worth of soul rings, the surface of the QNGX, Shi NYU vine manifested crimson spots, though not as profound as the black markings. As for the peculiar and magnificent Tangtian chrysanthemum that grew horizontally at the tip, its flower core had taken on a deeper hue. Li Xian elucidated that he possessed 2 soul skills. The first, earth manipulation, was familiar to you, while the second, which I shall refer to as the twining grass, launches a vine that, upon contact with a target, inflicts a binding effect. Exercise caution. He remained reticent about the secret of his accompanying martial soul. Furthermore, the aggressive nature of his second soul skill, Fire Lotus, rendered it too perilous for mere sparring with Fajia. You, young man, when I entered just now, the soul skill I clearly observed was a flurry of petals. How has it transformed into twining grass? Fajia questioned, wondering if her vision had betrayed her. Unable to discern the skill accurately. Enough with the trivialities. Why all this unnecessary chatter? As Li Xian spoke, he propelled himself forward with his legs, charging fiercely at Fajia. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with her arm, causing Fajia to recoil slightly as she rubbed her arm. It was evident that her strength had increased significantly, and she realized that she was no longer his match. First soul skill, Serpent Dance, she declared, believing that the initiative belonged to the one who strikes first. In a display of agility, she utilized her soul skill, creating 3 illusory shadows of herself that simultaneously rushed toward Li Xian, their movements within the training room a mesmerizing blur. Li Xian furrowed his brow, instinctively retreating a few steps. Even he could not discern which of Fajia's avatars was genuine. Curling grass. Eliminate her. Swish. Li Xian executed a somersault, unleashing 2 clusters of crimson vines from his palms. As for the reason behind his acrobatic maneuver, he could not ascertain. Perhaps it was a consequence of excessive television watching. Bang. The figure on the far left transformed into a wisp of dissipating air, revealing the visage of Fajia, which expanded and vanished into the ether. At that moment, the central figure evaded the assault and surged towards Li Xian. Earth manipulation. With a powerful push against the ground, Li Xian retreated low to the earth, causing a pool of brown muddy water to emerge around him. As he sprinted across the swamp, Fajia's 2 figures simultaneously decelerated. Rings of gravitational force descended from above, converging upon Li Xian's position, growing increasingly dense. Skillfully navigating around the floating circular beams of light, the other 2 silhouettes of Fajia leaped, momentarily breaking free from the deceleration imposed by the earth manipulation technique. Now standing before Li Xian, her second soul ring glowed, and she seemed to tread upon the air as she accelerated towards him. Once again, that same maneuver. Chapter 48, The Eerie Serpent. Li Xian immediately recalled the second soul skill of Fajia, which could alter the body's inertia, allowing for a short burst of 3 consecutive attacks, with the third strike wielding the greatest power. At this moment, he was still unable to discern Fajia's true form. However, as the soul ring shimmered, the purple extreme demon eye seized the flaw, revealing that the middle clone was noticeably dimmer. You are finished. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Li Xian directed his attention to the figure on the far right and unleashed 3 volleys of curling grass. 3 tendrils shot forth, barricading both the left and right sides. Fajia's brow furrowed as she was compelled to halt her momentum, igniting a second burst of energy as she twisted her body and leapt upwards. Simultaneously, the second figure lost its control, colliding with the gravitational ring and dissipating into the air. With a powerful leap, Fajia soared high, her long ponytail trailing behind her. The way she propelled herself through the air left Li Xian in awe. However, he had plenty of ammunition left, and he fired 3 more attacks upwards, once again sealing off the left and right sides. You little rascal, Fajia thought as she felt the second wave of Li Xian's assault while still stabilizing herself in midair. It doesn't hurt, bring it on. Li Xian comforted, dream on. I would rather expend the third and most powerful attack than allow Fajia to escape at any cost. The greatest taboo for agility-type soul masters traversing the battlefield is sustaining injuries. They lack the exaggerated physical resilience of their strength-type counterparts and must rely on positioning and evasion. With a swift motion, Fajia propelled herself into the air, breaking free from Li Xian's control over the earth. At this altitude, she surpassed the maximum range of Li Xian's second soul skill, the rolling tail grass. Gazing upwards at Fajia, Li Xian furrowed his brow. What other techniques could she possess? Even with nothing in her grasp, could she still execute that technique, the soft art of the thousand gene fall? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fajia conjured 3 doppelgangers, all of whom embraced her and plummeted towards the ground. HM? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback as the earth manipulation soul skill vanished, causing him to sprint swiftly across the ground. Fajia's serpent soul skill summoned phantoms. What was her intent behind this? Moreover, having unleashed the serpent twice in succession, her soul power must be nearly depleted. If he could merely evade this attack, victory would be his. Heavy drop. 2 voices resonated simultaneously in the air. Fajia concealed herself within the illusions, rendering it impossible to discern whether she was descending or had embraced him. 3 phantoms, along with her true form, executed 2 heavy drops. As Li Xian raced across the ground, nearing the edge of her attack range, Fajia's expression shifted. She attempted to deploy her second soul skill, but alas, her soul power was dwindling. With a fluidity reminiscent of water, her supple waist increased the velocity of her descending form. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to less than 3 meters from Li Xian. At this proximity, contact was imminent. In that moment, Li Xian pivoted his body, executing a backward somersault while locking his gaze onto Fajia in the air. Should he employ earth manipulation once more, her fate would be sealed. Yet, as this was merely a friendly spar, he deemed such an action unnecessary. Simultaneously, he was intrigued to discern how Fajia intended to strike. The heavy drop was a grappling maneuver that involved slamming the opponent to the ground, not a soul skill. The phantom summoned by the serpent bore no physical form. What was her plan? Prepare yourself. As his thoughts lingered, Fajia was already upon him. Li Xian extended his arms in a defensive posture, intending to withstand the impending impact. After all, Fajia's descent, relying solely on her corporeal form, was insufficient to pose a genuine threat. However, at that moment, 2 figures dove from the sky. One group suddenly dispersed, while the other, with Fajia cradling a figure in her embrace, launched herself fiercely into the fray. Upon completing this maneuver, the silhouette behind her vanished entirely. She could feel her own presence. Li Xian's heart raced as he realized this point. The young girl had indeed held back. The force of Fajia being flung away, combined with her descent, allowed her to deftly kick against Li Xian's arm. This sudden impact caused him to stagger momentarily. He had been caught off guard, yet it was manageable. With a determined thrust of his body, Li Xian lunged forward, attempting to grasp Fajia's ankle. Is that so? She scoffed with a cold laugh. In the midst of her backward flight, Fajia unexpectedly spun in midair, evading Li Xian's grasp. Just then, another previously dissipated figure coalesced once again. Fajia, clutching her own form, suddenly propelled herself away, exploiting the brief gap left by Li Xian's momentary lapse. Her head collided forcefully against his left rib, leaving him breathless and sending him sprawling backward. So it could be played this way. As he was propelled through the air, Li Xian's mind raced with insight. It turned out that the serpentine summons were not mere clones. Rather, Fajia had transformed her soul power into her own likeness, effortlessly manipulating the ethereal forms of her essence while seamlessly shifting her physical presence within the illusions. The so-called serpents were utterly unrelated to the matter at hand. Quite impressive indeed. Li Xian propelled himself a considerable distance, his palm striking the ground as he came to a halt. After catching his breath, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. However, it's my turn now. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he surged forward with great speed. Wait, I concede. Upon witnessing the glow of Li Xian's second soul skill beneath his feet, Fajia immediately raised both hands in surrender. Li Xian abruptly halted, stumbling forward in silence. Hey, calling a stop when you gain an advantage. Do you not have any shame? Fajia gasped for breath, hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride. You have seen through my techniques, but tell me, who truly suffers? I have never fully revealed my first soul skill at Fastno Academy. Who would care to decipher you? Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. Fajia, whom he considered a friend, had revealed the true nature of her first soul skill, yet what was its significance? Nevertheless, it indeed broadened Li Xian's horizons. Sister, am I beautiful? Fajia inquired with a gentle smile, glancing back at Yueshi. Taken aback, Yueshi remained silent for a moment before rushing towards Li Xian, her small hands brushing off the dust. You aren't hurt, are you? Fajia's smile faltered. And in that instant, she felt as if she were an unnecessary light bulb in the room. Li Xian shook his head, reaching out to gently rub Yushi's head. Yet his gaze was directed towards Fajia. What kind of soul beast does your first soul skill, hunting, target? With a cold snort, Fajia had had enough. Clearly, you're just asking for your little girlfriend. I do not wish to be a third wheel. I shall take my leave. Duchère, for one who is magnanimous, can achieve greatness, no? Fajia retorted with a mix of amusement and irritation, responding to the last remark. Li Xian gently touched the corner of his mouth with 2 fingers, forming a smile. Well, let me share this with you. There exists a herbivorous spirit beast known as the phantom possum. At that time, I was quite audacious and did not adhere to my family's expectations. However, I found the initial soul skill quite intuitive. Phantom possum, he said, jotting the name down. Thank you. Also, I appreciate your help regarding the Mishan family affairs. Fajia, while seated and putting on her shoes, waved her hand dismissively without turning her head. Yushi felt bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two. Li Xian, I'm not jesting. If you're interested, I could introduce you to my sister. Just as she was about to step out, Fajia, harboring a mischievous intent, turned her head with a sly smile. Go to hell. Li Xian erupted in anger. This vile woman, with such a petty heart, was clearly intent on sowing discord in his relationship with Yueshi. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Yueshi was momentarily taken aback. Shaking Li Xian's arm and asking, Li Xian, what sister? Is she introducing a friend to you? Gazing into Yueshi's bright, clear eyes, one could not help but notice her face, pinched and sour, resembling that of someone who had just tasted a bitter lemon. Li Xian smiled silently and said, Don't take it seriously. Fajia merely jested about me marrying into the Fido family and becoming a member of the nobility. Is that so? Do you wish to marry into their family? Yueshi continued to inquire. Li Xian cast a sidelong glance, pondering. What does it mean for a man of my stature to marry? Surely, I shall be the one to take a wife. But who will that be? Yueshi continued to inquire, her eyes wide with anticipation. With a raised eyebrow, Li Xian revealed a peculiar smile. I envision marrying someone with a gentle temperament, a nurturing spirit, utterly obedient to my words, and compliant to my every whim. Most importantly, she must be diligent and industrious, tirelessly honing her skills, never slacking off. Adept in both the arena and the kitchen, he rambled on, a plethora of thoughts spilling forth, stealing a glance at Yushi's earnest countenance. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is this what one might call a wish list? Subsequently, Li Xian proceeded to test the combinations of soul skills, simultaneously training alongside Yushi. They endeavored to meld their attacks, harmonizing their offensive strategies to achieve synergy. Yushi's first soul skill was particularly unique. Not merely a standalone ability, but rather akin to a hunting combination technique. Li Xian divided it into 3 segments. The first involves lateral thrusts, where one twists the body to explosively accelerate in place. The second pertains to contact, which can serve both as an attack and a means of grappling. Upon reaching the 3rd step, a second lateral burst of speed is unleashed, allowing one to either create distance or hurl the opponent away. This entire sequence culminates in the first soul skill of Yueshi, named Charming Movement. Without delving into other matters, Li Xian felt the name was quite fitting, as no one understands a soul master's abilities better than themselves. 3 days had passed since their return from the Stardow Forest, thanks to their dual cultivation. Both individuals recovered swiftly, and after another 2 days, they were able to attend classes normally. Life gradually returned to a state of tranquil yet fulfilling routine. Li Xian diligently utilized his time to hone his blacksmithing skills at the forge, while also immersing himself in the library, delving into the study of soul-guiding artifacts and martial souls. The knowledge of soul-guiding artifacts had long been lost, and through self-study, Li Xian felt that his progress was painfully slow. A substantial portion of his time was dedicated to the research of martial souls, often seeking the guidance of Master Ma at the Martial Soul Hall, poring over the extensive records of various martial souls housed within. The accompanying martial soul was distinct from the twin martial soul, and amidst the vast sea of records, Li Xian could not find a single case resembling his own. In contrast, the twin martial soul had been documented on 2 occasions. The first instance was so distant that it lacked detailed accounts, while the second individual met a tragic fate during cultivation. While attempting to absorb a soul ring for the second martial soul, his body could not withstand the strain, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that claimed his life. Li Xian was aware that Tang San also possessed dual martial souls. However, his circumstances differed greatly. Tang San was able to effortlessly unleash both of his martial souls without any detriment to his body. In contrast, Li Xian found his own martial soul, the extraordinary immortal chrysanthemum, to be overwhelmingly dominant, rendering control exceedingly challenging. He diligently scoured through materials and attempted various training methods, yet the results were largely ineffective. This predicament left him in a state of exasperation. Should he master the ability to freely control the dominant aspect of his dual martial souls, he could embark on an endeavor with Yueshi to explore the fusion technique of his second martial soul. Li Xian has pondered whether the peculiar dominant relationship might be related to the proportion of the 2 types of celestial herbs in his martial soul. After all, the Qingshu Xianwei vine, serving as the root system, nourishes the extraordinary Qirong Tog Tian chrysanthemum at its apex. If he were to cultivate the Qingshu Xianwei vine, thereby enhancing its proportion within the martial soul, would the dominant relationship undergo a transformation? The form of the martial soul is indeed subject to change. This brings to mind the phenomenon known as martial soul awakening. Chapter 49. Competition. Martial soul awakening refers to a rare occurrence wherein certain soul masters elevate the upper limit of their martial soul through unique opportunities. Even within the existing records of the Spirit Hall, such events have occurred only a handful of times. Typically, this phenomenon is largely independent of the Soul Master's own efforts and is primarily contingent upon fortune. For instance, an ordinary chrysanthemum may, after being immersed in a celestial-grade herb, evolve into the remarkable Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Similarly, two unrelated martial souls may miraculously merge after sustaining a fatal blow. Such occurrences are classified as martial soul awakenings. However, the likelihood of these events is so exceedingly low that martial soul awakening has become one of the 10 most sought-after goals for many ordinary soul masters, ranking just behind the 10,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones. Li Xian, upon contemplating this, closed the book before him, a smile almost escaping his lips. The conditions for awakening a martial soul were exceedingly stringent, and the prospect of mastering one through such awakening appeared daunting. However, if he could indeed locate the medicinal fields of the Dugu family, there was a place he vaguely recalled, though its name eluded him. Nonetheless, if he were to find celestial herbs such as the Qingshu Xianwei vine, the possibility of awakening his martial soul would become tangible. In any case, his aspirations held a glimmer of hope, yet it would require the fortuitous emergence of an opportunity to put them into action. Moreover, Li Xian sensed that even if he remained idle, with future ascensions in rank, his formidable spiritual power would enable him to assert control over the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum's dominant role within his martial soul. To speak of other matters, on the day he embraced the moonlit evening to rest, he had already achieved this. Li Xian exited the library and, with an air of familiarity, made his way to the Spirit Hall, where he now possessed his own office. Here, various experiments involving Tongmen's hidden weapons and soul-guiding devices were conducted. It could be said that this space was a small workshop generously provided by Matthew, as Li Xian held a keen interest in these matters. As a mentor, he approached this endeavor with a supportive and observant mindset, pondering the possibility that Li Xian might indeed make significant strides in the integration of soul-guiding devices and hidden weapons, thereby fulfilling the role of a guide in the realization of dreams. Upon entering his office, Li Xian removed his school uniform jacket and donned an apron, commencing a flurry of clanging and striking. The walls were adorned with numerous intricate components, and on a simple machine tool lay the initial prototype of a repeating crossbow, already crafted and ready for further development. Li Xian was meticulously installing the most crucial component of the crossbow, the bow arm, into which a deep blue gemstone coil was embedded. This gem housed the inherent core array of the soul-guiding device, which Li Xian had already inscribed with precision. The craftsmanship and purpose of soul-guiding devices are of great significance, with the core array facilitating the conversion of soul power into kinetic energy, varying according to the specific application. For instance, the quarrels of a crossbow, classified as a ranged soul-guiding device, require kinetic energy to propel the concealed projectiles. In contrast, melee weapons such as the Tang Dao and spear rely on the core array to provide sharpness and piercing power. Storage soul-guiding devices demand even greater intricacy, often necessitating a mastery of spatial soul patterns, with the core array representing a distinct spatial realm. Naturally, soul-guiding devices encompass a broader array of classifications, including fixed installations, defensive mechanisms, auxiliary tools, and flight apparatuses. It was only after Li Xian delved deeply into his studies that he recognized the vast potential of soul-guiding devices. At this juncture, the crossbow he was experimenting with featured a rudimentary core formation, crafted from the relatively unremarkable essence of a century-old soul beast's crystal nucleus. Channeling his martial spirit, a radiant display of emerald and golden purple light enveloped his form as he took necessary safety precautions. With the assembled repeating crossbow cradled in his arms, he made his way to a designated location, embarking on his inaugural attempt. Experiment log 1. With a swift stroke, he marked the wall-mounted journal before donning protective goggles and began loading the exaggeratedly large crossbow. The considerable size of the repeating crossbow was a consequence of his ignorance. Having never seen its true form, and lacking familiarity with the core formation of soul-guiding devices, he had ultimately assembled it in this peculiar manner. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his aim at the target. Li Xian's right index finger delicately caressed the movable handle, subsequently channeling his soul energy to activate the internal core formation. Thus far, no unexpected occurrences had transpired. After all, the core formation had been tested independently. With the existence of this formation, his rapid-fire crossbow required neither limbs nor springs, significantly expediting the process of its construction. Prepare. Fire. The launch of the concealed weapon occurred in a fleeting moment. With a soft click of the handle, a brilliant azure light flickered at the center of the crossbow's limbs as soul energy surged through the core formation into the inscribed soul patterns. A tremendous force was unleashed, forcefully striking the firing pin and propelling the securely positioned arrow forth. Whoosh. There was no explosion of the chamber, with the core formation successfully established. Such an unforeseen event was certainly out of the question. Li Xian's eyes flickered as he set aside the repeating crossbow in his arms, gazing at the wall pierced 10 meters away. His gaze then shifted to the target 2 meters distant, which remained unscathed. Amidst a surge of excitement, He couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-deprecating humor. The inaugural shot was a success. Yet, the precision left much to be desired. In a team battle, should an arrow be launched, it might fail to fell the enemy, only to strike down an ally first. Li Xian sighed in slight discontent as he examined the crossbow on the table, its limbs intricately designed for rapid fire. Upon opening it, he discovered the core array patterns were emitting smoke, and the previously engraved soul patterns had sustained damage. The materials were inadequate, rendering it a mere disposable item. The most crucial core array patterns of a soul conduit must be crafted from superior materials or rare treasures. Unfortunately, Li Xian's finances allowed him only to purchase a century-old soul beast crystal core, and as for exquisite metallic blanks, they were out of reach. His skills in the crafting of hidden weapons were merely at the stage of tempering iron and shaping. Achieving such high-quality iron was a daunting task. Even with an abundance of exceptional materials, he couldn't help but envy the third party, who had mastered the art of metallurgy in a past life. Li Xian first inscribed the results of this experiment on the wall, then allowed his martial spirit to enter his body and took a rest on a nearby bench. In his heart, he silently activated Plan B, intending to acquire several 10-year soul beast crystal cores, then resell them at a profit. He envisioned making a substantial gain. Given that it would take him several years to perfect his smelting skills, it would be wiser to hire a skilled blacksmith to forge an exceptional metal piece for him. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to force oneself. Mastering the core techniques of engraving array formations while delegating the peripheral production to others is a pragmatic approach. This thought was indeed splendid. Rather than squandering that time, it would be better spent enhancing his soul power. A side business should adhere to its nature. Wasting too much time is simply unacceptable. Knock, knock. 2 knocks resonated at the door, and Matthew's voice came from outside. Li Xian, what are you up to in there? There is a large hole in the wall of the Martial Soul Hall, and the tiles outside have fallen off. Li Xian was taken aback. From his perspective, there was merely a small hole in the wall. Moreover, during the calibration process of the repeating crossbow, he had tested the power of the arrows. And even if they penetrated the wall, they would not travel far beyond it. Was the recoil this significant? Wait a moment, Master Ma. Let me tidy up before we head out. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the spirit hall, standing on the street. Gazing up at the wall of the second floor of the spirit hall, where a conspicuous, irregularly large hole was clearly visible. Li Xian scratched his head and inquired, Master Ma, how much will the repair costs amount to? I shall cover it. Don't you dare, retorted Ma Xiaonua, whose injuries sustained in the starry forest had healed, save for a bandage wrapped around his forehead. He silently supported Li Xian's tinkering with the soul guide device. Yet now he realized that this leniency could not persist. What if, one day, Li Xian inadvertently dismantled the spirit hall? I do not require you to pay for the repairs. Instead, I need you to relocate the office outside. The spirit hall cannot withstand your antics. As the overseer of the spirit hall, he was merely managing the branch in Notting City, and the building was not Ma Xiaonua's private property. Very well, Li Xian conceded, acknowledging the trouble he had caused. Ma Xiaonua had already been quite kind to him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ma Xiaonua trudged back, and Li Xian followed suit. Master Ma, do you have any vacant spaces for me to move into? Please point me in the right direction. After a brief silence, Ma Xiaonua raised his hand and playfully tapped Li Xian's forehead. Go to my house. That residence has been unoccupied for quite some time. With someone overseeing it, it should remain relatively clean. Just don't go tearing it apart. Ma Xiaonua was a native of Notting City, in the world of soul masters. When one reaches the end of their path, they often seek ways to profit for themselves. He possessed numerous properties, and it was rumored that at his age, he had a lover 2 decades younger than himself. Thus, maintaining multiple residences for clandestine escapades was entirely normal and reasonable. Thank you, Master Ma. You are truly like a dear grandfather to me. Li Xian chuckled, unabashedly bringing his palms together. It brings me great joy to hear you say that. If my descendants possessed your talent, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. All right. A few minutes later, in Matthew's office, after attending to his affairs, Matthew handed a stack of documents to Li Xian, gazing at the striking red header. He couldn't help but read aloud. Core personnel registration form for the Martial Soul branch in the city of Nottingham, Fasno province. Upon reaching this point, Li Xian heard Matthew's voice calling out to him. Fill this out. There are still 2 more sheets to complete. You may skip the introduction. The core competition. He murmured to himself, and Li Xian immediately recalled the warning given to him by Fajia. She had mentioned that the Mishan and Doran families sought to exact revenge on him, and they would undoubtedly send someone to target him during the Soul Master Child competition. Li Xian remembered this matter distinctly, having also gathered information about the Soul Master Child competition. However, he was still contemplating whether to participate when Matthew approached him so promptly. Setting down the form, Li Xian frowned and asked, Master Matthew, is it absolutely necessary to attend this core competition? Matthew replied slowly, Are you concerned about your young age? Fear not. The competition does not impose age restrictions. As long as your soul power meets the requirements, you may participate. As for the dangers, you needn't worry. The competition is still in its preliminary stages, and it will undergo at least 2 years of screening. Both Old Sue and I have conducted a background check on you. Given your capabilities, you can essentially navigate the Fajia province with ease. The matchmaking for the competition will also pair you against opponents of similar age. So you need not fret about your soul power. Li Xian furrowed his brow, refraining from retorting. His concerns did not stem from age, but rather from the possibility that Li Xian and the Douluo family might harbor malicious intentions toward him. After all, it is often difficult to guard against treachery. The threat of poison or hidden arrows could very well loom. He needed to ensure his own safety. For once he ascended to the rank of Soul King, or even Soul Emperor, such fears would dissipate. Master Ma, I am merely anxious about the potential for someone to conspire against me from the shadows, he articulated directly in front of Matthew, feeling no need to conceal his apprehensions from him. Conspire? Matthew pondered, his pupils dilating as a sense of dread washed over him. Alas, neither old Su nor I consider this possibility. You are indeed astute, Li Xian. Without delay, Matthew rose and retrieved the list of known personnel from the Fajia region. How could he have overlooked this? The Douluo who perished in the Starry Forest had previously clashed with Li Xian, with both families suffering setbacks and losing face. They would not simply let it go. If they sought retribution against Li Xian, they would undoubtedly take action during the competitive matches. Matthew hastily sifted through the personnel information, searching for details on members of the Douluo and Li Xian families, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Witnessing Matthew's reaction, Li Xian felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing that this predicament was indeed unavoidable. The carelessness exhibited by Matthew and Dean Su only served to affirm the accuracy of the information conveyed by Fajia. As a noble daughter, she was well acquainted with the subtle machinations of aristocratic rivalries and understood the lengths to which the Douluo family would go to seek vengeance. Thus, it was clear that her visit that day was intended to relay this crucial intelligence, albeit her proud disposition had prevented her from articulating it clearly. Li Xian recalled that she had specifically warned him once before leaving. How thoughtful Fajia is. Li Xian did not blame Matthew Nuo and Dean Su for their carelessness. In fact, had he and Fajia not been in contact, this potential threat would have gone unnoticed by anyone. Fajia, approaching the matter from an aristocratic perspective, readily discerned this possibility. She even investigated the competitions that might be initiated by the Spirit Hall, anticipating this layer of danger from the standpoint of the Douluo family's covert machinations. After all, as a member of the Spirit Hall, Li Xian knew that the Douluo family would not dare to act openly against him, yet it was highly probable that they would resort to clandestine schemes. She truly cares for me. Li Xian felt a surge of emotion at this thought. Without Fajia's reminder, there was indeed a possibility of being ambushed this time. After all, this competition was held within the Spirit Hall, and no one would suspect that the opponents were harboring ulterior motives and would strike ruthlessly in the shadows. Matthew's expression was grim. Indeed, there were members from the Li Xian and Douluo families present, and judging by their soul power levels, they did not correspond with their relatively young ages. At this point, Matthew's fists clenched involuntarily. Master Ma, is this martial soul competition truly that significant? The competition is not merely a single match. It involves multiple rounds of selection across each division. The preliminary battles alone will take a staggering 12 years to complete. Each minor and major division offers corresponding rewards for commendable rankings. It is said that the top scorer in the Fajia division will be rewarded with a unique soul beast of the best age, with specialists from the Spirit Hall assisting in the hunt. Is that so? Li Xian felt a stirring in his heart. It was evident that Matthew and Dean Su were considering his well-being. The impending soul ring hunt was beyond the capabilities of the two elders. Even if he gained admission to the Royal Academy of Tiando, devoid of status or identity, the instructors would hardly pay him any heed. Their intention in allowing him to participate in this competition was purely for his future prospects. Matthew settled into his seat, casting the list of participants onto the table, and spoke gravely. Each competition tends to bring forth some extraordinary talents. Though you are indeed remarkable, you are still quite young. Our aim in this subdivided competition is merely to provide you with an opportunity for growth, as such chances for practical experience are scarce. Naturally, it would be even better if you could secure a high score to advance. However, we neglected to consider the matters concerning the Douluo family. Let me ponder this. If there is danger, I cannot allow you to proceed. Matthew even contemplated employing the elder's token from the hall to deter this situation, yet hesitated. Aware that nobles could harbor vengeful intentions and might dispatch a soul master without proper backing to harm Li Xian. Such underhanded tactics were the most troublesome, as one might anticipate an attack, but remain oblivious to its method. After a covert scheme, one might not even obtain evidence of wrongdoing. The competition permitted fatalities, and the forms Li Xian was to sign included a voluntary participation waiver, wherein any injuries or deaths would be his own responsibility. Casting a glance at Matthew's grim and furious visage, Li Xian lowered his gaze, pondering deeply. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he inquired, Master Matthew, if I were to fabricate an identity, would that enable me to partake in this competition? Matthew was momentarily taken aback. Well, that would be considered cheating, and the penalties are severe. Come on, think of a solution, Li Xian chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Regardless of Matthew's stature as a branch leader, all participant lists for the subdivided competition would pass through his hands. Fabricating an identity was hardly a daunting task. Upon hearing Li Xian's cunning idea, Matthew pondered for a moment, and his previously grim expression began to brighten. Granting this lad a false identity could indeed help him evade danger. Furthermore, if the higher-ups at the spirit hall were to inquire, I possess 2 elder tokens to shield us. With this thought, Matthew straightened his back. Allow me to contemplate this further. While cheating has occurred in past competitions, the consequences of being caught are quite severe. It is not as simple as you might believe. Li Xian nodded, comprehending the situation. Master Ma had not dismissed the idea, which implied its feasibility, while appearing to deliberate. Li Xian surmised that he was finalizing a suitable candidate for substitution. The spirit hall had an abundance of registrants, and once internal candidates were eliminated, there remained a multitude of students from the junior soul academies. For those unwilling to participate, it would be simple enough to forge their identities. As for identity verification, as long as one successfully navigated the registration process, who could ascertain Li Xian's true appearance? The spirit of the resolute grass, being an inherently anomalous martial spirit, lent itself to ambiguity. Finding a martial spirit of a similar category was hardly a daunting task. Regarding soul power, one could simply assert that they had ascended 20 levels in a single day, just enough to meet the registration requirements. Who could contest such a claim without evidence to the contrary? Among the Mishan and Doran families, only Mishan had seen Li Xian's visage. Any attempts to target him would necessitate reliance on the names listed. Furthermore, even if they were aware of his appearance, should the names not correspond, would assassins dare to act? The risk of failure was not trivial. Therefore, Li Xian believed that as long as Ma Xiaonua crafted a sufficiently convincing identity, there was no cause for concern. Unless, of course, he encountered Mishan in a duel, a scenario deemed highly improbable, as she was hardly a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Ma Xiaonua, tapping the table, lifted his head and remarked, "This won't do, Li Xian. I can assist you in forging an identity, but what about your soul rings? Li Xian, your first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, and your second is a 1,000-year soul ring. There is no one else on the entire Douluo Continent like your family. Once you make a move, wouldn't that be tantamount to exposing yourself?" Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. "Master Ma, is there any method to conceal the soul rings?" He had completely overlooked this matter. Matthew furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seemed there were indeed some secret techniques capable of masking the aura of soul rings. However, during actual combat, it would require a distraction to activate these techniques, which was perilous and not suitable for real battle. Then I could just end the fight swiftly, couldn't I? Li Xian flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Upon hearing this, Matthew fell silent. After a brief moment, a light chuckle escaped him. "It's still you, my boy." He was not concerned about Li Xian facing setbacks in combat. Having conducted background checks, he was aware that the potential threats lay within the provincial city. Suddenly, Matthew felt that Li Xian's thoughts were indeed sound. "So, this is promising?" Li Xian grinned. You should return for now. As for the identity matter, I will ponder it further." Matthew's mind also cleared. With this young man's capabilities, concealing the soul rings while swiftly eliminating his opponent would be quite straightforward. As long as he could evade the threat of ambush, the competition would be secure. All right then. With Matthew's agreement, Li Xian felt completely at ease. As the head of the Wuhuan branch, reaching such a position required both intellect and cunning, which were far from simple. Li Xian momentarily set the matter aside and returned to his office to begin packing his belongings. Matthew provided him with the address of the house, and Li Xian planned to take a batch of items over to inspect the place. If it were not too far, he could transport the items himself. He hastily stuffed numerous components into a box and sought out the porter responsible for shipping within the spirit hall, providing him with the address to assist with the delivery. Not every worker at the spirit hall possessed the privilege to utilize the internal transport system, and Li Xian was evidently among those excluded from such privileges. Upon returning to the spirit hall, he felt at home. Who did not know of his connection with Matthew? The staff affectionately addressed him as Master Ma, and whispers circulated among the personnel that Li Xian was akin to Matthew's grandson. With this ambiguous status, the porter promptly accepted the box and set off with Li Xian. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, the carriage arrived at the third ring of Nodding City, where they disembarked and sought out a charming 2-story villa with a private courtyard. It was conveniently located not far from the primary Soul Academy. A consideration certainly made by Matthew. The house appeared quite new, likely constructed within the last 5 years. It made Li Xian wonder which of Matthew's paramours had been the recipient of such a property, particularly upon noticing a baby stroller in the courtyard. After expressing his gratitude to the porter, Li Xian ascended the stairs, box in hand. To his surprise, the interior was cleaner than anticipated. It was cool and refreshing, with white cloth draped over the sofas and other furniture, and all the necessary living amenities present. Li Xian ascended the staircase with a light-hearted cadence, soon encountering 2 bedrooms, a study, and a bathroom. Matthew, who conducted his business in every conceivable location, prompted Li Xian to seek out a dedicated office space. Superfluous items were relocated to the adjacent, now vacant bedroom, while the office would serve as the workshop for crafting soul-guiding devices. Observing the ambience, he noted the view from the southern window, which revealed an uninhabited park and pond. while two pine trees framed the northern window. The atmosphere was serene and inviting. Perhaps next time, he could invite Yueshi to stay. In contrast to the dormitories at the academy, this place truly felt like home. A change of scenery could indeed refresh the spirit. Of course, such musings were merely whimsical. After a brief tidying up, Li Xian promptly summoned a carriage to transport all his belongings from the spirit hall. Hours later, upon returning, he opened up the walls between the bedroom and the study, creating a space for tools and work. Gazing through the window towards the distant park, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. This would henceforth be his weapons workshop. Upon making his way back to the Soul Institute, night had already fallen. Li Xian returned to the dormitory, carrying a large bag of crystal cores purchased along the way. Upon arriving home, he paid no heed to dining and poured the crystals onto the table, beginning to determine their age. Hearing the commotion, Yushi emerged from her room in her pajamas, her small hand gripping the corner of the door. "You're back. I haven't seen you all day." "Shoo." Li Xian fell silent, seated cross-legged on the sofa, engaged in a flurry of activity. Upon opening his eyes, he cast aside the crystal core in his hand and proceeded to grasp another. Yueshi observed the glimmering light emanating from Li Xian's palm as the discarded crystal core shimmered, exuding a potent aura of spiritual energy. Quietly approaching, she crouched beside him to watch in fascination. How marvelous! What was he doing? A successful enhancement, resulting in a critical hit, enhancing the duration tenfold. Oh! Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the soul beast crystal core in his hand, which had expanded to several times its original size. This dark red, oval crystal pulsated with a chaotic swirl of blood-red energy within as the transformation succeeded, becoming increasingly warm to the touch. The transformation, known as Enhancement X10, equated to 10,000 years. It had metamorphosed from a mere 10-year crystal core into a 10,000-year soul beast crystal core. After several enhancements, a critical breakthrough finally occurred, filling Li Xian with delight. Such crystal cores are notorious for their volatile soul power, rendering them impossible for direct absorption by the human body. In this age marked by the decline of soul mentors, the demand for crystal cores has diminished significantly. Only a handful of apothecaries, weapon shops, and antique stores still seek these items, while nobles occasionally utilize them to craft metals that signify their distinguished status. However, the shrinking market does not imply that the prices of crystal cores have plummeted. In truth, when a soul beast reaches a cultivation level of 10,000 years, the power within is often condensed into soul rings and bones, making the production of crystal cores exceedingly rare. Thus, the adage scarcity breeds value holds true, as the majority of crystal cores circulating in the market are those of a century's worth, with those of 1 to 2,000 years being of lesser quality. Li Xian had just secured a multitude of millennium crystal cores, which promised a substantial profit in gold soul coins. However, the piece he held, a 10,000-year crystal core, was of even greater value. What a windfall! At that moment, Li Xian noticed Yushi, who was squatting nearby, her face a picture of curiosity. Hadn't she been present when he struck that critical blow? Observing her innocent and endearing expression, a thought crossed his mind. Did the fusion of soul power influence the lifespan of the crystal core? "Yushi, come here." Oh, Chapter 51. Xianyu Stone, what is it, Li Xian? She asked, her small hand grasping one of his, her gaze drawn to the right. There. He held the soul beast crystal core in his other hand. Yushi blinked, struggling to comprehend the significance of it all. As a milky white aura enveloped and dissipated, the crystal core in Li Xian's hand became remarkably luminous, with the soul power within it becoming notably more vibrant. It won't do. Li Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. His ability to refine was solely contingent upon his rank, unaffected by his soul power. "What is it, Li Xian? Just tell me." He was urged. "Go to sleep. I need to tinker with these soul cores for sale." The following morning, Li Xian took a day off to sell the soul cores at the market. Lacking a clear understanding of the internal pricing, he entered a seemingly reputable antique shop. The proprietor, having never encountered a customer presenting such a substantial quantity of soul cores, did not question Li Xian's credibility as a soul master of the spirit hall. After exchanging contact information, the shopkeeper handed Li Xian a golden card for storing gold soul coins, which contained over 800 coins. To Li Xian, this windfall felt like striking it rich, yet he soon realized that soul beast cores held little value. A millennium-old core was worth merely 100 gold soul coins. Li Xian returned to the iron workshop where he had apprenticed, and, through the proprietor's connections, arranged for the procurement of a rare metal. The soul beast crystal cores could also be utilized in the crafting of soul-guiding devices. However, their instability posed a significant challenge. Once the internal soul energy was depleted, the device would become inoperative. Therefore, Li Xian intended to employ metallic carvings of core array patterns. In this world, numerous rare metals existed, predominantly utilized in the military and construction sectors, resulting in a monopoly held by the Tiando Empire over these scarce resources. Ordinary individuals required connections to procure metals. After expending a considerable portion of his gold soul coins, the workshop owner assured Li Xian that he would receive half a ton of metal. Feeling the sting of his rapidly diminishing finances, Li Xian noted that merely purchasing half a ton required several hundred gold soul coins. a sum that he calculated to be 4 times the price of gold. Nevertheless, this money had been earned through his enhanced abilities, making it somewhat more palatable. 2 weeks later, Li Xian's rare metal arrived. This silver-white metal, known as Xianyu stone, was typically employed in the creation of armor. It possessed a flexible texture and a degree of restorative properties. The fact that the materials for the core array, a consumable item, could regenerate was undoubtedly advantageous. Li Xian commenced the utilization of Xianyu stone, crafting numerous components for the rapid-fire crossbow, while also intricately carving several core magical arrays. In his private workshop, he tirelessly refined this concealed weapon of the Tang sect. As the semester drew to a close, the size of the rapid-fire crossbow had diminished to that of 2 palms. Li Xian's understanding of the research on soul-guiding devices is rather superficial. He is only proficient in engraving the core magic arrays used for propulsion. He has carved 3 magic arrays in total, significantly enhancing the power of the crossbow, capable of penetrating even the bodies of soul venerables within a 10-meter range. The potency of Tongmen's hidden weapons is already considerable, and with Li Xian's rudimentary core magic arrays amplifying their power, their effectiveness has increased markedly. Currently, the size of the concealed arrows is not particularly suitable for wearing on the wrist, and Li Xian has no intention of utilizing them just yet. He plans to continue refining them when he has the opportunity. Moreover, at the academy, Li Xian typically attends half-day classes and visits the training room on weekends. The rest of his time is either spent in the library or practicing alongside Yushi at home. As more than half a semester has passed, his soul power has finally reached level 22. Although the progress is indeed somewhat slow, it is quite normal. With the advancement of soul masters, further upgrades will inevitably become increasingly challenging. In contrast, Yushi has already reached level 18. Her progress is steady, and with a martial soul like Phantom. Even without rigorous training, her initial advancement is quite rapid. Not to mention, she has Li Xian, a supportive ally, assisting her along the way. Li Xian felt quite despondent. Could it be that he had been drained by Yueshi, leaving him with a sense of profound imbalance within? Li Xian intends to wait until he reaches level 20 during the Moonlit Festival, after which he plans to participate in the regional competition of the Fajia province alongside his companion. The competition allows for both individual and pair participation. This arrangement accommodates many support-type soul masters whose martial souls lack offensive capabilities, necessitating their partnership with battle soul masters for advancement. Additionally, certain unique martial souls exhibit greater power when combined, prompting the Spirit Hall to establish regulations permitting pair participation to discover students capable of martial soul fusion. Naturally, opponents matched for duo competitions are also pairs. Following 3 preliminary elimination rounds, the internal students participating in the competition officially commenced the Golden Generation Tournament. The elimination duels are conducted randomly. Individual performances do not influence the pair competition schedule. To prevent instances where battle soul masters assist support soul masters and subsequently face elimination. The structure of the elimination rounds consists of 3 victories in individual matches and 3 in pair matches. Li Xian no longer needed to wait for the Moon Festival. He resolved to tackle the 3 competitions himself. In the future, he would accompany her to participate in the doubles tournament during the Moon Festival registration. On this day, Matthew provided Li Xian with a forged identity and informed him of the time for the first elimination round. The Spirit Hall's martial arts competition commenced from the provincial cities, advancing to duchies, then to nations, and ultimately encompassing the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, preparations often took several years, during which new contestants continuously emerged. Completing the first 3 rounds of elimination would undoubtedly require considerable time. The notified contestants proceeded to engage in their matches, adhering to the stipulation that participants must be under the age of 25, while the preliminary rounds demanded an age limit of 22. After all, many promising soul masters were generally around 18 or 19 years old, creating an unfair disparity in age. Gold Myers, aged 19, possessed a soul power of level 22. With the spirit of a daffodil, Li Xian discovered that Master Ma had also prepared for him the nationality of the Starry Continent. As for the daffodil, it bore a resemblance to his cassia seed. Master Ma truly exerted himself. In the noble academy of the provincial capital, a typical 19-year-old student would possess a soul power of approximately level 20, placing him within an exceptional range. As for prodigies at this age, their soul power could even reach the level of soul sovereign. Li Xian's actual physical age is merely 7, and he will turn 8 after the new year. It is indeed peculiar for him to compete against participants who are over a decade his senior. As Matthew remarked, he is still quite young. He should approach this competition with a sense of ease, for he can always register again in the next decade. Striving to perform to the best of his abilities is commendable, yet even in 10 years, he will only be 17. And the coveted top 3 spots for mentorship in competitive events may be beyond his reach. It is far more prudent to focus on steady advancement. The plaza in the Seoul division of Notting City has recently been cordoned off, with 3 extravagant arenas established for the occasion. Li Xian received the competition notification, along with the specific time for the event. The Soul Master duels are notoriously unpredictable. The scheduled times are often delayed. On that day, Li Xian arrived over 10 minutes late, only to find that there were still 2 matches remaining before his turn. Li Xian felt a sudden wave of despair. Had he known, he would have arrived later. Li Xian, you can do it. Beside him, Yushi, clad in school uniform, clenched her fists in encouragement. This was his inaugural match in the elimination rounds, and Yushi was eager to witness the unfolding of the competition. Those eligible to compete possessed a soul power of no less than level 20. The senior students had returned from provincial cities or other locations, where the competitive pressure was relatively less intense. Li Xian gazed at the throng of heads surrounding him, a sea of students from prestigious academies. It was evident that such esteemed individuals could only hail from advanced institutions, especially in the city of Notting. However, he reassured himself that he could easily handle that fellow. Fajia, this competition posed no challenge for him. With a gentle hand resting on Yueshi's small head, Li Xian flashed a grin, contemplating a strategy to achieve victory without conflict. Chapter 52. Dread O. Is that so? Yueshi looked up at Li Xian with a spark of determination, her tiny hands raised once more. Go for it, she exclaimed, brimming with confidence in him. Li Xian possesses unparalleled soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple. Yushi believes that those adversaries could hardly fathom the extent of Li Xian's terrifying prowess in battle. On the arena, as Li Xian approached, Matthew, seated at the judging table not far away, cast a swift glance in his direction. When their eyes met, an unusual expression flickered across Li Xian's face. Goodness. He has connections both within and beyond. The organizers are all in his favor. Competitors, please make your entrance. The referee called out. Standing at the center and directing his voice towards the opposite side, Li Xian has taken the stage. If he does not appear within the designated time, he will automatically lose the match. Here she comes. The sound of polished shoes echoing against the hollow metal stairs announces the arrival of a charming girl, adorned in a Gothic style, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, sprinting towards the arena. Contestant, Myers. Age, 19, with the martial spirit of a Narcissus. A level 22 control system spirit master. Contestant, Kino. Age, 16, possessing the martial spirit of a 7-star umbrella, a level 20 defense system spirit master. The knockout rounds prohibit lethal strikes. A concession results in an automatic defeat. Now, the match commences. Hello. The referee stands in the center and blows the whistle. Li Xian promptly takes 2 steps forward, extending a friendly hand. Wow, you look quite young. Are you really 19? Across from him, Kino observes Li Xian's youthful visage. Noting that his physique appears somewhat stocky, yet he stands at less than 1.6 meters tall. Among the male cohort, he is considered diminutive, though he is still slightly taller than her. Let us keep the match within limits. Let us be cautious. Li Xian felt a void in his heart. The young girl had not fallen for the ruse. If she had shaken his hand, it would have been effortless. Everyone was merely engaging in a friendly exchange. However, at that moment, Kono unexpectedly approached, extending her slightly cold little hand to clasp with Li Xian's palm. He had taken the bait. Li Xian felt a sudden surge of emotion and immediately released the aura of his Millennium Soul Ring. Although his soul power could not dominate soul masters of the same rank, the aura of the Millennium Soul Ring within him could directly affect his opponent through physical contact. At that moment, as Kanu's palm brushed against him, she suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, her body weakened, and she knelt before Li Xian. You. She raised her head, cold sweat beading on her forehead, as a terrifying presence overwhelmed her, making it difficult for her to breathe. As though she were being watched by a Millennium Soul Beast, the murderous intent was simply too formidable. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Aren't you going to fight? Li revealed his pearly white teeth, and as he spoke, his palm remained unyielding. Contestant Kono, what happened? Are you conceding by kneeling? The referee in the center was bewildered. Neither of them had unleashed their martial spirits, so how had she ended up on the ground? This display of submission could be interpreted as an admission of defeat. Kono found herself ensnared by the aura of a 10,000-year soul ring, words failing her as she gazed into Li's eyes. A profound terror etched upon her delicate face. Well, if you choose not to fight, then it's rather dull. Li Xian wore a rather disheartened expression. The moment he withdrew his hand, Kino's entire form slumped to the ground. How peculiar. Had she perhaps ingested something foul? Miles wins. The referee approached, raising the stop signal in his hand. Around them, numerous onlookers had cast their eyes upon the match, yet after a mere glance, they quickly averted their gaze. Such timidity had become a recurring theme today. Excessive tension had led to a misalignment of spirit power, and her psychological fortitude was evidently inadequate. Her opponent did not even need to strike for her to falter. The referee, tasked solely with determining the outcome, had no choice but to declare Kino the loser. Given her despondent kneeling position, upon hearing of his victory, Li Xian flashed a grin in Matthew's direction before leaping down from the ring. Li Xian, congratulations, you've won. Yueshi exclaimed, jogging over. Without a fight, victory had been secured. This was indeed the most favorable outcome. Indeed, I never anticipated it would be so effortless. I can head home now. Li Xian is acutely aware of his actions. Not far away, Matthew, seated at the judge's table, shook his head with a bemused expression. He was unconcerned about Li Xian's elimination round, marking a line on the scoreboard before turning his attention to other matches. How delightful. It seems so simple. When I reach level 20, I shall give it a try as well. Yushi had already heard from Li Xian about the competitive trials for disciples at the Spirit Hall, however, being only at level 18. She did not meet the eligibility requirements. When you reach level 20, I will accompany you. I have no worries about you. But it would be unfortunate if you were to injure your opponent. Li Xian held on to Yueshi's small hand as they made their way back to the Soul Academy. Yueshi's sinister and captivating spectral martial spirit could ensnare any opponent with just a glance, and Li Xian was concerned that Yueshi might succumb to its allure during battle, potentially harming her adversaries. His worries were not unfounded. After all, Yueshi appeared quite normal, largely due to his presence by her side. Each night, the spectral consciousness within her was suppressed to the utmost degree, making her indistinguishable from an ordinary soul master. Oh, I almost forgot. Upon reaching level 20, she could acquire a soul ring, significantly enhancing her strength. Watching the girl frolic joyfully, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. After spending most of the semester together, Yueshi had become a touch more vivacious in his company. He had also set his sights on Yueshi's second soul ring, aiming to hunt the illusionary possum, which was the first soul ring obtained by Fajia. Should Yueshi awaken a second soul skill akin to a serpent's agility, she would be far less susceptible to injury in combat. Speaking of Fajia, she had participated in the internal competitions of the Martial Soul Hall as a noble student and had already returned to the city of Fasnuel. Achieving this was not particularly difficult, as one could join or exit the Martial Soul Hall at will. Securing the top score in the Fasnuel regional competition would yield considerable rewards, making it a lucrative endeavor. This also explained the lengthy duration of the Martial Soul Hall's regional competitions. With an overwhelming number of participants, over 200 Soul Masters were eliminated in the preliminary rounds alone, and this was merely within the Fasnuel region. The Martial Soul Hall was generous with its rewards. Any personnel associated with the hall, or those who joined temporarily, would receive accolades for their victories. Organizing such competitions for nurturing talents served as a means to promote the prestige of the Martial Soul Hall. Li Xian and Yushi returned to the primary Soul Academy and made their way home to commence their training. Since Yushi expressed her desire to participate in the competition, Li Xian resolved to exert his efforts in helping her swiftly elevate her level. After all, during their dual cultivation, the essence of their soul power would merge seamlessly, rendering any concerns about superficial rankings unnecessary. 2 weeks later, Li Xian received notification that the second elimination round was about to commence. That afternoon, accompanied by Yushi, he arrived once again at the Martial Soul branch in Notting City, awaiting his turn at the arena's edge. Prior to the match, a note found its way into Li Xian's hands. The handwriting appeared to belong to Master Matthew, prompting Li Xian to ponder the cautionary words inscribed. Be careful. Glancing towards the arena, a wave of curiosity washed over him. Was Master Matthew implying that his opponent might surpass even Fajia in strength? Chapter 53. Scorpion Sting. As Yushi leaned in to read the message on the note, she discerned it to be a warning from Grandfather Ma. Be cautious, Li Xian. However, Li Xian dismissed it nonchalantly. Crumpling the note in his hand, he pressed his left arm against his right shoulder, stretching his body in the opposite direction. A formidable opponent presented a true challenge. To advance from the elimination rounds, victory in all 3 battles was essential, and he had no intention of faltering at the second hurdle. Regardless of who his adversary might be, he resolved to unleash his utmost strength to claim victory. Contestants, please enter the arena, commanded a middle-aged referee, approximately in his 40s, with a firm voice. Li Xian, drawn by the sound, approached the arena, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. To his surprise, a formidable figure had leaped onto the stage before him. This was a robust young man, his features resolute, with prominent muscles bulging from his chest. His narrow eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, suggesting that he was not one to be trifled with. Li Xian ascended the stage and locked eyes with the young man. Suddenly, he noticed the young man's hands, dark purple in hue, cradled within his embrace. A faint yet pungent scent of herbs wafted through the air, an aroma both captivating and intensely provocative. Poison, perhaps? Li Xian, while crafting the concealed weapons of the Tang sect, would invariably apply poison to the surface. During this meticulous process, even with the utmost caution, one's palms could become tainted by the toxins. Thus the disciples of the Tang sect diligently cultivate the Xian Yu hand to avert such afflictions. The young man opposite clearly lacked this internal mastery. His hands, discolored from years of handling potent concoctions, bore testament to his exposure. Participant, Miles, age 19. Possessing the spirit of Daffodil, a level 22 control system soul master. Participant, Zhao Guang, age 22, wielding the spirit of Scorpion Spike, a level 26 assault system soul master. Scorpion Spike? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. What kind of martial soul was this? There are numerous peculiar martial souls, and judging by Zhao Guang's adeptness with toxins, could it possibly be reminiscent of a scorpion's tail? Li Xian felt an inexplicable sensation. The soul of his opponent, though it sounded perilous, also intrigued him. What are you laughing at? Opposite him, he noticed the corners of the diminutive Miles' mouth curve slightly, causing a shadow to fall over his resolute features. As he spoke, his soul manifested, revealing 2 yellow soul rings drifting from above his head. At the age of 22, he was among the oldest participants in the preliminary elimination rounds. Until Li Xian, possessing a soul power of level 26 at such an age indicated considerable potential for the future. Even within advanced academies, Zhao Guang, as he was known, was regarded as a formidable student. Furthermore, his proficiency in utilizing toxins, coupled with the impeccable alignment of his soul rings, made Li Xian wary. I apologize. With my naturally smiling lips, you may have misunderstood. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Miles. Li Xian did not mind confronting a level 26 offensive soul master. However, he was reluctant to expend unnecessary energy in the elimination round. He aimed to make a favorable impression on Zhao Guang by employing the set of techniques he had learned from Kino against him. It was better to take the initiative. They could engage in combat later. No need for that. I have no interest in making your acquaintance, you little brat. Unleash your martial soul. Zhao Guang declared with a thunderous voice, extending his arms to reveal his weapon martial soul. His assertive demeanor momentarily startled Li Xian. Such a brash manner of speaking? You will soon experience my prowess. Nevertheless, Li Xian was unexpectedly intrigued to discover that Zhao Guang possessed a weapon martial soul. From his hands floated a verdant leaf, its surface adorned with clusters of crystalline hairs. The color leaned towards purple, emitting a subtle yet menacing aura reminiscent of the awn of wheat. Not a beast martial soul? Zhao Guang's martial soul was rather abstract. As if sensing Li Xian's bewilderment, Zhao Guang was accustomed to the astonished expressions of his opponents. As you can see, my martial soul is poisonous, resembling the stinger of a scorpion weed. Consider this a fair warning. Should you be incapacitated later, do not blame me for being too ruthless. With that, Zhao Guang propelled himself forward with explosive speed. Even in the elimination rounds, combat remained restrained. Participants refrained from deploying soul techniques without first discerning their opponent's capabilities. Now it all makes sense. Li Xian was slightly taken aback. The venomous stinger of the scorpion grass did not originate from the creature's tail. Upon realizing this, he instinctively sidestepped, during which the spirit of the cassia flower was unleashed, revealing 2 inconspicuous yellow soul rings. He took a deep breath. At that moment, Li Xian's heart raced, and suppressing the aura of the soul rings proved to be a challenging endeavor. His focus wavered, while an inexplicable alertness surged within him, making it difficult to fully immerse himself in the battle. Achieving complete suppression of the soul rings without hindering his combat performance evidently required further practice. Suddenly, a powerful fist from Zhao Guang came crashing down, and Li Xian raised his forearm to block. To his surprise, the anticipated impact did not materialize. Just as he intended to harness this momentum to orchestrate a counterattack, he found himself destabilized as Zhao Guang approached. The full force of his punch diminished prematurely due to inertia, inflicting minimal damage upon Li Xian. Zhao Guang sensed something was amiss. He glanced down to find the radiance of his soul power rapidly fading, while the spirit in his hand seemed to retract inward. An inexplicable sense of dread gripped his chest. What was happening? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zhao Guang promptly retreated, creating a considerable distance between himself and Li Xian. Attention, competitors. Crossing the red line of the arena will result in an automatic disqualification. The middle-aged referee called out sternly. He had remained close to Li Xian, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents, especially under the advice of his friend, Matthew. However, at this moment, he was puzzled. Despite Zhao Guang being a level 26 battle spirit master, capable of physically and age-wise overwhelming Li Xian, it appeared that he had not gained any advantage in their confrontation. Rather, it was Li Xian who seemed to maneuver effortlessly. What was he up to? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had done nothing, yet Zhao Guang had twisted his ankle on his own. What trickery did you employ? Young man, not far away, noticing the red line behind him, Zhao Guang turned around, pointing at Li Xian and issuing a deep reprimand. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Li Xian shook his head directly, questioning whether there was any point in engaging from such a distance. Humph. Zhao Guang, crossing his arms, cast a wary glance at Li Xian and stepped back, feeling the oppressive aura that had weighed upon his martial soul dissipate. Daffodil? It suddenly dawned on Zhao Guang that it was merely an ornamental plant, devoid of any combat capabilities. Such a martial soul could hardly suppress the bloodline of his scorpion spike martial soul. Li Xian, keep going. Li Xian, keep going. Below the arena, Yushi clenched her fists, offering an encouraging shout. Her exuberant demeanor, filled with enthusiasm, prompted many anxious competitors to instinctively retreat, leaving her in a solitary circle. Li Xian cast a glance downward, his expression one of utter exasperation. He was currently known as Miles, and it seemed this girl was intent on putting him in peril. Nevertheless, he managed to muster a smile, thinking to himself that victory was imminent. On the opposing side, Zhao Guang seethed with fury upon witnessing this scene. This diminutive adversary dared to jest in the midst of their battle, an affront that struck Zhao Guang, who had never regarded Li Xian with any seriousness, as a profound insult. Chapter 54, A Fool's Errand. Zhao Guang clenched his fists, a malevolent glint igniting in his eyes. Since Miles had the audacity to underestimate him, he would show no mercy. With this thought, 2 soul rings beneath his feet shimmered simultaneously, erupting in a dazzling display of light. First soul skill, rapid thrust. With a sharp exclamation, Zhao Guang's soul power surged around him as he forcefully slammed his hands onto the ground. In the next instant, a cascade of venomous needles erupted from the surface of the arena, swiftly piercing towards Li Xian's direction. Earth manipulation. Li Xian's first soul ring flickered momentarily as he swiftly jumped back to evade the attack. The instant Zhao Guang's poisonous needle soul skill entered the domain of earth manipulation, it immediately displayed signs of fatigue. The spike slowed after 2 waves and suddenly vanished. Once more, Zhao Guang realized this was the controlling effect of Melis's soul skill. When dealing with control-type soul masters, it is crucial to maintain distance. However, considering the peculiarities surrounding Melis, he could only strive to exhaust his opponent's skills, compelling them to reveal their vulnerabilities. The second soul skill, Gate. Zhao Guang's second soul skill was concealed within the first. As Li Xian maneuvered backward, he failed to notice the ground beneath him undulating. In the next moment, beneath the marsh covered by earth manipulation, 2 clusters of ground spikes emerged from either side. The surfaces of the spikes were coated with toxins, and before he could react, Li Xian was forced into the center. Close in. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Guang's eyes. The 2 clusters of spikes converged inward, resembling the jaws of a carnivorous flower, intertwining poisonous needles that engulfed Li Xian in one swift motion. Having accomplished this, Zhao Guang straightened his body, releasing a sigh of relief. For a control-type Grand Soul Master, being ensnared by a soul skill at that moment signified inevitable defeat, while a defense-type or strong attack-type Soul Master might withstand it for a while. Even if their body could endure, the toxic needles would still pierce their skin. Zhao Guang had previously tested that a level 30 Battle Soul Master, upon being wounded, would swiftly succumb to poisoning. Though not fatal, it would lead to a rapid loss of strength for the Soul Master. This battle was his victory. The referee observed the fight in silence. Melis, ensnared within the soul skill, appeared to have lost. Since he had promised Matthew to prevent any injury to him, it was imperative to declare a loss immediately. Li Xian, below the arena, Yushi covered her mouth in shock, her eyes reflecting her fear. Li Xian was unexpectedly engulfed by Zhao Guang's soul technique. Miles, having lost his combat capability, immediately called out, "Miles, can you hear me? For safety's sake." The middle-aged referee approached the vicinity and shouted twice. Suddenly, 2 crimson beams of light shot out from the leaves. In the next moment, Li Xian, with his hands adorned in jade hues, pushed apart the intertwining poisonous needle leaves and stepped out, 1 step at a time. He could hear, he was unharmed. Hiss. Before the astonishment could fully manifest on Zhao Guang's face, 2 beams of light surged towards him. The unforeseen circumstances caught Zhao Guang off guard. Amidst the friction, his left ear was grazed, and while he dodged the other beam, his body toppled to the side. Though he evaded the attack, a crimson flame ignited on his left ear, and Zhao Guang rolled on the ground in agony. The referee, witnessing the scene, hurried over. "Contestant Zhao Guang, if you cannot endure, please concede." Li Xian's second soul skill, the Fire Lotus, necessitates the consumption of soul power as a medium for combustion. Should a soul master be struck by it, fortune may favor them. As long as their soul power remains external, the burning effect will persist, inflicting damage upon their psyche. I concede. Withdraw the flames." Contestant Zhao Guang surrenders, granting victory to Miles. "Miles, come forth and retract your soul skill. First, you must reclaim your soul power." Li Xian approached Zhao Guang, who was rolling on the ground. What purpose does rolling serve? The searing attribute of his soul skill is not akin to an ordinary flame. Zhao Guang winced in pain, collapsing to the ground to channel his soul power back into his body. However, at that moment, a blaze ignited on his left ear, flaring up fiercely. "Why is it still burning?" Zhao Guang expressed his fury. Li Xian was suddenly perplexed. He had merely intended to assist in dispelling the soul skill. However, as he drew closer, the flames on Zhao Guang's left cheek flared even higher. "Please bear with it." Li Xian understood that time was of the essence. With a swift motion, he dashed forward to Zhao Guang's side, crouching down to absorb the flickering flames into his being. This blaze, composed of his soul power, was naturally under his command. As the fire dissipated, Zhao Guang clutched his painfully scorched left cheek, lying on the ground in a fit of lamentation. "Competitor Myers, do not linger if victorious. Proceed onward," the middle-aged referee kindly reminded him, having just witnessed Zhao Guang's defeat. The referee was concerned about the potential for further conflict between the two. Turning to the fallen Zhao Guang, he sighed, "Can you manage to rise? Perhaps you should visit the medical station nearby." Fortunately, there are no visible wounds. It seems to be a matter of mental distress. Zhao Guang abruptly shook his head a couple of times, struggling to lift his body off the ground. He called out to the retreating figure of Li Xian, "Wait, Myers, what was that soul skill just now? And what exactly have you done to me?" Li Xian turned his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. "You have already experienced the soul skills, yet you still question me? Besides, what can I do to you? Your soul power surpasses mine." Zhao Guang's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Could it not be the bloodline suppression inherent in martial souls? He couldn't shake the feeling that Myers's martial soul was far from ordinary. "It was utterly perplexing that you managed to defeat me again." How frustrating. At that moment, as Li Xian leaped off the stage, a girl dressed in Gothic attire, holding an umbrella, approached him with a displeased expression on her delicate face. This girl, Li Xian recognized as Kino, whom he had recently defeated in the first match. Did you come specifically to watch my competition? Li Xian cast a fleeting glance before turning away from Kino. With his chin held high, Kino wore a proud expression. The last time I inexplicably lost, I sensed something amiss with you. This time, I have seized your weakness. Haven Ti, what weakness have you uncovered? Your martial spirit is peculiar. It can suppress your opponents. Moreover, the closer one is, the more pronounced the effect. Zhao Guang distanced himself from you right after your encounter. And I too fell victim because I was too close. Am I correct in my conjecture? You and your wild guesses. You've missed the mark entirely. Go play with your subordinates. Li Xian, at a loss for words, waved his hand dismissively. You scoundrel. You dare to insult me. Behind him, Kono stomped her feet in frustration. Moon Evening came running towards him, throwing herself into his embrace. Are you all right, Li Xian? That Zhao Guang seems formidable. With concern etched on her face, she scrutinized him, frowning as she checked for any hidden injuries on his skin. He pales in comparison to me. Gently ruffling Moon Evening's hair, Li Xian began to lead her back. Although Zhao Guang had ensnared him, he had not sustained any injuries. Relying not only on the mystical jade hand, but also on the retractable tail grass he had unleashed. If Zhao Guang had encountered an ordinary opponent, his athletic physique and the toxins within his martial soul might have swiftly secured him victory. However, it was rather peculiar that this fellow resorted to poison against him. Did he not realize that he was, in a sense, a member of the Tang sect? Chapter 55. The Claw of the Golden Sand Wolf King after triumphing in the second elimination round. Li Xian continued his fulfilling life at the Junior Soul Academy with Moon Evening. 3 weeks passed. Li Xian participated in the third elimination match, and upon securing victory, he smoothly advanced to the next round. The upcoming competition of the Spirit Hall's teaching arena will not take place until next year. As more participants continue to enroll, the entrance of the Spirit Branch Hall has become increasingly bustling compared to its initial state. Inside Matthew's office, Li Xian gazed curiously at a pile of discarded parts on the floor and inquired, Grandfather Ma, what are these? Stroking his beard, Matthew explained. I heard you have an affinity for soul-guiding devices. These are all scrap materials I gathered for you. You won't need to disassemble them, just take them for your research. Really? Thank you, Grandfather Ma, Li Xian exclaimed. Hiki, my boy, while one can invest energy into soul-guiding devices, the priority should remain on enhancing one's soul power level. Additionally, I am curious, how far along is the production of that crossbow-shaped soul-guiding device? It is already operational, but I am not entirely satisfied with its power, and I am also adjusting its size. Li Xian, through the intricate etching of array patterns, has infused the Tang sect's rapid-fire crossbow with the quintessential functionality of a soul-guiding device. The rapid-fire crossbow had long been perfected, yet Li Xian has relentlessly pursued enhancements. Presently, the crossbow's offensive capabilities are such that it can penetrate even the defenses of a Soul King. Is that so? You indeed possess an extraordinary talent. As it happens, Yueshi's soul power has reached level 20, and in a few days, when we hunt soul beasts, you should bring along your weapon. It will undoubtedly be an eye-opener for me and old Su. What is the matter, Master Ma, suddenly so intrigued by soul-guiding devices? Hehe, it's nothing much. A friend of mine in the military mentioned your endeavors and believes that soul-guiding devices could significantly augment the combat effectiveness of the army. Should your weapon yield promising results, he intends to place an order for a batch from you. Is that so? Matthew is not merely contemplating his research on soul-guiding devices, he is also laying the groundwork for himself. Cultivating relationships with military officials and imperial acquaintances would greatly benefit him, provided he possesses the unique talent of a soul master that others lack. Haha. We were merely jesting after a few drinks, yet it is true that those discarded soul-guiding devices were indeed given to me by him. That fellow, as a military head, immerses himself in such studies, albeit lacking the requisite talent. I merely suggested that if successful, selling your weapon to him wouldn't be a bad idea. The imperial military certainly has its own workshops. All that is required is for Li Xian to provide the core array patterns of the soul-guiding devices. If the offer is lucrative enough, I shall consider it. I will take these back for now. Li Xian lightly tapped his soul guide bracelet, and all the components of the soul guide before Matthew were swiftly assembled. As he gazed at the waiting Yushi, Li Xian grasped her small hand and immediately dashed off. You rascal, having gained the advantage, you flee without even a farewell. Alas, Master Ma, I wish you well. Do not let your thoughts linger. You impudent lad. To the west of Nodding City, Li Xian arrived at his workshop and piled all the parts on the second floor. Yushi sat on the bed, swinging her feet. She had already reached level 20 and had just finished the third elimination match with Li Xian today. He promised to take her shopping in the afternoon. They were all precious items, and she was reluctant to part with them. Li Xian scratched his head, observing the various soul-guiding device components scattered across the ground, cannons, swords, and even a half-wing, alongside vehicles meant for travel. His own progress in studying the soul-guiding devices had been rather sluggish. Half a year had elapsed before he had mastered a single thrust core array. However, With the presence of these components, he could emulate their designs and learn to engrave those core arrays by imitation. Li Xian was unaware of the extraordinary talent he possessed in the realm of soul-guiding devices. Following the instructions from his book, he began to etch with a mere pen. Presently, he could inscribe 18 soul patterns simultaneously on a single core array. Regardless of his innate abilities, having reached this stage of research, any enhancement would naturally be advantageous. Yushi crouched beside him, picking up a broken dagger, her gaze drawn to the hollow handle, which still emitted a faint glow. Li Xian, this object is still functional. Let me see. Snatching it from him, Li Xian tinkered with it for a moment, discovering that the dagger was a soul-guiding device of the dark attribute. Oh, it can be activated using a core array of a dark attribute crystal? How fascinating. Li Xian discovered that the creation of this soul-guiding device was remarkably simple. However, the core array contained a unique transformation of soul patterns. By harnessing the attributes of the Soul Beast crystal core, it enhanced the dagger's dark attribute potency. If this dagger were to be wielded by a soul master possessing a dark attribute martial soul, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. How could I have overlooked this insight? Li Xian felt a flutter in his heart. The adage of standing on the shoulders of giants had never seemed so convenient. In his pursuit of durability for the crossbow, he had refrained from using beast cores as the primary material for the core formation, only to realize he had overlooked much. The Soul Beast crystal cores were indeed the superior choice. Yueshi, once I have thoroughly researched this soul-guiding device, I shall craft a matching pair for you. Would that be agreeable? Thank you. You must feel a certain affinity with it as well. Indeed, it is cool to the touch. A chunk of iron. Surely it cannot be anything but cool. At present, it is impractical to examine every component of the soul-guiding devices. Li Xian secured the fragment of the dagger upon his person and accompanied Yushi for a leisurely stroll through the marketplace, where they could gradually examine their findings. Within the bustling bazaar, Li Xian, akin to a marionette pulled in various directions, assisted Yushi in perusing an array of everyday essentials. Despite his robust physique, he felt an inexplicable fatigue weighing upon his spirit. Squatting before a street vendor, Li Xian meticulously selected Soul Beast crystal cores, soon amassing quite a collection. Yushi frequently observed Li Xian lost in thought while gazing at a multitude of stones. Curiously, she crouched beside him, inquiring if he was purchasing yet another set. The vendor, having grown quite familiar with Li Xian, expertly packaged his acquisitions and even offered a discount. This will prove useful back home, he mused. Though Yushi remained somewhat perplexed, she folded her arms and urged him to continue onward. The vibrancy of their outing was palpable, just as Li Xian contemplated this. His peripheral vision caught sight of a peculiar beast bone for sale at a nearby stall, its unique aura drawing him in. He swiftly halted, grasping Yushi's hand to prevent her from straying too far. As she was gently yanked back, he approached the stall with purpose. Without hesitation, he picked up the object resembling a beast paw bone, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. This is a piece of soul beast bone infused with soul power, my friend, he remarked to the vendor, a man in his late 20s. While the remains of soul beasts hold some utility after their demise, their value diminishes for soul masters, as items that do not enhance combat prowess are often deemed less valuable. Consequently, materials such as crystal cores, beast bones, fur, and blood, which cannot be directly absorbed by human soul masters, have become neglected since the profession of soul instructor has vanished. Thus, many of these items have transitioned into mere collectibles. Unique remnants of deceased creatures occasionally surface for sale, like the soul beast paw bone before them. Li Xian was eager to uncover its peculiarities. He had already sensed the soul power it contained. He inquired about its origin and its worth. The seasoned young man explained, I extracted this from the body of a millennium-old soul beast I hunted, a golden sandwolf king. Initially, I mistook this luminous bone for a soul bone. Li Xian nodded, acknowledging that there were numerous spirit beast bones infused with soul power. It was said that if a spirit beast continued to grow, its corresponding bones would transform into soul bones. Have you not dealt with this hand bone of the golden sandwolf king? The young man awkwardly scratched his nose. After all, it was the bone of a millennium-old wolf king. I intended to sell it for 200 gold soul coins, which caused many to flee upon hearing the price. 200 gold soul coins? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. If it were a soul bone, then this fragment would undoubtedly fetch 2 million gold soul coins in the market. However, it was merely an ordinary bone with the potential to develop into a soul bone, even if it harbored soul power within. It might never transform into a true soul bone. Moreover, such beast bones were plentiful in the market, rendering them utterly useless compared to the soul beast cores that could be utilized in construction and soul-guided devices. I too found the price excessive. Given that you frequently procure cores in the vicinity, you must have a penchant for collecting. Therefore, if you are inclined, I would be willing to sell it to you for half the price, 100 gold soul coins. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. For an average household, that amount would suffice for 20 years of living expenses, and for a level 30 soul master, the monthly subsidy from the spirit hall would be comparable. Achieving level 30 in soul power grants one a modicum of strength within the soul master community. Yet this young man was audacious enough to demand a month's wage from a soul master. His appetite was indeed considerable. Nevertheless, Li Xian was not lacking in funds. During this period of trading soul beast cores, he had amassed tens of thousands of gold soul coins. In fact, he had even managed to lower the market price of soul beast cores in Notting City through his efforts alone. Young man, 100 is not excessive. Consider this, a beast bone dropped from a wolf king soul beast, a creature of considerable prowess within the realm of soul beasts. Li Xian nodded, affirming the high collectible value of the item. I shall take it. With a swift motion of the soul guide, a cascade of 100 gold soul coins clinked down. The young vendor beamed with joy upon witnessing this transaction. The decision to acquire this beast bone stemmed not only from its intrinsic value, but also from the faint aura of light that Li Xian sensed emanating from it. The Golden Sand Wolf King, as it was known, suggested a soul beast of the light attribute. If he were to take it home and it transformed into a soul bone, he would have struck gold. If not, it could serve as a practice medium for inscribing core formations. In terms of internal soul power, it was comparable to a 2,000-year-old crystal core. Although it might not match the efficacy of a soul beast crystal core, the difference was negligible. Chapter 56, Soul Bone Li Xian. What do you intend to do with that item? It's rather intimidating. After departing from the stall, Yushi occasionally cast glances back. 100 gold soul coins had just slipped through his fingers, and she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Intimidating? Li Xian felt a sudden stir in his heart as he retrieved the soul bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King from the soul guiding device. Placing it upon Yushi's head. The mischievous act startled Yushi, causing her face to pale. In a flurry of panic, she flung the beast's bone off her head and dove into Li Xian's embrace. I don't want it. Please take it away. Haha. Li Xian caught the fallen beast bone, feeling the softness of the delicate body, and smiled with satisfaction. A penchant for self-deprecation, one that cannot be altered. In the evening, after an afternoon of revelry, the moonlit festival still brimmed with energy as she joyfully packed the heaps of items she had purchased in her bedroom. Perfumes, shampoos, hairpins, dresses. Li Xian found it rather perplexing that this young girl had developed such interests at her age. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he poured out the soul beast crystal cores he had purchased from the soul guiding device, ultimately retrieving a soul beast hand bone. He stroked his chin in contemplation. He was no longer in want of money. This time, the soul beast crystal cores would be utilized to engrave the core magic array. Li Xian initially filtered through the materials, selecting the crystalline cores that possessed the desired attributes. After numerous days of rigorous capability assessment, he had developed a certain understanding of the critical hit probability. Though somewhat esoteric, he believed that by arranging them in a specific manner, a critical hit would inevitably occur at one of the stages. Li Xian placed the soul bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King in the center, slightly towards the back. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he hoped for a favorable outcome. He was prepared to grasp the first crystal core and commence adjusting the age limit. In truth, even if he did not achieve a critical hit, it would not be of great concern. Once he attained the rank of Soul Master, Soul Sect, or even Soul King, the age limit would naturally ascend in correspondence. Would he then be lacking for artifacts worth 10,000 years? A critical hit. Li Xian's eyes sparkled as he tossed a millennium crystal core, ethereal and elusive, into the air. Alas, it was a core devoid of any attributes. If utilized as the core for an array, its power would be significantly diminished. Thus, Li Xian promptly adjusted the position of the Wolf King's skeletal hand. It must be said that he harbored a considerable degree of superstition regarding metaphysics. Thus, as he meticulously arranged the soul beast crystal cores, he entered a state of profound concentration. Beside the bedroom door, Yushi cautiously cast a glance, carefully closing the door behind her. Shortly after, she changed into a sleeveless short dress and reopened the door. After casting a glance at Li Xian, she walked away. Disappointment etched upon her face. Li Xian's ability to modify a singular item is indeed constrained, yet it does not impede him from altering each individual crystal core. Soon, following the sequential modifications, the next item to undergo transformation is the claw bone of the Wolf King. The claw glimmers with a golden sheen, and the bone is sizable, measuring the length of Li Xian's forearm. An ethereal aura of light attribute soul power emanates from within, and even the glaze on the exterior of the bone has been imbued with a layer of golden radiance due to the infusion of soul power. Remarkable indeed. Should this Wolf King continue to grow, it may very well evolve this claw bone into a soul bone. Soul bones are exceedingly rare treasures, typically only dropping from spirit beasts that have existed for millennia. As a part of the spirit beast's corporeal form, they can unleash tremendous power. Thus, if this Golden Sand Wolf King were to mature over a span of 10,000 years, transforming this claw bone into a soul bone, its combat prowess would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. However, it is worth noting that despite its potential, not every beast bone imbued with soul power is destined to become a soul bone. It is merely a matter of relative possibility. Shall we embrace a critical strike? Li Xian grasped the bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King, then closed his eyes to summon the power of stabilization. A milky white aura flowed through his elbow, enveloping the object in his palm, and soon, stabilization was achieved. Li Xian opened his eyes, a sudden joy blossoming within him. It was indeed a critical hit. He felt a surge of disbelief and immediately glanced at the Wolf King's bone in his hand. In an instant, a chill coursed through him. The bone had shrunk to several times smaller, now merely the size of his palm. Yet, upon its surface, a golden sheen solidified, emanating a sacred aura of light from within the bone itself. Had it truly transformed into a soul bone? Li Xian still found it hard to believe that he could be so fortunate. By channeling soul power into the soul bone and placing it in the corresponding position within his body, he could absorb the soul bone. Li Xian sat cross-legged on the sofa, placing the shrunken soul bone in his left hand, and then began the process of refining it. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him as the soul bone integrated, causing a powerful reaction of rejection from his body. Li Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he channeled his soul power to continue the absorption. At this moment, he had confirmed that the hand bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King had indeed transformed into a soul bone. What incredible luck he possessed. For soul masters, soul bones are the most coveted treasures of their dreams. A 10,000-year soul bone inevitably comes with a unique skill, and the body can only absorb them at 6 designated locations. Excluding the most formidable torso bone, the hierarchy of strength is as follows: skull, right arm, left leg, and right leg. Once absorbed, it cannot be discarded unless one is killed. However, a soul master may sever the part of the body that absorbed the soul bone, sacrificing 10 levels of soul power to expel the soul bone from their body. Yet for Li Xian, who could still enhance his years, this was not an option he would consider. Even though this was merely a 10,000-year Wolf King soul bone, he could continue to elevate its quality. It is noteworthy that each soul bone possesses distinct characteristics, which can be understood as additional effects of the skills, such as illusory focus and explosive impact, among others. Most importantly, the soul bone that Li Xian has absorbed is distinct from the 6 primary external soul bones, rendering it even more rare. This scarcity arises from the limited number of soul bone positions that a soul master can absorb. Who wouldn't desire to augment their overall strength with an additional soul bone? This explains the vendor's audacity in demanding such a high price. Li Xian truly reaped a bountiful reward from this endeavor. After half an hour had elapsed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes, dampened by perspiration, fluttering open. He had successfully absorbed the essence. To his astonishment, he had acquired a piece of soul bone. This was indeed a delightful surprise for Li Xian. What could this newfound ability be? He closed his eyes once more, focusing intently to sense the sensations coursing through him. As a tingling warmth radiated from his left hand, the information regarding the soul bone from Li Xian's innermost thoughts is revealed. The 10,000-year Phantom Cutting Light's left-hand bone. It unleashes 3 golden sand claw attacks from the Wolf King, stimulating the release of light attributes and enhancing cutting properties. Indeed, Li Xian offered a resounding assessment. What he currently lacks is offensive prowess, but the power bestowed by this Golden Sand Wolf King spirit bone grants him a control-type spirit master, formidable attack capabilities. The claws of a 10,000-year spirit beast strike with ferocity, and there are 3 strikes. With the release of his wondrous Tongsu Tianju martial soul, his offensive potential could rival the powerful blows of a spirit ancestor. Li Xian's thoughts are rather conservative. After all, the offensive power of a soul bone is derived from its own age, and 10,000 years corresponds to a soul king. Of course, one's own level also significantly influences the effectiveness of skills. At this moment, Li Xian felt an urge to test the power of his skills. However, the only soul king he knew was Zhao Feng, who was far away in the Douluo forest and could not come to serve as a sparring partner. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to wait until the day he accompanied Yushi to hunt soul beasts in the forest to conduct his test. Suddenly startled by a voice, he lifted his head and felt his heart tighten upon seeing Yushi bending down to observe him. He gave her a bemused pat on the head as he took in her appearance. She was adorned in a light green sleeveless summer dress adorned with floral patterns, complemented by a wide-brimmed white straw hat. After a semester of careful maintenance, her arms and neck had taken on a fair complexion, her skin delicate as if bathed in milk. In this vibrant summer attire, Li Xian found himself momentarily entranced, quite charming indeed. Yet at that moment, Yushi gazed seriously at him, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Li Xian, you were acting strangely just now. What is the matter? Having absorbed the soul bone for half an hour, it dawned upon him that she had been quietly observing him all this time. Li Xian's lips curled slightly. His curiosity piqued. Rising to his feet and clenching his fist, he discovered an increase in strength in his left hand as well. This was hardly surprising. The effects of the millennium-old soul bone had augmented his bone density, and with the attached muscles and tendons, his right hand had experienced an overall enhancement. After a refreshing bath, he declared, "Tomorrow, I shall take you to acquire a soul ring. I am already prepared." "Then why are you dressed like this? Are you planning to go out?" Moon Evening pouted, the words "I dressed to impress you" lingering unspoken on her lips. Chapter 57, Fasno Province, Fengdan's Soul Beast Forest. In the northern part of Fasno Province lies a royal soul beast breeding ground. From Fajia, Li Xian acquired information about the illusory spirit possum, a soul beast native exclusively to the Heaven Do Empire, with the nearest habitat located within this forest. Unlike the Douluo forest or the wetland forest, the soul beasts here possess relatively low cultivation levels, none exceeding 5,000 years. Members of the royal family and noble offspring often venture here to hunt soul beasts at the soul master level and below. The soul beasts within the royal breeding grounds are regularly managed, minimizing the likelihood of fatalities due to beast attacks. Thanks to those 2 tokens, old Sue, he chuckled. I never anticipated that the guardian of the royal forest would be so discerning. Only nobles are permitted entry, yet they still show deference to the elders of the spirit hall. Those 2 little ones are blissfully unaware of the extent of the privileges granted to them. Well, let's not dwell on that. If Li Xian were to discover that he has the backing of an elder from the spirit hall, he would undoubtedly make a scene in the Heavendo Empire. On the bustling commercial street in the heart of Fasno province, Fajia donned a white shirt complemented by a dark vest, topped with a flowing deep blue coat. Adorning the chest of her coat was a striking blue gemstone with white and blue ribbons. With her arms crossed, she walked ahead, guiding Li Xian and Moon Evening as she introduced them to the must-visit attractions of Fasno province. Li Xian did not pay attention, his gaze briefly flickering towards the dome-shaped hard hat adorned by Fajia, upon which 2 feathers were perched. Below, she wore long boots paired with stockings and a skirt. Such an unusual ensemble. Li Xian noticed that all the merchants passing by were uniformly attired. Many of those walking here were indeed nobility, Fajia remarked with a knowing smile. Casting a glance at Li Xian. Oh, and what of it? They are still merely heads atop their shoulders, he retorted, provoking a chuckle from Yueshi. What an impudent fellow. Fajia thought to herself, momentarily at a loss for words, only to retract her thoughts. Perhaps it was the nonchalance of the common folk that rendered the formality of the aristocrats so distinct. With a proud flick of her wrist, she raised her alabaster neck. Stop your prattle, Li Xian said, giving her heel a gentle kick. I sought your assistance in hunting soul beasts, yet we cannot enter that forest. Where have you led us? We have arrived in the Fasnuo province. Originally, their party had intended to head straight for the Feng and forest. However, the guardians there had expelled them, declaring that non-royals and those without noble status were not permitted entry. Even Matthew, the overseer of the spirit hall, had been given no consideration. Frustrated, the group had no choice but to return in disappointment. Matthew and Dean Su decided to visit the spirit hall in the provincial capital of Fasnuo, hoping to serve as intermediaries to communicate with the local nobility. Li Xian and his companion chose to act separately, and naturally, he thought of Fajia. With her noble identity as a young lady, the guards of the Fontaine Forest had no choice but to let her pass. However, upon arriving at the academy to find Fajia, she led him and Yueshi to the heart of the provincial city. In this bustling area, the very air was imbued with the sin of prosperity. Had she forgotten the original purpose of their visit? You've traveled such a long way. Since you found me, let me treat you to something delightful, she said. A mysterious smile gracing her lips, painted with vibrant red. Additionally, I have a family member I wish to introduce to you. Dining together was acceptable, but meeting her relative seemed unnecessary. After assisting Yueshi in obtaining her soul ring, there would be ample time for such introductions. Li Xian stifled a yawn, an impolite gesture. Felicia furrowed her brow, though her expression held no anger. I did not anticipate that you would locate the academy. Wouldn't it have been easier to inquire about the Fido family in the capital of Fasno to find me? Mr. Ma has a friend at the Rhine Academy, and we thought, if we could not find you, we might entrust him with the task. So, I was merely a backup. Felicia averted her gaze, concealing the distortion of her face wrought by irritation. After a brief walk, she led the 2 individuals into a lavishly adorned building. Let us not dwell on this. My family should be awaiting my arrival. Miss Felicia. The suited attendant bowed respectfully upon seeing Felicia enter. Indeed, as they proceeded, every service staff they encountered greeted her warmly. Li Xian pulled Yueshi along behind him, a wave of disdain washing over him. The audacious Fajia was flaunting her status, attempting to cultivate a favorable image for herself. Nobility? It was merely the prowess of a powerful soul master that entitled one to such pretensions. Ultimately, the cultivation of a soul master was of paramount importance. The intricate rituals and empty accolades paled in comparison to the security that true skill afforded. The hotel ascended, twisting through several turns before arriving at a private room. They had arrived. With a gentle knock, Fajia casually pushed the door open. Li Xian had already formulated his greeting for the elder of Fajia. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Within the private room sat a girl of around 6 or 7 years old, who stood up respectfully upon his arrival and offered a slight nod. Her attire bore resemblance to that of Fajia, yet she was adorned in an elegant white dress. Beside her stood a young man in his 30s, tall and imposing, clad in a pure black suit that resembled that of a sentinel. Greetings, I am Fidofiren. The girl introduced herself, her silvery white hair cascading elegantly. With a delicate face, she removed her hat and cradled it against her chest, performing a graceful bow. Li Xian raised his arm resting on Yueshi's shoulder, giving a slight wave. Hello, he said. Fajia was rendered speechless. She is my sister whom I mentioned to you. With the spirit of the Azure Serpent. Allow me to introduce you. Is she also at Rhine Academy? Indeed, Rhine Academy, being a prestigious institution for the nobility, offers both junior and intermediate levels. By the way, Firen is the same age as you. Understood. Let us order. We can hunt soul beasts after we eat. The illusory possum is not a rare soul beast. We can go anytime. so there is no rush. Fajia removed her top hat and assisted Li Xian in pulling out a chair. Li Xian embraced Yushi and took a seat, casting another glance at her. Li Xian was seated on the second chair, with Fajia beside him. Feiluan, seated across from them, maintained a polite demeanor, his gaze lowered and silent. The meeting was intentionally arranged by Fajia, and Li Xian understood her intentions all too well. In his eyes, Feiluan was merely an obedient child. Introduced to him by Fajia before she prepared to leave. Nobles often socialize with other nobles or forge connections with promising soul masters. It was a rather common occurrence. From Feiluan's expression, Li Xian could even detect a hint of faint numbness. He felt hunger from Feixia's comments and simply wished to order food. Li Xian, where do you plan to go after the first semester? Are you referring to the winter break? Yes. I will apprentice at the blacksmith's and 1T return home. The blacksmith? Forging iron? Feixia responded, seemingly perplexed by the notion. With your remarkable talent, why would you choose to learn blacksmithing? For them, the winter break was primarily an opportunity for travel and broadening their horizons. With an enhanced state of mind, advancement in levels would follow swiftly. Yueshi, will you be returning home? Li Xian disregarded Fei Xiang and cast a glance at the moonlit evening. I want to go home to see my mother, he expressed. Oh, murmured the moonlit evening, obediently. Li Xian's face bore a hint of disappointment. Without her presence, his progress and cultivation had stagnated. A glimmer of excitement flickered across Feixia's countenance as she seized the opportunity. Clearing her throat, she proposed, Li Xian, should you find yourself with some leisure time, I invite you to the provincial city. Our Fadwa family can provide you with accommodation, and the ironworks here are far superior to those in Notting City. Would you be interested? Chapter 58. Fei Lu and Feixia presented an alluring proposition. The lodging and employment opportunities offered by the nobility were undoubtedly unparalleled compared to what Notting City could provide. She had even devised a plan to include Li Xian in the noble family's recreational outings, aiming to strengthen her bond with her sister. Once they ascended to the higher academy, this connection would ensure that Li Xian would feel a certain affinity toward the Fadwa family. However, Li Xian, upon hearing the proposition, promptly declined. I have no interest. My workshop is in Nottingham, and I do not wish to squander time in unnecessary endeavors. Why would Matthew, with such a charming villa, choose to wander about? What is there to be so fixated on? Fajia was taken aback. While it is true that everyone has their own passions, she found the work of blacksmithing, typically pursued by commoners, rather tedious. She beckoned, and Firen seated himself beside her, while the young man discreetly exited. After a while, the waiter began to serve the dishes one by one. Li Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. After all, dining was of utmost importance. The dishes were served all at once, filling the entire table adorned with a pristine white cloth. The table was further embellished with candlesticks, vases, and teacups. With a melodious clang, the lid was lifted to reveal a splendid golden roasted goose. Li Xian swiftly tore off half of it, offering a portion to Yushi, while the other half was devoured eagerly. After an exuberant feast, he did not forget to wipe his mouth with the tablecloth. He wiped the grease from his hands and playfully ruffled Yushi's hair, inquiring if the meal was to her liking. Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although this was a banquet hosted by Feixia for the two of them, she remained attentive to certain etiquettes. Li Xian's manner of eating was akin to a tempestuous whirlwind. Fajia and Fido, with their knives and forks in hand, gracefully sliced their food and brought it to their mouths, while remnants of their meal occasionally flew about. After some time, nearly half of the food had been consumed. It was far too much for Li Xian's appetite to manage. Compared to the culinary offerings at the academy, this meal was somewhat greasy and overly sweet, yet the flavors were quite pleasing. Philo's gaze often darted towards Li Xian, brimming with disdain. Why not use a napkin? Fajia stifled her urge to comment, setting down her utensils to pick up a warm napkin from her plate, demonstrating how to delicately wipe her mouth. It was a habit, followed by a burp. Li Xian took 2 bottles of exquisite enamel-filled juice and poured them into the soul guide, intending to share them with Master Ma and the others. Would you like a whole cart of it? He offered, but she gently declined, suggesting a more subtle approach. Among my acquaintances, you stand out remarkably, she remarked. Fajia's gaze prompted Philin to immediately set down her cutlery, resting her hands on her knees. Her brown eyes scanned the surroundings. Adorned with a silver necklace and with her bangs neatly styled, her delicate face resembled that of a porcelain doll, enhanced by a glossy application of makeup. Sitting beside Fajia, she patiently awaited interaction. Li Xian, why not converse with my sister for a while? Fajia suggested. First, help Yueshi acquire the soul ring. Tomorrow, you may play as you wish. As Fajia felt a gentle tug on her sleeve, she turned her gaze to the side. Philin's hand, hidden beneath her skirt, subtly gestured a refusal. You are somewhat naive, Philin, Fajia quietly responded, shaking her head internally. Given the noble families that the Fajia family frequently mingled with, Philin had grown accustomed to a refined upbringing, surrounded by peers who were often well-groomed and affluent, thus her discerning taste was understandable. In terms of Li Xian's virtues, aside from his striking appearance, there was little else to commend. You will understand once you accompany me to the forest, Fajia declared, disregarding Philin's objections as she pulled her to her feet. Let us depart. At the edge of the Fontaine forest, Matthew and Director Su reclined in the shade of a tree beside their carriage, relishing the gentle breeze. Old Su. What do you suppose those two youngsters are up to now? Matthew inquired. They've been gone for a while. They're likely having fun, having come from our small town. Indeed, while Li Xian often appears quite mature, he remains a child at heart, playful and spirited. Let us wait a little longer. We have no pressing matters. As they pondered, the muffled sound of a carriage rolling emerged from the forest. Rising to their feet, Matthew and Director Su spotted 4 or 5 figures approaching from the nearby carriage. It seems we were mistaken. It's Fajia after all, Matthew remarked. Realization dawning upon him. Li Xian led Yushi over. Master Ma, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Are you thirsty? I brought this for you. With that, Li Xian produced a juice contained in an enamel bottle from the soul guiding device. Dean Su chuckled. We are pleased that you considered this, however. Do keep the fine gift for now, as hunting soul beasts is of utmost importance. Ma Ziyuno and his companion cast a glance over the bottle's exterior. As elders, they naturally did not envy the young one's possessions. Nevertheless, they were gratified by the thoughtful gesture. Dean Su, Master Ma, from behind, Fajia approached with Fei Luan, respectfully bowing, while the young man in the dark suit behind her nodded gently. Ah, you have arrived as well. That is fortuitous. It will be more convenient to enter with your noble status. Upon hearing his tone, Li Xian suddenly understood. Master Ma and the others had also discovered a way to enter the forest. They had specifically come to this place to hunt the illusory spirit possum. Otherwise, given the status of the spirit hall, they would not have gone to such lengths. Deep within the soul beast forest, a group of individuals, led by Fajia, ventured further into the wilderness. The average cultivation of the soul beasts here was approximately 1,000 years. The royal forest housed many rare soul beasts. Yushi, you may share your thoughts. There are numerous targets to choose from. Without uttering a word, Yushi gazed at Li Xian and shook her head. Our purpose in coming here is to locate the illusory spirit possum. Your first soul skill is formidable, and I believe it synergizes well with Yushi's abilities. Agile attack-type soul masters pursue speed, and the more speed-enhancing skills available, the better. Do not be deceived by the deceptive nature of my first soul skill. It may prove to be a disadvantage in the future, Fajia kindly cautioned. Her family possessed 2 types of martial spirits, the white serpent and the azure ghost serpent, both of which had first soul skills that enhanced speed. Yet, it was she alone who had recklessly hunted the illusory spirit possum. In battle, self-preservation was paramount. No matter how swift one might be, it was futile if ensnared by a control-type soul master. Li Xian's words struck home. With her elusive first soul skill, Fajia was able to engage with him, but had it merely been a speed-enhancing soul skill, she would have turned into a target the moment she entered his domain of earth manipulation. Is that so, Firen? Showcase your first soul skill for Sister Yueshi to behold. Fajia paused, intrigued at the prospect of demonstrating her family's extraordinary technique. Not far off, Matthew and Dean Su stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, exchanging knowing smiles. Conflict breeds creativity. Firen stepped forward, unabashedly displaying her contempt for Yueshi, tilting her chin high as a yellow soul ring materialized beneath her feet, its green radiance enveloping her form like a moonlit veil. First soul skill, Serpent's Dance, she exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light that darted forward, only to come to a halt 10 meters away. The breeze ruffled Yueshi's bangs, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her delicate features. In the air, one could even perceive the lingering afterimage left by Firen. Li Xian's gaze was fixed upon the ground beneath Fei Luan's feet, where the surface of the boot shimmered with swirling air bubbles. This so-called first soul skill was not merely a sprint, but also possessed the effect of acceleration. What say you, Sister Yueshi? Should you wish, I can lead you to hunt the rare soul beast, the white phoenix electric Liuhua, within this forest. Yueshi glanced at Li Xian and shook her head, opting to heed his advice. It's a commendable acceleration soul skill, yet Yueshi has already acquired her first soul skill. We should pursue the soul spirit possum instead. Wait, what do you mean you already possess your first soul skill? At that moment, Fei Luan, who had remained silent, spoke with astonishment. Fajia's heart stirred in response. Indeed, she had assisted Yueshi in testing her soul skill half a year ago when she had just obtained her first soul ring, and now, acknowledging the advantage of their martial soul fusion, they progressed more swiftly. Fajia's attention had been solely on Li Xian, only now realizing that the timid Yueshi beside him was far from ordinary. Do you not understand? We came here to help Yueshi acquire her soul ring. Isn't she at her first soul ring? Fei Luan questioned, sounding almost incredulous. A wave of shock washed over her. Who told you that? Yueshi is already at level 20 and ready to obtain her second soul ring. What? Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Fei Luan turned her gaze towards the usually reticent Yueshi, who blinked her large eyes shyly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Fajia shot a glance at Fei Luan and gently ruffled her hair. Do not lose your composure, Fei Luan. I will explain everything about the two of them when we return. Furthermore, Yueshi has indeed reached level 20. You must grasp this truth. There are realms beyond realms. One must not judge by appearances. Fei Luan's body stiffened for a moment before she silently nodded. Her clenched fists relaxed as she turned her curious gaze towards Li Xian. Then, Li Xian, what level are you? Me? I am at a level similar to your sister's, nothing much. Li Xian spoke softly. Fajia should have reached level 25 by now, considering she had a soul power of level 23 6 months ago. So, have you already attained level 24? Philin felt incredulous. 24? Li Xian furrowed his brow and glanced at Fajia, who stood proudly with her arms crossed, her eyes brimming with superiority, as if to say, "Am I not capable of progress?" With his chin resting on his hand, Li Xian felt a wave of speechlessness. Fajia's advancement in soul power was exceedingly slow. Of course, he did not consider that due to the fusion of martial souls, his training speed alongside Yueshi surpassed that of an average soul master by over threefold. Moreover, possessing a top-tier martial soul, Yueshi's phantom martial soul was unparalleled among evil martial souls, propelling their soul power to soar at an astonishing rate. Recently, Li Xian sought out Tang San to inquire about the crafting of hidden weapons. From their conversation, Li Xian learned that Tang San has only reached the 15th level. Li Xian aspires to reach level 40 within 3 years. He believes that his progress of advancing 4 levels in 6 months is rather sluggish, especially considering the increasing difficulty of subsequent upgrades. The comparison between Fajia and Li Xian appears to be quite balanced. However, Fajia is 6 years older than Li Xian, and she tends not to view him through the lens of common reasoning, naturally overlooking this fact. As for Feiluan, he was profoundly astonished. Li Xian and she were both 7 years old, yet her soul power was merely at level 13, while others had already reached level 24. Among her peers, Feiluan's talent was exceptional, overshadowing the boys who aspired to win her favor. However, the very talent, she took pride in faced continuous setbacks in the presence of Li Xian and Yu Shi, causing her complexion to pale. What on earth was going on with them? Chapter 59. Enhanced Dart. Fajia gazed at her sister Feiluan, who had been struck by the previous blows, and gently extended her delicate hand to comfort her. Do you understand why I brought you out here? Yes, Feiluan replied with a somber gaze. As Fajia leaned in to whisper, furthermore, Li Xian possesses a rather unique martial soul, a top-tier light, attribute martial soul. You should get closer to him. If you catch my drift. Light, attribute. Feiluan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with a newfound brightness. Their family was endowed with 2 types of martial souls, the white serpent martial soul, which had been passed down through generations, and a rare few descendants awakened the special martial soul, the azure shadow serpent. The naturally dark attribute azure shadow serpent had historically been known to fuse with light attribute martial souls in their family lineage. Feiluan was astonished. Did that mean Li Xian possessed a light martial soul? Yet, why did Fajia believe that his martial soul held fusion potential? Not every light attribute martial soul had the possibility of fusion. This notion felt rather peculiar to Feiluan. Fajia, there seems to be a strange commotion ahead. Are there large numbers of soul beasts residing in this vicinity? Suddenly, Dean Su stepped forward, casting his gaze into the depths of the dense forest to the left. Li Xian also sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Fajia focused on her surroundings, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. Indeed, there was an unsettling presence. The aura bore resemblance to that of a wind demon wolf. However, such threatening pack creatures had been cleared away. And given that it was daytime, those soul beasts should not be roaming freely. During this season, soul beasts proliferate in abundance, making any encounter possible. Matthew shook his head, summoning his martial spirit to avert any impending danger. Allow me to investigate, he said. Summoning his stone sparrow martial spirit, he felt the surge of soul power envelop him. As wings formed of this energy propelled him skyward. Li Xian, take out your device. If a pack of wolves truly emerges, employ your repeating crossbow against them, Matthew urged, giving a reassuring pat on Li Xian's shoulder. Understood. Li Xian extracted a small concealed weapon from the soul-guiding device, approximately the size of 2 palms. Its surface gleamed with a dark silver hue, resembling a crossbow bolt, yet devoid of the elastic bands that typically connect to the bow's arms. Instead, within the mechanism of the crossbow, 3 crystals were embedded. The surfaces of these crystals were intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, their enchanting luster flowing and emanating a searing warmth. What could this be? Fajia leaned in, her gaze captivated. It was her first encounter with such an extraordinary weapon wielded by a soul master. A repeating crossbow. Powered by soul energy, wasn't that a soul-guiding device? Although the profession of soul mentor has become extinct, the market still harbors a number of functional soul-guiding devices. However, most are swords and blades, making Li Xian's long-range concealed weapon exceedingly rare. It was truly unique. Li Xian, feeling disinclined to elaborate, retrieved a box of arrows from the soul-guiding device, installing the mechanism at the rear of the wrist crossbow. He then donned the modified rapid-fire wrist crossbow on his right wrist, channeling his soul power to energize the core formation. A brilliant light enveloped the crossbow bolt, and a surge of frenzied energy radiated outward, prompting those nearby to step back in astonishment. Did you truly devise this in the blacksmith shop? Fajia's eyes sparkled with surprise as she beheld the exceptional nature of the concealed weapon. What, do you wish to give it a try? Li Xian aimed the crossbow at Fajia, adjusting the mechanism as she dodged. You scoundrel, do not just like this. Fajia exclaimed, raising her hands in surrender. The weapons crafted by Li Xian appear undeniably sophisticated. Moreover, her experience with soul-guided devices has revealed to her the crystals within the crossbow mechanism, which are evidently inscribed with the core formation using the essence of soul beasts, although she cannot ascertain whether those components originated from Li Xian herself. The concealed weapons assembled from parts of soul-guided devices emanate a palpable sense of danger at a mere glance. Rest assured, I shall not falter. As she spoke, Li Xian aimed the device at Fei Luan. Would you like to help your sister test its power? Curiously, Fei Luan instinctively took a step forward, but Fajia, quick-witted, swiftly pulled her back. If you continue like this, I will become angry, Li Xian. Haha, I was merely jesting. At that moment, the esteemed Director Su, who had been hovering in the air, descended gracefully. The group turned their gaze towards him, noticing his grave expression. It is not a pack of wolves. I have witnessed numerous panicked soul beasts, as if they are being pursued. Is there a soul beast uprising? Li Xian's expression darkened as he recalled the harrowing scene of being pursued by the dark gold terror claw bear in the starry forest. Even now, the memory filled him with trepidation. Where do the phantom possums dwell? Is there a way to circumvent the area? Furrowing his brow, Li Xian turned to face Fajia to inquire. Not far ahead, it might be prudent to wait a moment, since the soul beasts are in turmoil. Perhaps even the weaker ones will emerge on their own. I wish to assist Yueshi in hunting a century-old soul spirit possum. The specific age is not of paramount importance, as a 100-year-old specimen will suffice. With that, Li Xian retrieved a slightly smaller crossbow from his soul guide device and presented it to Yueshi. It was specially crafted by him, with an internal core formation utilizing a dark attribute soul beast crystal core. There is only one, which diminishes its power somewhat, but correspondingly, its reduced size enhances its portability. This was not Yueshi's first encounter with the concealed weapon crafted by Li Xian. Li Xian often took her to the weapon workshop in Nottingham, where they would spend entire afternoons and evenings. During this time, the intricate task of engraving soul patterns was quite demanding. As Li Xian's portable power source, Yushi's contributions were not in vain. She had a hand in the restoration of the soul-guided devices. Is this the one? Upon seeing Li Xian nod, Yushi deftly took the miniature crossbow, fastening it expertly to her right hand and channeling her soul power to activate it. How many more of such weapons do you possess? Queried Philin, his mouth agape and eyes reflecting a mixture of envy and astonishment. Li Xian smiled at her briefly before resuming his observation of the tumultuous spirit beast ahead. Fajia, with her arms crossed, suddenly inquired with curiosity, with such a high aptitude as Yushi possesses. Do you intend to assist solely in the hunting of spirit beasts that have lived for a mere century? What then of the elusive 1,000-year phantom possum? Li Xian had done his homework. The soul possum, a diminutive soul beast, occupies the lowest echelon of the soul beast food chain. Its rarity is compounded by the fact that few ever mature. Nonetheless, he possesses the ability to manipulate the age of soul rings, assisting Yueshi in hunting a century-old illusory soul possum to ensure her soul ring configuration is impeccable. Indeed, it was sheer fortune that I encountered that century-old illusory soul possum back then. Its scarcity was precisely why Fajia opted to alter the target soul beast for her first soul ring. As the two conversed, a swift-moving, crawling soul beast suddenly darted out from the grass ahead. With 6 legs, a lizard-like body, and the head of a centipede, its 2-meter-long tail lashed about as it charged towards them. Be careful. Matthew and Director Su's expressions turned grave. Li Xian was no longer the soul master in need of their protection. His soul power had approached that of Matthew Nua. Raising his right hand, the poised crossbow aimed at the approaching soul beast. He pulled the trigger, and the arrows, blurring with speed, shot forth with a whoosh. A peculiar humming sound resonated as Li Xian staggered back a few steps from the recoil of the crossbow. The surface of the modified crossbow shimmered with brilliant sass. Within a mere second, 6 or 7 arrows were unleashed. Looking ahead, the lizard soul beast, pierced through its body, had yet to register the attack and continued to crawl forward for several meters before its massive form crashed to the ground. A dark yellow soul ring coalescing from its corpse. Blood trickled from the small holes created by the arrows, while in the dense foliage behind. The arrows embedded themselves in the earth, the impact churning the soil. Phew. Fajia widened her eyes. Could it be that a soul beast, approximately 500 years old, was slain so swiftly? Firen gently parted his lips, his gaze fixated on the crossbow in Li Xian's hands, his expression revealing a desire for 2 words. More. Remarkably impressive. Matthew Nua and Dean Su exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. Could it be that this young man had indeed embarked on the study of soul-guided devices? Moreover, the nature of such a hidden weapon was extraordinary. If propelled by elastic force, its power would be formidable. They were astonished to discover this latent talent within him. Indeed, it had always been assumed that he was merely toying around. Crafting soul-guided devices was no simple feat. It required an exceptional mastery of spiritual power. Otherwise, those intricate and complex soul patterns, even if carved, would fail to condense any soul power. Matthew Nua clenched his fist, resolved to share this promising news with an old friend in the military. Li Xian raised his arm and cast a glance at the 3 agitated crystal cores within the crossbow mechanism. After a moment of tumultuous energy, They returned to a serene state, and the furrow in his brow gradually smoothed. Not bad. The three arrays did not conflict with one another. Drawing inspiration from the various soul-guiding devices that Matthew had sought for him, he emulated the distinct core arrays of differing functionalities, merging them into a cohesive whole. Although the crafted bolts boasted enhanced power, they frequently suffered damage. The recently improved version, however, had finally achieved stability, though the issue of smoke remained unresolved. I shall ponder a solution upon my return. Suddenly, Li Xian, to your left, there's a phantom opossum. Don't let it escape. Fajia's exclamation drew his attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the left, two soul rings, one black and one purple, blossoming beneath his feet as a vast expanse of marshland unfurled from the soil. Nowhere to run. In Chapter 60, during the winter break, as he invoked the earth manipulation technique, three soul beasts surged forth from the underbrush, their movements unsteady. One creature, resembling a half-meter-long flying shuttle, struggled desperately to advance, but collided with the gravitational ring, its body collapsing into a curled position upon hitting the ground. That was indeed the phantom opossum. Understood. Li Xian gazed at the convulsing creature on the ground, resembling a plump rat with an elongated tail. Its body adorned in a muted yellow hue, and a distinctive white circular mark upon its slender head. The ethereal glow emanating from the spirit beast flickered rapidly. Sensing the impending danger, Li Xian launched two tendrils of curling grass, ensnaring the fleeing phantom possum tightly. Yueshi, he shouted as he turned around. Yueshi had already approached, her left hand supporting her wrist as she channeled her spirit energy to release the arrows from the crossbow, accompanied by a spray of crimson blossoms. The dumpling-like creature before Li Xian ceased its struggles, collapsing softly and releasing a pale yellow soul ring. Matthew and Director Su exchanged glances, each moving to the flanks. Meanwhile, Fajia pulled the immobilized Firen directly towards them. Just a mere century has passed. What remarkable fortune. Is it truly only a century? Li Xian furrowed his brow, wishing that the soul beast's cultivation could be a touch higher. Yushi approached, grasping his arm and giving it a gentle shake. It was already sufficient for Li Xian. Gazing into her large, luminous eyes, he smiled in return. He whispered a few words in her ear, and upon hearing them, Yushi's expression brightened with joy. Really? She asked. He ruffled her hair, assuring her, I seldom deceive you. What are you two discussing? Fajia remarked, observing their close camaraderie with a quiet sigh. The competitive pressure on Fei Luan was indeed immense. She understood her younger sister's nature well, outwardly obedient, but inwardly rebellious, with a fierce desire for victory. In contrast to the compliant Yushi, Fei Luan was already at a disadvantage by nature. You can do it, Fei Luan. Fajia encouraged, taking a deep breath to bolster her sister's spirits. At that moment, Fei Luan stood in a daze, her gaze fixated on the black soul ring beneath Li Xian's feet, her finger trembling as she stammered, Sister, is that a 10,000-year soul ring? Fajia smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. She had forgotten to mention such crucial details, including the fusion of Li Xian and Yushi's martial spirits. The visit had come so unexpectedly that she had not had the chance to inform her sister. Indeed, it is a genuine 10,000-year soul ring. The second one is 1,000 years. Do you remember Mishan and Duolon? Together, they cannot match even a single one of his hands. Fei Luan was already stunned, but her shock escalated further upon hearing the next revelation. She struggled to comprehend how a soul master's first soul ring could possibly be 10,000 years. Some matters were so extraordinary that the astonishment they evoked far surpassed understanding, leading to a diminished sensitivity towards such peculiarities. Conversely, Mishan and her peer were rivals from the new generation of their family, directly competing against her sister, Fajia. Fei Luan had never entertained the thought of surpassing those two. Only through experience could one grasp the extent of the gap that lay between them. From her sister Fajia, she learned of an even more terrifying truth. Duolon's incident in the forest was due to Li Xian. This implied that her sister was also unable to contend with Li Xian. Hush, Mishan and her companion could have escaped their grave predicament. But they inadvertently dragged Li Xian into it, and he cornered them. So, just understand and do not speak of it carelessly. All right. Li Xian grasped the eager Yushi, who was intent on absorbing the soul ring, and suddenly remarked, Do not be too hasty. Let us venture further ahead to explore. The soul ring shall not dissipate for the time being. It would be ideal if we could encounter a high-level illusory spirit possum. Moreover, a disturbance was unfolding up ahead, and Li Xian intended to eliminate those soul beasts. He felt uneasy merely allowing Yushi to absorb the soul ring amidst such chaos. 2/4 of an hour later, in a thicket at the heart of the Feng'an forest, numerous deceased soul beasts lay sprawled across the ground, among which were an abundance of century-old soul rings, including 2 that were millennia old. These were the result of Li Xian utilizing his hidden crossbow to quell the rebellious soul beasts. His concealed weapon inflicted considerable damage, rivaling that which could be inflicted by a soul king. Having dispatched all the soul beasts, neither he nor the entourage of Fajia had sustained any injuries. The 1,000-year-old Lin Bingpa spider and the 1,000-year-old Shui Tong Chai would have posed no challenge had there been a water attribute soul master present. With her arms crossed, Fajia surveyed the battlefield. During this time, Li Xian had neutralized over a dozen formidable soul beasts, even causing the troublesome 5,000-year soul beast to flee in terror. In the face of such a scene, it was challenging for her to remain composed, for within the corpses of these soul beasts, there might lie soul bones. Meticulous observation of the glowing sections could yield valuable finds. What kind of soul beast was that which escaped? With his hidden crossbow retracted, Li Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He had only glimpsed a flash of red light before it vanished from his pursuit. It was a nether fire monkey, and based on its size, it likely possessed a cultivation of 5,000 years. Speaking of which, my sister could consider such a soul beast upon reaching the rank of soul master. Dark attribute. A prime choice for a sensitive and aggressive attack type. You need not concern yourselves with it. That one belongs to Yushi. Li Xian tilted his chin, as if assuring a promise. Just as he was about to absorb the essence of a 300-year-old illusionary spirit possum during the moonlit night, he felt a blush creep upon his cheeks upon hearing the words. You truly are domineering, forgetting who led you in here. Hee. I would have forgotten too if you hadn't mentioned it. Thank you for your help this time. No need for thanks. Do consider my suggestion to come and visit during the winter break. We'll see. Unexpectedly, confronting the group of rebellious spirit beasts before them allowed Yueshi to encounter another illusionary spirit possum, with her cultivation also reaching 300 years. Of course, the optimal age for a Soul Master's second soul ring is 800 years, yet such illusionary spirit possums are rare to find. After a quarter of an hour, Yueshi successfully refined the soul ring. Opening her bright eyes, Li Xian summoned the aura of the heavenly chrysanthemum, which lingered closely beside her. So, has your soul skill manifested? Indeed. As it was merely a 300-year-old spirit beast, Yueshi's martial soul swiftly birthed the soul skill. Silently attuning herself, Yueshi opened her eyes once more. It resembles Sister Fajia's soul skill quite closely. That is excellent. Hearing this, Li Xian felt reassured. Since it was a skill capable of transformation, Yueshi effectively acquired an additional means of self-preservation, which had been his initial intention. The following day, upon their return to the provincial capital, Yueshi and Li Xian, invited warmly by Fajia, visited numerous attractions. In terms of cuisine, while there were more variations, it bore no difference from that of Notting City. However, as a thriving economic metropolis, many shops broadened Li Xian's horizons. Through Fajia, he located a shopkeeper and sold all the millennium crystal cores in his possession, making a considerable profit. Subsequently, he invested heavily in procuring a batch of rare metals, spending over 8,000 gold soul coins. The soul guidance devices were exorbitantly priced, with even the scraps being unaffordable. Li Xian had yet to fully comprehend the soul guidance device he possessed. Thus, he had no immediate need for them. After returning to Notting City, he registered for a duo elimination tournament with Yueshi the next day. As the winter break approached, thanks to Matthew's efforts, 2 matches were swiftly arranged. As expected, under the combined prowess of Li Xian and Yueshi, they secured an effortless victory. Having already advanced, Li Xian merely needed to assist Yueshi in winning one more match. On this day, within the dormitory of the Notting City Junior Soul Academy, the carriage summoned by Li Xian came to a halt before the staff building. As he assisted Yueshi in loading her luggage, he bid farewell to her, who was returning home. After spending a semester together, the abrupt separation stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Li Xian handed a bag containing 6 or 7 soul beast crystal cores to Yueshi, filled with millennial-old light attribute crystals, harboring concerns that her cultivation might encounter obstacles in his absence. Do not forget to practice when you return. These must be kept close at hand. Yushi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she rubbed her head, prompting Li Xian to urge the coachman to depart. Tang San had also returned, as his academy's break commenced earlier. During the forthcoming month-long winter holiday, Li Xian intended to delve deeply into the intricacies of soul guide devices. Ever since he mastered the ability to engrave multiple soul patterns simultaneously, he found himself unable to further refine the skill. Li Xian surmised that it might be related to soul power. In other words, soul mentors also possess ranks, although no one has ever delineated them. He could only navigate through uncertainty. Nevertheless, with his current capabilities, he was indeed equipped to create concealed weapons. The rapid-fire wrist crossbow, after numerous refinements, had been reduced to the size of a palm. Li Xian intended to incorporate several newly understood core formations into the concealed weaponry. The essence remains unchanged: sharpness, attraction, piercing, and explosion. Any form of force could enhance the lethality of the concealed weapons. Moreover, Li Xian, during his exploration of the principles behind soul-guiding devices, has come to understand the mechanics of large-scale soul-guiding instruments. He is currently endeavoring to repair a device capable of flight. In this world, aside from flying martial souls, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to ascend into the skies. Once one's feet leave the ground, the realm of operational freedom expands significantly. This concept embodies the notion of air superiority. He has envisioned the activation of the flying soul-guiding device, releasing a barrage akin to purple lotuses, descending upon enemies with an almost flawless assault. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has elapsed. Immersed in his studies, Li Xian has scarcely left the opulent villa of Masayuno during this period. The progress one can achieve in an undisturbed environment is remarkable through his diligent research. He has mastered the principles of spatial formations and flight arrays. When he can inscribe 99 soul patterns simultaneously, he will be able to replicate these two types of soul-guiding devices. Regrettably, he has yet to make advancements in his soul power, likely tied to his current cultivation level. After all, as a mere great soul master, it is unrealistic to expect to achieve sudden greatness. Li Xian possesses a limited understanding of the methods to enhance one's spiritual strength. In the realm of soul masters, the cultivation of soul power does not place significant emphasis on the soul itself. Rather, such aspects are regarded as mere adjuncts. As one's cultivation level ascends, the accompanying enhancement occurs naturally. During his spare moments, Li Xian often peruses the Xiantian treasure record, which contains elixirs that can nurture and refine spiritual energy. Alchemy, perhaps. Li Xian sighed inwardly. His energy was limited, and the soul-guiding device along with the Tang sect's hidden weapons had thoroughly drained him. He had no time to learn anything new. However, he could attempt to consume herbal medicines and then channel his soul power to refine them, which might yield unexpected results. Li Xian stroked his chin, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his idea. Just then, he heard a knock on his front door. Unable to discern whether it was day or night, he ascended the stairs and opened the door. Standing before him were Fajia, clad in noble attire, accompanied by Phylan and an unfamiliar girl with emerald green eyes. What on earth has happened to you? I came all the way here to invite you for the winter break, and yet I received no word. Is my presence not welcome? Li Xian cast his gaze backwards, where a luxurious carriage stood, accompanied by 3 or 4 exceptionally handsome youths. Their attire was meticulously chosen, exuding an air of opulence, and their countenances radiated brilliance. Have they come in a group to seek me out? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 61, Douluo. Li Xian shifted his gaze, taking a moment to observe the violet-haired maiden before him. She possessed a delicate figure, her bosom gracefully accentuated. Her emerald eyes shimmered with a fiery intensity, resembling the delight of a predator encountering its prey. As he looked down, he noted her attire, a resplendent purple garment akin to a qipao, which elegantly showcased her long, fair legs. With her arms crossed, she exuded an air of proud confidence. Li Xian detected a hint of familiarity in her presence. Fajia, what brings you here? Coming back to her senses, Li Xian once again gazed at the noblewoman, Fajia, who was disguised beneath a hard-topped round hat. Is it truly the case that I cannot come to seek you without reason? Li Xian raised his eyebrow and opened the door to invite the group inside. Beside him, the silver-haired Phylan stepped forward, bowing politely. Li Xian, it has been a long time. Oh, yes. Li Xian felt somewhat dazed, after 20 days apart. He nearly forgot who this girl was. The carriage halted by the roadside, and 3 youths approached simultaneously. The leader, with short black hair and a rigid countenance, exuded a remarkable presence. He strode directly over and stood beside the violet-haired maiden. The young man was quite tall and cast a deliberate glance at Li Xian from the corner of his eye. Fajia, is this truly Li Xian? The girl spoke, her voice melodious yet tinged with a sharpness that betrayed her underlying skepticism. It appeared she had heard intriguing tales from Fajia and arrived here with a mixture of belief and doubt. Li Xian cast a sidelong glance, lightly furrowing his brow. How could this fellow manage to evoke such disdain with just a few words? Indeed, it was he, Li Xian. Nevertheless, it was best to enter and engage in conversation. As everyone was still unacquainted, Fajia stepped in to ease the tension. The group proceeded into the villa, not venturing upstairs. In the spacious living room, numerous chairs were arranged, all covered in a layer of dust. Li Xian gestured towards the dust-covered chairs, inviting everyone to sit without hesitation. The attendees frowned, removing the white cloth draped over the chairbacks, and reluctantly took their seats. Subsequently, many appeared to be waiting for something, their disinterested gazes fixed upon Li Xian. Within their focused stares, Li Xian unexpectedly leapt back, positioning himself atop the tea table, one leg tucked beneath him. Well, there's no tea, so let's converse, he declared. The dark-haired youth and the purple-haired maiden exchanged glances, a flicker of displeasure crossing their faces. Fajia stepped forward once more, raising her hands and quickly turning in a circle. Ladies and gentlemen, this visit was unannounced, and Li Xian may find it rather abrupt. Ahem. Allow me to introduce him. This is Li Xian, a 24th level control system battle spirit master with the martial spirit of Kasha. Fajia turned her gaze, sighing deeply, and with a smile tugging at her lips, she added, Please do not take offense. They are all my friends, who came specifically out of interest for you. You have met Phyran. The 2 individuals beside him are my cousins, members of the younger generation of the Fido family with whom I share a good rapport. Lastly, she made a grand introduction. This is my classmate from the Rhine Academy and dear sister, Douluo, who possesses the martial spirit of the Azure Scale Serpent and is a 26th level control system battle spirit master. As for him, he is the boyfriend of my good sister, Yu Tianheng, a student from the Tiando Royal Academy and the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's patriarch, boasting a formidable 30th level assault system battle spirit master rank. He is quite exceptional, Fajia quickly added in a whisper. Upon the conclusion of Fajia's introductions, the 2 young men from the Fido family rose immediately to offer smiles. exhibiting impeccable noble upbringing. However, Dokai and Yu Qianheng, seated in their chairs, remained unmoved. Their arms crossed as they regarded Li Xian with disdain. Dokai, Yu Qianheng? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the names of these two individuals. They sounded so familiar. Who were they? His memory of Dogu was relatively clear. Wasn't that the surname of the poisoned Douluo? Could it be that this girl is the granddaughter of Dogubo? Casting a glance around, his gaze finally settled on Fajia. Li Xian raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So? What brings you to seek me? It appears these two harbor some grievances against me." "Grievances? You are hardly worthy of such," Dokai remarked, scratching her ear and blowing softly. "Yin, please do not behave this way," Fajia said, feeling quite troubled. She understood that Dokai intended to stand up for her, yet that was not her true intention. Li Xian remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. How could this fellow speak so brusquely? After a prolonged silence, Yu Qianheng inhaled deeply, straightening his posture. His stern gaze fixated on Li Xian, emanating several powerful arcs of blue electricity. "You are Li Xian, correct? Do you have a matter to discuss?" Upon hearing this tone, Li Xian's heart stirred once more. He had permitted these individuals to enter the room out of respect for Fajia, yet they all carried themselves as if they were lords. "You have provoked someone you ought not to have, and now, I require an apology from you. Are you out of your mind? Are you addressing me? What other possibility is there?" Yu Qianheng leaned back, his eyes icy. "I am not here out of interest in you. Your presence before me is merely a courtesy I extend to Fajia. Engaging in a civil conversation with you is a privilege I offer. You have previously raised your hand against Fajia, who is the close friend of my girlfriend, someone you cannot afford to offend. Now, I shall grant you 3 seconds to apologize, after which I shall let you go." Li Xian was utterly speechless. Hadn't the playful banter between him and Fajia long since faded away? Moreover, Fajia herself had not uttered a word, yet this fellow named Yu Qianheng was inserting himself into the fray. What? Is his hearing impaired? Does he require me to be more forthright? Seeing that Li Xian remained silent, Yu Qianheng intensified his tone. Beside him, Fajia attempted to mediate, only to be restrained by Dokai. "Yin, those were merely jesting remarks. My relationship with Li Xian is perfectly fine. Please do not escalate this. There is no such thing as jest in this context. You are of noble birth, while he is of common stock. Such an affront is inherently deserving of reprimand." Dokai regarded Li Xian with a disdainful gaze, as though he were mere refuse, inherently superior in her eyes. "You two are truly amusing. I had assumed Fajia brought you here in the spirit of friendship, yet it seems your intentions lean towards conflict." Li Xian found himself in a rather amusing predicament, with one of his legs pinned beneath him as he crossed his arms in laughter. Yu Qianheng. He finally recalled that he hailed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family, a lineage reputed for possessing a supreme martial spirit that had been passed down through generations. It was said that the offspring of the blue electric family could only acquire soul rings by hunting subdragon-type soul beasts, and with each soul ring obtained, their bodies would gradually take on dragon-like traits. Encountering such an intriguing adversary piqued Li Xian's interest. His palms itched with anticipation. Ever since he had acquired his second soul ring and absorbed the spirit bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King, his strength had surged at an unprecedented rate, leaving him unable to find worthy opponents in Notting City. He owed a debt of gratitude to Fajia for delivering this opportunity right to his doorstep. A fight? Did he truly believe himself worthy? To engage him, Li Xian would only require a mere finger. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng let out a cold chuckle. As the foremost representative of the new generation of the Thunderclap Tyrannosaurus family, did he really need to discuss martial prowess with others? The sole reason he had begrudgingly agreed to visit the desolate Notting City was due to his girlfriend, Dokai. Fajia had suffered a considerable defeat at Li Xian's hands, and Dokai had long harbored thoughts of revenge. Concerned for her, Yu Qianheng had accompanied her. Otherwise, given his status, how could a commoner like Li Xian ever hope to cross paths with him? Thus, he initially displayed little regard for Li Xian. Although Fajia intended to invite Li Xian to join the winter excursion, Yu Qianheng had no such intentions. His aim was straightforward, to establish dominance. If Li Xian understood his place, he could remain invisible within the winter excursion team, but should he provoke Yu Qianheng, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. As it stood, Li Xian clearly leaned towards the latter option. Cough. Li Xian, do not act this way. They are all my. Fajia. No need to elaborate. This brat has caused you trouble, and I shall assist in dealing with him. Yu Qianheng began to rise, but was pushed back down by the violet-haired maiden, Dokai, who stood up with a sudden motion. She arched an eyebrow at Li Xian, exuding a palpable air of provocation. Kid, being obstinate will not serve you well. Considering your connection with Fajia, I initially had no intention of stooping to your level. Alas, you fail to recognize your fortune and choose to act pretentiously. So, here is your chance to engage me in battle. With a sharp crack, Dokai flexed her wrist, and emerald soul energy surged forth from her being. Behind her, a serpentine figure of vibrant green coiled around her, its head rearing up to reveal a serpent's tongue flickering in the air. A chance, you say? How amusing. But hold your horses, I am open to a duel. Yet I prefer to converse first. Li Xian's demeanor remained unchanged, his face exhibiting a suppressed enthusiasm. Ah, how he relished in the pretense. Negotiating terms even before the impending confrontation. This time, however, he would have to concede. Du Guyan, unusually patient, declared, I do not engage in brawls for free. Should you wish to fight, it would render me rather cheap. You, and your boyfriend, must understand that I will only engage with one opponent, and should I lose, there must be a price to pay. Humph, are you courting death? Yu Tianheng sneered, suddenly slamming the armrest of his chair, causing 3 soul rings to emerge. The optimal combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple ring exuded the formidable presence of a soul master, overwhelming Li Xian with an intense pressure. Be gentle, he warned. For any damage incurred will require compensation. Li Xian's voice suddenly turned cold as he extended his hand, pointing first at Du Guyan and then at Yu Tianheng. His tone devoid of warmth. It was agreed upon who would engage in this conflict, and prior to the altercation, they should lay their cards on the table. If it did not catch my interest, I had no inclination to entertain them. Li Xian, Fajia was growing anxious. Her intention was merely to introduce a few friends to Li Xian, thereby fostering a closer friendship with him. However, how had the situation escalated to this severity so suddenly? Chapter 62. Who is truly pretending? Who do you think you are to provoke me? Yu Tianheng scoffed. Given his status, age, and soul power, he believed he could subdue Li Xian with a mere finger. How audacious was this wild brat to dare challenge him? Du Guyan's expression twisted in fury. You coward. If you lack the courage to strike, then simply admit it. If you are afraid, kneel before Fajia and us, and bow your head. We shall consider this matter settled for today. Li Xian spread his hands in a gesture of indifference. Very well, I shall grant each of you one opportunity. You, Du Guyan, shall have 1 hand, and you, Yu Tianheng, shall have 2. You may take turns. The loser will leave their storage soul guide here. He added. Do not resort to your tedious provocation. If you wish to fight, then engage, but if you hesitate, remain silent. A sardonic smile crept across his face. What audacity! Just moments ago, I thought you were courting death, yet now, you appear as if gripped by madness. The storage soul guide lies before you. Do you possess the skill to seize it? Du Guyan scoffed as she removed the silver bracelet from her wrist, shaking it mockingly in her palm. You want me to use 1 hand? Are you still dreaming? No one in the Tiando Royal Academy would dare speak to me in such a manner. Yu Tianheng also produced his storage soul guide, tossing it into Du Guyan's hands. Your expressions suggest agreement, am I correct? Indeed. It seems you presume we are afraid of the stakes. The soul guide is right here. Do you have the ability to take it? Bravado must be accompanied by skill. I am eager to see how you will maintain your facade now. With her arms crossed, Du Guyan's derisive smile deepened. This is precisely what I have been waiting for. Li Xian paid no heed to the ostentation of Dong Guyan and Yu Tianheng, and he was even less concerned about their provocations. With a surge of excitement, he leaped down from the tea table, releasing the tension in his stiff neck. The combat fervor within him ignited instantaneously. I, Li Xian, am a man of my word. Extend your hand if you dare. As he spoke, Li Xian turned his left hand backwards. With the release of his martial spirit, 2 soul rings, 1 black and 1 purple, floated forth, causing his entire demeanor to shift dramatically to one of chilling intensity. The earlier nonchalance evaporated, replaced by an almost tangible frostiness as his gaze fixated on Dong Guyan. His expression swiftly settling into a stoic calm. 10,000 years, soul ring. The eerie emergence of the black soul ring transformed the atmosphere in the living room into one of palpable tension. In disbelief, Yu Tianheng sat upright. His eyes locked onto the soul ring beneath Li Xian's feet, his brow furrowing in astonishment. Dong Guyan parted her lips, her gaze shifting towards Fajia. How could that brat possess a 10,000-year soul ring? She longed to voice this thought, yet with her enmity with Li Xian now irreparable, confrontation was inevitable. As Li Xian's 10,000-year soul ring materialized, her dismissive attitude vanished. This lad, what an enigma. Who exactly is he? Yu Tianheng, too, became serious, readying himself for action at any moment. Li Xian stood tall, his gaze icy, extending 1 hand forward as he calmly declared, Come forth. Humph. With a decisive stamp of her foot, Du Guyan summoned 2 yellow soul rings that floated into the air. Although Li Xian's demeanor was unsettling, she was not the type to cower in the face of adversity. If a confrontation was inevitable, then let it unfold. She could hardly believe that a mere child of 6 or 7 could defy the heavens. Channeling her soul power, Du Guyan shifted her body sideways, simultaneously twisting to launch 3 or 4 clusters of green droplets. Li Xian observed the first soul ring beneath Du Guyan glow momentarily, followed by the second. Is it an increase in speed and venom? No, she specializes in control. It is not that her speed has augmented, but rather that my own velocity has diminished. Li Xian tilted his head to evade Du Guyan's assault, his gaze shifting forward once more, as the first soul ring beneath him suddenly flickered. Be careful, Yu Tianheng, distracted by concern, abruptly stood up. Du Guyan had been attentively monitoring Li Xian's offensive. Upon noticing the anomaly in the dark soul ring, she swiftly retreated, creating a considerable distance between them. However, Li Xian merely adjusted his soul skill, retracting his soul power. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, the second purple soul ring shimmered as he raised his arm and pointed into the air. Whoosh! Several tendrils of curling grass were launched forth, while Douluo Yin nimbly maneuvered her body, executing consecutive backflips within the living room, ultimately breaking free from the confines of the villa. Li Xian's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, immediately darting outside. In an instant, Fajia and the others in the living room sprang to their feet, promptly following suit. In the courtyard, Li Xian unleashed his soul technique to obstruct the retreat of Douluo Yin, seizing the opportunity to advance. As Yu Tianheng and his companions emerged, Li Xian had already grasped one of Douluo Yin's arms. Go. At that moment, a verdant hue emanated from the wrist that Li Xian held, as toxins began to spread, ascending along his palm. Yet, before those toxins could fully infiltrate, Li Xian's hand was enveloped in a pristine, jade-like aura, resonating with the formidable presence of a millennium-old soul ring as Douluo Yin unleashed her own soul technique. The flow of soul power within Douluo Yin momentarily faltered, and she instantly became lethargic. Li Xian grasped her arm with one hand, flinging her over his shoulder and crashing her to the ground. His right foot advanced, landing squarely on her face, as the curling tail grass ensnared the unsuspecting figure of Douluo Yin, binding her tightly. With a sudden lift of his knee, he launched a kick aimed directly at her head, akin to a fierce soccer strike. Assistant. From a distance, the furious shout of Yu Tianheng pierced the air. As he spoke, the countless serpentine bolts of electricity surrounding his body surged simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows towards Li Xian. Li Xian executed a swift kick, sending Douluo Yin flying through the air. In an instant, he pivoted, and a spherical object fell from his soul-guiding apparatus. As Yu Tianheng charged towards him, Li Xian deftly tapped the silver sphere with the tip of his foot, propelling it towards Yu Tianheng. Suspended in midair, Yu Tianheng's 3 soul rings materialized, causing his physique to swell dramatically, while his right hand expanded ominously. Blue bolts of lightning intertwined like serpents, encircling the space around Li Xian and descending with a powerful, diagonal strike from above. Buzz. At that moment, the round ball kicked by Li Xian collided with Yu Tianheng's chest. A sudden flash of light erupted. In the next instant, amidst the deafening roar of an explosion, a terrifying shockwave surged forth from between the two, carrying an ear-piercing sonic boom that spread in all directions. Be careful, that is a soul-guiding device. Fajia shouted from a distance. Her voice was delayed. Amidst the explosion, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing through the villa's pillars and vanishing into the rear wall. As the smoke dissipated, Li Xian deftly shifted his form, gracefully landing after a few light taps of his toes. Retrieving his hands from behind his back, he held 2 storage soul guide devices, weighing them in his palms, a smile spreading across his face. You think you're something special, blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Just because I've asked for your hands doesn't mean you're noteworthy. At that moment, Douluo Yin broke free from the curled grass, rising unsteadily, clutching her chest as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her left cheek swollen. She looked at Li Xian, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Suddenly, from within the villa's walls, the wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Yu Tianheng with his head bowed, his sole body drenched in blood. His shirt was torn open at the chest, flesh grotesquely rolled outward, a sight both chilling and horrifying. Li Xian, you. Fajia gazed at this scene, her heart sinking. Beside her, Fei Luan and 2 young members of the Fei Duo family stood with mouths agape, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 63. Vendetta. Is it possible you think a mere finger could handle me? Just based on that? You've never been beaten. So you genuinely believe everyone will treat you with respect, don't you? And the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, even with your hands, you still cannot triumph over me. I feel embarrassed for you. Li Xian retracted his soul-guiding device, a profound sneer adorning his face. He had forgotten when was the last time he had been provoked. This Yu Tianheng, clearly spoiled and pampered since childhood, would remain oblivious to his own surname unless taught a lesson. Puffed. On the ground, Douluo Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, her fury transforming her countenance into a ghastly visage, cold sweat streaming down her pallid cheeks. Li Xian strode purposefully towards Yu Tianheng, who had been blasted away by his sword spirit soul guide. At this moment, Yu Tianheng appeared wretched, with his chest a gruesome mess, his eyes drooping, and his breath rapidly waning. This pitiful state was still a result of Li Xian's mercy. He had modified 3 types of sword spirit soul guides, and the one Yu Tianheng had encountered was the most rudimentary, filled with steel balls. Had he employed a sword-filled version, Yu Tianheng would not merely be lying there. He would have been reduced to multiple fragments of himself. Wait, Fajia exclaimed, her delicate face paling in fright as she rushed to obstruct Li Xian's path. In her eyes, fear trembled with a mix of astonishment at Li Xian's strength and trepidation for the injury inflicted upon Yu Tianheng. She had extended an invitation to both young men in the name of friendship, never anticipating that events would spiral into such chaos. Douluo Yin had acted impulsively, and even Yu Tianheng had displayed a lack of rationality. As the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's patriarch and a leader of the younger generation, any misstep by Yu Tianheng could invoke the wrath of the entire clan, a consequence she could scarcely bear. Do not fear, I am merely concerned for my pillar, Li Xian remarked as he approached the fractured pillar outside the villa, extracting a piece of unrefined, malleable metal from his soul guide, and inserting it into the damaged area. Meanwhile, behind him, Fido and the two young men stood frozen in horror, gazing at Li Xian's retreating figure. They felt as though they had not yet awakened from a dream. This was Yu Tianheng, who possessed a supreme martial soul, recognized as one of the most formidable assault-type soul masters on the entire Douluo Continent. How could he have been defeated so effortlessly? Even more alarming was the fact that they had yet to witness Li Xian's true capabilities, as he had dispatched Yu Tianheng using merely a soul guide. What is the true extent of Li Xian's abilities? They have all witnessed it. Li Xian's first spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring. A soul master possessing a black spirit ring is an unfathomable notion. Du Gufu's granddaughter, Du Guyan, was swiftly eliminated by him, and Yu Tianheng, the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was severely injured. Meanwhile, this individual appears utterly unfazed, showing concern for his pillar. This left the three in a state of shock and bewilderment. Surely, Li Xian must be mentally unstable. He may not realize that the audacity displayed by Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan stems not only from their formidable talents, but also from the immense forces behind them that no one dares to provoke. Both are protected by a title de law. Within the Heaven Do Royal Academy, there are indeed other geniuses who could rival them. But those individuals are astute enough to avoid direct confrontation with such formidable foes. Li Xian, however, has demonstrated what it means to be a fearless newcomer. With Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan bold enough to act, there is no one left to challenge him. Fajia clenched her fists, weighing the grave consequences of the situation, feeling an increasing chill in her heart. What should be done now? She merely wished to gather with friends around Li Xian. And now it has escalated to this point. Even if she were injured, it would have been manageable without third-party interference, at worst. She could ensure these two types of friends never crossed paths again. However, the ones injured are precisely these two. Yu Tianheng might remain silent for the sake of face. But Du Guyan, being her close sister, Fajia knows her character too well. She would undoubtedly seek out her grandfather, Du Gubo, after the incident. The wrath of a title Douluo is something even the Fei Duo family cannot withstand. At this moment, Fajia felt immense guilt. She regretted bringing those two to meet Li Xian, not only implicating her family, but also causing significant trouble for Li Xian. The situation is likely irreparable if it escalates. Li Xian's life may even be at stake. You must leave. I will take them to the hospital. Let it be as if we never came here. Fajia gritted her teeth and approached Li Xian, attempting to push him away. While this matter remains unspoken, she wanted Li Xian to lay low. She had investigated his background and knew that even if he caused a ruckus, it would not endanger his family. Once Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan recover, perhaps no one would pursue the matter further. Why are you still dawdling? Pack your things and leave now. Both of them have the backing of a title Douluo. Do you wish to throw your life away? As she spoke, beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. After all, it was she who had implicated Li Xian. Even if the Fei Duo family ultimately bore the brunt of the consequences, given her relationship with Du Guyan, it was highly unlikely anything would happen to her. But Li Xian was different. He had no backing, and a title Douluo could easily find 100 ways to eliminate him. I didn't expect you to be quite gentle, Fajia. Inside the villa, Li Xian scratched his head and smiled. He was genuinely touched by this young lady's concern. However, he shook his head decisively. Leave. I won't go anywhere. Those two instigated trouble. What's wrong with teaching them a lesson? I refuse to believe those titled Douluos would dare to act against me, a mere soul master. Fajia shook her head. If it were Du Gubo, Du Guyan's grandfather, it was indeed possible he would take such action. That poison Douluo is fickle and acts according to his whims. You have truly landed yourself in trouble. Oh. Li Xian nonchalantly stored the storage soul guide of Yu Tianheng and the others into his own soul guide, and added, then I will not leave. This is preposterous. There are many important people in Notting City for him. If he were to leave now, what would become of his friends? Of course, Li Xian understood that his actions were somewhat impulsive this time, but before utilizing the soul guide, he had not anticipated Yu Tianheng would be so fragile. Unable to withstand even a single steel ball sword, he had already been quite restrained in dealing with Du Guyan. If he had truly gone all out, those two would have long ceased to exist. Sigh, you are truly foolish. Your own life is the most important thing, and you fail to understand this. Hearing Fajia's words, Li Xian chuckled. Aren't you the same? If this matter escalates, it could implicate your family as well. Wouldn't you prefer to let me leave? Well, it's different. Fajia attempted to explain further, but Li Xian's strong hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, his face radiating an air of unwavering calm. I will not leave, and in fact, I have decided to accompany you back. This is my mess. I will face the consequences alone. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were injured by me, and if their families are not ashamed, let them come at me. I can bear it. Chapter 64, Dokai Li Xian. You. Fajia was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through her heart. At that moment, she realized that the brother she had always regarded as unrefined had an unexpectedly imposing presence. However, her astonishment quickly transformed into indignation. You are truly pretentious. No wonder Yinzi speaks of you like that. If a title Douluo seeks trouble with you, what do you have to counter it? You should listen to me and leave quickly. Faced with Fajia's insistence, Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. Forget about me for now. Let us get you Tianheng to the hospital, considering his current state. Oh right, it's all your fault for being too heavy-handed. Who would have thought the power of a soul guide could be so great? I thought that steel ball could only incapacitate a soul zone, not leave him severely injured. Indeed, it is a soul guide. Did you craft those? Absolutely, I made them myself. Is there a problem with that? Fajia's eyes flickered with intrigue. Soul guides demand a high level of talent, and she had not anticipated him to possess such skills. Actually, I came here to invite you to the noble winter outing. I brought you a special gift, fearing you would refuse. As she spoke, Fajia's finger traced over a pendant on her chest, retrieving a silver heart protector. Here. It's yours. I had intended to gift it to you. Is this a complete soul guide? Is it yours? Li Xian took the armor and immediately focused on the core formation within, instantly discerning its considerable value. Judging by the inscribed soul patterns, it surpassed any soul guiding device he possessed. Fajia softly remarked, "What my family has bestowed upon me is rightfully mine. This is a defensive soul guiding device, which my father chanced upon in some ancient ruins. The ancients referred to it as Dokai, of which there are a total of 12. Aside from the weapons, this heart-protecting iron is the only one that remains intact." Dokai. Li Xian nodded, his heart filled with astonishment. He discovered that this soul guiding device was unlike any he had previously studied. Its texture was unique, as if it had been forged through countless strikes, and its materials possessed an innate spirituality. "Thank you, I shall accept this item. Furthermore, I have decided to return with you." Li Xian, why are you so obstinate? No, I have my own plans. In fact, I have to express my gratitude to you for bringing this friend along. His response left Fajia perplexed and momentarily speechless. 3 days later, in the capital of Fasno province. After several days of recuperation, Donggu Yan's injuries had healed, and although Yu Tianheng was still wrapped in bandages, his internal wounds had also improved significantly. The physique of a soul master is inherently robust and has a powerful offensive soul reverent. Yu Tianheng would recover from these injuries with just a few more days of rest. At this moment, the atmosphere within the carriage occupied by the two was suffocating. As Li Xian returned to the provincial city with his entourage, both Yu Tianheng and Donggu Yan were acutely aware of the situation. Yu Tianheng seethed with anger, convinced that he had been duped by Li Xian, and vowed that if they were to cross paths again, he would ensure that the young boy would pay dearly. However, during his recovery, the carriage had already arrived in the provincial city, and he realized that engaging in a confrontation here would be disastrous. As news of his injury would spread, the heir of the illustrious blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family could not afford to lose to a mere 7-year-old child. If this incident were to be maliciously publicized, it would bring shame upon the family. "Ah Yin, I cannot take action in this matter. It is now up to you," he said. Donggu Yan nestled in Yu Tianheng's embrace, her expression darkening with indignation. "You need not worry. I will certainly not let him off the hook." As the group entered the provincial city, they quickly parted ways. Before their farewell, Fajia took the opportunity to seek out Donggu Yan, hoping to discuss Li Xian. However, she was met with a cold dismissal from Donggu Yan. In that moment, Fajia felt a mix of grievance and frustration. "What unfortunate friendships I have," she lamented. Leaping down from the carriage, Li Xian smirked mockingly at her. With a sigh, Fajia reflected, "Our bond was forged through our martial souls. And during our time at Rhine Academy, my relationship with Donggu Yan was quite harmonious. Yet, this year of advancement has evidently caused her to change. She has not changed. Rather, it is your lack of my companionship during your interactions with her that has obscured her true nature from you," Li Xian countered. Fajia shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "You should be more concerned about yourself. Yin has a sharp mind and will not let this rest easily." "Please, I have grown up in fear," he retorted dismissively. Li Xian stretched lazily as he spoke. After several days of relentless travel, fatigue had begun to take its toll. "Let us return. Last time you left in haste, and I could not properly host you." Following Li Xian, Fajia climbed into the carriage. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Xian had already found himself in trouble and needed to consult with his family to explore potential assistance. That evening, at Fajia's invitation, Li Xian hosted a dinner for several members of the Fido family. Naturally, it was a gathering primarily attended by the younger generation. Li Xian also encountered Fajia's father, a stern-looking middle-aged man. Upon learning about Li Xian's talent for soul-guiding devices, the man became intrigued and engaged in conversation for a while, but eventually departed when dinner commenced. This was hardly surprising, given the significant age difference. Fajia's father regarded Li Xian in much the same manner as he would a child. Among the younger generation of the Fido family, Fajia stood out the most, thus her voice carried the greatest weight during the gathering, which alleviated Li Xian's discomfort. There were no troublesome individuals seeking to provoke him. After the banquet, Fajia took Philin aside and left the restaurant with Li Xian. "Li Xian, my sister wishes to visit the night market, but I am concerned about her safety with others. Would you accompany her?" Fajia signaled to Philin, who shyly approached, her voice barely audible. "Is that all right, Li Xian? Shopping? I'm rather busy. Could you assist me in finding a place where I can observe blacksmithing? I wish to study that piece of armor." Li Xian's mind was consumed by that peculiar soul-guiding device. Over the past few days on the road, He had been engrossed in his research, and now his hands itched with impatience to dismantle the armor and explore its internal structure. Let Fei Luan take you. Our Fido family possesses numerous enterprises, and the iron shop is yours to choose from. I know where it is. Fei Luan stepped forward with excitement. The disdain she once held for Li Xian's identity had vanished from her face, replaced instead by a hint of trepidation and admiration for his strength. Very well then. Li Xian recognized that Fajia was determined to set his sister up with him. Naturally, a child of such tender age could hardly comprehend the intricacies involved. Taking her out for some amusement was of little consequence. A mere quarter of an hour later, in the bustling marketplace of the southern district of Fasno province, the banners of the Fido family adorned the various shops. To Li Xian's surprise, Phylan was remarkably straightforward, leading him directly to an ironworks without any detours. Li Xian was quite satisfied. He had long wished to study that soul-guiding device and did not want to waste any time. As a member of the Fido family, Fei Luan approached the owner of the blacksmith shop, who readily offered a workshop for Li Xian. Gazing at the blazing furnace, anticipation flickered in Li Xian's eyes as he turned to Fei Luan and said, "You may return. I wish to remain here for a while longer." Fei Luan hesitated, taking a few steps before turning back to Li Xian. "May I watch for a moment?" "As you wish." With a resounding clang, Li Xian retrieved the iron hammer, channeling all the soul power within him to strike the piece of heart-protecting armor. Chapter 65. The 100 Forgings. The following day, within the palace of the Fido family, Fajia's father, a tall middle-aged man with golden hair, sought out Fajia early in the morning. He gently knocked on the intricately carved wooden door of her opulent chamber. Still rubbing her eyes, Fajia opened the door. "Father, what brings you here?" "Regarding Li Xian," he replied. "After internal discussions within the family, we will mediate the matter concerning his offense to Du Guyan and Yu Tianhong. There is no need for you to worry. Is that true? How wonderful." Upon hearing this news just after waking, a joyful expression blossomed on Fajia's face. Li Xian is, in her heart, a truly commendable friend. Although somewhat eccentric, his character is undoubtedly impeccable. More importantly, Fajia believes that her close association with Li Xian is advantageous. His extraordinary talent is evident, and their acquaintance could benefit their family as well. Fajia cannot bear to see her family abandon Li Xian in his time of need. However, do not be overly optimistic. If Du Gubo, the grandfather of Du Guyan, seeks revenge on Li Xian, our family would be powerless to intervene. I understand. That poisoned Douluo has always acted according to his whims, and few can rein him in across the vast Douluo continent. As for the family, we can only strive to protect Li Xian. To take a step back, this situation arises partly due to her. One must be accountable for their actions. Fajia considers this her own affair. By the way, has Fei Luan returned? Fajia paused, turning her gaze towards the adjacent bedroom, her heart sinking. No, she has been out all night. Is she with that Li Xian? Fajia's father instinctively furrowed his brow, driven by a paternal instinct to protect his daughter. Although Fei Luan and Li Xian are merely children, the fact that she has not returned home at night weighs heavily on his mind. "Father, I will go find Fei Luan. You need not worry. Li Xian is not the kind of person you think he is." "Very well, please bring her back." Meanwhile, within the Fei Duo family market, the streets were lined with tightly shut shop doors. At this moment, the sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed from a blacksmith's forge. Inside, a fierce fire blazed, and above the furnace, a piece of metal, glowing a deep crimson, was being forged, shedding its impurities and emanating a unique brilliance. Is forging this difficult? Standing beside the forge was, of course, Li Xian, who had been hammering away at the iron throughout the night. At this moment, his right hand swung the hammer with diminishing strength. His body was nearing its limits. On the floor nearby, Fei Luan had curled up on a pile of straw meant for burning, resembling a small kitten as she slept. The sounds of the forge reverberated through the room. Yet Fei Luan, with her dark circles under her eyes, remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. Li Xian unleashed his martial soul, forcibly elevating his spirit. From the piece of iron known as the battle armor, he uncovered the secret to crafting soul-guiding devices from a unique metal. This material, distinct from rare metals, was a special substance forged through the relentless tempering of soul masters, achieving a remarkable hundredfold refinement. Within it lay a resonance of spiritual essence, capable of harmonizing with the soul master's soul power. Scattered on the ground beside the furnace were 4 or 5 discarded pieces of furnace iron. The piece of metal in Li Xian's hand is one that he has painstakingly forged, having finally mastered the rhythm of the craft. However, he still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching the state of 100 forges. Once the process of forging 100 metals commences, it cannot be halted. Li Xian gritted his teeth, determined to forge a unique metal that belonged solely to him through his own ingenuity. The rhythmic clinking echoed persistently within the iron workshop. Li Xian's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, plunging him into a state of near obsession. Meanwhile, Phylan, who lay on the ground, was gently pulled from his slumber, his martial soul instinctively awakening within him. A small, dark green serpent danced playfully in the palm of his hand, in harmony with Li Xian's martial aura. The little snake grew increasingly spirited, At one moment, Phelan's body began to levitate softly, the dark green martial soul merging with him, transforming Phelan into a beam of light that soared towards Li Xian, who was engrossed in his blacksmithing. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xian remained fixated on the increasingly radiant rare metal he was forging. I feel stronger. A refreshing aura suddenly surged within Li Xian, elevating his spirit to unprecedented heights. In his eyes, the furnace appeared to diminish in size, while his own physique seemed to expand considerably. Lost in the fervor of his forging, he paid little heed to this revelation. Yet, if one were to observe him from the side at that moment, they would witness his body swell to twice its size, with his skin adorned by dark green serpent-like patterns, and his once ebony hair transforming into an extraordinary shade of deep green. Clang! The iron hammer in his grasp struck down, producing effects that multiplied manifold. Li Xian felt a surge of joy within him. What was happening? Seizing this moment of energy, he devoted his entire focus to the forge before him, striking rhythmically. With each strike, the patterns on the surface of the metal became increasingly distinct. He was but a hair's breadth away from achieving the hundredfold forging. At that very moment, outside the window, Fajia bore witness to the entire scene. She observed her sister, Firen, seemingly merging with Li Xian, and her extensive knowledge led her to recognize this as a fusion of martial souls. The azure serpent of Firen and Li Xian's radiant martial soul had truly combined. Her heart raced with excitement. For Fajia, who had long desired for Li Xian to join the Firen family, this was an overwhelming delight. However, upon noticing the state of their fused martial souls, Fajia's brow furrowed slightly. She realized that neither of them seemed aware of the current transformation. Moreover, the fusion was led by Li Xian, and while she had anticipated this, witnessing her sister as merely the compatible partner left her feeling somewhat discontented. The fusion of martial souls also relied on a deep spiritual connection. The degree of understanding between the two would influence the nature of their collective consciousness. Since Firen had unconsciously fused her martial soul with Li Xian while asleep, it indicated that this fellow had inadvertently enabled Li Xian's success. It was likely that Firen would awaken without knowledge of this occurrence, and in future battles, her sense of participation would be nearly non-existent. Fajia had hoped that the martial soul fusion would deepen the emotional bond between Firen and Li Xian, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Speaking of which, what was Li Xian doing? Was it merely a piece of iron? Was it necessary to strike it so many times? Fajia shifted her thoughts, focusing on the crimson metal before Li Xian. The surface shimmered with a pure white glow, revealing intricate patterns formed within the metal. Was that a hundredfold forging? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she gasped in astonishment. Accompanied by a piercing, high-frequency sound from the collision of the forging hammer and the red-hot metal, the forge erupted. The shaped metal floated in the air, enveloping Li Xian and shielding him from the overwhelming force of the spirit's formation. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall figure of deep green slowly separated in midair, and Firen emerged from within him. Blinking in confusion, she floated down to the ground, casting a puzzled glance beside her. In midair, the surface of the crimson metal shimmered with patterns formed by the hundredfold forging, and an unusual metallic resonance reverberated throughout the forge. It was as if life had been birthed, emitting its first cry, instinctively drawing a connection to Li Xian before it. Firen! Fajia suddenly burst through the door and rushed inside. She approached her sister with concern, gently touching her forehead, fearing that the unconscious fusion of martial souls might lead to unforeseen complications. After a thorough examination, she quickly felt reassured. Firen showed no signs of distress, and she had even forgotten about the martial soul fusion. Reflecting on this, Fajia helped her sister to her feet, her gaze wide with astonishment as she looked at Li Xian. Is this the hundredfold forging? Where did you learn this, Li Xian, to be able to craft such metal? Hundredfold forging? You are aware of it. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. The metallic secrets he had labored to comprehend for an extended period were, astonishingly, articulated by Fajia. In an instant, myriad possibilities flooded his mind as he fixed his gaze, shimmering with intrigue, upon Fajia. Indeed, our lineage possesses records regarding the ancient crafting of Dokai. However, the documentation concerning the forging process is significantly incomplete. The elders within our family who have delved into this subject have merely gleaned names from texts, lacking any understanding of how these metals are produced. Li Xian nodded. May I examine your family's research on Dokai? If you wish to know, I shall procure it for you. After all, it is not a secret. However, you have truly astonished me. Fajia took a deep breath. Firstly, the creation of Dokai necessitates that a soul master possesses the innate talent of a soul engineer. The mere act of engraving soul patterns has confounded countless individuals. Moreover, given that the profession of soul engineers is nearly extinct, the production of soul guiding devices has become utterly impossible, let alone the additional requirement of forging specialized metals for Dokai. It demands that soul masters meticulously inscribe core formations on these unique metals in accordance with specific methodologies, which imposes exceedingly high demands on one's soul power and mental acuity, to say nothing of other criteria. One of the prerequisites for Bai Duan is that the soul power must reach the 5th ring. Li Xian is merely a grand soul master. His ability to forge the extraordinary 100-tempered metal would undoubtedly astonish Fajia. Let us return at once. With the self-cooling 100-tempered metal in hand, Li Xian could hardly contain his eagerness. He had stumbled upon an entirely new path. Through the crafting of the 100-tempered metal, he seemed to grasp the underlying reason for his perpetual stagnation in the art of soul pattern engraving. By the way, Li Xian, did you not notice anything peculiar between you and Philin just now? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering what it could signify. Your sister expressed a desire to learn the art of blacksmithing, but ultimately retreated to slumber. I assure you, I did not disturb her. Upon hearing this, Fei Luan's complexion flushed, as she remarked that the intention to learn blacksmithing was merely a fade, a ruse to spend more time in Li Xian's company. However, Li Xian was so engrossed in his craft that he toiled tirelessly until the midnight hour, leaving her unable to endure any longer, and thus she succumbed to sleep. Fajia, with a somber gaze, scrutinized Fei Luan's expression, letting out a silent sigh. Had they both truly failed to notice? A while later, after 2 hours of adjustment, Li Xian's energy returned to its normal state. In the reception room of the Fido family, he gazed at the combat gear data of the Fido lineage and the notes he had meticulously organized, feeling a tinge of astonishment. It turned out that as early as ancient times, soul masters had engaged in unimaginable developments of soul-guiding devices, though the reasons for the subsequent cessation of this path remained shrouded in mystery. Now, through the research of the Firen family, Li Xian had elucidated the 4 great realms of soul instructors: hundred forging, spirit forging, soul forging, and heaven forging. The forging mentioned naturally pertains to the metallurgy involved in the creation of soul-guiding devices. Thus, forging and the crafting of soul-guiding apparatuses are inherently intertwined. Li Xian, utilizing rare metals and the crystal cores of soul beasts to engrave core array patterns, could only be deemed an amateur, barely scratching the surface. Hundred forging signifies the advancement of soul-guiding devices, with thousand forging being the threshold to achieve the first great realm, wherein a thousand forging soul instructor can simultaneously engrave 999 soul patterns. This remains the elusive step Li Xian has yet to conquer. Soul-guiding devices are categorized in numerous ways, with Dokai recognized as a unique combat apparatus known as humanoid soul-guiding equipment. Depending on the nature of the forging, it is divided into 14 classifications. Dokai necessitates the threshold of hundred forging, and the metals of hundred forging possess inherent spiritual qualities and a certain degree of soul power. This implies that the creation of a fully hundred-forged Dokai, upon attaining the first classification, would elevate the soul power of the soul master donning such an apparatus. Should the Dokai be entirely self-forged, it would bestow a terrifying enhancement of 20 levels of strength. Li Xian had never anticipated that ancient people had developed soul-guiding devices to such an advanced stage, leaving behind numerous references for future generations. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the extinction of the Dokai soul masters, the path that only he could tread lay before him, and he had come to regard the crafting of Dokai as an essential pursuit for his upcoming training. Previously, he had approached soul-guiding devices with a mere playful attitude. Now, the significance of the humanoid soul-guiding device in his heart far surpassed that of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Becoming a one-character Dokai master had become one of Li Xian's 2 primary objectives. The fact that I possess the ability to forge 100 times signifies that my soul master level has surpassed the threshold, enabling me to inscribe over 100 soul patterns simultaneously. The next step is to utilize the metal I have forged to create the Dokai. The challenge of crafting soul-guiding devices lies in the initial threshold, but fortunately, Li Xian possessed a natural talent in this area. The difficulty of producing Dokai primarily rests in the forging of the metal. In this regard, Li Xian had already attained proficiency. He merely needed to inscribe the core formation of Dokai, as summarized by the Fei Luan family, into the rare metal, allowing him to mold various parts and create his one-character Dokai. It can be said that he had already surmounted the 2 most challenging steps. Now, it was simply a matter of dedicating time to the crafting process. Half of the winter vacation had already passed. Li Xian was aflame with determination. He had a mere fortnight remaining. The creation of the soul guide was swift, requiring only half a day to forge the first segment of the Dokai. The true challenge lay in the 100 forgings. Utilizing the ironworks of the Fido family, he was prepared to exert every effort. However, there lingered a perplexing question in Li Xian's mind. At merely level 27, how could he possibly forge the 100 forgings? A feat attainable only by a soul king? Simultaneously, in a chamber of deliberation within the Fido family, after relaying her observations to her father, Fajia's countenance was still marked by astonishment. At that moment, upon hearing of her soul fusion with Li Xian, Philin was equally incredulous, for she had no recollection of such an event. Fajia, is what you say truly the case? I witnessed it with my own eyes, father. Extraordinary. My daughter and that boy possess the ability to fuse their souls. This is utterly astonishing. Philin scratched her head. Sister, why did I feel nothing at all? Fajia, with a resigned shake of her head, replied, who knows? Perhaps the majority of the traits of the soul fusion stem from Li Xian, resulting in you, dear sister, being merely a compliment. Fajia's father, however, perceived no issue. As long as there was soul fusion, their consciousnesses would inevitably intertwine sooner or later. At that point, it would be challenging to prevent the deepening of their bond. By the way, Fajia, you mentioned that Li Xian has completed the 100 forgings for the Dokai, correct? Indeed, due to Filan's influence, he managed to achieve the 100 forgings after their soul fusion, leveraging the sudden surge of soul power. Upon hearing this, Fajia's father's eyes sparkled with interest. Excellent. If that is the case, the friendship between Li Xian and Filan becomes a matter of significance. Filan, perplexed, listened without comprehension. While Fajia understood the implications all too well, Li Xian's current soul power is insufficient for him to continue the 100 forgings. To forge the special metal, he requires the cooperation of his sister, Fei Luan. The two are inseparable, spending their days together. Even the act of blacksmithing can deepen their bond. Fei Luan. During this period, stay closely by Li Xian's side. When he needs you, assist him in the fusion of martial souls. You must understand that Li Xian is an exceptionally unique child, and his future achievements are boundless. Being close to him will be immensely beneficial for you. I understand, father. Fei Luan exclaimed, her large eyes wide with determination as she nodded earnestly. In truth, she comprehended that being a partner in martial soul fusion is a lifelong dream for many. With such an opportunity before her, how could she let it slip away? Chapter 67. A word as light 6 days later, within the iron workshop managed by the Fei Duo family. Li Xian extended his slightly trembling palm, gazing intently at the crimson metal suspended before him. The final batch of forged materials was complete. All the components necessary for the armor, save for the weapon, had been skillfully crafted. The next step was to transform these materials into a soul-guiding device. Thus, the battle armor would come to fruition. With this thought, Li Xian's excited gaze instinctively shifted towards Fido, who sat beside him, swinging her feet playfully. His gratitude for her assistance was immeasurable. Who would have imagined that? Apart from Yushi, there would be a second soul master capable of achieving a fusion of martial souls with him? The forging of battle armor, even at the most elementary level, required the fulfillment of the 5-ring condition. He relied on the fusion with Fido's martial soul to briefly attain a power level nearing the 5th ring. Were it not for this, Li Xian's forging would not proceed so smoothly. Li Xian, this is the last piece of material, isn't it? Fido gazed at the floating crimson metal, its surface adorned with exquisite fish patterns. Upon closer inspection, he could sense the faint spiritual energy contained within the metal. Thank you, Filan. Once I have completed the forging of Dokai, I will craft a soul-guiding device for you using the 100 forging materials. Really? Filan's expression brightened at the news. Soul-guiding devices are quite rare, and the prospect of receiving a weapon comparable to Dokai left her feeling quite exhilarated. I am grateful for your assistance these past few days. It is the least I can do. If a soul-guiding device were to be crafted from 100 forging materials, Li Xian meticulously calculated that the enhancement in soul power brought by such a weapon would amount to at least 2 levels. For a soul master, a difference of 2 levels is quite significant. It could be considered a reward for Fei Luan. Li Xian, after you finish crafting Dokai, what will you do next? Will you just return? Well, after the winter break concludes, I will certainly return to the Junior Soul Academy in Notting City. Dean Su and Yushi are all waiting for my return. Fei Luan felt a tinge of reluctance. Can you take me along? She had spent these days with Li Xian, and her soul power had advanced remarkably. By merging her martial soul with Li Xian, who was at level 27, she had elevated her soul power by 2 levels in just 7 days. This kind of progress made her loath to part ways with Li Xian. How can I return with you while I'm at Rhine Academy? Li Xian smiled slightly, which could be interpreted as a polite refusal. Although he and Fei Luan were capable of performing a martial soul fusion, the resultant power was predominantly under his control, bearing little relevance to Fei Luan. Li Xian understood that the degree of this fusion was far from perfect, significantly inferior to the power he attained through the fusion with Yueshi's martial spirit. Furthermore, he had no intention of joining the Fei Duo family. Agreeing to this girl would be akin to ensnaring himself. I implore you to assist me in transferring schools and to accompany me, Fei Luan said, her gaze earnest, almost pleading. Li displayed a faint smile, finding it difficult to decline. We'll discuss it later, he said. You agree, don't you? Transferring schools is your decision, after all. I understand. So, do you still need me? It's entirely up to you. Feel free to come and go as you please. Crafting soul-guiding devices is quite taxing on my spiritual energy as well. Li Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, intending to take a brief respite before promptly commencing the crafting of Dokai. The 11 components of the soul-guiding device correspond to 11 distinct core formations. Achieving this is by no means a trivial endeavor. With less than 2 weeks remaining in the winter break, time is of the essence. I understand. And I shall return soon. With merely the fusion of martial spirits, her soul power is soaring. Such a fortunate occurrence is not one to be overlooked by Fei Luan. Li Xian did not insist on Fei Luan's assistance. If she were willing to continue aiding him, the crafting of Dokai would proceed at a swifter pace. If not, he would merely expend a bit more time. Following the new year, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Li Xian had scarcely left the forge. At this moment within the forge, Li Xian, having undergone the fusion of martial souls, had grown to an extraordinary height of 2. 5 meters, his muscles bulging impressively, and his hair transformed into a deep shade of emerald green. His eyes resembled fathomless abysses, exuding an eerie chill. Grasping a tool engraved with soul patterns, Li Xian was finalizing the last component of his Dokai. The sound of the refined metal resonated like a clear bell for sentient metal. Achieving its form was akin to being bestowed with life. The creation of a humanoid soul tool resembled the act of creation itself, far surpassing the fabrication of ordinary weapons. Over these days, Li Xian had successfully completed the 10 components of his Dokai, leaving only the helm remaining, which was simultaneously the most crucial part. It is worth noting that the core formation could not be inscribed onto the refined metal with absolute certainty. Li Xian was still contemplating how to conserve materials to create a battle armor for Yueshi, yet the unexpectedly high consumption compelled him to abandon this notion. Once successfully crafted, the battle armor could be infused with his own soul power and mental strength. With the enhancement of the 100 forged metals, it could ultimately achieve a 4-character grade. However, it is evident that a 4-character battle armor forged from 100 metals would pale in comparison to those crafted from soul forging or heavenly forging techniques. Li Xian aspires to forge a suit of battle armor of such caliber, necessitating further dedication to both metallurgy and soul power. The heavenly forged battle armor demands the soul power of a title Douluo for its creation. In essence, the higher the quality of the forged metal, the more formidable the battle armor becomes. Even the most rudimentary 100 forged battle armor can be nurtured to attain a 4-character grade through the warmth of the body. Each character upgrade corresponds to a 20-level increase, while a 4-character enhancement can elevate one's level by 50. In ancient times, battle armor was an extension of a soul master's prowess for a soul king. Nurturing one's armor to the 4-character grade equated to possessing the strength of a title Douluo. However, the journey of upgrading battle armor is exceedingly protracted, demanding the soul master's lifelong dedication. Ascending to the 4-character grade is no simple feat. Li Xian bestowed upon his battle armor the name Light. The armor was almost complete, lacking only one component, and the materials at hand were dwindling. At this moment, Li Xian approached the molding process with utmost seriousness. He summoned Fei Luan to assist him, determined to achieve success in one attempt. Another failure would mean an additional 2 days of waiting. Fortunately, the final molding proceeded smoothly. With a surge of soul power emanating from within the helmet of the battle armor, the last piece was finally forged. At that moment, he retrieved the other 10 components from the soul guide device, creating a complete humanoid soul guide apparatus that floated before him. Its surface shimmered with a radiant energy, a pure silver hue, exuding a sense of weightiness. The soul guide device crafted by his hands naturally bore the characteristics of his soul power. The battle armor could not be absorbed into his body. Instead, it had to be summoned through the soul guide device when needed. Upon releasing the fusion of his martial soul, Fei Luan transformed into a beam of light, separating from within him. Instantly, Li Xian summoned the 11 components and donned them upon himself. The synergy between his inner soul power and the battle armor was impeccable, and he immediately felt a tremendous surge of energy. His soul power had surged by 20 levels. It was utterly astonishing, even when considering the entirety of the Douluo Continent. This battle armor was truly one of a kind. The uniqueness of the battle armor sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Chapter 68. Don't waste it. Li Xian currently possesses nearly level 28 soul power and dons the armor of light. His total soul power has approached the caliber of a soul king, apart from lacking soul rings. The might of the soul abilities he can unleash far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. Li Xian suddenly contemplated this pivotal question. Could the extinction of soul mentors be related to soul rings? It is essential to note that in order to achieve the requirement of a fully forged body, one must possess at least the strength of 5 rings. Furthermore, to ascend to the rank of a soul king, one's innate talent must be exceptional, surpassing that of over 70% of ordinary soul masters. Even if a soul king dedicates themselves to the study of soul guiding devices, nurturing Dokai to the 4th tier level, they would still fall short against the title Douluo. Under such circumstances, the extinction of soul mentors becomes less surprising. As for the higher realms of soul forging and heavenly forging Dokai, these are likely mere conjectures from predecessors. In reality, no one has ever accomplished them. After all, the evolution of soul masters, from their primitive beginnings to the present era, spans no more than a millennium. The current conditions for cultivation render it exceedingly difficult to attain the rank of title Douluo, which title Douluo would squander their time on soul guiding devices, delving into paths untraveled by their forebears. When the time is right, all forces of nature conspire. When destiny beckons, heroes cannot act freely. This principle encapsulates the situation. Soul mentors have been punished by the will of the heavens. The resources available today are insufficient to foster the emergence of a being who simultaneously possesses the prowess of a title Douluo and the mastery of a heavenly forging 4th tier Dokai. Li Xian reflected upon the arduous journey that lay ahead, recognizing the challenges he would undoubtedly face. However, he possessed a unique talent, granting him at least a glimmer of hope. This was the essence of Dokai. Did you sense any discernible difference? Firen rose from the ground, rubbing his eyes as he beheld Li Xian adorned in gleaming silver armor. His attire bore a striking resemblance to that of a knight. Yet, this armor was crafted from soul-guiding devices, imbued with the extraordinary ability to concentrate soul power, with a slight enhancement in soul power and some remaining refined metal. I promise to forge a weapon for you. Have you contemplated what you desire? Li Xian reclaimed the armor of light. Although wearing the Dokai does not deplete soul power, its constant presence on the body can hinder movement. Should the Dokai become damaged, it can be restored through the nurturing essence of one's blood, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the refined metal. Thus, it is most advantageous for a soul master to forge their own Dokai, if crafted by an outsider. The differing attributes may adversely affect the enhancements provided by the Dokai. Feiluan naturally recalled Li Xian's promise to her. She had specifically inquired with Fajia, who indicated that there was nothing improper about the request for a reward. Having already contemplated her weapon, she promptly articulated her desire for a short sword of considerable length, preferably lightweight. Understood. Li Xian intended to take a brief respite before assisting Feiluan in the crafting of a soul guidance device. Through the assortment of components provided by Matthew, he had acquired a profound understanding of various core magical formations. With the enhancement of his forging skills, he was now capable of effortlessly creating a selection of common soul guidance devices. The winter break was nearing its conclusion, with only 3 days remaining before his return. Suddenly recalling something, Feiluan inquired, "You will be going back soon, right?" "Indeed," Li Xian replied softly, his eyes closed in contemplation. As he calculated the time, he realized that Yueshi would also be returning shortly. Li Xian could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly urged the young lady to test the spirit power, eager to discover the strength that could be unleashed through the fusion of the light armor and her spirit energy. Feiluan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure and silently seated herself to the side. Noticing her sorrowful gaze, Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" he inquired. "It's nothing," Feiluan replied, her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. Clenching his fist in curiosity, Li Xian asked, "Feiluan, what level are you currently at?" 17, Feiluan responded honestly. So fast. Li Xian still recalls that before the winter break, Feiluan's soul power was merely at level 13. During this period, assisting her in the forging of the 100 refinements and the creation of Dokai unexpectedly contributed to her advancement. In just half a month, she remarkably ascended by 4 levels, did she not? Li Xian inquired further. Well, mentioning this made Feiluan feel somewhat embarrassed. After some questioning, she realized that her condition was a result of the reciprocation from the fusion of martial souls. In essence, the fusion with Li Xian would cause her soul power to surge dramatically within her body, elevating her abilities without the need for training. The fusion of martial souls equated to the amalgamation of soul power. The exquisite soul energy flowing through Li Xian's being expanded her meridians invisibly and left an enduring presence within her. Li Xian did not feel that Feiluan had taken advantage of him. Thanks to her assistance, the crafting of the armor of light proceeded remarkably smoothly. At this moment, an unexpected thought struck Li Xian. Given that Feiluan's soul power had increased so rapidly during their training, he wondered if bringing her into the mental space for concentrated training could potentially propel them both to level 30 in one go. This perilous notion was not one he would typically entertain. After all, should he encounter a bottleneck during the concentrated process, he would be trapped in the realm of the mind for a millennium. However, by involving Feiluan in their training, he could designate her as the focus of their concentration. As long as Feiluan reached level 20, her soul power training would inevitably halt, thus ceasing the concentration. Having advanced 3 levels in just half a month, it would certainly not be exceedingly difficult for her to achieve level 20 with his assistance. Li Xian's soul power has now approached level 28, and alongside Feiluan, he is determined to reach level 29, with a fiery resolve igniting within him. He couldn't help but cast a passionate gaze upon Feiluan. "Feiluan, do you wish to engage in dual cultivation?" Li Xian's inquiry was remarkably straightforward. The sudden invitation caught Feiluan off guard. Together in cultivation? Is it truly so? She had long hoped that Li Xian would take her along in this endeavor. The dual cultivation of their martial souls would exponentially enhance their training speed, a prospect Feiluan had yearned to explore. However, Li Xian had devoted all his energy to Dokai, and she had hesitated to bring it up. Now, with Li Xian's unexpected question, Feiluan nodded vigorously as if pounding garlic. "Yes, then come closer." With an innocuous smile, Li Xian beckoned her to approach his side. This marked the first time he would guide someone in adjusting their training schedule. How long would it take to reach level 20? One could only hope not to disappoint him. Any unforeseen incidents could pose danger to both. Nevertheless, the likelihood of stagnation in cultivation was minimal. As a direct descendant of the Fei Duo family, Feiluan possessed a certain degree of talent. With her cheeks flushed, she sat beside Li Xian, propping herself up with her hands to draw a bit nearer. Although she was acquainted with many noble youths, this was her first experience of close proximity with the opposite sex, leading her to feel a tinge of shyness. What transpires next must remain between us, understood? Feiluan's eyes widened in surprise. Was it not meant to be a shared cultivation session? Did Li Xian intend to act forcefully towards her? With such thoughts racing through her mind, her heart began to race even faster. and she found herself surprisingly unresistant, her breath quickening. Li Xian extended his hands and grasped Fei Luan's wrists in a reverse hold. The soul power within him naturally flowed into her body. As their soul energies intertwined, the Xiantian technique commenced, and their minds gradually found tranquility. Fei Luan's anticipation abruptly ceased, and she found herself transported to a realm of golden hues. In the ocean of consciousness, Li Xian returned to this place, which differed greatly from the world he shared with Yuxi. The golden sea's expanse was significantly diminished. Fei Luan's awareness became enraptured, swiftly leading her to a state of forgetfulness. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Xian directly employed his extraordinary abilities, selecting Fei Luan as his target, and commenced the alteration of his cultivation time. Chapter 69. Soul Master Fei Luan's consciousness sank, as if an intangible entity was drifting through the void. At a certain moment, she felt a stirring within, and her awareness abruptly awakened. As her eyes fluttered open, strands of profound wisdom flowed before her, reminiscent of the past 6 months. Taking a gentle breath, Fei Luan incredulously sensed the abundant soul force surging within her. What on earth had transpired? Her memories lingered just moments ago. Yet the experiences her soul had undergone and the explosive increase of her soul power felt like they belonged to a distant past. What was happening? Just as Fei Luan attempted to rise, her head collided with Li Xian's chin. She looked up, realizing she had unknowingly nestled into someone else's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly stood up. The warmth lingering on her back sent shivers down her spine. It turned out that the fusion of soul power required such intimacy. She suddenly comprehended what her father had meant about deepening emotional bonds. On the other side, as Fei Luan's soul power faced an obstacle due to its elevation, Li Xian also awakened within the realm of altered time. Taking a deep breath, his gaze gradually blinked open. Having undergone the second alteration of his cultivation, he was already accustomed to the dizziness stemming from his soul. Raising his head, he beheld the blushing Fei Luan before him, and, without much thought, immediately sensed the soul power coursing through his being. Level 30. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Initially, he had anticipated that after updating his cultivation progress with Fei Luan, he would at most advance by 2 levels. Yet, to his astonishment, he had ascended 3 levels. An unexpected delight. Perhaps this was related to the mastery of soul power integration. He mused internally, providing himself with an answer. In any case, reaching level 30 in soul power was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. This also signified that he would be able to acquire another soul ring. Li Xian gazed inwardly at the system of his spirit, and upon ascending to the rank of Soul Master, the duration of his soul rings was extended to an impressive 5,000 years. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly adjusted the duration for his first 2 soul rings. Subsequently, he selected the left soul bone of the Golden Sand Wolf King and applied the same extension. His overall strength surged significantly, noticing the joy radiating from Li Xian's countenance. Fei Luan was taken aback, yet simultaneously filled with a sense of bewilderment. Even though the cultivation speed of those fused with their martial souls had increased, it could hardly be exaggerated to such an extent. It is worth noting that prior to the winter break, she had only reached level 13. And in less than 2 months, she had ascended by 7 levels. Even her sister, Fajia, had only just approached level 25. The 6-year gap between them was evidently vast. Fei Luan's heart raced. Could this be related to Li Xian's exceptional talent? Or perhaps it was a result of the soul power she received through their dual cultivation. Suddenly, she recalled Yuxi, who had been closely following Li Xian and obeying his every command. This led her to the conclusion that Yuxi's rapid advancement was also a consequence of being in Li Xian's presence. With this realization, Fei Luan's fist clenched tightly. Turning pale from the exertion, she had resolved to follow Li Xian. I promise to assist you in crafting the soul guide device. Let us commence forthwith. Although the two had spent half a year in the realm of consciousness, their memories remained anchored in the fleeting moments prior. Upon reaching level 30, Li Xian felt an abundance of soul power coursing through him, invigorating him with seemingly boundless energy. The fatigue accumulated over recent days dissipated within the realm of consciousness. He retrieved the unspent 100 refinements metal stored within the soul guide device and reignited the furnace, commencing the crafting of the soul guide for Fei Luan. Thank you, Li Xian, Fei Luan expressed sincerely, standing beside him. With a gentle smile, Li Xian remained silent. Despite the soul power fusion being led by him, Fei Luan sensed something amiss. Of course, the ability to extend the duration of soul rings seemed fantastical to her as an indigenous soul master. She could hardly fathom such a concept, perhaps thinking she was at a disadvantage, feeling somewhat guilty. For Li Xian, this extension was akin to a win-win scenario. Through Fei Luan's adjustment of training time, he also bore a portion of the risk. The outcome was beneficial for both, with no one exploiting the other. Half a day later, a silver short sword with a curved hilt was placed into Fei Luan's hands. Known as the human-shaped soul guide, this short sword, crafted from 100 refinements materials, held similar properties. When activated in combat, the soul guide could enhance her soul power by 2 levels. Li Xian crafted 11 Dokai components for himself, yet he refrained from forging any weapons, as he believed they were unnecessary. The following day, Fei Luan, who remained by his side, assisted Li Xian in solidifying his cultivation. The two engaged in training through the fusion of their soul energies, making physical contact inevitable. As the sun rose, Fei Luan languidly nestled in Li Xian's embrace, reluctant to release her hold. She appeared to revel in the pace of their cultivation. Li Xian awakened from his cultivation, realizing that he had not practiced the purple extreme demon eyes for some time. He promptly rose to his feet, accompanied by the pendant of Filin that hung around his neck. Awaken, for dawn has arrived. Li Xian called out in exasperation to the pendant in his arms. Filin, resembling a playful kitten, stretched languidly before leaping down. Although she stood out among her peers, she was still considerably shorter than Li Xian. Are you going back? Filin inquired suddenly, adjusting her silvery hair. Li Xian furrowed his brows in contemplation. Since he had reached level 30, it would be prudent to acquire a soul ring before returning. You must be level 20 now, Fei Luan. Indeed. Fei Luan nodded enthusiastically, her spirits soaring. Thanks to Li Xian's presence, she could already envision the astonished expressions of her father and sister upon hearing this news. Before we depart, let me assist you in obtaining a soul ring. It coincidentally aligns with my own advancement to level 30. What? Fei Luan gasped in disbelief. Li Xian has reached level 30? How astonishing. Considering that he has just celebrated his 7th birthday, he has already attained the status of a soul master. I must return and share this news with my father and the others. Go ahead, whether it is him or Fei Luan. The rapid increase in soul power is indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, this remarkable development has occurred during his time residing with the Fei Duo family. Fei Luan's father will likely be taken aback by this revelation. Understanding Fei Luan's perspective, Li Xian patiently awaited the outcome. After some time, the Fei Duo family's escort team, led by Fajia, arrived at the blacksmith shop. Upon entering, Fajia fixed her incredulous gaze upon Li Xian, exclaiming, I hear you have reached level 30. You truly are a prodigy. Her expression conveyed sheer disbelief, and it is indeed thanks to Fei Luan. Li Xian smiled slightly, fully aware of the advantages of mutual support. Hiki, with our family assisting in the hunting of soul beasts, you should join us, Li Xian. This time, my uncle, Leon, is leading the team. As she spoke, Fajia stepped aside, revealing a handsome middle-aged man emerging from the crowd. The elder, named Fido Leon, possessed an impressive demeanor, marked by a scar across his face and adorned with a long sword. Greetings, Li Xian, Leon said, extending his hand with a smile. His humble demeanor increased Li Xian's regard for him slightly. Thank you, uncle. Chapter 70. The Setting Sun Forest. Fido Leon is a level 59 Soul King specializing in powerful offensive techniques. Li Xian was aware of the existence of a soul sage within the Fido family. However, assisting a soul Douluo in hunting soul beasts seemed rather exaggerated in terms of combat prowess. Conversely, Leon, as a soul king nearing level 60, reflected the Fido family's significant regard for him. Upon hearing that he was also the uncle of Fajia, Li Xian felt even more reassured due to this familial connection. 2 days later, in the Sunset Forest, as the largest gathering place for soul beasts within the Heavendo Empire, the expanse of the Sunset Forest was even more vast than that of the Stardo Forest. The journey from the Fasnuo province to this location was expeditious. The party consisted of Fajia, for guards from the Fido family, along with Li Xian, Firen, and Leon. As an elder sister, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy at the thought of being surpassed by my younger sister, especially for those who possess a partner with soul power. With Leon leading the way, the group traversed the Sunset Forest without a sense of tension. Fajia, seemingly in jest, issued a playful taunt from the side. Enough already. Li Xian discerned the intentions of the young lady, how desperately she wished to ensnare Fei Luan. During this period, Fei Luan had assisted him in crafting Dokai, and in return, he granted Fei Luan a significant enhancement of 7 levels in soul power. In Li Xian's perspective, he owed the Fei family nothing. As the subject of jest, Fei Luan not only felt no embarrassment but rather found joy in the situation. His sister, Fajia, stood as the most formidable heir among the younger generation of their family. To catch up to her had been Fei Luan's aspiration since childhood. At last, the shadow he had relentlessly pursued had come into focus. Fei Luan, do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Your rapid advancement is solely due to Li Xian's assistance. Do you comprehend your responsibilities? Fajia whispered mysteriously a few words. Fei Luan was momentarily taken aback but then fervently nodded. To accompany Li Xian, she could hardly contain her eagerness to do so. What mischief are you concocting now? First, let us assist Fei Luan in hunting soul beasts. Have you selected your targets? Li Xian summoned the power of the Xiantian technique, and the conversation between the two resonated clearly in his ears. A wave of speechlessness washed over him. Compared to Fei Luan, Yushi exhibited a greater affinity with his martial soul. If given the choice, Li Xian would undoubtedly prefer to have Yushi by his side. Fei Luan was advancing far too swiftly. Thus, we intended to assist her in hunting a soul beast of approximately 500 years. With the swift and agile spectral Huya as the primary target, and the wind-chasing scarlet spider as a suitable alternative. Speaking of which, do you have any goals in mind? My uncle possesses extensive knowledge and could assist you in your search. As for me, Li Xian clasped his hands behind his back, still contemplating his thoughts. The maximum age of soul rings that the Soul Lord could absorb was 4,000 years. Soul beasts within this age range already possessed formidable strength, and Li Xian was well aware that he was a control-type soul master. Thus, he aimed to choose his targets with meticulous precision, preferably selecting rare soul beasts, such as the dark golden terrorclaw bear, a creature born to reign. Ideally, it would be splendid if he could discover Douluo's medicinal field within the Sunset Forest. This area was abundant with ferocious soul beasts and exquisite celestial herbs. For his third soul ring, Li Xian sought something akin to the Qingshu Xianwei vine. Hence, it was time to test his luck. The Sunset Forest was vast. From Fajia's perspective, with Uncle Leon accompanying them, they could linger in the forest for at least a week. For soul masters who typically resided in human cities, this was a rare opportunity for cultivation. The practical combat experience gained from battling against soul beasts was undoubtedly more rapid than that acquired through dueling with fellow soul masters. Fajia was on the cusp of reaching level 25 and wished to seize this chance to strive for advancement. Strangely, a fog began to envelop the area. Suddenly, Leon, who was trailing behind the group to protect them, murmured to himself. They had chosen to enter the forest during daylight, and under normal circumstances, fog should not have formed. This peculiar phenomenon filled him with unease. Let us remain on the periphery for now and refrain from venturing deeper, Leon suggested. Upon hearing his voice, several members of the team exchanged glances. Philin appeared somewhat disheartened, as the soul beasts in the outer areas were far too weak. You only need to hunt a soul beast of around 500 years. The periphery will suffice. Fajia chided her younger sister gently, recognizing that aiming too high was not prudent. Her soul power had been growing at an alarming rate, leaving her realm somewhat unstable. Fajia deemed even a 500-year soul ring to be quite perilous. We shall wait until the fog disperses, Leon declared solemnly, his expression grave, leaving no room for dissent within the team. Now that they had left the safety of human cities and entered the perilous wilderness teeming with soul beasts, danger lurked at every turn. Naturally, responsible Leon would not take unnecessary risks. With this thought, Leon unleashed his martial spirit, a massive red python coiling around his silhouette. The profound cultivation of a soul king enveloped the forest as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings floated around Leon, forming the optimal combination. Uncle Leon is on the verge of becoming a soul emperor, isn't he? Li Xian sensed that the aura emanating from him was far more terrifying than that of Soul King Xiaofeng. Fajia nodded, explaining that her uncle possessed a mutated python martial spirit, and the clan leader had predicted that he would eventually attain the rank of Soul Saint. Remarkable indeed. The fact that it was a mutated martial spirit, cultivated to such an extent by Leon, revealed boundless potential. As the aura of the Soul King spread, a profound silence enveloped the surrounding forest, for powerful soul beasts instinctively fled at the first sign of danger. Half a day later, Li Xian and his companions encountered a century-old spectral hunting beast on the outskirts of the Twilight Forest. This creature, resembling a leopard yet possessing the head of a Qilin, fled deep into the woods in a panic. Observing this, the group promptly pursued it. The members of the Fajia family were all adept in agility-based spirit techniques. Although Leon had awakened a mutated martial soul, his spirit power remained formidable, enabling him to move with remarkable swiftness. After a quarter of an hour of relentless pursuit, they exhausted the beast's stamina. With a resounding crash, Leon unleashed his 5th spirit skill, summoning a massive python that descended from the void, binding the wounded spirit beast to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xian swiftly followed suit, utilizing his mastery over earth to impede the speed of the spectral hunter, while unleashing 4 or 5 strands of curled tail grass, thereby utterly obliterating the possibility of the soul beast escape. The very first encounter upon entering the forest was with the target soul beast. Without a second thought, Fei Luan charged forward and brought an end to the 600-year-old spectral hunter. As the soul beast perished, a resplendent yellow soul ring emerged. As Leon sensed the aura of the soul ring, his brow furrowed in concern. Is it wise, Fei Luan? He harbored some apprehensions regarding his niece. Upon hearing that this descendant of the family had reached level 20 at the tender age of 7, his immediate thought gravitated towards the potential issues with foundational stability. Sometimes, an excessively rapid increase in soul power can yield adverse consequences. When talent is expended too swiftly, there will inevitably come a day when it is depleted. Li Xian just stood nearby, offering encouragement and instilling confidence in Fei Luan. The enhancement of her spiritual power was indeed substantial, as she had diligently cultivated for a full 6 months within the realm of her mind. Naturally, he would lend his support. Go for it, Fei Luan. Believe in yourself. Strangely, it was the encouragement from an outsider that resonated more with Fei Luan than the concerns expressed by her family. In truth, she was on the verge of losing hope from the overwhelming words directed at her. Li Xian's encouragement, instead, significantly bolstered her confidence. She nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "Yes, I can do it." Fajia shot a glare at Li Xian, thinking that if he harmed Firen, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "I shall assist you in safeguarding your path." Li Xian summoned his soul power, channeling it gently into the back of Fei Luan. Upon witnessing this, Fajia and Liang exchanged a knowing glance and promptly fell silent. Their concerns were rendered futile, with Li Xian's soul power merging with Fei Luan's. At the very least, action could be taken. With his assistance, the two felt their worries for Fei Luan significantly alleviated. Chapter 71. Douluo as noon approached. In a peripheral area of the Sunset Forest, after approximately half an hour of diligent effort, the century-old soul ring condensed by the phantom hunting boar was successfully absorbed into Fei Luan's body. Li Xian, who had been safeguarding him, withdrew his martial spirit. The entire process transpired without incident. Li Xian, thank you, Fei Luan expressed, grateful for the swift advancement to a great soul master, which was largely attributable to Li Xian's support. How is it? Did any issues arise with the soul skills? Fajia inquired with concern. We still need to wait a while. The 600-year soul ring does not produce soul skills instantaneously, Fei Luan replied. Let South rest in place. Observing the surroundings, Leon commanded the team. He couldn't shake the feeling that the mist around them had thickened. Within that mist, a faint green hue drifted. Liang unleashed his red python martial spirit, extending his soul power outward. The scenery unfolded before his eyes. Although the Sunset Forest did not harbor 10,000-year soul beasts, numerous ferocious beasts exceeding 50,000 years in cultivation lurked in the central region. As a potential threat, Liang needed to prevent them from breaching the outer area. Otherwise, even his strength would be insufficient to protect the entire team. In the midst of the group, Fei Luan sat cross-legged on the ground, stabilizing the surging soul power within him. The Azure Serpent was a martial spirit of the dark attribute. However, in comparison to Yu Shi's phantom martial spirit, it fell significantly short in terms of attributes. Li Xian grasped Firen's wrist with one hand, channeling the soul power of the extraordinary mushroom-like spirit, the Tongtian chrysanthemum, into her body through his meridians. The newly refined soul ring harbored the rebellious will of the soul beast. Thus, this act was also a means of aiding her. After half an hour of respite, Firen sensed the emergence of a soul skill within her martial soul, and her eyes suddenly flickered open. At this moment, the sky was approaching noon. Leon observed that the surrounding thick fog had yet to dissipate and decided to lead everyone back, intending to return the following day. Fajia refrained from further inquiries, sensing an underlying unease herself. It was already midday, and vast stretches of the forest remained shrouded in dense mist. Thus far, no active soul beasts had been detected in the vicinity. It seemed as though an incredibly terrifying force had driven away the soul beasts from the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Notably, they had not encountered any other soul master teams that ventured here to hunt soul beasts. Uncle, let us return swiftly. I sense danger lurking within the forest. Indeed. Firen, if you feel well, we shall head back for now. Li Xian, are you also all right? Li Xian nodded slightly, activating the purple extreme demon eye to gaze into the depths of the fog-laden forest. A shiver ran down his spine. As an unsettling sensation crept over him, he felt as though he were being watched. Having arrived at this juncture, there seemed little reason to hasten his departure. At that moment, a hoarse, low voice, thick with malice, emerged from the mist, accompanied by a flicker of dark green light. An elderly figure with disheveled hair and a ghostly presence drew near. Li Xian felt an itch on his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, a hand resembling an eagle's claw appeared before him. Be cautious. The fifth spirit ring on Leon's body shimmered, enveloping Li Xian in a protective embrace to shield him from the impending attack. Playing tricks before me? The elder let out a cold laugh, transforming his claw into a palm, effortlessly shattering Leon's protective spirit power and striking him on the back. Blood spewed from Leon's mouth as he staggered forward a few steps, cold sweat breaking out on his face. Your Highness, we are members of the Fido family, and our entry here was unintentional. We beseech your Highness for forgiveness. In an instant, a suit of silver armor enveloped Li Xian, who, bearing the injured Leon on his back, distanced themselves from the confrontation. Beside them, Fajia, cradling Firen, followed closely. Several guards of the Fido family, standing in place, were suddenly struck by a force, tumbling head over heels. The poisoned Douluo emitted a cold snort, abruptly sweeping his sleeve, then stepped forward with his right foot. At last, I've seized the opportunity. I never expected that two spirit saints would accompany such a young lad. Before the crowd could comprehend his hoarse voice, 9 spirit rings materialized beneath Douluo's feet. The combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings chilled the air considerably. The aura belonging to a titled Douluo descended upon everyone like a heavy weight. Elder, the matter concerning Yanzi is also related to me. Please forgive Li Xian. Fajia, recognizing the poisoned Douluo before her, felt a chill in her heart. It was unfortunate that he appeared at this moment. Had they encountered Douluo in the capital of Fasno province, the clan leader could have intervened. Ironically, now faced with a titled Douluo, they could only submit to his whims. This has nothing to do with you. My granddaughter was injured by him. In truth, I hold no grievance. However, there is something about this lad that piques my interest. Be obedient, boy. If you prove useful, I shall naturally spare your life. Li Xian activated the armor of light, extending his hand to grasp the nearby Fei Luan. Understanding the unspoken communication, Fei Luan transformed into a streak of emerald light that merged with his body. This was, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. When did martial spirit fusion become so commonplace? However, the towering figure of Li Xian emanated a palpable aura, one that even Douluo found slightly threatening. Intriguing. Douluo thought with a cold smirk. A mere soul master dared to wield power before him, with his first soul ring shimmering beneath his feet. Douluo unleashed a phantom image, extending a finger toward Li Xian's heart. As he executed the ghostly shadow steps, Li Xian evaded with a swift motion. Clinging to the thought of desperate resistance, he activated all 4 of his soul skills in the instant that Douluo hesitated. Buzz! Douluo collided with the dense gravity rings, producing a series of resonant clangs. The disorienting effect had no impact on the tidal Douluo. Yet in that brief moment of delay, Li Xian managed to create distance. The fire lotus and the purple lotus shot forth from his martial spirit, while his other hand unleashed 2 spiraling vines. Bang! The purple lotus's assault dissipated upon contact with Douluo's protective soul power. With a sweeping motion, Douluo effortlessly tore apart the still extended spiraling vines. At that moment, 2 fire lotuses hidden within the purple lotus penetrated his body, and with a pop, a blaze erupted around him. Douluo waved his sleeve, retreating a few steps under the overwhelming flames. The inferno intensified, and at a certain point, he withdrew the soul power from his surface, causing the flames to vanish. Upon closer inspection, his clothing remained unscathed. Rather, his hair had singed slightly, exuding an unusual fragrance. Seeking death, Douluo was furious. He had been wounded by a mere soul master. With a forward motion of his palm, he conjured a tempest, sending forth a cloud of green toxic mist toward the others. Quick evade! Douluo's martial spirit, the Emerald Python, had evolved into the Emerald Python King through his training. Even among the subdragon species, it was considered a premier martial spirit, coupled with the strength of a tidal Douluo. Any of his soul skills could easily overwhelm several adversaries. Witnessing Douluo's wrath, Li Xian turned and fled. Chapter 72, The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Retreating several paces, he felt his soul power surging within him, and he clenched his teeth tightly. I wonder if this will work. The fusion of their soul powers was nearing the realm of the Soul King. With Dokai's enhancement, they were not far from reaching the level of Soul Saint. With determination and a mindset of embracing the worst, Li Xian unleashed the complete form of the Cassia Seed martial spirit. In an instant, the deep green stems and leaves interwoven with black patterns of the azure crescent vine surged skyward, while clusters of the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum bloomed at the top, enveloping Li Xian's colossal form in a cascade of flora, channeling his soul power to the fullest and harnessing his spiritual strength. The continuously growing cassia seed in his hands radiated a brilliant light. Immediately, a vine pierced through the forest, and in the sky, the blossoming celestial chrysanthemums sparkled like stars. The mist within the forest dissipated at once. Li Xian's eyes resembled 2 swirling abysses, his mouth and nose aglow as he unleashed a ferocious roar. The 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true form. Even in the absence of soul rings, he could summon his martial spirit true form at the cost of burning his soul's energy. Through the fusion of Fei Luan's soul power and Dokai's augmentation, he astonishingly broke through the constraints of Soul Sage in an exceedingly brief moment, releasing his martial spirit true form. Boom! An extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the sky. Golden light cascaded through the void, and the martial spirit true form above his head resembled a magnificent painting, radiating formidable and unyielding power that swept through the forest. Fajia and Leon, fleeing from the poisonous fog, gazed upward to behold the luminous Kashitora, their eyes reflecting golden streaks, momentarily overwhelmed by an impulse to worship. In the next instant, a hum resonated. The Qing Su Xian Yu vine pierced through the heavens, revealing a corner of the azure sky, while every peculiar, towering Tianju burst forth with brilliant radiance. The concentrated attack of soul power collided with Douluo, the terrifying sound waves piercing his eardrums. Uprooting the grass within a radius of several hundred meters, Douluo's eyes glimmered like green signals. A formidable aura enveloping his body as he carved deep furrows into the ground with his feet, gritting his teeth to withstand the onslaught from the martial spirit true form. You little brat, let us see what else you can do. Attempting to make me suffer with your martial spirit true form is still too naive. The forcibly enhanced power was merely that of a soul sage, and although it astonished him more than an ordinary soul sage would, the gap between them remained vast. Douluo scoffed coldly, no longer holding back. The 7th soul ring at his feet shimmered, and he was determined to teach the arrogant youth before him a lesson, to demonstrate what true martial spirit true form really entailed. Prepare to receive my attack. However, just as Douluo lifted his head, he had yet to channel his soul power when he saw Li Xian, nearly 3 meters tall, charging towards him, bearing the martial spirit true form. 3 golden silhouettes loomed larger before him. Not good. Douluo instinctively sought to evade, sensing an aura of danger. This attack was unlike that of a soul master. It was a soul bone. Douluo, possessing a soul bone himself, immediately recognized Li Xian's assault. The speed of a tidal Douluo was extraordinarily swift. With a single step, he vanished into the shadows, evading several dozen meters. The 3 attacks pierced through the void, hurtling deep into the forest. The sound of explosions echoed as several trees were severed at the trunk under the force of the strikes. Not far off, Douluo inspected his tattered sleeve, his face turning a shade of ashen gray. Li Xian's repeated provocations have thoroughly incensed Douluo, who, already possessing a petty nature, now harbors murderous intent. Li Xian, run. At this moment, Leon, who had been preoccupied with observing the battle, finally recalls the gravity of their situation. They are up against the title Douluo, with their odds of victory being absolutely zero. How could this reckless youth impulsively roll up his sleeves and engage in combat with the poisoned Douluo? Had he chosen to flee earlier, even Du Gubo would have had to pursue him for a time. This is dire. Li Xian, aware of his inferiority, found it challenging to suppress his aggressive impulse. His desire to comprehend the disparity between himself and the foremost powerhouses of this planet was overwhelming. Despite exhausting all his methods, he could merely momentarily restrain Du Gubo's prowess. At this moment, Li Xian felt an ominous premonition. He had yet to release the fusion of his martial soul, and his body was still suspended in midair. Before he could muster his strength, Du Gubo charged towards him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In the realm of dreams, Li Xian sensed a sharp bite on his neck. Uncertain of how long he had been in slumber, he jolted awake, his heart racing. Where's that rascal? Glancing around, he found himself standing in a cave, a radiant aura enveloping his form, while not far away. The unconscious villain lay limply on the ground. Li Xian discovered that after his departure, a tendril of white mist began to converge towards Firen. Instinctively, he crouched down to dispel the encroaching chill. This place is the Eye of Ice and Fire? Raising his gaze, he beheld a modest pool not far away, emanating a dual radiance of red and blue that illuminated the surroundings. A rich aroma wafted through the air, laying of various spices, with a gentle inhalation. He felt as though he were floating in a state of bliss. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he turned his attention to the source of his luminescence, only to see a slender emerald serpent slithering out from the pocket of his coat. Li Xian intended to drive it away, but narrowly avoided a bite from the translucent little snake. It was a pet raised by the toxic Douluo. In that moment, he understood that he had been placed under house arrest by the toxic Douluo. Yet, curiosity stirred within him. He wondered why the toxic Douluo would take an interest in him and what the significance of his words might be. Initially, Li Xian was still contemplating how to deceive Du Gubo using the poison cleansing methods recorded in the Shantian Baolu. Clearly, the other party did not afford him such an opportunity. At this moment, Du Gubo had seemingly vanished, leaving Li Xian abandoned in this place. Uncertain whether to feel joy or despair, he reflected on the long-sought medicinal field. Now finally discovered, yet the approach was fundamentally flawed. After all, Du Gubo remained an adversary. Even if he managed to capture the various celestial treasures here, he would still face the threat of pursuit. Regardless, he decided to hasten his actions. Recollecting past memories, Li Xian lifted the fallen Fei Luan and approached the spring water of the Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Eyes. Before him lay a pool resembling a pair of mandarin duck pots, with a celestial herb growing on each side. On the left, the blazing sun spring nurtured the fiery celestial herb, the flame apricot, while on the right, the extreme cold spring gave rise to the frosty celestial herb, the 8 treasure ice grass. Both of these celestial herbs were formidable beasts, classified as top-tier soul beasts with soul power exceeding 10,000 years. However, due to the unique terrain of the Yin-Yang Ice and Fire Eyes, these celestial treasures could not develop sentience. They possessed cultivation but struggled to take form. Furthermore, the moment they left this locale, they would wither away. Even with a cultivation level reaching 100,000 years, they would face the tribulations of heaven. According to the contents of the Shantian Baolu, Li Xian had mentally rehearsed various methods to capture these 2 celestial treasures numerous times. However, before embarking on these endeavors, he discovered yet another celestial herb, the Chiloatulip. This herb was capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, and with it, Li Xian no longer feared Du Gubo's poisons. Moments passed as he continued his preparations. Li Xian discovered a delicate celestial flower, poised to bloom, nestled within the crevices of the rocks. The ascending stems, adorned with dusky yellow blossoms, grew in clusters resembling lanterns. This extraordinary flower possessed the remarkable ability to neutralize toxins simply by being carried on one's person. Thus, Li Xian did not need to ingest it. He sprinkled a fine dust of its petals and gently applied it around Fei Luan's tender lips. In doing so, he alleviated any concerns about the harmful effects of the dual forces of ice and fire emanating from the spring's toxic waters. He approached the spring once more. Li Xian unleashed the power of the Xianyu hand and commenced the harvest of 2 celestial plants. Chapter 73, Seizing the Creation of Heaven and Earth. It is said that within this sunsetting forest lie the remains of 2 dragon kings, their exquisite cultivation essence coalescing into the duality of ice and fire. Within this duality, aside from the celestial herbs, the fire apricot blossom, and the 8-pointed mystic ice grass, for other formidable beasts also thrive. By the time Li Xian assimilated the 2 celestial herbs into his being, half a day had passed. He discovered profound changes occurring within his body. The mutually nurturing and restraining properties of the 2 herbs coalesced in his dantian, forming a spring that continuously drew in the rich spiritual essence from the surroundings. Moreover, the Ju Ming grass underwent a transformation, becoming impervious to both water and fire. Even Li Xian's corporeal form could no longer perceive the scorching heat or biting cold of the ice and fire spring. The toxic elements emanating from the spring were neutralized by the enchanting Li Luo tulip. Thus, the transformation was complete. Li Xian moved effortlessly within this realm of ice and fire, entirely unperturbed by the perils that this forbidden land might impose upon his body. Teasing the emerald-hued, translucent serpent that coiled at his chest, he felt a sting as it bit his finger. The 9-sectioned emerald, renowned as one of the most venomous serpents, had injected its lethal poison, threatening to reduce him to a mere puddle of pus within a quarter of an hour. Yet, in that moment, Li Xian remained wholly unaffected, bounding about as if nothing were amiss. Subsequently, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the 4 formidable beasts residing within the enigmatic ice and fire duality eye. Not far away, the last remaining Douluo tulip was but a mere seedling in size. Having already acquired one, Li Xian allowed that tulip to continue its growth. He then approached a tender branch of deep green hue. This entity, the ink jade divine bamboo, had cultivated for over 5 millennia. Possessing a dark attribute akin to Li Xian's martial soul, the azure void crescent vine. With my 3rd soul ring yet to be determined, I shall utilize you. With this resolution, Li Xian urged the Xian Yuhan to harvest the mystical, as its roots were severed from the fertile soil of the ice-fire duality eye. The radiance enveloping the divine bamboo dimmed significantly, causing it to wither almost immediately. Should one attempt to directly refine this celestial specimen, it would not yield a soul ring. Li Xian summoned his martial soul, extinguishing the last vestige of life lingering within the MOU divine bamboo. Despite this celestial beast possessing 5 millennia of cultivation, it lacked the corresponding prowess due to the nurturing influence of the eyes of ice and fire. Furthermore, its existence in this place precluded the emergence of sentience, rendering it akin to the weeds by the roadside. As its vitality waned, the MOU divine bamboo fell into a deep silence within Li Xian's grasp. Soon, a millennium-spanning halo, tinged with orange, emerged. Was it truly so? He murmured softly. Li Xian seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. The celestial beings flourishing here are fierce beasts, regarded as innate monarchs among the animal-type soul beasts. Thus the soul rings would inevitably undergo certain transformations. Furthermore, the absorption of such soul rings significantly enhances the strength of the martial soul, fundamentally altering its essence. This aligns with Li Xian's prior research on the theory of martial soul awakening. Although it possesses an orange luster, it predominantly retains the characteristics of a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Li Xian settled into a meditative position, channeling his martial spirit to refine the celestial herb before him. His intention was not merely to absorb the soul ring. He also sought to assimilate this extraordinary medicinal plant. If memory served him well, the MOU divine bamboo possessed both resilience and strength, capable of enhancing physical fortitude and significantly augmenting combat prowess. Though he remained uncertain of the whereabouts of that scoundrel, Douluo, it appeared that he had no intention of ending his life here. Thus, Li Xian began to absorb the martial soul with a tranquil heart. In the icy fire of the duality eye, time flowed swiftly within the dark cavern, where only the misty white spring and the shimmering light of the ice and fire spring water were present. It was uncertain how long had passed. When Li Xian awoke once more, the 5,000-year soul ring belonging to the MOU divine bamboo had already been integrated into his body. In the palm of his hand, the celestial-grade herb had also been absorbed, emitting a faint glow. The blood within his body surged against the walls of his vessels, producing a resounding roar. And Li Xian felt as though his heart had transformed into an engine, erupting with a loud rumble. What a sensation! The celestial-grade herb had imparted an extraordinarily powerful enhancement to his being. His gaze suddenly turned to the Juming grass. And Li Xian noticed that the form of his martial soul had also undergone a transformation. What was once a solitary Qing Su Xian Yu vine now sprouted 2 leaf stems, their coloration reminiscent of the MOU divine bamboo, with tender buds already developing into leaves. Had the martial soul awakened? Momentarily stunned, Li Xian opened his mouth in surprise. The Qing Su Xian Yu vine had indeed changed, though he could not ascertain the extent of this transformation. Thus, Li Xian summoned the soul power within him, harmonizing the Qing Su Xian Yu vine with the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, and was delighted to discover that he could freely manipulate the attributes of his soul power. Indeed, it had succeeded. He had never anticipated that the awakening of the martial soul would proceed so smoothly. Li Xian was filled with anticipation, urging forth the dark attribute of his soul power, contemplating what the soul fusion with Yushi would entail. By the way, is Fei Lun still here? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to see Fei Lun sprawled on the ground, still unconscious. It was hardly surprising. He had forcibly elevated his soul power, activating the true form of the soul that was typically reserved for a soul sage. As the principal orchestrator of the soul fusion, he had utterly drained the scant soul power within Fei Lun's body. It appeared that she had succumbed to exhaustion and would remain in a state of unconsciousness for a while. Rest assured, your efforts will not have been in vain. Rising to his feet, Li Xian's gaze swept left and right, diligently searching. After spending a considerable 15 minutes, He finally located the last two extraordinary treasures, the Earth Attribute Celestial Herb, the robust Earth Dragon Golden Melon, one of the 6 formidable adversaries, and the Forgetting Autumn Water Dew, which, when fused, bestows several advantages upon the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. To thwart the return of Douluo, Li Xian was unconcerned about the unconscious villain. His priority was to enhance his own power. He utilized the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to improve his foundational strength, augment the robustness of his torso, and bolster his muscular strength. Subsequently, he infused the gaze of longing into his own eyes. After doing so, Li Xian discovered that his Purple Extreme Demon Eye had ascended to the realm of the mustard seed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and 2 beams of light shot forth. This emanation was a mental assault derived from his ocular prowess, capable of inflicting spiritual harm upon his adversaries. As he surveyed his surroundings, the scenery around him appeared to slow down, and the various celestial herbs in the distance seemed to be within arm's reach. The intricate patterns of the leaves and stems were vividly discernible. This was merely the immediate manifestation of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye reaching the mustard seed realm. In truth, Li Xian's eyes had already acquired the ability to discern all things. For instance, should he focus his ocular energy on Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-soul beast transformed into human form, he would effortlessly unveil her true essence. His strength had also significantly increased. First, he utilized the powers of 2 celestial herbs from the ice and fire duality to bestow upon his body the invulnerability to both water and fire, and subsequently employed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to further augment his might. Consequently, Li Xian was now somewhat uncertain about the extent of his formidable prowess. Oh, a soul skill has emerged. Li Xian unleashed his martial soul, and a black ring accompanied by 2 purple rings emerged. The kasha in his palm grew skyward, threatening to engulf the entire space before him if he were not cautious. He focused his mind and channeled his soul power, causing the 3rd soul ring beneath his feet to shimmer. The surface of the azure crescent vine radiated light as a tendril burst forth from the ground, forming a black cage that enclosed an area roughly the size of half a basketball court. Indeed, it was a control-type skill. Chapter 74, Sequential Harvest next. Li Xian endeavored to utilize his soul power of the light attribute to activate his soul skill. It was time for the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum to radiate its brilliance. Golden light enveloped Li Xian's body, and to his astonishment, he found himself soaring into the air. In disbelief, he gazed at his own form. At that moment, Li Xian merely needed to will it, and his ethereal body could surge in any direction. Furthermore, his speed escalated to an unfathomable degree. Was this a boost-type soul skill? Li Xian was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that the 5,000, your soul ring provided by the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo would give rise to such a soul skill. With such remarkable abilities at his disposal, did he still need support-type soul masters? Li Xian endeavored to experiment with his soul skill within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Approximately half a minute later, his body descended from the air. At this moment, he had comprehended the effects of the soul skill, which enabled him to fly and transform his body into a spiritual state, significantly enhancing his speed. However, the duration of this ability was exceedingly brief and consumed a considerable amount of soul power. In the fleeting moments of flight, Li Xian felt as though his very essence had been nearly depleted. It is worth noting that flight-related soul skills are inherently rare and bear such drawbacks, a fact that Li Xian accepted with complete understanding. Is that fellow still not awake? Li Xian first refined the celestial artifact, and soon after, he absorbed the soul ring. The two had already spent several hours here. He inwardly lamented the situation, realizing that the recent spirit fusion had significantly affected Fei Luan. There was no time left to continue gathering the rare herbs. Li Xian swiftly sought out a rare orchid, its petals a pristine white, based on his recollections. The 8-petaled fairy orchid, adorned in golden attire, possessed a gentle and nourishing medicinal property that could restore vitality for the ailing Fei Luan. This herb was nothing short of a lifesaver. With the pure gold gloves he had meticulously prepared, Li Xian delicately plucked the 8-petaled fairy orchid he had discovered. He then returned to Fei Luan's side, feeding the fragrant petals, one by one, into Fei Luan's mouth. This scarce herb had no peculiar method of consumption. It melted upon contact, offering a sweet taste that could directly enhance spiritual power. Fei Luan's lips barely stirred, and his tightly shut eyes began to relax. Observing the gradual return of color to his face, Li Xian's anxious heart finally found solace. Within the perilous cave of the ice and fire eyes, prolonged unconsciousness could lead to a toxic invasion of the body. Even with the enchanting fragrance of the ethereal antidote, residual effects could linger. Seeing Fei Luan's condition improve, Li Xian can now confidently harvest the rare medicinal herbs. First, he seeks the extraordinary Tang San chrysanthemum, which shares the same essence as his martial soul. This neutral celestial-grade herb manifests as a magnificent blossom, with its core rising above the petals, exuding a splendid purplish hue. Its efficacy is beyond the need for elaboration. Li Xian understood that consuming this celestial herb would be of utmost benefit to him. After all, within his martial soul resided the extraordinary Qirong Tang San chrysanthemum. Once harvested, Li Xian settled himself upon the ground and commenced his consumption, starting with the core of the flower, followed by swallowing the petals whole. In truth, these celestial medicinal herbs were akin to soul beasts, and had he not been pressed for time, Li Xian could have waited until reaching the 40th rank of Soul Master before returning. However, he had no choice, for outside lurked the ever-watchful Douluo. Li Xian strives to enhance his soul power. The effects of celestial herbs do not stack, yet each individual herb possesses the ability to directly augment soul power. Li Xian estimated that he had already assimilated 4 or 5 strains of celestial herbs, in addition to the refined soul rings, which had undoubtedly elevated his soul power by 5 levels. If he were to consume this extraordinary Tongtian chrysanthemum as well, he could scarcely fathom the rapid surge of his soul power. The herb had a cool entrance, followed by a lingering, fragrant aftertaste. The act of swallowing was uncomplicated. Once the celestial product entered his stomach, it would be absorbed instantaneously. The rich medicinal essence enveloped Li Xian in a warm embrace, allowing his body to gradually refine the residual potency. Li Xian rose and continued his search for the Qingshu Xianhua vine, the ice-fire duality eye. One of the 3 extraordinary treasure troves bestowed by nature, nurtured many unimaginable and scarce elixirs. Poor Douluo, that fellow, dared not utilize the herbs found here. Growing beside the spring, even the divine-grade herbs had been tainted with toxins. Consuming them directly would swiftly lead to the demise of even a titled Douluo. Thus, before harvesting the elixirs, Li Xian first sought out these rare Chihuahua tulips. Their remarkable property of being impervious to toxins allowed Li Xian to gather these herbs without any concern for their poisonous essence. After perambulating this treasure site and failing to locate the Qingshu Xianhua vine, Li Xian stumbled upon several other elixirs that sparked his recollection. The 9th rank purple Ganoderma, capable of transformative rejuvenation and foundational strengthening, the immaculate Shui Xianyu Ji bone which nourished the sinews and bones, and additionally, the life-restoring Xiangxi Duanhong Chang, renowned for its ability to transcend the natural order. The 9th rank purple Ganoderma was of great benefit to Li Xian. Upon discovery, he promptly consumed it. The Shui Xianyu Ji bone was reserved for Yueshi, while the Xiangxi Duanhong Chang, presently of no use, was carefully placed into a jade vial along with its soil and stored within a soul-guiding device. Harvesting the Xiangxi Duanhong Chang required one to focus on their beloved and release a drop of heart's blood. Li Xian pondered, realizing that he had yet to reach a significant milestone in matters of the heart. To hastily pluck the flower would result in its swift withering. In a brief moment, Li Xian's body absorbed an excess of the celestial elixir, leaving him feeling as though he were a furnace, with the myriad effects of the potion raging within him, threatening to burst his very being. He must not be overly greedy. Li Xian hurriedly entered the confluence of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, commencing the refinement of the excessive medicinal energy within his body. It was indeed a testament to his audacity that he had consumed such a copious amount of celestial herbs. A soul master with a slightly weaker constitution could have very well faced bodily rupture. Surrounding this miraculous land, numerous plant-type soul beasts had taken root, some having surpassed the age of 50,000 years. However, due to the curse that enveloped this enchanted terrain, these soul beasts were unable to manifest their true forms, and even their soul power remained dormant. Furthermore, the soul rings formed by the soul beasts here possessed a certain degree of toxicity. Even the formidable Douluo would not dare to engage these plant-type soul beasts. Moreover, these creatures had attained their millennia of cultivation solely due to the hundredfold enhancement of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Thus, even if one were to slay them, no soul bones would be obtained. Consequently, many plant-type soul beasts thrived freely in the vicinity, untouched for an extended period. Li Xian had already appointed all the botanical spirit beasts in this area. Next, he needed soul rings and came to this place to hunt for them. At that moment, Fei Luan, who had just regained consciousness, climbed up. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Where am I? As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze suddenly landed on Li Xian, who was seated in meditation at the center of a spring. The call of his name lingered on her lips as she beheld his state, and she dared not disturb him. Why has my soul power increased so significantly? Licking the residual sweetness from her lips, Fei Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Li Xian had fed her something? At this moment, her belly felt pleasantly warm, and her soul power had risen by at least 4 levels. My patience is limited, so I will ask you one last time. Where have you hidden that brat? If you have the ability, then go ahead and search. Boom. At that very moment, a soft voice filled with scorn clashed with that of an elder. A tremor soon followed from above. Rocks and dust tumbled down, and Fei Luan looked up in shock, where a burst of light erupted, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Chapter 75, 39. Seated within the spring of the ice and fire duality, beads of sweat the size of beans cascaded down Li Xian's cheeks. An incredibly violent force surged within him, colliding with his meridians and causing sharp pangs of pain. It was too overwhelming. After consuming 5 or 6 exquisite elixirs, the residual potency converged within him, akin to a furnace ablaze. In a mere moment, his dantian, the reservoir of soul power in his lower abdomen, was brimming, and the excess soul power filled his meridians to the brim. Li Xian's soul power level surged rapidly, astonishingly elevating by 8 levels in a mere moment. Sensing that his soul power continued to ascend, Li Xian exerted force to suppress this overwhelming surge. Should his soul power increase too swiftly, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his foundational strength. The short-term gains could adversely affect his future cultivation. As his soul power approached the 39th level, Li Xian finally managed to quell that surge, exhaling a heated breath. Opening his eyes, they glowed a fiery red from the potent elixir's effects. Gazing at the onlooking Fei Luan not far away, Li Xian leaped forward, swiftly grasping Fei Luan's wrist. Li Xian, you. The disturbance above had caused the tranquil valley to tremble. Fei Luan intended to caution Li Xian, but he was abruptly pulled into an embrace. There is an excess of soul power. I need your assistance to restrain it. Li Xian's breath was heavy, as the soul force within him flowed through his arm into Fei Luan's body. With a moment of understanding, Fei Luan gently nodded, then transformed into a beam of light that merged into Li Xian's being. A powerful surge erupted as the two forces intertwined, creating an exceptionally strong wave of energy. Li Xian's stature soared, his hair transforming into flowing emerald locks. His eyes resembled two black voids, while his nose and mouth emanated a dark luminescence, towering over 2 meters. Li Xian let his arms dangle as 3 soul rings materialized beneath his feet. He then proceeded to refine these soul rings. With an elevation of 5,000 in cultivation, the first soul ring gleamed with rich hues, while the second morphed into a pitch-black shade. A devastating strike, a double enhancement. The first 2 soul rings were elevated to a millennium's worth. As for the third soul ring, it retained a 1,000-year essence interspersed with orange. Boom. The augmentation bestowed by the soul rings washed over Li Xian's robust form. His meridians expanded, and the overwhelming soul power that had threatened to burst his channels gradually subsided. In the state of martial soul fusion, his body correspondingly grew stronger. Li Xian promptly assumed a cross-legged position, suppressing the residual potency of the medicine that had yet to be fully digested. Fortunately, with Fei Luan by his side, their soul powers merged. And even without donning battle armor, Li Xian believed his level undoubtedly exceeded 70. Thus, it became considerably easier to channel this medicinal energy with the cultivation of a soul sage. He closed his eyes and meditated for a quarter of an hour. Li Xian discovered that his body showed no signs of merging with the martial soul. Remarkable. He found it hard to believe himself. Had his soul power truly reached such an extent? Reflecting on this, Li Xian suddenly rose, his gaze fixed upon the luminous expanse above. With a surge of raw physical strength, he leaped over 20 meters high. His hands firmly gripped the rocky wall, seizing the growing vines. As Li Xian propelled himself out into the world beyond, the external realm was ablaze with resplendent light, as 2 bright suns illuminated the night sky, transforming the heart of the setting sun forest into a scene reminiscent of daylight. Even the soul beasts with millennia of cultivation fled in disarray, fearful of being caught in the clash of 2 tidal Douluos. The moment Li Xian emerged, he instantly sensed 2 familiar auras. One emanated from Douluo. The enhancement of his soul power had altered his sensory perception, allowing him to detect another figure as well. It was him in the past. To acquire his first soul ring, he had followed Master Ma Ziyunuo into the swamp forest. Li Xian vividly remembered brushing past a youth with an androgynous voice. As his black hole-like pupils widened, Li Xian activated the purple extreme demon eye, piercing through the light and shadows composed of soul power, capturing the youthful face of another tidal Douluo in his sight. Indeed, it was him. The 2 combatants in the sky floated above, each surrounded by 9 soul rings, perfectly arranged in the optimal combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. What was he doing here? Was he here to rescue me? His thoughts drifted back to the swamp forest, when he had been weak, sensing a familiar aura from the effeminate youth, though uncertain at the time. Now, empowered by the soul force fused with Fei Luan, his senses had developed to a terrifying degree, enabling him to recognize the overwhelmingly young soul power of the youth. Akin to the remarkable celestial chrysanthemum, he recalled Douluo's mention of 2 soul saints secretly protecting him. Li Xian is not oblivious to the situation. It appears that individual is indeed Zhu Douluo. He is aware of the similar martial soul he possesses and has been closely monitoring his development. Li Xian is no fool. The elder from the spirit hall came here to engage in a fierce conflict with Douluo. There must be a hidden motive behind this seemingly unnecessary confrontation. It is highly improbable that after his capture, it would be mere coincidence for Zhu Douluo to arrive here as well. Furthermore, Li Xian's heart stirred slightly as he suddenly noticed a figure concealed in the darkness, positioned 100 meters above him. This person cast a glance in his direction. The presence was exceedingly elusive. Without the aid of the purple extreme demon eye, Li Xian would have been unable to perceive this entity. Another tidal Douluo. Not only did the chrysanthemum Douluo arrive, but could it be that the ghost Douluo has also come? Li Xian's heart raced heavily. If these 2 were indeed here for him, it would be quite an honor. Therefore, as Li Xian smeared oil on his feet, he seized the opportunity while the 2 were locked in a fierce battle and turned to flee. With their presence, escaping from this place was no longer a concern. As for expressing gratitude to Zhu Douluo, that could wait until he had safely distanced himself. It is worth noting that he could not partake in the duel of tidal Douluos, and moreover, Zhu Douluo's ability to restrain Dong Gubo stemmed from the latter's failure to employ his terrifying city-destroying soul technique. Should Dong Gubo unleash his poison here? Even the ethereal-grade tulip upon him might not suffice for defense. After all, such a level of toxin transcended the realm of ordinary poisons, bolstered by soul power. A mere brush with such toxins would spell doom for any ordinary soul master. Suddenly, a spectral figure soared through the air, pursuing Li Xian with unwavering determination. This silhouette, shrouded in darkness, remained utterly silent, stirring only a faint breeze in its wake. Humph, I shall deal with you next time. Concurrently, Douluo Yuguan, having repelled Dong Gubo with a single strike, received a signal from Douluo and set off in pursuit of Li Xian. Gasping for breath, Dong Gubo, his sole body marred by wounds, appeared utterly disheveled as he staggered to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Damn that Zhuhuaguan. He has thwarted my plans. Chapter 76. Yuguan, little brat, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The sky behind him illuminated as if a radiant sun had risen. Li Xian, having taken only a few steps, felt his body stiffen at the sound of a voice penetrating his mind through the enveloping soul power. They were closing in. His heart raced. And realizing escape was futile, Li Xian had no choice but to halt his flight. In truth, he wished to avoid entanglement with the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Yet, they had come to his rescue. He had hoped to slip away unnoticed, but the sensitivity of the titled Douluos was astonishingly potent. And he was almost instantly locked onto. Abruptly stopping, Li Xian left 2 long streaks of mud upon the ground. He then cast his gaze upwards. A figure clad in white, enveloped in the ethereal flower-like aura, stepped down, landing before him. Do you know who I am? Yuguan inquired with an intriguing tone, his voice devoid of any discernible gender. At that moment, Douluo, equally spectral, materialized beside Yuguan, hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a flickering candlelight in the void. You are a titled Douluo. Li Xian, clenching his fists, respectfully inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether exposing the other's identity outright would leave them no room to maintain their facade. A chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing this, Yuguan indeed smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, known as Yuguan, and referred to by the world as the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Li Xian had encountered Sir Yuguan before. Elder, I too am a member of the Spirit Hall. His words faltered slightly. Li Xian suddenly realized he had misspoken. He ought to have expressed his gratitude for the timely rescue. Yet, to do so would seem overly contrived. True wisdom lies in feigning ignorance while being fully aware. Do you know that my presence here is entirely due to you? Oh, do not be astonished. This is indeed the truth. Our fates are intertwined, and thus I have come to your aid. As he spoke, Yuguan approached Li Xian, extending his right hand, revealing a large, swirling purplish chrysanthemum at its center. Does it look familiar? This is Cassia obtusifolia? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon resumed his nonsensical chatter. Simultaneously, the aura within him was stirred by Yuguan, causing his martial spirit to manifest autonomously. Vines flourished, and 3 azure crescent vines blossomed into a complete cluster of flowers, their buds unfurling in striking resemblance to the martial spirit of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. A breathtaking essence flowed through the air, as the wondrous and ethereal chrysanthemum emitted a translucent fragrance. Even with prior preparation, when the chrysanthemum Douluo beheld this peculiar martial spirit, his eyes involuntarily twitched. This boy is not merely a top-tier martial spirit, but rather an entire. The voice of the floating ghost Douluo was hoarse, issuing a jarring cackle, seemingly mocking the chrysanthemum Douluo. This lad surpasses you by a considerable margin. Yet, Yuguan remained unperturbed, dispersing his martial spirit as he clasped his hands behind his back, casting a satisfied gaze upon Li Xian's form. Is this a fusion of martial spirits with the girl from the Fei Luan family? Indeed, it appears that there is no way to undo this now. My apologies. Your Majesty. Li Xian's stature approached 3 meters, and his gaze looked down upon Douluo. He was acutely aware that such a demeanor lacked courtesy. Yet the soul power within him burned fiercely and seemed inexhaustible. Do not stand on ceremony. I extend my hand to you this time for 2 reasons. Firstly, I wish to meet you, and secondly, I seek to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Douluo's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, devoid of any circumlocution. Years of living in comfort had imbued his tone with an unassailable calm that brooked no refusal. In his eyes, as a titled Douluo, ordinary soul masters would never have the chance to meet him. Who could possibly reject the olive branch he offered? Li Xian opened his mouth upon hearing this. It seems as though he was never given the chance to refuse. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Must he truly become a disciple, Your Majesty? The expression on Douluo's face tightened, a flicker of displeasure passing over him. Has he truly been rejected? Is this young man under some delusion, thinking that becoming his disciple would be a disadvantage? Before Yuguan could utter another word, Li Xian continued, I am currently studying in Notting City, where the people treat me well, and I wish to remain there. Ah, so this is your concern. The tension on Douluo Yuguan's face gradually eased, and a slight smile emerged. Growing up in such a small place offers you no advantage, and I shall not force you against your will. Should you choose to become my disciple, I grant you 3 years of freedom. If you can maintain your current pace of growth, my keeping you by my side would hold little significance. Otherwise, You would be jeopardizing your own future, wasting your potential. Do you understand my meaning? I understand. Master, Li Xian's transformation was remarkably swift. He had contemplated many factors. First and foremost, he was currently being pursued by the poisoned Douluo, while on another front, the Mi Xian and Douluo families harbored grievances against him. With the protection of the chrysanthemum Douluo, he was assured of a certain degree of safety. Furthermore, Li Xian was acutely aware that the timeline was still in its early stages, with 6 years remaining until Tang San would confront the Spirit Hall. As long as he diligently practiced during this period and endeavored to alter the attitudes of the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos, the future remained uncertain. In life, one invariably requires benefactors. For Li Xian in this moment, the existence of a titled Douluo represented such a benefactor. It seemed he had no compelling reason to refuse. There was nothing to lose, and in return, he could gain the protection of a titled Douluo, as well as access to resources through advantageous connections. It was, indeed, a scenario that promised myriad benefits without any detriment. A clever lad. With his hands clasped behind his back, the chrysanthemum Douluo felt a sense of satisfaction. He had, in essence, acquired a disciple, someone worthy to inherit his teachings. Reflecting on this, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, approached Li Xian, and with a palm imbued with soul power, he pointed towards Li Xian's chest. Then, he ascended into the air, placing his palm upon Li Xian's head, releasing a stream of exceptionally gentle soul power. Master, what is this? Li Xian's body transformed into radiant light, and the spirit of Fei Luan emerged from within him. As he and Yu Guan descended, the right hand of Zhu Douluo remained firmly upon him. Level 39. 5. Level 39. Level 38. Li Xian was astonished to discover that the level of his soul power was, in fact, diminishing. It seemed as though a colossal hand loomed above the sea of his spirit, solidifying his foundation and compressing the ethereal soul power back into its core. Your rapid elevation of realm has adversely affected your foundation. Given that our soul power attributes are akin, I shall assist in stabilizing it, Yu Guan gently elucidated. Thank you, Master. Li Xian felt a slight surge of gratitude. It turned out that Zhu Douluo was quite a commendable individual, perhaps due to differing perspectives. The destinies that he had been bound to were also viewed through a lens of bias. Well, since I have promised you, I shall no longer interfere. Every individual's growth requires space. Little one, perhaps you do not need my assistance, and in the future, you may well reach my level. Take this token. It is the elder's insignia of the Spirit Hall, previously entrusted to your caretaker. To behold this insignia is akin to encountering me in person. Any member of the Spirit Hall must kneel before it. In times of peril, it shall safeguard you. Very well. Li Xian respectfully bowed and tucked the order token into his bosom. Chapter 77. Generously offering medicine. By the way, there is something else. I seem to sense a familiar aura emanating from you. Have you obtained the rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum? The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan withdrew his fair hand from Li Xian's head, his voice barely above a whisper in inquiry. Is this what you mean? The celestial medicinal herbs flourishing within the ice and fire duality, even after Li Xian had harvested a significant portion, still held a plethora of rare species. Aside from the 6 formidable plant-based beasts, the remaining celestial herbs were not singular in nature. This is, indeed, gazing at the large, exquisite violet sun chrysanthemum in Li Xian's palm, the chrysanthemum Douluo was visibly moved. He never expected to encounter this celestial treasure once more. The faint, delicate fragrance released by the rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum was intoxicating, and merely looking at it made the chrysanthemum Douluo feel as if his body might dissolve into bliss. The world regarded him as a natural prodigy, able to cultivate to the rank of titled Douluo with his chrysanthemum martial soul. However, only those truly close to him knew that the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, had improved his martial soul thanks to a rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum, which had facilitated his current accolades. If he could acquire the rare mushroom in Li Xian's hand, then surely his stagnant soul power over the decades would once again surge forth. Perhaps he might even ascend to the level of limit Douluo. He, unconsciously extending his finger to gently caress the rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum in Li Xian's palm. After a moment, he retracted his hand, suppressing the urge. Alas, this fortune does not belong to him. Having just promised this child to take him as a disciple, he could not seize his opportunity. Not to mention the pride he had cultivated after achieving the title Douluo rank. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, his character and status forbade such actions. For that was the dignity he held as one in a superior position. It does not belong to me, he silently reminded himself, suppressing his reluctance and deciding to let it go. Would you like it, Master? However, Yu Guan did not anticipate that Li Xian would produce another, slightly smaller rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum from his soul guide. After glancing at the 2 celestial flowers in his hands, he gritted his teeth and presented the larger one to him. Another rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum. Wait, how could there be 2? The pupils of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, narrowed to pinpoints, as he found it difficult to accept such a reality. Li Xian scratched his head and said, I discovered these in the home of the poisoned Douluo. However, these herbs are highly toxic and must be detoxified before consumption. I already possess one, if you need it. Teacher, feel free to take it. Li Xian is well aware of the principle that no merit comes without reward. Since Douluo has accepted him as a disciple and bestowed upon him the Elder's token, relinquishing a single extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum should pose no issue. After all, in the eyes of the ice and fire duality, the largest extraordinary heavenly chrysanthemum has already been consumed by him. Good, good. Douluo Yueguan is not one to feign enthusiasm. Even for him, such an item represents an extraordinary boon. As he received the alluring celestial grade yang chrysanthemum from Li Xian, he felt his palm tremble with anticipation. Fortune smiles upon you. Hee. Douluo Gueme chuckled ominously nearby. With his old partner acquiring this celestial treasure, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new level. Consequently, the two, capable of martial soul fusion, would see their soul power mutually enhance. Consider this a favor owed to you, for this item holds significant importance to me. You have done well, Li Xian. Douluo mused to himself. Li Xian's willingness to generously offer this item to him signifies that he has already established his place in his heart. Not only has his own identity received recognition, but Li Xian's magnanimity also fills him with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he has firmly decided on this disciple. Excitement gleamed in Yuguan's eyes, and he found himself increasingly pleased with Li Xian. That, Elder Ghost Douluo, I happen to possess other treasures. Would you be interested? Li Xian scratched his head and began to rummage through his storage soul guide. Soon, he produced a herb with a dark exterior and broad, round leaves. Reminiscent of Ishowu, this was the soul-gathering herb, a precious elixir. Though it could not compare to neutral celestial products, it was indeed a rare treasure. Oh, and I have my share, the ghost Douluo rasped, his ethereal figure drifting before Li Xian. He casually took the herb, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, causing the vortex in his eyes to quiver. A fine specimen. At the level of a tidal Douluo, one's senses reach an unimaginable pinnacle. Thus, with careful consideration, he could ascertain whether the celestial herb in Li Xian's possession would be beneficial to him. I've taken your item, but regrettably, I cannot offer much in return. However, I am inclined to take your little girlfriend as my disciple. Her current soul power is too low, and knowing of my existence would not serve her well. The ghost Douluo, casting a glance at his storage soul guide, retrieved 2 rings. The demon sealing earthly ring, a trinket obtained by chance, capable of storing living beings. Take it. With a delicate chime, the 2 rings, one white and one black, clinked together, producing a clear sound. Li Xian received the item reverently, clasping his fists together. Thank you, Elder Ghost, he exclaimed with a chuckle. We both have our needs, assist her in her cultivation, and do not forget. Indeed, the extraordinary heaven-piercing chrysanthemum. It is truly yours, he continued, amusement evident in his tone. Beside him, the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, cradled the exquisite herb with a sense of attachment. Still enveloped in the euphoria of his discovery, the Elder Ghost, whose already dark complexion seemed to grow even more somber, kicked at the ground beside him, admonishing, do not draw unnecessary attention. Behave appropriately. Humph. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, pridefully tucked the extraordinary heaven-piercing chrysanthemum away. It was a treasure that could aid him in breaking through. Stuck at level 95 for far too long, he finally glimpsed a turning point in his life. The limit Douluo. He now had a chance to strive for greatness. Observing the peculiar dynamic between the two, Li Xian could not help but chuckle awkwardly. Was it true, as people said, that they were a pair of? The thought made him feel somewhat embarrassed. His teacher appeared to possess an unusual quirk. Well then, Master, Elder Ghost, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. Li Xian slightly clasped his fists together, then gently lifted the unconscious Yushi from the ground, cradling her in his arms with his hands wrapped around her knees. It's all right. We too must venture out. Allow me to escort you a short distance. Oh. Li Xian contemplated a gentle refusal, intending to linger a while longer in the sunset forest. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around him shifted, and he found himself at the outskirts of the forest. 2 figures drifted away in the sky, their voices echoing from a distance. Remember to diligently cultivate. Understood. He exhaled lightly, pondering the title of Douluo. With his already formidable strength, Li Xian realized there remained a significant gap between himself and the world's most powerful beings. Douluo Yueguan and Gue Do Gueme. Both were esteemed titled Douluos at level 95. How much longer would it take for him to reach that level? Chapter 78, The Promise of Dokai in the Fastnuo Province. The group returned to the Fajia family. Li Xian chose not to disclose all the details of his experiences, concealing the matters concerning Douluo and Gue Douluo. Fajia had yet to recover from her shock. Her sister had vanished alongside Li Xian, and upon their return, she had already attained a soul power level of 24. How outrageous. Why is she so fortunate? Fajia mused, feeling that even a mere dog could level up if it had the chance to associate with Li Xian. How splendid it would be if I possessed the Bio Serpent martial spirit as well. Conversely, Firen was exceedingly exhilarated. She was entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Yet she had already reached level 24. The 6-level gap between her and her sister had been bridged, and Firen felt increasingly attached to Li Xian. I shall return tomorrow. I am grateful for the hospitality of the Fajia family during my stay. If there are any further needs, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. In the living room, several figures occupied the space, some seated, others standing. Aside from Fajia and Firen, their father and their uncle Leon were also present. Well, as long as you are enjoying yourself, the Fajia family welcomes you to visit again in the future. Indeed, if you are leaving tomorrow, let my 2 daughters accompany you a bit longer today. This is no place for us adults, remarked one of the middle-aged men as he took his leave. After all, Li Xian was still a child of 7 or 8 years, and from their perspective, attempting to forge a bond felt somewhat contrived. Fajia smiled gently, approaching Li Xian. My mother is quite interested in you. She wishes to meet you. Is that so? However, she is currently away, and I fear there may be no opportunity. Li Xian gazed calmly at Fajia and sincerely remarked, You must have more to say. Please speak freely without reservation. Fajia hesitated for a moment before responding, Indeed, your prowess in the realm of soul-guiding devices is remarkable. My father, no, the patriarch of the Fido family, hopes you could assist us in crafting a set of Dokai, even if it is merely of the 100-forged variety. We can provide the necessary materials and gold soul coins at tenfold the amount. In this world, few possess a profound understanding of soul-guiding devices. However, Fajia's family undoubtedly stands among those select few, particularly in their extensive research on humanoid soul-guiding devices such as the Dokai. For centuries, despite the numerous talented offspring, mastering the art of soul-guiding device crafting has proven exceedingly challenging. This endeavor requires not only appropriate soul power but also significant soul strength, making it accessible only to those of considerable aptitude. Soul Kings, a rank of soul masters, are considered the backbone of a family, and their numbers are already scarce. The prospect of identifying one among them who also possesses a natural talent for soul-guiding devices seems almost fantastical. Therefore, even with an understanding of the Dokai's uniqueness, the Fido family could only covet it from a distance. However, upon encountering an extraordinary individual like Li Xian and witnessing the close relationship between him and the younger generation of their family, the Fido family felt compelled to take action. They resolved to leverage this connection to persuade Li Xian to assist in the creation of the Dokai. Crafting a single set would require over a month, yet it would bestow a soul power level of 20 upon the wearer. Li Xian murmured to himself. The preceding part was his explanation of the difficulties he faced, while the latter served as a reminder of the benefits to the Fei Duo family. The implication was quite simple. He currently lacked the time to cultivate Dokai, and furthermore, merely offering tenfold assets would not suffice. Li Xian is acutely aware of the value of his remarkable abilities. The Fei Duo family boasts a soul sage, and once adorned with his Dokai, one can wield power rivaling that of a titled Douluo. Furthermore, through the nurturing of his own body over a lifetime, he can elevate this Dokai to new heights, potentially acquiring an additional 20 levels of soul power. What does this signify? It could undoubtedly propel their family to prominence. Should such power become known to outsiders, families seeking his favor would likely line up at his doorstep. Li Xian now solely desires to devote himself to his cultivation, and he finds himself unable to assist the Fido family in realizing their ambitions, particularly those endeavors that drain his energy. Is it truly impossible? Fajia felt a twinge of disappointment. Although she had considered this possibility, she believed that the lack of progress in their friendship with Li Xian was the underlying reason. Don't overthink it, Li Xian chided, observing Fajia's expression, which suggested she might be reading too much into the situation. I can promise to assist your family in crafting a set of battle armor in the future. However, it is not convenient for me at the moment. I must first enhance my own soul power. Fajia's small face brightened with joy, surprised by Li Xian's agreement. You mentioned worrying about your soul power being insufficient, correct? Fear not, my sister will lend you hers. You may use it however you wish. With that, Fajia brought forth her bewildered sister, Firen, who appeared utterly perplexed. Sensing that she had somehow been sold, Li Xian opened his mouth, exclaiming, For the sake of competing with Kai, you truly are generous. After a light cough, he gracefully declined. At present, it's rather inconvenient. How about this? In consideration of your standing, I can extend assistance to your family within 3 years. Is that truly the case? How considerate, Fajia remarked, giving Li Xian a hearty pat. The bond forged between her and Li Xian, despite their earlier conflicts, stirred a gentle warmth within her heart. What about Fei Luan? Feel free to take her as well. It would be no trouble at all. Fajia did not forget to promote her sister. Li Xian is indeed a master of grand rhetoric. The Fei Duo family is truly adept at both feasting and taking advantage. I fear that Fei Luan himself is well aware that training alongside him is beneficial for the enhancement of one's spiritual energy. It seems he genuinely wishes to ensnare him. Furthermore, this gift I bestow upon you, Fajia, do not claim that I have not thought of you. Li Xian retrieved the rare tri-leaf snake dance spirit herb he had harvested from the soul guide, as the exquisite celestial item was singular in existence and had been entirely consumed by him. The only offerings he could present to Fajia were these scarce elixirs of exceptional quality. He was not indiscriminate in his generosity. This particular herb was highly beneficial for serpentine martial spirits, its attributes harmonizing perfectly with the white snake martial spirit. Fajia's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she fixed her gaze upon the delicate herb resting in Li Xian's palm. Its surface enveloped in ethereal mist and adorned with 3 verdant leaves. A sudden thought struck her. Could her sister Fei Luan's rapid enhancement in soul power be linked to such a treasure? Is it truly meant for me? Fajia's heart raced with anticipation. Li Xian is truly kind to this friend of hers. It appears that this acquaintance was worth befriending. Go ahead. But please soak it in hot water before consuming. I have already neutralized the toxins. Thank you. Fajia, without hesitation, flipped her wrist and tucked it away. Beside her, Philin licked his lips, as if to say, is there one for me? You have already had yours. Li Xian cast a sidelong glance. He had indeed provided this young lady with 2 exquisite spiritual items, a substantial portion of the exquisite Kira tulips in the neutral spiritual item, the 8-petaled Xianlan. Her soul force had ascended at an astonishing pace. However, as the adage goes, excess can be detrimental. An abundance of elixirs could potentially undermine her foundational strength. Even Li Xian himself, with the assistance of Douluo, had managed to suppress his soul force to level 38, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic explosion of his body that day. It's the last day. Let us enjoy ourselves, proposed Fajia suddenly. Very well, Li Xian mused, recalling a winter spent entirely in cultivation. He too felt the need to unwind. He then reminded them, have your esteemed clan leader prepare the materials for crafting soul-guiding devices. Perhaps within 3 years, I shall find the time to complete it. Agreed. Chapter 79. Long time no see. By the time Li Xian returned to Nanning City, 3 days had already passed. Only half a day remained before the commencement of the new semester. However, the enrollment report for the first year second semester had already concluded. Li Xian first returned to the Spirit Hall and subsequently sought out Master Matthew. He recounted his encounter with both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo. Matthew regarded Li Xian with a familial warmth, thus he disclosed everything without reservation. Have you truly taken Master Moonlit as your teacher? That is indeed remarkable, Matthew exclaimed. Look at my elderess insignia. Gazing closely, Matthew inhaled sharply. For an ordinary soul master, a title Douluo is a figure they could scarcely hope to encounter in their lifetime. This young man certainly possesses remarkable fortune. Of course, this is also attributable to his exceptional talent. Having awakened a supreme plant-type martial soul, coupled with his diligent efforts, such opportunities are rightly deserved. By the way, Master Matthew, here is something for you. It will aid in enhancing your soul power. Li Xian gathered a plethora of 9th-grade purple herbs at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Consequently, he decided to share a portion with Matthew. Let us not forget that in his earlier, more vulnerable days, it was Matthew's guidance that enabled him to acquire his soul ring. As a mentor on the path of soul masters, how could Li Xian possibly forget the benefits he received from him? My boy, it brings me joy to know you think of your old grandpa. But these items hold little value for my weary bones. You should take them for your own use, Matthew replied. At his age, he had come to terms with many matters and preferred that Li Xian not squander such resources. I have plenty. There is no need for you to be so sentimental. Li Xian unceremoniously thrust the rare herb into Matthew's hands before turning to leave. This young man, gazing at the herb with its remarkable aura. Matthew felt as though sand had entered his eyes. A wave of warmth surged within his heart. Subsequently, Li Xian made a visit to his weapons workshop, where he temporarily stored the rare metals bestowed upon him by the Fido family, along with the substantial supplies he had procured in the Fastno province. He then returned to the Junior Soul Master Academy to meet with Dean Su and Director Luo. Li Xian generously distributed 9-grade purple herbs to the 2 elders. Initially they, much like Matthew, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon witnessing Li Xian's sincerity, they were moved and graciously accepted the offering. In Li Xian's eyes, these 3 individuals had provided him with the most assistance, thus he was willing to share the precious herbs. Conversely, with figures such as Wu Qian and Teacher Zhang, who had only a superficial acquaintance with him, he deemed it unnecessary to be overly generous. Li Xian had also left a portion of celestial treasures for Tang San and Xiao Wu. It must be noted that his recent intrusion into the domain of the poison Douluo had, in fact, usurped Tang San's opportunities. Departing from the principal's office of the Soul Academy, Li Xian promptly returned to the staff dormitory. After a 2-month absence, a multitude of withered leaves had accumulated in front of the building, clearly indicating that no one had commenced the cleaning. Gazing at the familiar doors and windows, Li Xian swiftly made his way to his own room. Knock, knock. After rapping on the door, he entered without delay, a flutter of excitement coursing through him. It had been over 2 months since he last saw Yu Shi, and joy enveloped his heart. Is that you, Li Xian? Came Yu Shi's gentle voice from within the bedroom. Moments later, a graceful figure with slightly elongated hair, clad in half of her school uniform, along with cotton stockings and slippers, emerged from the room. It has been a while. With arms outstretched, Li Xian offered a slight smile. Yu Shi, understanding his sentiment, leaped into his embrace. Her head nestled against his chest, she lifted it up, her eyes sparkling with delight. Did you miss me? Indeed. Why did you return only now? I was held up by some matters. You haven't been slacking off these past 2 months, have you? Yu Shi shook her head, her 2 ponytails swaying gracefully along her shoulders. Not at all. I've leveled up, and now I possess 26 levels of soul power. What about you? I'm a tad more formidable than you. Li Xian wore a mysterious smile. In truth, prior to the conclusion of the winter break, He had leveraged his unique abilities to elevate both of Yushi's martial spirits to a millennium level. Consequently, the enhancements from her soul rings had increased her soul power to the 25th rank. Over the course of the winter, even in his absence, Yushi diligently advanced her soul power by an additional level, which was quite commendable, as she felt the strength of Li Xian's robust physique. Their soul powers intertwined in a gentle contact, leaving Yushi momentarily awestruck. So formidable. At the very least, he must possess the cultivation level of a soul master. I have brought you something extraordinary. Li Xian's words interrupted Yushi's train of thought. He took her by the hand and led her into the bedroom, spinning her around before gently placing her on the bed. Is this for me? Yushi had long since grown accustomed to Li Xian's behavior. She sat expectantly on the bed, playfully swinging her legs adorned in white stockings. Li Xian, without any hesitation, first handed the ghost Douluo to his storage soul guide ring and presented it to Yushi. Moreover, he subsequently extracted one of the rare celestial treasures, the water fairy jade bone from the black ring. This exquisite item possesses the ability to enhance one's physique, augment speed and flexibility, nourish and strengthen the bones, and remarkably open the 8 meridians. It is particularly suited for Yushi's agile attack-type martial spirit. Wow, Yushi gasped, her delicate face illuminated by the ethereal beauty of the celestial object. The water fairy jade bone appeared as a pristine blue lotus, resembling a droplet of crystal-clear dew. Cradled in her hands, one could perceive the extraordinarily pure aura of this celestial medicine. First, she would consume the petals, followed by savoring the heart of the flower. Li Xian reminded her beside him. All right. Nodding her head, Yueshi obediently complied. Li Xian's intentions were far from malicious. Moments later, the essence of the celestial herb coursed through her, as Li Xian gently clasped Yueshi's hand to protect her. The medicinal properties of the herb were harmonized, neither overly potent nor overwhelming. The concentrated energy unfurled within her, nourishing her meridians and body. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her skin appeared as if veiled in a delicate mist. After a winter of careful nurturing, her already smooth complexion had become even more radiant, akin to the pristine morning dew glistening in the light outside. With a soft sound, Yueshi opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting a shimmering ripple. Her entire aura had transformed, becoming distinctly extraordinary. Oh, Li Xian, my soul power has increased by 4 levels. Covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression radiated astonishment. Hee, quite normal, Li Xian chuckled, ruffling her hair, unperturbed by her reaction. Having devoured 6 or 7 celestial herbs, he too had nearly ascended from the rank of soul master to soul sect. If Yueshi had consumed one of the 6 rare celestial herbs, her enhancement would have been even more pronounced. With this thought, Li Xian felt a stirring within him as he retrieved the heartbreak red flower he had cultivated within the soul guide. Thanks to the sustenance from the small wellspring of soul power within her, the flower had not withered. Yueshi, this one is for you. What is this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued by the vibrant flower that resembled the ethereal blooms of the other shore. Her gaze sparkled with wonder. After a brief silence, Li Xian shared the origins and effects of the heartbreak red with her. Keep it close, and when the time feels right, you may harvest and consume it. A testament of love, devoted to a single master for life. The words Li Xian had spoken echoed in her mind, leaving Yueshi entranced. Clutching the heartbreak red, she gently closed her eyes. Suddenly, a spurt of heart's blood escaped her lips. Yueshi, Li Xian was taken aback. Chapter 80, The Acknowledgement of the Heartbroken Red. Blood splattered upon the petals of the heartbroken red flower, casting a vibrant glow. This exquisite celestial flower suddenly floated, landing gracefully before Yueshi. Under Li Xian's astonished gaze, the flower merged into the palm of Yueshi's hand. She gently clasped it with her delicate fingers. Blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth, while her exquisite yet pale visage was adorned like the autumn leaves fluttering in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian's heart was profoundly moved. She, at merely 7 years of age, had already garnered the recognition of a love so poignant and heart-wrenching. Perhaps it is the innocence of childhood love that remains the most pure, untouched by the taint of any sordid thoughts. Li Xian pondered, with his current state of mind. It was utterly impossible for him to gain the approval of the heart-wrenching crimson of longing. Who were you just thinking of? He inquired cautiously, caressing the silken tresses of Yueshi beneath the moonlight. Guess. Yueshi replied, her pearly white teeth gleaming as her large eyes sparkled with mischief. It could be anyone. Li Xian let out a hearty laugh, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Even if it were not for him, Yueshi could certainly think of her loved ones. After all, this was a gift he had intended for her. How she chose to use it was entirely her prerogative. Consuming this celestial herb would bestow at least level 10 soul power, and the herb itself possessed the miraculous ability to revive the deceased, to be utilized when the time was right. Yueshi nodded thoughtfully, understanding the significance of this gift. Initially, Li Xian had been concerned that the herb, once separated from his nurturing care, would gradually lose its potency. However, that worry had dissipated. With Yuexi's acknowledgement, the herb would remain loyal to her, recognizing her as its soul master for life. At level 30, I shall craft another exquisite gift for you and take you on a journey to the Stardow Forest. Li Xian sat beside Yushi, affectionately embracing her. Are there any gifts? It had only been 2 months since they last met. And Yushi realized that Li Xian had been thinking of her quite a lot. In contrast, the delicacies she had brought from home seemed rather meager. Well, you will like them. The gift that Li Xian intends to present is undoubtedly the meticulously crafted Dokai, forged through his exceptional skills. To create a humanoid soul guide, however, he requires the assistance of Yueshi. He has promised Fajia to forge a Dokai for the Fido family, which conveniently allows him to simultaneously craft one for Yueshi while utilizing leftover materials to assemble a complete set. It has been quite a while since they last met. For the entire afternoon that followed, Li Xian chose not to venture anywhere, instead remaining in his room to share cherished memories of their winter break with Yueshi. The snacks that Yueshi brought were a source of great temptation for him, having devoted himself entirely to the study of soul guides during his month with the Fido family. He had scarcely celebrated the new year. The sight of local delicacies from his hometown brought him immense joy. Fried cakes and candy treats, which were unavailable even in Notting City, tasted exquisitely sweet on his palate. Simultaneously, Li Xian recounted his encounter with the spirit Douluo Juguai. Upon hearing that Douluo Yuguan had taken Li Xian as his disciple, Yushi was taken aback. So, you already have a title Douluo as your mentor, correct? Indeed, replied Li Xian. You are truly remarkable, Li Xian. It is only to be expected. Li Xian still remembered his promise to the ghost Douluo. Hence he refrained from disclosing to Yushi the matter she was also interested in. Li Xian was acutely aware of his uniqueness and had resolved to re-register under his own identity, openly participating in the competitions organized by the Spirit Hall for the purpose of educating disciples. Among the contenders this time, even the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall could boast no more than the cultivation level of a soul zone. In light of this competition, the ultimate reward of soul bones could already be anticipated. The following day, after a considerable absence, Li Xian and Yushi awakened from their spirit fusion. Cradling Yushi in his arms, Li Xian was utterly captivated. Indeed, the compatibility of the soul power with Nizi is remarkable. Both individuals currently possessed the rank of soul master, and the effects of their soul power consolidation had become increasingly evident. However, as their levels rose, the progression of their upgrades began to slow. Although the efficiency had improved, the speed of advancement remained steady. After finishing breakfast, Li Xian took Yushi to the villa workshop in Notting City to commence preparations for forging Dokai. The remnants of their previous battles still lingered. Li Xian sought the assistance of a skilled craftsman to repair the columns of his villa. During this interlude, he visited a fine restaurant in Nottingham and made reservations for meals over the upcoming week. As for the academy, the recently commenced courses would not pose much of an issue should he choose not to attend. Consequently, he decided to take a week's leave. With the connection he had through Dean Su, securing this leave was a straightforward affair. It is worth mentioning that Li Xian had already resigned from his work-study position for the semester, as he no longer lacked for gold soul coins. The income derived from the solidified Soul Beast crystal cores had amassed to several 100,000, still in his possession. By noon, the stabilization work at the villa had been successfully completed, and the craftsman was diligently repairing the wall columns.